Superdimensional Wizard Chapter 3510 to Chapter 3557. Frightened by the shadow, Ai Dehua lowered his head and didn't dare to take another glance at her. He didn't expect the translucent girl to release such a terrifying aura. It was even more terrifying than facing a void behemoth. But, come to think of it, the silky hair of the doppelganger could not only shape, but also release energy, which meant that it had a very strong energy conductance. In Ai Dehua's opinion, it was the best hair he could find. If he could use it to make a wig, he would have a much better chance of obtaining a special effect. Unfortunately, he couldn't get it. Ai Dehua sighed in his mind. On the other side, the doppelganger sneered. He removed the void throne made of hair and sat on the tea table again. It was as if nothing happened. She didn't know what Ai Dehua was thinking, so she remained calm. If she could hear Ai Dehua's thoughts, Ai Dehua wouldn't be in Silver Forest Dimension right now. Angor, on the other hand, sensed Ai Dehua's emotions and guessed what was on his mind. Angor also showed a strange look. This guy sure has guts. What a bold idea, not to mention Ai Dehua, even Angor didn't dare to suggest such a thing. Not only would it be rude, but it would also violate the authority of the Avatar and Laplace. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He didn't want Laplace to notice anything. He quickly changed the topic. If the clone and Laplace don't want the wig, what about you? He looked at Glepner, Luigi, and Steward Fan. Glepner said indifferently, if he can make a wig that can enhance the power of the stars, I'm willing to cooperate. Ai Dehua quickly shook his head. I can't do that for now. I don't know anything about astral energy. Only for now? Glepner quickly caught the key word. Ai Dehua didn't refuse, but he didn't give up. Ai Dehua hesitated for a moment and nodded. If I can come into contact with more types of starry sky forces in the future, such as Sir's astrology, astral sorcerer's summoning, bubble star milk brewing, and even the aura of the star spirits, I may be able to channel the starry sky force into my hair. Ai Dehua's words were not only to prove his value, but also to remind Bubbles, hinting that Gleipnir would save Bubbles in the future. Although Ai Dehua had his own plans, what he said was not a lie. As long as he could get in touch with more astral energy, he might be able to make a wig. Of course, he had to find supernatural materials that contained astral energy first. Glepner understood Ai Dehua's meaning, but she didn't say anything. She only nodded to show that she heard it. She would find a way to save Bubble even if Ai Dehua's repeatedly. However, since Ai Dehua had said so, there was one more reason for her to save Bubbles. Next, Angor looked at Luigi. Luigi first touched his hair before rubbing his chin. After some careful thought, he said, actually, I do want to change to a wig that is full of artistic and poetic aura like Moratra and Chijibiri's. However, now is not the time. When I return to Bulua Royal City, I'll show you the portraits of these two art seniors. Then, you can help me plan and research a wig that belongs to me. Luigi talked for a long time, and he even mentioned two artists that no one had ever heard of before. However, what he was trying to say was almost the same as Angor's idea. Ai Dehua's wig was made on the spot, so it wouldn't be as good as the ones that were prepared beforehand. Luigi wanted a wig, but not this hastily made one. Finally, he looked at Steward Fan. Steward Fan also refused. His reason was, I don't need a wig. As for why, he didn't dare to ask. Now, everyone at the tea table had rejected the wig, which made the atmosphere slightly silent and awkward. Several seconds later, Luigi broke the silence and suggested, how about we make a random one first? Ai Dehua didn't mind. Before he could say yes, Angor spoke first, I don't think a random design will bring any surprises. For example, if an alchemist didn't have a complete blueprint or a final idea, he or she would either end up with some weird and useless stuff or just go crazy. Similarly, he believed that Ai Dehua would not be able to create any special effects even if he did manage to create one. There would be no miracles or surprises. Therefore, it was better to have a design goal. Luigi knew what Angor meant. How about we design a wig for someone who isn't here? Someone who wasn't here wouldn't refuse. This was a good compromise. But Angor still shook his head. How about you design a wig for it? It? Ai Dehua looked at Angor. Angor waved a hand, and another cage appeared beside the pile of materials on the table. There was a chubby little hamster in the cage. The milky-haired hamster was half buried in a pool filled with colorful balls, digging balls. Speaking of colorful ball pools. The cage was small, but it had everything necessary. Not only did it have a kitchen, a bedroom, and a living room, but there were also places for entertainment, such as spinning brooms, dance floor, colorful ball pools, music drums, and so on. However, these entertainment facilities, as well as the various rooms inside the cage, were all flowing with some kind of shifting energy. They didn't seem real. They were all illusions. Due to the illusion, although everyone could see the small hamster in the cage, the hamster didn't notice the change in the environment outside the cage. It was still immersed in its digging world. Is that Nakbi? Luigi moved closer and observed carefully. It still looks so stupid. I wonder what Naxa sees in it. Luigi sighed and shook his head. Angor ignored Luigi and looked at Ai Dehua. This is Nakbi, a lively hamster. You said Bubble looks like a jellyfish. You can even make a wig out of a jellyfish? I'm sure you can make a wig for it too, right? He could ask Ai Dehua to make a wig for someone who wasn't here, but he decided to make the best use of it. If they didn't want a wig, he would find someone else who wanted one. Or rather, someone who couldn't refuse a wig. Nakbi was a good example. It wasn't smart enough to refuse a wig. Even if it didn't like it, Angor could force it to wear it. If the wig worked, Nakbi would be lucky. If it didn't, Angor would just give it a new skin. He believed that Naxu would not have any objections after knowing about it. Ai Dehua sized up the hamster in the cage. To him, it was a very ordinary hamster. He couldn't see anything special about it, but it was most likely due to the illusion. Angor named the hamster in such a serious way and asked someone to make such a beautiful cage for it. Maybe this was what people called a pet. Ai Dehua didn't think too much about it. There were plenty of people who liked to keep hamsters. Although wizards usually used hamsters as lab rats for experiments, it was normal for someone to develop feelings for the hamsters when they were raised. I can make a wig for it. Ai Dehua considered. But if I can add some of its original hair into the wig, it'll look better. It can make the wig more suitable for it. Of course, Angor understood Ai Dehua's subtle request. Perhaps Ai Dehua already treated Nakbi as his pet, which was why he used such a roundabout way to ask for some hair. Hair? Sure. He snapped his fingers, and some of the hamster's hair on the ground flew out. There weren't many of them, only a few dozen. He considered and summoned several mini-hand of spell around Nakbi's body. He gently touched Nakbi's fur. Before Nakbi could feel anything, Angor plucked a bunch of hair from the hamster's body. Is this enough? He gathered all the rat hairs on his hand. Ai Dehua glanced at the bald spot on Nakbi's back and nodded. It's enough. I was going to find some of the hair of a rodent. But now, I can make a wig with its original hair. Although the resulting wig might be a little sparse, because all the raw materials came from Nakbi, it would make the wig more suitable for it. He might not even need to use artificial skin to make the wig stick to his scalp, making it stable and firm. Do you have any requests for the wig, sir? Ai Dehua asked. If it works, what do you want it to be, sir? I don't have any requests for the style. I don't think it works either. But I'll try my best to make it look good. Ai Dehua nodded. Cute. Got it. Ai Dehua was very good at this. When he opened his hair and makeup shop, almost all the customers who came to spend money there wanted to make themselves look better and prettier. For Nakbi, if he wanted to look good, he would have to make it look cute. If it was cute, then he could choose some magical plants and weave some flower vines bows on the wig that was already made. With that in mind, Ai Dehua looked at the magic plants. It didn't take long for him to choose a butterfly arum and a wood spider silk. These two devil plants were common low-level devil plants. They didn't look too good, but they looked nice. This was especially true for the fragrant butterfly arum. Its slightly jade-like, white, and pink petals were very suitable for making bows. The wood spider silk was also pure white. After weaving it, it could be combined with the hair to make a bow tie. It was no problem at all. However, the magic plant was only an auxiliary material. The real main material was still the third type of material, which was an energy-type material. The so-called energy-type materials were completely composed of energy, such as some elemental materials, or some liquid or gaseous materials composed of pure energy molecules. These energy-type materials were the easiest to incorporate into the hair strands, and it was also relatively easy for Ai Dehua to channel these energies. Therefore, from the very beginning, he had already decided to choose the main material from the energy-type materials. There weren't many energy materials on the table, and they were all low-tier ones. However, Ai Dehua was surprised by the rarity of some of them. Sweet cold water, for example, was a cooling material that could only be used to create heat potions that needed to be kept at high temperatures. Like white cold water, sweet cold water was irreplaceable. The southern wizardry region didn't produce it, so it had to be purchased from nearby worlds. Only Grand Plain could produce sweet cold water around the southern wizardry region. Sweet cold water wasn't expensive in Grand Plain, but it was worth several times more in the southern wizardry region. Emerald flame was a fire elemental material that could only be found in places with large amounts of fire elemental energy. Such places were rare in the southern wizardry region, and they were also very valuable. Apart from sweet cold water and emerald flame, there were several other similar energy materials. They were either difficult to find or could only be found under certain conditions. Ai Dehua even saw a bottle with the label refining chi water on it. Ai Dehua was familiar with the item. Or rather, all wizards in the southern wizardry region knew about it. It was an alchemy elixir created by a Xianxia Academy, which was used as a catalyst for potion creation. Only people from a Xianxia Academy could find some of the elixir. Did this mean he came from a Xianxia Academy? If he's a student of a Xianxia Academy, then he's an alchemist, right? Ai Dehua sneaked a glance at Angor when he thought about this. Angor happened to be looking at him at the same time. Their eyes met. Ai Dehua felt a little embarrassed and lowered his head. What's wrong? Angor was confused. Nothing. Ai Dehua shook his head. Ai Dehua suddenly thought of something and picked up the elixir. Can I use it to make a wig? Making a wig with an energy catalyst? Sure. Angor nodded. He noticed that Ai Dehua's expression was getting weirder and weirder. Just as he was wondering, Edward whispered, "This mystical refining water is a special material of a Xianxia Academy. If an outsider doesn't get an application, they can't use it as they please. Can you authorize me to use it?" Angor quickly realized that Ai Dehua was trying to find out who he was. According to Ai Dehua, only people with authority in a Xianxia Academy, such as the student council, teachers, or professors, could authorize the use of elixir of refinement. If Angor could do that, he would prove his identity as an alchemist. Yeah, I bought it from a Xianxia Academy. But I didn't hear anyone asking for permission to use it. Permission means permission. So, feel free to use it. Ai Dehua was a little puzzled by this. Could it be that his guess was wrong? Did a Xianxia Academy change its rules in the past 800 years? Ai Dehua didn't want to ask further. I'll take it. That's it? You're not going to change it? He gave Ai Dehua a strange look. Since you know about Wonder Water, you should know that it's a special catalyst, right? Are you sure you want to use a catalyst to make a wig? Ai Dehua nodded. Yes. Wonder Water is used as a catalyst, but the catalyst itself is a special kind of energy diversion agent that contains the purest and most suitable energy. Coincidentally, I'm not picky when it comes to making wigs. I'm picky about the purity of energy. This was why Ai Dehua's choice of materials was perfect. However, there were other materials that were more suitable than Wonder Water, such as some liquids that contained pure elemental energy. They were also very pure. However, Ai Dehua did not plan to use any of them. He had already used them before. The water of refinement was a rare item. He had only heard of it in the past but had never come into contact with it. If he missed this opportunity, he didn't know when he would be able to find the chi refining water again. Therefore, no matter what, he had to try the miraculous water. Maybe it was a perfect match for his talent. Of course, Ai Dehua also knew that the most likely outcome was nothing. But it didn't matter. Anyway, he had already told them that his talent might not work. Even if he used commonly used materials in the past, there was a possibility of failure. Why not be bolder and try something new? Seeing Ai Dehua's determined look, he did not try to persuade him. Do as you wish. Ai Dehua nodded gratefully and drew the wonder water to himself. Next, Ai Dehua began to take out his wig-making tools from the exile space. There was bleach, a dressing mirror, a mini version of a hairnet weaving machine, a mini version of an automatic hair inserter, a mini version of a universal skin printer. He only used mini versions because the official ones were kept in Baibua's tooth dye shop. He could not go out to get one now, so he had to use the mini version. There was not much difference between the mini version and the official version anyway. The official version was more efficient and faster, and it could process a large number of half-finished products at once. The mini version, on the other hand, was slower and could only process one product at a time. However, it wasn't that much slower. After all, he was only making a wig for a palm-sized hamster. According to Ai Dehua's estimation, even if he used the official version, he would only be able to speed up by 1 or 2 minutes. There was no need to change it. Cute and suitable for pets, Ai Dehua began to imagine the shapes of various wigs in his mind. While thinking, she took out a special dressing mirror. The mirror was facing Nakbi in the cage. A small hamster with milky white fur appeared on the blurry mirror. The little hamster raised its 2 paws and looked into the distance with its grain-like eyes. Ai Dehua looked at the little hamster in the mirror and nodded with satisfaction. He pressed the button beside the mirror, and a mist immediately floated onto the mirror. Then, the fog turned into a large amount of hair. Ai Dehua's hands worked quickly. The hair on the mirror was cut short, thin, and thinned until it was almost the same as the Nakbi's hair. Only then did Ai Dehua stop. Then, he covered the little hamster's head with the translucent fur. In an instant, all kinds of hairstyles appeared on the little hamster's head. Next to each hairstyle, there was a dyeing command that could change the hair color. Seeing this scene, everyone understood. Ai Dehua was simulating the little hamster's wig to see which type was more suitable for it. After finally deciding, he started to make the wig. When Shiruda went to the castle for the first time, she played the hair-changing game in the mirror and fell into the trap, Luigi said. This is the hair-changing mirror that made Shiruda fall into the trap? Luigi said this in the spirit bond. Since Ai Dehua was already in the zone, he didn't want to disturb him. Glepner said, I don't know if it's the same hair-changing mirror, but Shiruda should be trapped like this. Speaking of this, Glepner sighed helplessly. He seemed to be ashamed that his good friend couldn't resist a hair-changing game. Luigi said, it's actually quite interesting. The next time you make a wig for me, I want to play with it too. I want to see which hairstyle and hair color suits me. Glepner said in a plain tone, instead of thinking about which hairstyle, why don't you think about how to change your temperament? Luigi? Angor heard the conversation between Glepner and Luigi, but he didn't join in. His attention was now attracted by the mirror in Ai Dehua's hand. He noticed that the mirror was actually an illusion-type alchemy item. Regardless of whether it was the little hamster projected by the mirror or the hair transformed by the mist, they were all controlled illusions created by the illusion nodes created by the dressing mirror. The level of these illusions was very low, and one could tell at a glance that they were fake. However, they were quite useful when used to change one's hair color, and look forward. There should be a lot of potential customers, especially women. After all, many women had to struggle with their hair and makeup every day. Having a mirror that could change its appearance at any time would save them a lot of trouble. But this isn't the most convenient way, what? Everyone looked at him. Angor finally realized that he just blurted it out without thinking. Luckily, they were the only ones who heard it. Ai Dehua was busy with his work and didn't interrupt him. Angor quickly gathered his thoughts and explained through the spirit bond, I was just thinking that this mirror isn't the best yet. The best? Luigi asked, what's the best? For example, when the user changes their hairstyle and hair color in the mirror to their satisfaction, they can store it and use it again later. Also, they can directly copy the hairstyle and color on their head. It's better than having to weave a wig himself. Ai Dehua only weaved wigs because he could give them special effects. If Angor used a wig that could change one's hairstyle and color at any time, it wouldn't have any special effects. It was purely for the sake of looking good. However, most of the time, witches only wanted to look good. Therefore, a mirror that could change one's hairstyle at any time according to one's preferences. From a certain perspective, it was indeed more extreme than what AI de Hua was currently using. Everyone else also deeply agreed. Angor wasn't done yet. Changing hairstyle and color isn't the best yet. If the mirror is a full-body one, it can match the outfit and make it appear on the user's face. That'll be even better. If it's combined with the shepherd god's robe, it can also grant various professional effects. I think it'll be even better. Angor's imagination was getting bigger and bigger. But to the others, it was nothing more than a fantasy. Maybe it was an alchemist's occupational disease. Just like an apothecary who stumbled upon a magic plant on the street, he or she would probably come up with a bunch of formulas and combinations in his or her head. It was the same thing. Angor wasn't sure if he would actually do it. Contrary to everyone's expectations, however, he really wanted to try making such an alchemy product. Even if he couldn't combine it with the shepherd god's robe, it wouldn't be too difficult to make a full-body mirror that could allow him to change his hairstyle at any time. He could use it, give it to someone else, or sell it. Besides, the tea party was coming soon. Maybe he could use this mirror as a new gimmick. Leona would be so excited if she knew about it. Angor shook his head and put the idea aside for now. He looked at AI de Hua again. It seemed AI de Hua had already decided on his hairstyle. However, no one knew which one. AI de Hua had already matched several hairstyles on the mirror. Which one he would choose in the end would depend on the final product. AI de Hua began working on various machines. "You're not thinking about the best?" Luigi asked. Angor ignored him and kept watching AI de Hua's work. He didn't pay attention to AI de Hua's machines until he noticed a familiar symbol on them. It was the symbol of the R&D department. With the logo of the R&D Institute, it meant that AI de Hua's machines were all produced by the R&D Institute. However, it didn't mean they were made by a master alchemist from the department. They could be made by a master alchemist student, or they could be developed and sold by the department for general use. For example, energy detectors, spectrometers, spirit gauges, and so on. These were all common tools used by wizards, and they were all developed by the department. Even though they could be produced on an assembly line, these machines would still bear the logo of the department to show off their great research ability. However, AI de Hua's hairnet weaving machine, automatic hair inserter, and universal skin printer were obviously not made for general use. AI de Hua must have asked someone from the department to make them for him. Since these machines had the logo of the department, they were probably made by one of the master alchemists or their student. Who could it be? Gasilo? Matthew? Or Megastone? As he pondered, Angor noticed a special string of electricity flowing out of each machine, including the weaving machine, hair inserter, and printer. The 3 strings of electricity went straight into AI de Hua's head as if they were going into his brain. As the 3 strings of electricity connected, all 3 machines began working at the same time. He watched as the strands of hair disappeared from the knitting machine, went through the hair insertion machine, and inserted into the artificial skin created by the printer. In just a few minutes, a semi-finished wig was created. AI de Hua didn't try to control the machines at all. Instead, he used the 3 strings of electricity to complete everything. And it seemed to be more efficient. Seeing this, Angor could already guess who made these devices. It was Wanderer of Nerves Sterling. Like Angor, Sterling was a member of the department. However, he didn't belong to Floating Mech City. He didn't even belong to any wizard organization. He was an independent wizard who usually lived in the modeled Iron Wizard Tower in Punk's theme park. Despite being an independent wizard, Sterling's name was known by everyone in the southern wizardry region. He was a mechanical magus, and he had invented the concept of mechanical nerves. This convenient method of controlling machines using nerves completely turned mechanical alchemy into the mainstream. Even the mediocre director of the department once said that the invention of mechanical nerves pushed the development of mechanical alchemy forward for at least 1,000 years. This was enough to prove Sterling's contribution to the field of mechanical alchemy as well as his great talent. Angor had never seen Sterling in person, but he had seen mechanical nerves before. The 3 strings of electricity that poked out of the machine were mechanical nerves invented by Sterling. Therefore, AI Dehua's pieces were most likely custom-made by Sterling. Of course, it was also possible that Sterling's apprentices made them. It made sense. Other members of the department were not easy to find. Besides, even if he did find them, they would probably refuse to make such tools. Sterling, on the other hand, was different. This person was famous for being greedy for money and would die for it. Even if he didn't ask for anything from Sterling, he would have to pay a price. Earlier, when Sanders went to Punk's theme park to look for Sterling, Sterling offered him a high price even though they were old friends. However, it was also because Sterling was obsessed with money that he was the easiest to see. As long as you paid enough, even if you asked Sterling to make a blow-up doll for you, Sterling would do it without hesitation. Sterling's way of doing things affected his apprentices as well. As far as Angor knew, Sterling's apprentices were just like him. As long as you had enough money, they could make anything for you. AI Dehua must have paid a great price to get Sterling or his apprentices to make these machines. Speaking of which, Angor hadn't met any of the master alchemists since he joined the department. If possible, he would like to talk to Sterling. Whether it was knowledge about mechanical alchemy or the development of mechanical nerves, Angor had a lot to ask about. However, he didn't plan to do it himself. After the tea party, he believed that the master alchemists, including Sterling, would come to him on their own. After all, infinite alchemy was a beautiful and tempting candy. As long as one was an alchemist, it was impossible for them not to take the bait. After making the semi-finished wig, AI Dehua soaked it in the liquid of refinement. Under normal circumstances, there would not be any reaction between the wig and the refined mystical water. However, miraculously, AI Dehua did something and the wig was slowly absorbing the refined mystical water. Like a sponge, the liquid of refinement was disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. While the wig absorbed the water, AI Dehua picked up the wood spider silk and fragrant butterfly arum, processed them, and slowly wove them into a bow. About 10 more minutes passed. AI Dehua took out the wig that had absorbed the refined mystical water. He reached out his hand and stroked the hair, using his own talent to guide the energy stagnation in each strand of hair. At the same time, he tied the pure white butterfly vines around the hair. The process of channeling energy lasted for 5 minutes. The whole process was carried out in front of everyone's eyes. No one, including Angor, knew what AI Dehua was doing. They only vaguely felt that as AI Dehua guided the energy in the hair, the wig's hair became brighter and brighter, as if it was covered with a layer of oil. The energy in the hair also became more harmonious. It was as if the liquid of refinement had completely merged with the hair. The hair was the hair, and the hair was the hair. I don't know what's going on. Luigi mumbled under the spirit bond. I don't know how his talent works, Glepner said. Glepner had been observing AI Dehua's body, trying to observe how his talent worked through the energy conduction in the body. But he did not find anything. Now that he thought about it, AI Dehua's talent was bound to some kind of extra-dimensional organ, not his body. After all, this body belonged to Shaluta. If AI Dehua could use Shaluta's body and still use his talent, it meant that his talent was beyond the body. It had to be an extra-dimensional organ. Most likely, it was the mind space or the spirit sea. If it was the land of the soul, then using the innate ability would definitely consume soul force. AI Dehua had only undergone the spirit shift ceremony twice, so his soul was extremely weak. It was impossible for him to have extra soul force to use. Thus, as a human magus, after excluding the soul realm, only the mind space and the spirit sea were left. If his talent relied on the mind space, it should consume magic power. With the spirit sea as the foundation, what was being consumed should be mental energy. Both were possible, but the probability of the latter was slightly higher. Although the mind space was considered a superdimensional organ, it was closely related to the physical body. Now that AI Dehua was not using his original physical body, the mind space should be relatively rigid, and the circulation of magic power should be more sluggish than usual. Therefore, his talent came from his spirit sea, and the probability of consuming his spirit power was the highest. However, even if the analysis came to this conclusion, Gleipnir didn't understand AI Dehua's talent either. She didn't even sense any spiritual power dissipating. Even the experienced and knowledgeable Laplace exclaimed in the spirit bond, his talent is probably unique in the general plane. It was definitely a secret, and it was definitely miraculous. Even though he was witnessing it with his own eyes, he was still dumbfounded. Angor couldn't see anything strange about AI Dehua's talent either. But he was sure that AI Dehua's talent had something to do with mystery. In the future, if AI Dehua could die in a correct obsession, perhaps his talent would become the core of a mystery item. Angor had to admit that this was the first time he wished for someone's death so much. Angor quickly shook his head to get rid of these complicated thoughts. Maybe he should change his mind. Instead of wishing for AI Dehua's death, he might as well study this strange talent further while AI Dehua was still alive. Perhaps he could find out the mechanism of mystery items creation. Angor didn't think it was likely because he wasn't the only one who discovered the mechanism of mystery items creation. If other alchemists didn't find anything, he probably wouldn't find it either. Even so, he still wanted to give it a try. The path of mystery was hard to find. He had to explore it step by step. Even if he did find a trap, it would still be an improvement. At least he could eliminate a wrong option. While Angor was thinking about the future, AI Dehua finally put down his equipment and sighed in relief. It's done. Angor noticed AI Dehua's relaxed expression. If Angor wasn't mistaken, the product was ready. As expected, AI Dehua smiled brightly. I didn't disappoint you, sir. The wig I made this time has a special effect. Everyone's gaze subconsciously shifted to the wig floating in midair. Judging from its appearance, AI Dehua did not dye his hair. The color of his hair was no different from the color of Nakbi. It was milky white with a few strands of yellow and brown hair mixed in. It did not look out of place. If anything, it felt like it had been dyed. The hairstyle of the wig was very ordinary, or even old-fashioned, in the eyes of ordinary people. Because it was parted in the middle, it was a very standard hairstyle with two puffy sides and a slit in the middle. The slit was also very wide, like a small path in a field, which led to the depths of the white hair. A hairstyle like this wouldn't attract many people's attention if it was on a normal person. But if it was on a hamster's head, well, it was kind of cute. So this was what contrast meant. Apart from inspecting the hairstyle, everyone also tried to sense the special effect AI Dehua mentioned. However, they couldn't find any clues. At most, they sensed some faint energy traces on the hairstyle, which seemed to be a supernatural item. Apart from that, they couldn't tell what the effect was. Even Angor couldn't see anything when using Narda's vision. What's the effect? Since they couldn't see anything, Angor decided to ask the wig maker directly. AI Dehua said, Sir, I think you already sensed a very weak energy ripple from the wig. Angor nodded. This was indeed a confirmation. AI Dehua was proud of himself. Actually, the energy ripple is the effect. It's a special camouflage. As long as you wear the wig, no matter how strong Nakobi is, you won't be able to sense the energy ripple coming from him. In other words, the weak energy ripple was used as a camouflage to hide Nakobi's true strength. It could be considered a concealment item. The upper limit of the item was probably a level 1 Truthfinder wizard. Anyone below this level wouldn't be able to see through Nakobi's disguise. As far as AI Dehua's experience was concerned, this center-parted wig was already a rare masterpiece. Perhaps it was his talent. Since it was his first time using something as rare as qi refining water, the designer decided to make a big one for him. AI Dehua looked very proud of himself. It was rare to see a masterpiece like this, and he succeeded on his first try. Everyone would be amazed by this. However, when AI Dehua looked around, he only saw Steward Fan looking as calm as usual. Everyone else was more or less confused. Luigi, in particular, looked at Nakbi in the cage and then looked at the wig floating in the air. Half of his face gradually frowned. AI Dehua looked around in confusion. What the hell, was there something wrong with the wig? Did it not look good? Or was there a flaw? Well, the wig wasn't all that attractive in terms of aesthetics. But it wasn't meant for ordinary people either. Wouldn't it be cute for a hamster to wear it? While AI Dehua was scratching his head, Luigi couldn't help but ask, don't you know? Nakobi is just an ordinary hamster? Remember, it's an ordinary hamster. After Luigi finished speaking, he couldn't help but repeat it again, emphasizing on the word ordinary. If AI Dehua didn't understand it before, he finally understood after Luigi's repeated reminders. If Nakbi was a powerful supernatural creature, then after it put on the wig, the weak energy it showed could reasonably hide the surging sharpness inside its body. If Nakobi wasn't a powerful supernatural creature, the wig could suppress its energy to the minimum as a means of self-protection. But if Nakobi was an ordinary hamster, wearing the wig would only draw attention to the weak energy it emitted. After all, although the effect of the wig was powerful, there was no way to hide the weak energy. It was inevitable. An ordinary hamster would only attract more attention if it wore the wig. Besides, the wig's special effect, eye cover. It didn't work on ordinary hamsters either. In other words, no matter how special the wig's effect was, it would be useless when paired with Nakobi. AI Dehua finally understood why everyone was looking at him strangely. So that's where the problem lies. But, AI Dehua felt wronged. You didn't say it's an ordinary hamster. Angor only described the hamster as a lively one. Other than that, he did not say anything else. AI Dehua also believed that the hamster was just an ordinary hamster. But after thinking about it carefully, he doubted himself. It was his pet, after all. Even if it was used as a lab rat by a wizard, there had to be something special about it. It had to be some supernatural creature. Besides, Nakobi's cage was protected by an illusion, so AI Dehua couldn't sense Nakobi's energy aura. So he had to act according to his own ideas. While channeling the energy, Angor sensed that his talent was triggered and gave him 3 possible effects based on the materials he had: energy shroud, energy catalysis, and optical invisibility. Energy shroud was the current effect. Energy catalysis could increase the output of energy for a short period of time. It was a small burst of energy. As for optical invisibility, it was similar to the level 0 cantrip luminous blur, which combined the effects of light and blind spots. The 3 effects were ranked in order of quality: energy shroud, energy catalysis, and optical invisibility. Of course, AI Dehua chose the best one based on his own ideas. But now, it seemed that neither energy shroud nor energy catalysis would work on Nakobi. On the other hand, optical invisibility, which was the worst of them all, was somewhat useful. If only, optical invisibility was better. But it didn't seem to work that well. Nakobi was just an ordinary hamster, and it probably didn't have the intelligence to use optical invisibility. Optical invisibility required a certain understanding of light and shadow. It could be cast by force, but the effect would be poor if one didn't know anything about light and shadow. All in all, the 3 effects that were triggered during the release did not seem to be suitable for Nakbi. AI Dehua smiled bitterly. So, what should I do? How about I make another one? But I don't think it'll work this time. Luigi looked at the wig and rubbed his chin. Actually, you can give this to Naxu. Who's Naxu? AI Dehua asked. It's the same species as Nakobi. But it's not something a loser like Nakobi can compare to. It's very smart, and it can even write love poems. Luigi looked proud when he mentioned Naxu. I'll tell Behemoth what you just said, Angor muttered to Behemoth as a witness. Luigi's face stiffened. Naxu was smart, but it had a reverse scale, and that was Nakbi. If anyone dared to talk bad about Nakobi, it would definitely hold a grudge. Luigi was only telling the truth, and Nakobi was indeed a loser. But if Naxu heard about it, Luigi would never be able to write love poems to Nakobi again. After all, Luigi couldn't change his mind in front of AI Dehua. But he was already begging for mercy through the spirit bond. AI Dehua didn't know what was going on. Listening to their conversation, he only felt confused. Why is there another Behemoth? What's the relationship between Naxu and Behemoth? They're the same person. No, they're the same hamster. One is a stage name, and the other is its real name. Anyway, they both refer to it. In other words, this Behemoth is a hamster too? AI Dehua asked. So it's a supernatural creature? Can it wear this wig? Sure. But I don't think it'll like this one. Yeah. Angor shook his head. Angor glanced at the wig floating in the air, especially the fluttering white bow under it. He couldn't bear to see Behemoth wearing the Bonot wig. He didn't even want to think about it. Let's give it to Nakobi. I think it'll like it. As for the effect, it doesn't matter. End of chapter. With that, he snapped his fingers. Ripples appeared in the air. From the center of the ripples, several light blue mini hands of mana slowly reached out. The hands of magic, one on the left and one on the right, took the wig from the air, then flew back into the rat cage in a leisurely manner. Nakbai, who was in the rat cage, was currently in the music roller area. He was running on the roller. Every time the roller spun, a piece of drum-like music would play. The faster the roller spun, the faster the music would play. When Nakabi first came to this place, he was quite afraid of the music roller. The clang 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 clangs reminded him of the days when he was under Palucci's control. However, Nakabi was more of a playful mouse than a forgetful one. When his roller addiction came, Nakabi overcame his fear of the music and carefully climbed onto the roller. Later on, when it realized that no matter how it played the music drum, no matter how fast the drum beat was, the demon king Paluxiu in its memory never came to torture it, it went from being the most afraid of the music drum to loving it the most. The faster the music played, the more excited Nakabi became. The fast drumming and the spinning roller made Nakabi feel like he had become a hero mouse who was following the beat of the drum to lead the other mice to fight against Palucci's tyranny. While Nakabi was completely immersed in his fantasy, two mini hands of mana appeared beside him, one on the left and one on the right. Without Nakabi noticing, the two hands grabbed his armpits and lifted him into the air. In the past, Nakabi would definitely struggle in fear. But now, Nakabi did not struggle. It was not that he was not afraid anymore. It was just that he was scared out of his wits. 1 second ago, he was still fantasizing about fighting against Palucci's tyranny, and the next second, he was being attacked by a dimensional reduction. Nakabi really believed that Palucci had noticed his fantasy and came to deal with him. Even though it was full of fantasies, Nakabi's fear of Palucci was deeply ingrained in its bones and muscle memory. Under such circumstances, let alone struggling, it was worried that it would be whipped by Demon Palucci even if it trembled. Therefore, it was completely frozen at this moment. It was as if it had been immobilized and did not even dare to blink. Even if it was placed on the table, it would probably turn into a stiff wax mouse. This was actually quite good. Not bad, at least, in his opinion. Since there was no need to worry about Nakbi struggling, it was easier to put on the wig. Soon, under the delicate manipulation of the hand of mana, Nakabi successfully put on the net of the wig. It had to be said that Aidahua's vision was very accurate. Even if he did not directly measure Nakobi's head, the net and fake skin he made still fit Nakobi's scalp perfectly. Nakbi, who was wearing a center-parting wig, looked a little dumb at first glance, but upon closer inspection, coupled with his clear beady eyes and his confused expression, he looked even cuter. In other words, wigs were good for one's looks. However, after putting on the wig, he noticed another problem. The pure white bow could not be placed on his head. It was too big. He could just force it on his head. But it would probably make Nakobi's head feel heavy. Tie it around its waist, said Edward, who was standing beside Angor. It's tied around its waist. His waist? Is it to cover the bald spots on the back? Angor quickly realized that he went too far by plucking the hair. Maybe it was to cover the bald spots. That's not the main idea, Aidahua nodded. Edward nodded and then said seriously, I originally wanted to design a small butterfly to wear on my head, but if I wore it directly on my head, it wouldn't have that kind of visual impact. Huh? Angor frowned. What are you talking about? Visual impact? Yes. Aidahua nodded and continued in a serious tone, a pure white bow symbolizes the purity of a young girl. A center-parting hairstyle, on the other hand, is an old-fashioned gentleman. When a woman's features clash with a man's features, it will give off a special visual impact. The greater the difference between the two attributes, the greater the impact will be. Purity and old-fashioned. These were the two features with obvious differences in compatibility. Once the two features of different genders were combined on the same person, it would create a great impact. AI Dehua continued, normally, I don't dare to use this kind of visual impact in front of my customers. Many people can't accept the fact that they have another gender on them. It's weird. But if you use it on a non-human creature like Nakobi, who is mainly looking for cuteness, you can try it without any worries. When AI Dehua said these words, his eyes seemed to be shining, and his tone exuded a kind of fanaticism. Somehow, AI Dehua reminded Angor of Luigi. Luigi was the same when he was pursuing art. Although the path of art was different, perhaps this was AI Dehua's pursuit of art. But then again, putting a center-parting hairstyle and a big bow on a hamster's waist. Was that really art? At least, Angor could not understand this kind of art. He could only say that he respected it. He sighed in his mind and did not comment on AI Dehua's words. Instead, he tied the bow around Nakobi's waist like AI Dehua said. When the wig and bow were done, Angor looked at Nakobi carefully. He looked at Nakobi from head to toe. He had to admit that the hamster was cute. But he would not admit that it was because of the visual impact. In his opinion, Nakobi was already cute. No matter how he dressed up, it was hard not to. What do you think? Is it okay? AI Dehua's eyes were filled with admiration as he looked at Nakbi, but his mouth was asking everyone. Laplace and Phantom Shadow did not comment. Glepner did not say anything either, but he did agree with Angor's words. Luigi and Steward Fan, on the other hand, agreed with AI Dehua's words. Indeed, from the outside, Nakibi's current attire wasn't bad. Luigi also agreed with AI Dehua's pursuit of art. Even though he did not understand the so-called male and female features and visual impact, Luigi did feel the highlight of AI Dehua's artistic ideas. Luigi believed that AI Dehua was his fellow traveler. With this filter, Luigi found Nakobi to be more adorable no matter how he looked at it. It's not bad. But I feel like something's missing. AI Dehua was surprised. Something's missing? Is it the sense of makeup? Why would a hamster need makeup? Also, what's this makeup thing you're talking about? He did not answer. Instead, he said to himself, I feel like I'm missing a piece of clothing. The ribbon was tied directly behind Nakbi's waist, but the front was bare. It gave off a perverted and weird feeling as if he was wearing a cloak naked. Angor told everyone his idea. They could just ignore it if he did not tell them. But after he did, they all felt that something was wrong. Even AI Dehua, who was quite satisfied with his work, rubbed his chin and pondered. Naked man wearing a cape? That's how it feels. But I guess it's a bit of a contrast. From an artistic point of view, it's a kind of AI Dehua wanted to say bonus points, but the word was stuck in his throat for a long time, and he didn't say it against his conscience. Because this feeling of disparity was indeed very heavy, so heavy that it had already become a kind of flaw. AI Dehua considered for a moment. Actually, I know how to do some crafting. How about this? I'll make a piece of clothing for it. As a makeup artist, I must finish what I started. With that, AI Dehua prepared to do it. It's just a piece of clothing. It's easy. I'll do it. AI Dehua opened his mouth but did not say anything in the end. On the other side, Angor was about to put a piece of clothing on Nakobi in the name of perfection. Out of instinct, he wanted to use an illusion spell to create a piece of clothing. But when he glanced at the materials on the table, he decided that it would not take much time. Besides, Nakobi was small, so he might as well make a piece of clothing. With that in mind, he looked at the table. He didn't use any fancy materials. Instead, he continued to use the material for the butterfly knot, fragrant butterfly arum. The petals of the butterfly arum were soft and soft. The only flaw was that they lacked toughness. However, AI Dehua could easily make a bow with a simple touch. As an alchemist, it was a piece of cake for him to deal with the toughness of the petals. A large number of hands of spell quickly gathered the materials on the table while a bright yellow flame appeared in front of him. As the flame burned, various materials, catalysts, petals, and cooling water were stuffed into the flame. In just 1 minute, the petals of the butterfly arum returned to his hand and became as soft as silk. AI Dehua's eyes almost popped out of their sockets when he saw this. After being burned by the flames, the petals of the fragrant butterfly arum were not stained with any scorched color. Instead, they became purer and whiter, as if they had been purified. This was not something a mortal could do. Even a fire elemental wizard would not be able to do this easily. This involved the modification of the materials, which could not be done by controlling the flame alone. Someone who could do this must be someone who was very familiar with the materials, mastered the flame, and had his own crafting skills. Ai Dehua could only think of one possibility, an alchemist. He was right. Angor was an alchemist, it made sense. Someone who carried so many materials around must be an alchemist. Besides, he also had the exclusive alchemy water of Xianxia Academy, which could be used by someone else. Maybe Angor was someone important in the alchemy circle. Maybe he was a member of Xianxia Academy's student council. While Ai Dehua was thinking, Angor had finished the petals and began to cut and design them. Generally speaking, this was the most difficult step of all. Design was not an easy task. Many alchemists who had been famous for a long time still turned into mortals and went to design schools or art academies in other countries to further their studies. This was because design itself was difficult, and it required talent. Angor was quite talented in this aspect. However, it was not easy for him to come up with a design that fit Nakbi's style in such a short time. It required both inspiration and vision. Angor believed that he had a good vision. But when it came to inspiration, it wasn't something he could control. Still, he was standing on the shoulder of a giant, and this giant was the blueprint of an entire civilization on Earth. There were many designs in the tablet, from weapons to clothing designs. There were so many styles that Angor could copy any one of them. A large number of clothing designs appeared in Angor's mind. Among them, there was a fluffy skirt with a sea of stars shining on it, an exotic desert outfit, and a lucky day outfit covered in grass. However, Angor did not choose any of these exaggerated outfits. In the end, he still chose to be a gentleman. He chose a pair of white overalls and a black tuxedo. He also made a small round hat with flowers on it. He made this choice because John used an avatar of a tuxedo mouse in the forest. That avatar came from an emoji pack from Earth, which meant, mouse is shocked. Angor found it interesting. A black tuxedo with a pure white bow was not a bad combination. Black and white was always a classic. Even if it was a gentleman's suit with a lady's bow. It did not take long for Angor to finish the small garment. As soon as the garment took shape, a faint energy wave flashed across it. Angor did not try to hide it, so everyone in the room could clearly feel the energy wave. It was faint, but it meant that the garment was an alchemy item. There was no sign, which meant the garment was only a low-tiered or untired alchemy item. Still, it took Angor less 10 minutes to complete the garment. 10 minutes for a low-tiered item. No need for a carriage. By now, Ai Dehua was certain that Angor was an alchemist, and a very powerful one at that. And it seemed that Angor was an alchemist with talent and inspiration. Ai Dehua only glanced at the tuxedo briefly, but he was sure that the style of the tuxedo was completely different from his usual tuxedos. This was his new design, which he modified to fit Nakabi's style. End of chapter. The mini gentleman's suit looked tight and slim, but when Nakobi put it on, it did not feel bloated at all. It was just right for him to be loose. Even the slender overalls were loose and fitting to Nakbi's stomach. If Angor was not mistaken, the suit was designed to change its size at will. It was similar to custom-made clothes for bloodline wizards. Most bloodline wizards looked no different from normal humans. However, once they entered their battle mode, they would transform into organs, half-beasts, full beasts, and so on. These different battle modes all had different sizes. For this reason, most bloodline wizards' clothes had to be designed to change their sizes to avoid the embarrassment of tearing them apart. This piece of clothing should have a similar mechanism reserved for it. Ai Dehua tried to recall, but he could not remember when Angor made such a design. Was it when he smelted the materials, cut the petals, or drew the runes? Since he could not figure it out, Angor decided not to think about it. He was sure that Angor was an alchemist, and an enchantment alchemist who was well versed in rune study. Speaking of which, the effect of this alchemy item should be changing its size, right? To be able to create a piece of clothing that could change its size in just 10 minutes was already very impressive. At least, this was the first time Ai Dehua saw such a fast alchemist. But Ai Dehua still felt that something was wrong. Some of the materials Angkor used before did not seem to be changing its size. Also, Angkor's runes were very complicated. Ai Dehua was not familiar with runes, but he had a feeling that the direction of the runes had nothing to do with changing its size. That was not it. If Angkor could really create an alchemy item with 2 effects in 10 minutes, he was at least a master alchemist. But he never heard of such a master alchemist in the southern wizarding region. He had not returned to the southern wizarding region for 800 years. Alchemists needed time to learn their skills. If Angkor was a master alchemist now, he should have made his debut 800 years ago. While Ai Dehua was trying to convince himself, he suddenly noticed that Nakobi, who was wearing the new suit, seemed to move. It seemed a little strange to say that. However, if one considered Nakbi's previous situation, they would feel that the description of movement was already very unusual. Earlier, Nakabi's body was even stiffer than when it was frozen. When Angkor helped Nakabi change its clothes, he had to force them on because they were too stiff. Under normal circumstances, Nakbi would feel restrained after putting on his clothes. Back then, when Ai Dehua was experimenting with white mice, he only put a hat on the white mice, and the white mice seemed to be sealed, unable to walk. Nakbi, on the other hand, was fully clothed. Logically speaking, he should be stiffer than before. However, Nakbi's reaction was different from what Ai Dehua expected. It began to move. It was still being held in the air by the hand of magic, but it did not struggle. Instead, it turned its head and looked around like a curious baby. On the left was the colored ball pool, and on the right was the music drum. There were no other rats, and the 2-legged people from before did not appear either. Then why was he flying? Nakbi's eyes looked wise and far-sighted. It also felt that it was calm and intelligent as if it had grown a brain. Even so, Nakbi could not figure out the reason. Forget it, if he couldn't figure it out, then so be it. Anyway, being hung in the air wasn't that bad. Speaking of which, what are these things on my body? Are they organs that grew out of my brain? Huh? What are organs? Nakbi blinked and gave up trying to figure it out. It felt like its new brain did not have enough capacity. Huh? What is brain capacity? While Nakbi was still in a daze, Luigi whispered, "Is it looking at us? But can it see us through the illusion?" Angkor asked. "No, it can't. I think it saw me. It's like it's looking into my eyes. Also, its eyes are clear and wise. Kind of like Naksu's." Angkor used his beyonder perception to observe Nakbi's reaction. He then turned to Luigi and said, "You're wrong. Nakabi did not see anything. It just happened to look into Angkor's eyes when it turned around." Anyway, Angkor was sure that Nakbi was wondering if it had grown a brain or not. If Nakabi could read Angkor's mind, it would have a clear answer to its question, no. Nakbi was just in a special state. It had nothing to do with growing a brain. So I'm wrong? Fine. Luigi did not hesitate. He continued to observe Nakbi. It's moving now. Is it over? Ai Dehua was also curious about Luigi's question. He pricked up his ears and waited for Angkor's answer. Angkor did not answer right away. Instead, he rubbed his chin and muttered to himself, "Is that what happened to it? Why do I feel like it's just a coward?" "Because it's too timid," Luigi said, "so it's showing physical symptoms." "You can say that. If that's the case, I think it's over now. This suit I made has a soothing effect." Angkor explained the effect of the gentleman's suit to Nakbi. Luigi was enlightened by Angkor's explanation. No wonder Nakbi could overcome his cowardice and look around. It turned out that he had been comforted. Once the extreme fear was appeased, Nakobi naturally returned to normal. Luigi accepted Angkor's explanation without hesitation. The others at the table were not surprised either. They all knew that Angkor was a powerful alchemist. He could even refine a secret treasure like the unbreakable heart mirror. Wasn't it a piece of cake for him to refine clothes that could soothe people's emotions? Besides, Angkor's illusions could affect Nakbi's emotions as well. Angkor used illusions to soothe Nakbi's fear earlier. Now that he had only changed the illusion into clothes, in their eyes, it was a perfect match. No one was surprised. Even Steward Fan was not surprised at all. Steward Fan did not know much about Angkor's alchemy skills, but he knew that Angor was the creator of the dream registry. Since he could refine the dream crystal's login device, wouldn't it be easy for him to refine these gadgets? AI Dehua was the only one at the tea table who was shocked. AI Dehua already knew something was wrong. But when he learned that the suit's effect was not only resizing but also soothing, he still found it hard to believe. He also knew that the gentleman's suit's effect was not outstanding. It was like enchantment of a level 0 cantrip called Tranquility. Even an apprentice alchemist might be able to craft something like this with enough time. But time was a prerequisite. An apprentice alchemist might need half a month to a month, while a regular alchemist might need half a day to a day. But Angor only used 10 minutes to do it. Angor did not even need to think about it. He just did it like it was nothing. This kind of casual and leisurely manner was even more indicative of his standard. He was definitely not a regular alchemist. He must be a master alchemist. Maybe Angor wasn't a student council member? Maybe he was a teacher? Or even a professor? AI Dehua became even more excited at the thought. When he was a human, he never talked to anyone from Xianxia Academy. Now, as a crystal eye, he had the chance to get close to a master alchemist. How could he not be excited? Every wizard in the southern wizarding region was excited to see a master alchemist. Everyone could see AI Dehua's surprised expression and his trembling eyelids. AI Dehua was so excited that even Angor could sense it. Luigi glanced at AI Dehua and shook his head in his mind. This is nothing. It's just a low-tiered alchemy item, and he's already so shocked. What if he saw Angor craft a treasure himself? Would he jump to the sky? At this time, Edward also discovered that everyone seemed to be looking at him strangely. He immediately realized something and hurriedly lowered his head. I'm just a little surprised that my lord's refining speed is so fast. This kind of speed, I reckon that only the teachers of Ashley Academy can achieve it, right? AI Dehua was both expressing his surprise and testing Angor's reaction. Angor chuckled. I'm not an official teacher at Xianxia Academy, but I did teach there for a while. AI Dehua's eyes brightened up. Not a teacher, but still teaching? Was he an honorary professor, just like Mr. Sterling, the inventor of mechanical nerves in Punk's theme park? He was not a teacher at Xianxia Academy, but he was granted the title of an honorary professor and could teach at Xianxia Academy whenever he wanted. Didn't that mean Angor was on par with Sterling, and Sterling was a member of the research department? Did that mean Angor? AI Dehua's eyes widened and he swallowed. He did not dare to think about it anymore. He really wanted to go back to the southern wizarding region and ask what happened during the 800 years he was away. Was Angor the center of all these changes? While AI Dehua was still wondering, Angor had already retracted his hand of spell. Nakobi was also placed back on the music drum. Perhaps it was because of the soothing effect, Nakobi did not go back to the drum. Instead, he climbed down from the drum. It was a rare chance for him to leave the entertainment district and go to the study full of knowledge. This was where Behemoth used to write love poems for Luigi. There were several scraps of the poem floating on the floor. When Nakobi stepped on them, he saw a line of words written on the paper. I once calmly thought about what love is. Then I realized that what I calmly thought about is not love at all. Nakobi slowly walked to the desk and sat down on the chair like an old man. He was no longer a naive mouse. He needed to think about what he should do now that he had a brain. Nakobi fell into deep thought with a serious look. He was no longer an ignorant mouse. He needed to think about what to do first. Should he play the music drum or go to the colored ball pool first? Perhaps Nakobi's thought process was too advanced for him to come up with an answer. Meanwhile, Laplace looked at Nakobi, who was still in deep thought. Something did happen to him. Did the clothes only soothe his emotions? Angor already sensed Nakobi's emotions. I think he's just trying to figure out how to play better. Laplace did not know what to say. He paused for a moment and changed the topic. Have you thought about a name for the clothes? It's your work after all. Angor shook his head without hesitation. He did not need a name for it. Besides, even if it was named, it would be meaningless to Nakbi. If you really want a name, let's wait for Behemoth to come back and let it do it. Compared to the clothes, I think this wig deserves a name more. Angor looked at AI Dehua. AI Dehua chuckled awkwardly. I rarely name my wigs. Even if I do, it's usually based on the hairstyle. Forget it. I'll let Nakobe do it himself. I think Nakobe doesn't even realize he's wearing a wig. Angor shook his head. Suit yourself then. Angor put Nakobe back into his bracelet. He also took out the star tome and handed it to Gleipnir. Although Gleipnir had known about the Starry Sky book for a long time, her eyes still flickered when she saw the real thing. Thank you. Gleipnir took a deep breath and thanked Angor. Angor waved a hand. It's yours anyway. Gleipnir stood up and solemnly put away the Starry Sky book. After putting it away, she looked at Ai Dehua and said, the matter here is over. You can come with me first. Go to the tooth dye shop and pack up your stuff. Ai Dehua nodded and followed Gleipnir and Steward Fan out of Silver Forest Dimension. Before leaving, Ai Dehua gave Angor a regretful look. He finally met a master alchemist, and he wondered if he would ever see him again. Angor also noticed Ai Dehua's look. However, he was not a canine deacon, so he could not read Ai Dehua's mind. But if Ai Dehua asked Angor directly instead of using his eyes, Angor would probably answer. Angor's answer was that they would meet again, and it wouldn't take long. End of chapter. After Steward Fan and the others left, Angor looked at Luigi who was about to fall asleep. Can you ask Gleipnir what she's going to do with Ai Dehua? Is she going to give him to the Crystal Eye race? Luigi's eyelids drooped as if he was surprised by this question. He muttered in a low voice, why didn't you ask her directly when she was here just now? Forget it, wait a moment, I'll help you ask. Angor nodded and waited in silence. Half a minute later, Luigi opened his eyes. I just asked her. She's not going to give him to the Crystal Eye race. She's going to let Ai Dehua stay with her for now. Luigi muttered, personally, I don't think it's a big deal to give Ai Dehua to the Crystal Eye race. Still, Luigi understood Gleipnir's concern. After all, Ai Dehua was still occupying Saluta's body. Gleipnir could give Ai Dehua to the Crystal Eye race, but he still wanted to see the exchange of souls between Ai Dehua and Saluta. Besides, Angor mentioned that he was interested in the knight's castle inside the mirror. Gleipnir had Ai Dehua in his hands, so he could ask Saluta to bring the mirror along with him. Luigi said, although Gleipnir asked Ai Dehua to follow her, she's now going to the 100 Dragon Divine Kingdom's outpost to deal with the distribution of logins. She can't keep Ai Dehua with her all the time, so she's going to leave Ai Dehua with Goodalace. Good. Goodalace is interested in makeup as well. She'll take care of Ai Dehua for a while. Luigi looked up at Angor. Oh right, she also asked me to ask you something. You're asking about this. Do you have any ideas as well? Angor nodded. I do have some ideas. I plan to put him in my heart space first. Luigi was stunned for a moment, and his voice subconsciously rose an octave. Place Ai Hua in the heart space? Laplace and the doppelganger couldn't help but look over as well. Angor nodded. Yes. I think his talent is very interesting. I want to study it more. In Angor's opinion, Ai Dehua had the potential to become a mystery item. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call his talent a mysterious sprout. However, it was very difficult to make such a mystery sprout blossom with external help. Angor probably had no way to cultivate it. But this didn't matter. He had never thought of wasting his energy to cultivate this mysterious sprout. Compared to cultivating it, he was more interested in studying the origin of this talent and obtaining relevant information and data. After all, it was hard to find a genius with the potential of a mysterious sprout. It was rare to meet such a person, and the other party's freedom was still in their hands. Of course, he did not want to miss out on the material that was right in front of him. That was why he planned to place Ai Dehua in his heart space so that it would be easier for him to study him. Luigi didn't know what was going on in Angor's mind. He narrowed his eyes and gave Angor a suspicious look. You're going to study his talent? Why? Do you want to dissect him like an experimental freak? When Luigi mentioned the experimental freaks, he shuddered. No one knew what he was thinking. I don't know what you're thinking. But you didn't forget that Ai Dehua's body isn't his original one. He's occupying Shaluta's body. In other words, he would be dissecting Shaluta's body. Of course, Angor wouldn't do such a thing. And Gleipnir wouldn't allow him to dissect Shaluta either. But then again, AI Dehua's talent wasn't affected even if he occupied Shaluta's body. This meant that his talent wasn't attached to his body. Instead, it was connected to his soul, consciousness, or other extra-dimensional organs. This was why Angor didn't need to dissect Shaluta's body to study his talent. It was impossible to study Shaluta's talent by tracing his bloodline, dissecting his brain, or studying other external factors. Luigi's idea of an experimental freak also didn't make sense. Angor said, "I'm going to let him make more wigs to study his talent category and the upper limit of his talent. Also, I have a feeling that AI Dehua's wigs can be used as alchemy embryos for my own use." Luigi nodded. He thought he knew what Angor was thinking. As an alchemist, Angor wanted to make breakthroughs and discoveries in alchemy. If AI Dehua's wigs could be used as alchemy embryos, it would be a new discovery. At the thought of this, Luigi nodded in agreement. If you want to improve your alchemy skills, placing AI Dehua in your heart to assist you is indeed a good choice. AI Dehua had entered the heart space and wanted to rely on his own strength to leave. It was completely impossible. Moreover, the heart space's defensive power was extremely strong. Similarly, if the outer part of the space was attacked, Angor wouldn't need to worry about damage. It could be said that it was an absolutely safe place. It could prevent AI Dehua from escaping and provide him with the best protection. Perfect. The heart space needs someone to fish, and the astral guardians need someone to teach them. If AI Dehua goes, he can take on both jobs. With this in mind, Luigi didn't say anything else. He directly sent Angor's message to Gleipnir through mind synchronization. However, Gleipnir didn't reply in time. About 2 minutes later, the Silver Forest gate was opened, and AI Dehua walked in with a confused look. Well, he was alone. When AI Dehua saw the familiar tea table and the familiar faces, he scratched his head nervously. "Gee, hello, everyone. I'm here again." It was clear that Gleipnir answered Angor's request with his actions. AI Dehua stood at the edge of the forest and didn't know what to do. "I packed up the machines in the shop, and Mr. Gleipnir let me in. What do I need to do now?" Angor didn't answer. Instead, he looked at Laplace. They were in the Silver Forest space, not the heart space. Angor could decide who stayed in the heart space, but the Silver Forest space was Laplace's territory. Whether AI Dehua could stay or not was up to Laplace. Laplace didn't hesitate and said indifferently, "Before we go to our destination, you can stay here for now." AI Dehua nodded subconsciously. Now that he was under someone else's roof, he could only do as he was told. "But, excuse me for asking, but where are we?" AI Dehua realized he had overstepped his boundaries and quickly added, "You can ignore me if you don't want to tell me. Just treat me like air." Air. Laplace didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at Angor. Now that Laplace had agreed to let AI Dehua stay, it was up to him to make arrangements for AI Dehua. "You'll know when we get there. You won't know where it is even if I tell you now. We're still in the Sun Mirror domain." He paused and looked at AI Dehua. "As for you, go there first." Angor pointed at a random direction. AI Dehua looked at where he was pointing. There was a flat grassland in front of them, and a continuous forest in the distance. There was nothing special about it. He wondered where Angor was pointing at. As AI Dehua wondered, he suddenly sensed a strong energy fluctuation behind him. He quickly turned around and felt a gust of wind brushing past him. It was like a sharp arrow flying into the distance. Behind him, Angor slowly lowered his finger, which was still surrounded by energy particles. Clearly, he was the one who released the energy. But why would Angor release energy ripples? AI Dehua looked into the distance again. When he looked again, his pupils shrank. On the previously empty grassland, a new building rose from the ground. Well, it wasn't rising from the ground because a thin layer of mist blew the building here. Before the mist came, there was nothing. When the mist disappeared, the new building stood on top of the grassland. Is this an illusion? AI Dehua's face was full of surprise. This should be an illusion, right? He could vaguely feel the rhythm of the illusion nodes. Angor ignored AI Dehua's question and continued to release more mist. When the mist covered the area again, new details appeared on both the inside and outside of the building. Before, the building looked like an unfinished house. But now, it had a new design. There was even a neon signboard on top of the building, which looked like a small shop on the grassland. Ai Dehua took a closer look. The neon signboard was flowing with light, and there was a row of words on the signboard that was pieced together with magic lights. It seemed to be the name of the shop. However, the first half of the shop's name was empty, and the second half was hair and makeup shop. Angor spoke again, "You'll be staying there for the time being. You can choose a name for yourself." Ai Dehua thought for a moment and said, "Ai Dehua. Let's call it Ai Dehua." Using one's own name as a signboard was rather old-fashioned. But Ai Dehua had gotten used to it. He had been using his own name for his shop during his time in E-World to build up his reputation. As it turned out, it was an old-fashioned trick, but it worked very well. During his travels in E-World, he did meet quite a few people who knew about his shop when he told them his name. Of course, knowing someone's name didn't necessarily bring him any benefits. Still, it was easier to get closer to someone with a first impression rather than a complete stranger. He didn't mind the name of the shop. With a wave of his hand, the words Ai Dehua appeared in front of the signboard. Thus, an Ai Dehua hair and makeup house stood on the vast grassland, beside the winding clear spring stream. Go ahead and familiarize yourself with your new place. With a wave of his hand, he picked up all the materials on the table and tossed them to Ai Dehua. Take these as well. You can use them to make your wig. Just don't waste any materials. You can make whatever you want. Also, don't come out unless someone tells you to. If something happens to you because you're running around, no one will come to save you. So, if he wanted to live, he had to stay put. In a way, Ai Dehua was under house arrest in the hair shop. Ai Dehua's mood was definitely uncomfortable at the thought of losing his freedom. But then again, he was also a prisoner now. Angor was willing to build a cage for him, a prisoner, and even renovate it into a makeup room. He even left a lot of supernatural materials for Angor. Wasn't that treating him with high regard? Other prisoners didn't get such treatment. It wasn't a big deal if he just stayed in the room. When he was studying hairstyles, he often stayed in his room for years. Just think of it as studying a new hairstyle. Besides, he could get a chance to meet Angor, a master alchemist. It wasn't a bad idea. With that in mind, Ai Dehua didn't complain anymore. He nodded to Angor and flew to the Ai Dehua's hair shop several hundred meters away with bags of materials. From the outside, the hair shop looked like a small building. But inside, it was much more spacious than Angor expected. It was an illusion, but it didn't feel fake at all. Everything felt so real. Ai Dehua was surprised. Did he see an illusion, or did he really witness a building being built out of nothing? The interior wasn't empty either. There were all kinds of furniture and decorations. It looked like a replica of Byron's tooth dye shop. However, the exhibition area and workshop were obviously enlarged. If there were enough wigs, this place would look like an exhibition hall. At least Ai Dehua was satisfied with this place. He arranged the various materials and the tools that he often used one by one, preparing to enter work mode. Since Angor asked him to make wigs here, he had to do his best. At least, he couldn't let the materials go to waste. While Ai Dehua was working excitedly, he didn't notice that there was a thin layer of gray fog outside the hair and makeup room that was hard to see with the naked eye. This thin layer of mist was also formed by an illusion, and it had the effect of obstructing others. It looked like an air wall. After all, this was the Silver Forest. Space, the resting place of Laplace's energy avatars and the resting place of Lady Silver Forest. Angor created the air wall to prevent Ai Dehua from disturbing the others. He didn't think Ai Dehua would come out to disturb the others, but it was still better to do something just in case. After settling Ai Dehua down, Angor heard Luigi muttering to himself. You could have made a random house, but you chose a hairdresser shop. Luigi squinted at Angor and continued in a doubtful tone, a shop is about spending money, and that's only possible if there are customers. As for the Silver Forest space, it doesn't lack anything except for people. The only one who can be a guest here is Laplace's energy avatar. Luigi seemed to have realized something. So you're going to let the avatar spend money there? Luigi quickly realized something was wrong. No, that's not right. Spending money is a transaction. What you want isn't a transaction. Luigi suddenly looked up and stared at Angor in the eyes. I see. You want the avatar to do some work there. Don't tell me you're trying to say that Laplace's avatar doesn't care about his appearance? After hearing Luigi's words, Laplace and his doppelganger both looked at him. However, they weren't fooled by Luigi's words. They only looked at Angor curiously, waiting for his response. What kind of stupid reasoning is that? Is there a possibility that I'm just creating a building for him to live in temporarily, and there's no other meaning? Angor grumbled. As for spending money or not, I never thought about it. I chose a hairdresser's shop because it's easier for AI Dehua to accept. To put it simply, it was AI Dehua's comfort zone. For AI Dehua, he had spent most of his life in his hair and makeup shop. Therefore, when he lived in a familiar hairdresser, he would definitely be the most relaxed. Angor wanted AI Dehua to help him make wigs, but he also couldn't let AI Dehua leave. It was a form of imprisonment. If you want a horse to run, you have to make sure it doesn't eat grass. A comfortable living environment and a large supply of materials were the fodder Angor gave AI Dehua. As for what Luigi said about creating an avatar, Angor didn't think about it at all. I don't even know how to do makeup myself. Why would I ask someone else to do it for me? Both Laplace and the avatar nodded in agreement. Luigi chuckled awkwardly. He was just joking around. Even he himself didn't believe it. He was just trying to find something to talk about. Luigi quickly raised his hands and surrendered. Angor knew that Luigi was crazy. The guy always liked to find something exciting in his peaceful life. Therefore, he didn't care about his nonsense. He just looked at him and asked, "What about you?" Luigi was stunned. Huh? You've been studying this, haven't you? Angor pointed at the two glass balls floating behind Luigi's head. One was pure white, and the other was black. The two black and white glass balls were the true forms of Qinghong and Yuan. Luigi was enlightened. Oh, them. Luigi, how should I put it? Luigi paused for 2 seconds before saying, "It's hard for me to determine if these two dreams are a dream or a nightmare." Huh? Luigi opened his hand and summoned the two glass balls. The one on the left was pure white, while the one on the right was pure black. He looked at the white ball first. Qinghong, this thing can make me fall into a dream. In the dream, I see a pair of pure white wings growing on my back. I can use them to fly. Next, Luigi began to fly in his dream. He passed through the rainbow clouds, flew over the hanging gardens that flowed with honey, skimmed over the floating islands of whales, and enjoyed the gravity-free ups and downs in the golden wheat fields. The whole process was easy. It's like a quick tour around the world, Luigi said. But is it really a good dream? The nightmare brought by the abyss was the same. It made me fall into a bottomless abyss. I kept falling, and during the fall, I saw running specters, trolls with Dr. Skullcracker's axes, ghosts that morphed into bats. They appeared to be chasing after me. In the end, I was killed by them, and then I woke up. It's just being hunted down. Is that a nightmare? Luigi didn't seem to understand what was going on. There was actually some distance between his words and the final question he asked. Even Laplace didn't know what Luigi was talking about. But Angor understood what Luigi was trying to say. To put it simply, it wasn't exciting enough. For ordinary people, the stimulation brought about by Qinghong and Yuan, regardless of whether it was positive or negative, was actually more than enough. Most people couldn't fly, and most of their time was trapped in a corner. They couldn't see those dreamlike scenes, and they couldn't stay calm when falling or facing death. To them, Qinghong was undoubtedly a beautiful dream, while Wu Yuan was a nightmare. However, for Luigi, who could fly and was knowledgeable enough to come into contact with different worlds through the empty mirror ocean every day, the stimulation was too little. Qinghong and the abyss only made Luigi feel relaxed or a bit nervous. However, they were far from enough to make him feel happy or terrified. I'm worried about one thing. Can the dreams brought by the abyss and Qinghong help me trigger the prerequisites to summon Dream Chaser, Alan? To summon Dream Chaser Alan, one had to have a good dream and a nightmare within 2 days. Angor considered and shook his head. I don't know the answer. But I think the difference between a good dream and a nightmare is determined by the feedback you receive in your dreams. When you believe that the Abyss and Qinghong can't bring you strong feedback, I don't think they can be classified as good dreams and nightmares. I think so too, Luigi agreed. He also believed that the Abyss and Qinghong alone couldn't fulfill the prerequisites to summon Alan. You can't do it, but you can ask someone else to do it. For many people, the Abyss and Qinghong are enough to trigger their dreams. His goal was to summon Dream Chaser Alan and summon the Dream Zoo. He didn't have to do it himself. That's true. But didn't you say that there are many ferocious beasts in the Dream Zoo? Rashly allowing others to enter is an irresponsible act to their safety. Angor looked at Luigi's serious expression. There are indeed beasts in the Dream Zoo. But as I said, the Dream Zoo exists in a deep dream. Anyone who enters the Dream Zoo is virtual. Even if you get killed by a beast in the Dream Zoo, it won't affect the outside world too much. At most, you'll be dispirited for a while. Luigi didn't know what to say. Angor looked at Luigi's hesitant expression and realized that Luigi wanted him to trigger the Dream Zoo. Angor shrugged. How about this? I'll pull the Abyss and Qinghong into the Dream Crystal first. When you finish your challenge with Galemo and come out of the dungeon, you can try and see if you can trigger Alan's prerequisites. If you can't, find a native to activate the Dream Zoo. Angor had already asked the bunny girl to help him find a native who wanted to enter the Dream Zoo. She already had someone in mind. As long as the Abyss and Qinghong were here, the Dream Zoo could be activated at any time. Hearing this, Luigi sighed softly. He really wanted to activate the Dream Zoo himself, but he also knew that if the Abyss and Qinghong didn't work for him, he wouldn't be the one to do it. So be it. Luigi nodded helplessly. Since they were inside the Silver Forest dimension, they didn't have to worry about mystery energy leaking out. Angor took out the Dream Whelk and pulled the Abyss and Qinghong into the Dream Crystal. He then placed them in an unoccupied room inside the bunny building. With that done, Angor looked at Luigi. How's the Uriel quest going? When is Galemo coming? Have you prepared the music score for the challenge? Galemo hasn't told me anything yet. We'll have to wait. As for the music score, I think I have some idea. Angor didn't ask any more questions since Luigi was confident. In any case, when Galemo arrived, he would definitely go and watch the battle. After all, this was the first time Angor used fate to drag someone who was still alive into a Wonderland dungeon and become a part of the challenge. This was definitely rare. Angor wouldn't miss it. With the matter settled, Luigi did not stay at the tea table for long. He only said, I'm going to study the music score again. He walked into the library nearby. Even his doppelganger had disappeared. No one knew where it had gone. There were only Angor, Laplace, and Zeus Thundercloud who was snoring on his seat. Laplace looked at Angor. What are you going to do next? Do you want to visit the 100 Dragon Kingdoms outpost? Gleipnir just sent me a message. He said the second meeting at the Cloud Cave has begun. Moreover, there are even more participants than before. Almost all the races have sent their leaders. Without a doubt, this meeting was going to be more formal. Also, they were going to discuss how to distribute the logins and how to deal with the woe puppets. Angor wasn't good at such things. After all, he didn't know much about the races in the Mirror Realm, and he didn't know much about them either. Therefore, it was better to leave it to Gleipnir. Angor considered for a moment and shook his head. I'm not going. I just got a bunch of zombie crystals from Hoda. I'm going to study how to pull them into the Dream Crystal first. Angor explained his next plan. After all, he had already boasted when facing Yoda earlier. He had promised that he would definitely be able to pull in large batches. However, he didn't have a fully developed idea yet. In fact, he didn't even have a clue yet. Even though Hoda gave him plenty of time, Angor still decided to study it now so that he wouldn't embarrass himself. He didn't want a result right away, but he had to at least make some progress. Otherwise, Angor wouldn't feel confident. Laplace nodded. Do you need my help? Previously, when they were pulling the Saint Corpse crystal, it was Laplace who helped them locate the consciousness. "I think so, but not now," said Angor. "I'm going to figure out a way first, and then I'll see if I can help." It would be a waste of Laplace's time if he asked her for help without a clue. Angor decided to study it himself first. Laplace nodded and said, "Okay, if you need anything, you can find me at any time." Next, Angor needed to find a place for his research. As for the research location, Angor believed that it should be quiet and accessible to the outside world. He came into contact with the outside world because it was impossible for him to have inspiration all the time. Once his thinking became rigid, he could go outside and look for inspiration through the stones of other mountains. As for a quiet place, that was needless to say. Research required a quiet place. Angor's original plan was to stay on the 100th level of the fortress and go to other levels when he needed inspiration. However, after thinking about it, he decided to forget about it. The city spirit could monitor anyone who entered the fortress at any time. It was unlikely that the spirit would do that, but Angor still gave up on the idea just in case. In the end, Angor decided to stay in the Silver Forest dimension. It was quiet and safe enough for him. The only downside was that he couldn't get in touch with the outside world quickly. However, Laplace helped him solve this problem. She gave him a broken mirror, which allowed him to open a door to the Silver Forest dimension at any time. In other words, if he wanted to leave, he could use the mirror to leave, and if he wanted to come back, he could use the mirror to enter the Silver Forest dimension. As for where Angor wanted to do his research, Laplace didn't mind at all. The only secret of the Silver Forest dimension is Fisher's tomb. As long as you don't do it next to the tomb, you can do it anywhere. Angor considered for a moment and decided to go to a small hill near Edward's hairdresser's house. He could keep an eye on Edward and make sure he didn't run away. He could also stay away from Laplace's avatars so that they wouldn't be disturbed. Although it was more likely that Edward would be disturbed by the avatars. Next, Angor used an illusion spell to create a small hut on top of the hill. It was just a hut with nothing inside. If he wasn't worried about being watched by the avatars during his research, he wouldn't even bother to do it. In short, the current function of this illusory cabin was to block vision, block energy detection, and maintain absolute silence. The dim and empty room suddenly lit up with a light. Angor was sitting in the center of the room with his eyes closed, as if he was thinking about something. After some time, Angor opened his eyes again. He looked at Angor with a strange expression. "So it's a target." "Half an hour ago." Angor bid farewell to Laplace and went to the illusion hut alone to do some research. He told Laplace that he was trying to find a way to pull the souls from the corpse crystal. But in fact, he didn't do it right away. But before that, there was something else he needed to do. Earlier, when he was in the hidden underground palace, he was attracted by a strange painting, which triggered the alien eye, which allowed him to travel to a higher dimension for a short time. In the process of traveling through the higher dimensions, he stepped into a glowing door. The boundless curtain of light behind the door, under his gaze, began to shrink slowly. Finally, it turned into a white dot of light and entered his mind space. In the end, it went into the spell model of the Gate of Illusion and became one with it. Since Gleipnir was right next to him, Angor couldn't study it right away. So he asked the server in his mind space to analyze the changes of the Gate of Illusion first. Now, he finally had time to do some research. According to the server's calculations, the Gate of Illusion on the spell slot didn't show any structural changes, Angor thought. If there's no structural change, then the Gate of Illusion's effect is still the same. While speaking, Angor snapped his fingers and opened a door in front of him. He took a step inside. Angor's figure disappeared from the room. But in the next second, the door of the illusion hut was opened again, and Angor walked out. Angor closed the door behind him and plopped down on the cold wooden floor. He mumbled in his mind. A short distance teleportation. Nothing happened. Angor rested his chin on his hand and pondered. If it's not teleportation, then something must have happened to that strange tunnel. Well, it made sense. The reason why the white light from the higher dimension was attracted to the illusory gate was definitely because the illusory gate also had the higher dimension attribute. The property of the Gate of Illusion was a strange tunnel that was opened after the special energy was accumulated. Angor once went through a strange tunnel. Back then, his body was still in the southern wizardry region. When the Gate of Illusion, Special Energy Mode, was activated, a strange door was opened. After he stepped through the door, his body was left where it was. His consciousness, emotions, memories, all of them recombined to form a human body made of illusions. This body entered a strange tunnel. Everything in this tunnel was similar to the higher dimension world Angor went through before. The only difference was that Angor in this tunnel did not remove his emotion module. Inside the strange tunnel, his consciousness was pushed forward by an unknown force. It was as if he had boarded a speeding train. But what was the destination? Angor didn't. He jumped out of the train midway. Because of this, Angor went to the small dimension inside the box of reincarnation, where he met Alex, the former researcher who lost his memory, Evo Spirit. Angor didn't know what the Gate of Illusion, Special Energy Mode, was, but he knew that the tunnel that took him to an unknown destination must exist in a higher dimension. Once he left the tunnel, he would enter the world of regular dimensions with his illusory body. With a thought, he would return to the main body of the Gate of Illusions. Back to the topic. The white light spots he brought out from the painting also came from a higher dimension. The reason why it was fused with the Gate of Illusion was that the gate also had a higher dimension property. The two of them attracted each other, which caused it to become one with the Gate of Illusion. Angor figured out the reason, but there was still a problem. To find out what happened to the Gate of Illusion, Special Energy Mode, caused by the white he had to activate the Special Energy Mode and open a strange tunnel. But once the Gate of Illusion, Special Energy Mode, was activated, the special energy stored inside would be instantly depleted, and the gate would enter a new cycle of storage. Angor didn't plan to go to the strange tunnel yet. He wanted to go back to Brute Cavern and find a safer place to enter the tunnel. But if he didn't open the tunnel, he wouldn't be able to study the white dot. What should he do now? Should he take a break and study the white dot? Or should he open the tunnel? In the end, Angor's curiosity won over his rationality. He decided to activate the Special Energy Mode and check the strange tunnel. He had to study it sooner or later anyway, and the sooner the energy was depleted, the sooner he could enter the storage phase. Besides, the Silver Forest dimension was Laplace's territory, so it was relatively safe. There shouldn't be any problem traveling through the strange tunnel here. With that in mind, Angor made up his mind and activated the Gate of Illusion, Special Energy Mode. However, as soon as the Gate of Illusion was activated, Angor immediately noticed something strange. The last time he activated the Gate of Illusion, all the special energy was used up in the blink of an eye, and a strange gate made of light appeared in front of him. This time, however, the special energy didn't run out right away. Instead, a new branch of the Gate of Illusion appeared in his mind. It was a strange feeling. It was like opening a folder and finding two subfolders. One of them was Regular Strange Tunnel. Another newly created subfolder was Strange Passage, Fixed Waymark. Angor immediately realized that the new option of Strange Passage, Fixed Waymark was definitely influenced by the white light. He carefully checked the new option and gave up on activating the Special Energy Mode. The two options disappeared instantly. Angor sighed in relief. He thought he would have to use up all his energy to open the tunnel in order to find out what the white dot did to the Gate of Illusion. But he didn't expect to find the key point. Also, when he focused on the new option of Strange Passage, Fixed Waymark, he gained some additional information about it. Now, he had a general idea of what the white dot was for. The white dot is a target. Or rather, it was a special spacetime waymark. In more concrete terms, it was a platform in a strange tunnel. Before this, Angor felt like he was being dragged along by an unknown force. It was like sitting in a train. Where was the next stop? Where was the final stop? Was there even a final stop? Everything was unknown. If he wanted to leave, he would have to jump off the train and enter an unknown world. And now, after the white light merged into the illusory door, a platform appeared in the vast train path ahead. Was the new platform created by the white a one-time thing or a permanent one? Angor didn't know. But he was sure that the next time he used the special energy to enter the tunnel, he would be able to sense the location of the new platform. When the train brought him to the new platform, he could choose to get off and enter the world behind it. If he wasn't mistaken, the world behind the new platform had something to do with the creator of the mural. In other words, the world where the previous owner of the underground palace came from. Maybe it's the Ordovician realm? Angor guessed. The original owner of the mural was an Ordovician, which meant the new platform was most likely referring to the Ordovician realm. And if it was the Ordovician realm, he didn't even need to ask the Void Caravan for help. He could help Luno deliver the message to the Ordovician realm. After all, he could stay in the strange tunnel using his illusionary body. Angor stayed in the pocket dimension of the reincarnation case for a long time and witnessed Alex's transformation. If the strange tunnel, fixed waymark really referred to the Ordovician realm, he could stay there for a while using his illusionary body. He could even go to the Ocean County officials and tell them about the Doomsday Plan. The only thing he couldn't do was bring the Lofa water to the Ordovician realm. The water of Lofa was a physical object, and Angor's Phantom Gate, special energy mode, wasn't a physical object. But that wasn't important. As long as he could get in touch with the Ocean County officials and tell them the information, they could find the water of Lofa themselves. Of course, that was if the dimensional waymark really referred to the Ordovician realm. If it wasn't, then he had to give up. Now that he knew what the white dots were for, he could finally relax a little. He didn't seem to care about it when the white light went into the Phantom Gate, but he was actually very nervous. He was worried that the white light would harm the Phantom Gate. Now, he could finally relax. Even if the strange tunnel, fixed waymark, was dangerous, he wasn't going there with his real body, so he wasn't worried at all. Besides, he wasn't sure if he would go there. In any case, the option of the illusory door was right there, and he wasn't forced to go. He could choose not to go. Or, he could ask Dodoro for a prophecy to make sure everything went well before deciding whether to go or not. All in all, he didn't have to worry about the white light for now. Angor didn't think about it too much. He didn't need to activate the special energy anyway. He could deal with it later. After resting for a while, Angor placed some of Hoda's corpse crystals on the table. It was a small table that Hoda created using his illusion spell. Angor sat on the ground and looked at the dozens of crystals on the table. What he needed to think about now was how to pull the sleeping souls from the Holy Corpse crystal into the Dream crystal. How was he going to pull in such a large number? He didn't have a clue yet. However, he knew that if he wanted to pull them in batches, he had to lock onto the sleeping souls within the sacred corpse crystal. This was a very difficult task for Angor. The sleeping souls in the crystals gave off very weak soul ripples, so weak that Angor couldn't locate them. For example, if Angor's spirit control was at the level of a human eye, then the soul ripples from the crystals were at the level of cells. In other words, Angor had to use his eyes to locate the soul ripples in the crystals. Difficult was no longer the word to describe it. It was an insurmountable obstacle. Unless he could ask Microscope for help. And the microscope from before was Laplace. But he couldn't ask for Laplace's help right away. If he asked Laplace to help him locate the souls in the first place, he wouldn't need to study them at all. I'll have to figure it out myself. His mind raced as he tried to think of a way. How to locate the weak soul ripples. So far, there were only two ways. First, increase the level of his spiritual power control. It was almost impossible for Angor to improve his spirit control to the level of cells in a short time. However, he could try using external help, such as creating an alchemy item that could improve his spirit control. Second, to find a way to magnify the soul ripples in the crystals. Once the soul ripples were magnified, it would be easier to locate them. Asking Laplace to help him locate the soul ripples was also one of these methods. However, he had no idea how to amplify his soul ripples yet. Maybe I can find a magic array? Angor couldn't find one in his memory. However, he remembered that Enchantment Cyclopedia, for starters, and Advanced Enchantment Cyclopedia had some magic arrays related to souls. Perhaps he could modify runes to create a magic array that could enhance soul ripples. It shouldn't be too difficult to do that. That's about it. If I want to improve my spirit control, I need to find a way to create an item related to it. If I want to find a way to enhance soul ripples, I need to study magic arrays. What we need to consider now is which path to take. Angor considered for a moment and decided to try both options. That was because he wasn't sure which path would lead to the end. After all, the two methods that he was thinking about now were just forward thinking and had not actually landed on the ground. Who knew what kind of difficulties he would face in the real world? It was better to try both options and find the best one. Besides, even if he solved the problem of locating the soul ripple of the corpse crystal, there was another problem. How to recruit people from a group. This was something he needed to think about. Would it be more convenient to use the magic array method to pull people over, or would it be more convenient to use the alchemy method? He did not know either. He had to try both to find a better solution. I still have time. Let's take it one step at a time. Angor sighed in his mind and began to think about which option he should take first. He already decided to try both options, but he still needed to decide on which one to choose first. After thinking for 2 minutes, he decided to go with the magic array first. Alchemy would require him to go out and buy materials related to spirit power. As for magic arrays, he only needed to work on them behind closed doors. He did not need to go out at all. Therefore, it was better for him to study magic arrays first. Back in reality, Angor sat on the ground with his legs crossed. He took out a notebook, pen, and ink from his bracelet and placed them on a table. Inside his memory palace, Angor floated to a section of bookshelves that contained all kinds of alchemy books he took from Nether City in the Nightmare Realm. Among them, Angor focused his attention on 3 large bookshelves. Although a large number of books filled the 3 bookshelves, in fact, these 3 bookshelves were all internal branches of the same book. The 3 major chapters of Enchantment Cyclopedia. The 3 major chapters were divided into beginner, advanced, and perfect chapters. Angor did not choose the perfect chapter directly. The runes recorded in it were extremely difficult. Some of the runes required to be drawn on an entire continent or even digital space. Angor could understand them, but he could not do it. The advanced chapter was also difficult. There were still a lot of magic arrays in it that Angor could not draw for now. However, the only thing that could not be drawn was the complete magic array. As for the individual runes in the magic array, he could draw them. These individual runes were what he was looking for. To put it bluntly, the Mageweth was an expression of all things and energy. Moreover, every Mageweth warlock had their own way of expressing themselves. For example, the suspending Mageweth was a Mageweth that allowed one to levitate. Some Mageweth warlocks used energy, repulsion, and force fields in their suspending Mageweths. Some magic rune warlocks used magic rune horns, energy, shape, floating platform. Both types of Mageweths could make people levitate, so they were both called suspending Mageweths. However, their internal expressions were completely different. It was just like how different people described the moon. Some would describe it from the bright moonlight, some would describe it from the starlight, and some would describe it from their inner feelings. Different people had their own set of expressions. In the advanced chapter of Enchantment Cyclopedia, he saw a large number of different runes for the same rune. Moreover, these expressions were not universal. They were all unique and tricky, and it was hard for ordinary people to come up with them. If Angor wanted to create a new magic array that did not exist before, he would have to use a large number of different expressions. The more angles there were, the more he could use them as reference. This was why he read Enchantment Cyclopedia, Advanced, to learn different expressions from different angles. In the end, he used the new expressions he learned to find a suitable magic array structure in Enchantment Cyclopedia for beginners and placed the new Mageweth in it. As for why he chose a magic array from beginners, because beginners had the simplest structure, and Enchantment Cyclopedia had a special origin. These magic arrays looked simple, but they were not loose. In terms of stability, it was even more stable than the advanced and perfect chapters. Because of this, even if Angor created some strange new runes and added them to the magic array structure, even if there was a short circuit or an explosion, the magic array structure would minimize the damage to the outside world. In other words, using the magic array structure in beginners as the framework would allow Angor to create anything he wanted. Even if he failed, it would not cause too much damage. Of course, this method was limited to creating magic arrays with relatively weak effects. After all, most of the magic arrays in beginners did not contain many runes. If it was a complex magic array with powerful effects that could overturn mountains and seas, they wouldn't be able to take the easy route. The magic array structure in beginners did not contain complex runes. He had to return to normal research. While reading advanced in his memory palace, Angor picked up a pen and paper in the real world to write down the information. Soon, he recorded 3 magic arrays on the notebook. Church of Repose. Inside the Church of Repose, you can calm your mind and eliminate distracting thoughts. When resting, you can quickly recover stamina and mana. The runes on the magic array were complicated. Apart from the redundant ones, there were 2 runes that Angor picked out, Requiem and Aura. The effects of these 2 magewefts were just like their names. One could calm one's soul, while the other could calm the agitated soul power. They did not seem to have anything to do with Angor's goal of amplifying soul ripples. In fact, well, they did not. The reason why Angor picked out these 2 runes separately was that the rune horns inside them contained the expressions he needed: soul soothing, soul illuminating, soul inspecting, soul cleansing. These rune horns were closely related to one's soul. If he modified them slightly, he might be able to use them as a base to amplify soul ripples. Box of Concealment can conceal energy aura and prevent others from peeking. There was a rune inside the magic array called Spirit Seal. Angor was interested in the rune horn, which could conceal soul ripples. If this rune horn could conceal soul ripples, would he be able to use it as a base to amplify soul ripples if he studied a new rune horn in the opposite direction? He did not know yet, but he could write it down first and experiment later. Frozen Fort. After being amplified by the fort, the ice elemental attack released can be amplified to the point of freezing the soul. On the surface, this magic array also did not seem to have anything to do with Angor's goal. However, there were 3 rune horns that Angor was interested in: Spirit Seeker, Magnify, and Spread. Spirit Seeker meant that it could quickly locate the target's soul. Magnify and Spread meant that it could amplify energy attacks. In this magic array, Frozen Battery referred to ice attacks. However, if Angor could modify the Magnify and Spread into soul ripples, he might be able to create a new rune that could amplify soul ripples. After writing down the 3 magic arrays, Angor began to study them. Of course, he was not going to learn the 3 magic arrays. He was going to learn the rune horns. There were 8 rune horns in total, which was not a lot. With Angor's ability, he could learn them all in less than half an hour. However, learning was not enough. Angor needed to learn and modify the rune horns so that he could create new ones based on the 8 rune horns. This was difficult. At least for Angor, this was something he had never done before. He did modify a magic array before by inserting some runes he thought were useful into a fixed magic array to enhance the effect of the original one. For example, he added runes to the sunflower garden that could disable spirit and energy, which gave the garden a defensive effect on top of its basic effect of nourishing plants. From a certain point of view, this was actually a creation magic array. However, this kind of creation was actually very low level. It was like a new bottle of wine. Although the effect of the magic array changed in the end, the so-called spirit and energy prohibition runes were not created by him. They were recorded in a book. He only used them for his own use. But this time, it was completely different. He planned to start from the magewef corner and create a brand new magewef, a magewef that belonged only to him. This was going to be very difficult. Angor stopped writing after a night. He picked up a glass of ice water and finished it in one gulp. The ice-cold water moistened his throat and calmed down his boiling thoughts. He already learned all 8 rune horns in 10 hours. However, he did not manage to modify any of them. Creating a new rune horn was very difficult. But he did not give up. He already found a breakthrough. Angor began to study Soul Pacifier for the 8 rune horns. He spent most of the night studying it, but he still did not find anything. As he was considering whether he should give up or not, he saw the Soul Seeker horn from the corner of his eye. Since I can't find anything about this horn, maybe I should change my approach. Let's look at the other horns first. If I still can't find anything, I'll give up. With this thought in mind, he stopped studying Soul Pacifier and began to study Soul Seeker. After several hours of studying, he found that the pattern of Soul Seeker gave him a strange sense of déjà vu. He felt like he had seen a similar pattern somewhere before. He thought for a while but could not figure out where it came from. So, he made himself a glass of ice water to cool down his boiling mind. He tried to calm himself down by using the interference of an external force. It worked. At least Angwar's mind calmed down a little. However, he still could not find the source of the déjà vu. He had a feeling that the source of this sense of déjà vu would be a breakthrough. But how should he find it? He sat there for half an hour and did not think of anything. He thought for a while and decided to stand up and go outside for some fresh air. Maybe he could use some external information to stimulate his inspiration. With that in mind, he pushed open the door that had been closed for the whole night and walked to the yard. The yard he was in was located on top of a small hill in the grassland. It was not high, but it was surrounded by low plains, which gave him a wide view. He could see the library, the tea party, and Edward's hair and makeup shop in the distance. There was no one at the tea party. At least, there was no one there. Even Zeus Thundercloud, who usually floated above the tea table, had left. However, Zeus did not go far. It was taking a nap above the lake nearby. Every now and then, a bolt of lightning would come out of its nostrils and fall on the surface of the lake, forming a thin layer of electric light. Because of this, some dead fish with their stomachs turned upside down floated on the surface of the lake. Fish? Angwar was surprised. He remembered that there were no fish in this lake near Fisher's graveyard. How come there were fish here after one night? Angwar slowly turned around and looked at the shore of the lake near Fisher's graveyard. Laplace was standing by the shore of the lake. Her silver hair fluttered behind her back and formed a silver throne. Laplace was sitting on the throne, holding a fishing rod and fishing quietly by the lake. Seeing this, Angwar realized something. Why were there so many fish? It was most likely Laplace's doing. As for the reason, she was probably here to fish. Angwar looked at Zeus, who was floating above the lake, and the dead fish caused by the electric light. Finally, he looked at Laplace, who was fishing quietly. Now he was sure that Laplace only liked fishing. She did not care about the fish as much as she did. Otherwise, those fishes that had been electrocuted to death could have become her catch. But she didn't even look at the fish that had been electrocuted to death. It was obvious. What she loved was the process of fishing, not the result of fishing. This was a good way to train her mind. Angwar nodded in his mind. However, just as he was thinking about this, Laplace suddenly stood up excitedly in the distance and pulled the fishing rod. When the fishing line was pulled into the air, he could clearly see that there was a silver barracuda that was at most the size of a child's palm on the hook. Laplace reached out her hand and caught the tiny barracuda with an excited look. She carefully put it into the basket. Next, Laplace would look at the silver barracuda in the basket every few seconds as if the fish was a rare treasure. Angwar did not understand what was going on. He thought Laplace only loved the process of fishing and did not care about the fish she caught. But now it seemed that she cared about the result of the fishing as well. What was going on? Angwar really did not understand the world of a fisherman. He shook his head and shifted his attention away from Laplace. Silver Forest Dimension, beside the Black Forest. The temporarily constructed illusion library was still brightly lit. Even from afar, Angwar could still see people moving around the library's windows. If he wasn't mistaken, all of Laplace's avatars were reading in the library. Angwar didn't want to pry. After making sure the library was safe, he turned his attention to AI Dehua's hairdresser. AI Dehua seemed to have familiarized himself with the environment of the shop and began his hair-making work. However, there were many processes involved in making hair. AI Dehua was currently working on one of them, a head mold. AI Dehua carefully used plaster, white wax, bright glue, a carving knife, paint, and brushes to create the head mold. He didn't use any supernatural power during the whole process. AI Dehua's work reminded Angwar of alchemists who went to mortal art schools to study. They studied sculpture, painting, design, color mixing, and aesthetics. These alchemists, who were patient enough to learn from mortal masters, often did not use their extraordinary powers in the process of learning. Instead, they did everything by themselves. For example, if they wanted to carve a statue the size of a small hill, they could complete it in an instant with their extraordinary powers. However, they did not do so. Instead, they used hammers, chisels, and carving knives to carve the statue bit by bit. Even if it took them months or even years, they would not hesitate and focus on carving it slowly. It wasn't that they couldn't use supernatural power. They just didn't want to. Compared to using supernatural power to carve a statue in one go, alchemists preferred to carve the statue slowly, step by step. It was a form of spiritual training, as well as a pursuit of art. Angor saw something similar in Ai Dehua's pursuit. Ai Dehua could use his spirit power to carve the head mold, but he didn't. Instead, he used his own hands to fill in the shape of the head mold. Moreover, when he was sculpting the head model, Ai Dehua's eyes were focused and serious, as if he was completing a great task. Maybe this was Ai Dehua's artistic pursuit. Angor did not object to this. He didn't want to pursue such artistic pursuits, but he still respected such ingenuity. But, Ai Dehua, why did you carve my head? Yes, Ai Dehua's face was exactly the same as Angor's. Without a doubt, Ai Dehua's first model was Angor. Angor did not mind being a model. His current appearance was fake anyway, and it was not his real face. Of course, he did not mind. What really made him sweat was the fact that he thought about the use of head models. Let's not talk about the use of the head model for other people, but for Ai Dehua, it was undoubtedly used to carry the wig. When he thought about how Ai Dehua would put all the wigs he made on his head model, he felt a little uncomfortable. He wasn't a person who would let his emotions get the better of him, so he contacted Ai Dehua as soon as possible. Ai Dehua was surprised to hear this and quickly explained, "Sir, you're right." According to Angor's instructions, Ai Dehua's main mission was to make wigs. However, Angor only told them that they could choose any type of wig they wanted. He didn't tell them what they were for. Besides, Ai Dehua did not know who he was going to make the wig for. After some hesitation, Ai Dehua chose an answer he believed would not be wrong. It was to make a wig for Angor. Since Angor told him to do it, and he did not specify anyone, Ai Dehua would make it for Angor. Since he knew who he was going to make the wig for, Ai Dehua naturally had to carve a corresponding head model, which led to today's situation. Angor understood that Ai Dehua meant no harm, and he did not tell Ai Dehua who he was going to make the wig for. It was reasonable for Ai Dehua to make such a choice. However, Angor still did not want his head model to have all kinds of weird hairstyles. Especially since Ai Dehua's unique hairstyles, apart from custom-made ones, were all non-mainstream in Angor's opinion. Just look at the chicken coop on Ai Dehua's head. Colorful glows, dreamy ice glaze, and all kinds of exaggerated shapes. It was too much to look at. Maybe this was Ai Dehua's unique artistic expression, but it was not something Angor liked. So, in order to prevent his head model from having a non-mainstream hairstyle, Angor forced Ai Dehua to change his head model. Ai Dehua felt it was a pity, but he still lowered his head and asked Angor what he wanted his head model to look like. A moment later, an illusion appeared in front of Ai Dehua. It was a holographic figure of the same size as Angor's. It was a boy with pink hair who looked about 14 or 15 years old. Ai Dehua had never seen this person before, nor did he know who he was. However, from his appearance, he seemed to be a human. You can use his face as your model. Ai Dehua did not dare to ask more. He memorized the appearance of the pink-haired youth in his mind and began a new round of head sculpting. On the other hand, Angor sighed in relief when he saw Ai Dehua destroying his mask. As for the boy with pink hair Ai Dehua saw just now, it was the astral attendant who was currently staying in Angor's heart. Angor fished her up from the sea of empty mirrors and suspected that she came from the haunt world. There were two reasons why Angor chose the astral attendant's face as his head model. First, Angor planned to let Ai Dehua be the astral attendant's teacher for a while. Now, Ai Dehua could remember the astral attendant's face in advance. Second, and most importantly, the astral attendant did not have the wisdom to protest. He could only accept it. Also, Ai Dehua would be staying in Angor's heart for a while, and he would need a model for his wigs. As a hollow, the astral attendant was more than qualified for the job. With everything done, Angor did not pay any attention to Ai Dehua's hair shop. He looked at the vast sky of the silver forest space and felt a little lost. He wanted to come out to relax and find some inspiration. But so far, apart from solving a small problem with Ai Dehua, he did not make any progress in finding inspiration. He wanted to rely on external stimuli to find the source of Soul Seeker. But it did not seem to be enough. Angor considered and decided to leave the silver forest space and take a look outside. He was going to buy some materials related to spirit power anyway. If the path of magic arrays did not work out, then he would take the path of increasing the level of his mental strength control. With that in mind, he took out the broken mirror Laplace gave him. He injected a small amount of energy into it. In an instant, an exit leading to the outside world appeared in front of him. Without hesitation, he leaped away. As Angor left, Laplace, who was fishing by the lake, suddenly sensed something and glanced at the illusion hut. He then looked away and returned his gaze to the ripples on the surface of the lake. With the first successful fishing experience, the second time should be coming soon. Ringed Fortress, level 3929. Angor walked down the stairs that looked like a crystal pavilion. He looked around. To his surprise, there was no one on this level. This place was quite close to the 100 Dragon Divine Nations outpost, which was located on the 4000th level. Now that the 100 Dragon Divine Nation was holding a convention, this place should be packed with people. For example, Paluxia's outpost was located on the 5500th level, but all the races came here because of the missing pages. As a result, the upper and lower levels of the 5500th level were all crowded. Angor could not even squeeze through the stairs. The convention at the 100 Dragon Divine Nations outpost should be more important than the missing pages. Shouldn't this place be crowded? As he wondered, he saw a tourist in the corner of his eyes. They looked very leisurely as they walked back and forth between different shops. Even the White Grass Bakery and Black Tea Rest shop not far away had people resting comfortably there. Angor finally understood what was going on. He knew the inside story, which was why he thought the convention at the 100 Dragon Divine Nations outpost was important. But when he thought about it carefully, he realized that the participants were all leaders of different races, and they were talking about the upcoming apocalypse. Without knowing the truth, they would keep the news from the civilians first. For ordinary people, they did not feel any sense of danger. They did not even know that a meeting that would decide the future of the White Sun Mirror domain was taking place on the 4000th level. It was not like the missing pages at all. Everyone knew about the missing pages at Paluxia's outpost, which was why they all went to the 5500th level. But now, everyone was kept in the dark, so everything was calm. Even though they were close to the 4000th level, they did not feel nervous at all. It was understandable why there were so few people on this level. Back to the topic. Angor came to the 3929th level because this was where he first came to the main venue of the gathering. At that time, when he and Laplace had just entered this floor, they had been targeted by a peddler from the Glasses race. The vendor tried to sell them something. Back then, Angor did not know much about the races in the White Sun Mirror domain, so he rejected the vendor's offer. Now that he had seen the displays on the main stage, he had a better understanding of each race's strength. He now knew that the Glasses race was the most knowledgeable race about spirit power in the White Sun Mirror domain. So, he came to the 3929th level. He wanted to find the vendor from the Glasses race. Since the Glasses race was the most knowledgeable about spirit power, they might have something related to it. Even if they did not, they should know where to find spirit power materials. With that in mind, Angor looked around again to see if the glass-headed merchant was still trying to sell his wares near the stairs. However, at a glance, there was no trace of the Mirror Clan's merchant. He thought for a moment and decided to find a nearby crystallite patrolling guard to ask about the peddler. He finally realized why he didn't see any peddlers from the Mirror Clan. According to the guard, the vendors on the roadside were all illegal. Many of them did not even rent a shop. They only did business in private. For the organizer, this was not only illegal, but also risky. Also, such speculators would cause economic losses to the Crystal Eye race. Therefore, the Crystal Eye race guards had already started patrolling the area to drive away the vendors. Now, it seemed to be working well. As for the Glasses race vendor, the guard did not know who he was, but he pointed Angor to a shop. Do you see that? That shop over there with a pure black signboard and a black cloth covering the windows is a shop owned by someone from the Spectacles race. If you want to find a Glasses race vendor, you can go there and ask. Under the guidance of the Crystal Eye guards, he quickly found the shop. The shop was shaped like a giant semicircular egg. Just as the guard said, the entire shop was covered in darkness. People could not see inside, and people inside could not see outside either. From afar, it looked quite mysterious. However, when Angkor came to the shop, he noticed that the signboard seemed to be designed with a special effect of dark when viewed from afar, but bright when viewed from up close. When he looked at it from afar, the signboard was completely black. Now that he looked closer, he saw a row of golden patterns on the signboard. The golden patterns did not form any characters. Instead, they were strange patterns. Angkor had never seen such patterns before. But when he looked at them, he knew what they meant: Meditation Experience Museum. It was probably the name of the shop. If he was not mistaken, the golden patterns were the work of a soul master. Soul masters were a supernatural class of the glasses race. They had the ability to control the spirit and inscribe special runes. No matter which race they belonged to, no matter what language they spoke, they could understand the meaning of the patterns as long as they saw them. In a way, the patterns represented the language of the mind. Language of the mind was common to all intelligent races. However, even though telepathy was very convenient for communication, telepathy masters were a very rare profession in the mirror race. Things were precious when they were rare. It was also very expensive to ask them to come out and carve telepathy. Even a rich race like the Crystal Eye race could only use their mind patterns in the Rare Treasures Museum. The shop's signboard is made by a soul arcanist. Angkor muttered. This shop must be expensive. End of chapter. This place isn't cheap. It's not friendly to the poor, said someone who tried to sound elegant. Obviously, the speaker heard Angkor's words. Angkor turned around and saw a tall man with dark gray skin walking toward them. He was wearing a slim black military uniform, a cape that almost reached the ground, a leather belt, black trousers, and military boots. The most eye-catching part of him was the black gold-embroidered eye patch. Judging from the uniform and the familiar eye patch, Angkor was sure that this man was an Injit from the Ice Kingdom. But this was the first time Angkor saw an Injit with dark gray skin. Was he a mixed blood? If so, he couldn't be a mixed blood, could he? Angkor's mind was filled with thoughts. However, not even 1 second had passed in the outside world. The Injit man stopped beside Angkor. He first looked at the sign of meditation experience and then looked at Angkor. Please don't misunderstand. I'm not saying that you're poor. I just think that the gap between the rich and the poor is too big nowadays. The rich spend all their time in entertainment places and do nothing serious, but they earn a lot of crystals. The poor work hard every day, squeezing out the last bit of energy in their bodies, but they only get a meager salary to make ends meet. Don't you think it's unfair? They're all high and mighty, and they don't do anything. While we have to work like cows and horses. Why? The dark-skinned man seemed to be very angry as he kept expressing his opinions. It was as if he was wronged by the rich. Angkor was confused at first. He wondered if there was something wrong with this guy's head. Did he not know how to talk to a stranger? But when he listened to the man's complaints, he realized that he was wrong. This man was not talking to a stranger. Maybe he was trying to recruit Angkor as a missionary. In the end, when Angkor sensed some strange energy around the man, he finally understood. This man was trying to sow discord between them. The energy around the dark-skinned man was so faint that normal people could not even sense it. However, as a wizard, Angkor's keen senses allowed him to sense it easily. He also sensed something familiar from the energy. It was the smell of the Longhua clan. Therefore, the answer was self-evident. The Longhua race was the best at instigating. They could sow discord and draw hatred to gain power. The person in front of him was clearly trying to incite him with words. However, this person was obviously from the Ingji clan. Could it be that the Ingji clan could also learn the power of seduction, or could it be that his previous guess was right? Is this guy a mixed blood from the Chonghua clan? It seemed like it was possible. The last time he saw a gray-skinned creature, it was the Evermores. Although most of the Ngangwo tribe were stick-shaped matchstick people, the royal family of the Ngangwo tribe had bodies, and they were extremely similar to humans. For example, Phantom Panther Nawat looked exactly the same as a human, except for his gray-black skin. Nawat's skin was grayish-black, and this man's skin was also grayish-black, so could he have the bloodline of the Longhua tribe? he might even be a member of the Changhua clan, who deliberately wore the uniform of the Yingji clan and used it to slander the Yingji clan. After all, Angor heard that the Yingji clan and the Longhua clan were sworn enemies. As Angor pondered, the dark-skinned man continued to explain his idea of the poor should fight back when they suffer, while the rich should be punished for their sins. The man's words were immature, and many of his ideas were completely illogical. However, with the power of seduction, his speech was quite persuasive. Angor was not convinced, but some of the people around him already showed anger in their eyes and began to dance along with the man's speech. The dark-skinned man was quite proud of his speech being approved by the people around him. But he also noticed something. Angor, the target of his strategy, did not seem to be affected by his words at all. Could it be that his words were not explosive enough? Should he add more fuel to the fire? With this in mind, the dark-skinned man prepared to further explain his ideas. Before he could say anything though, a cold humph came from beside him. "I only left for 2 minutes, and you're already trying to seduce people? Are you looking for a beating? Or are you looking for a beating?" The cold humph came from outside the crowd. Combined with the haste of the voice, the crowd automatically moved aside to make a path for the woman. A woman in a pure white military uniform with golden embroidery walked to the center of the crowd. As the dark-skinned man looked at her in horror, she reached out a white hand and pinched the man's ear. She twisted it clockwise. "Ow, ow, ow, ow." "Let go," the dark-skinned man screamed in pain as he was forcefully pushed behind the woman. Then, she forcefully pressed down on the dark-skinned man's head and repeatedly bowed and apologized to the crowd. She also forced the dark-skinned man to do the same. The dark-skinned man seemed to be afraid of her. He did not want to, but he still apologized in a mumbling voice. "I'm sorry." He shouldn't have said that. He learned the power of seduction. The necklace he's wearing is a useless luxury item worth 800 crystals. So he's the most heartless person in the world. Next time you see him, don't listen to his nonsense. Don't believe a word he says. Judging from their bowing and apologizing, Angor had a rough idea of what was going on. The dark-skinned man did learn the power of seduction from the Evermore tribe. Everything he said just now was meant for seduction. Not a single word he said was meant for the sake of seduction. He seemed to be from a wealthy family. Otherwise, he would not spend 800 crystals on a luxury item with a high price tag. Angor also noticed that the woman's action of pressing the man's head down was so smooth as if she had practiced it countless times. Angor guessed that the dark-skinned man did more than one instigation outside, and this woman helped him clean up his mess more than once. Otherwise, how could she be so familiar with her job? Still, Angor was still confused. Who was this dark-skinned man? Was he from the Evermore tribe or Injit tribe? The only thing Angor was sure of was that the woman who came later was from Injit tribe. She was a young woman with a graceful body and fair skin. She was wearing a white eye patch and a large golden-red cloak on her back, which made her look quite heroic. Angor was sure she was from Injit tribe, not because of the eye patch, but because of the orange-red flame floating around her. It was the heart flame of Injit tribe, which was also their eye. Someone who had the heart flame and was dressed like this was definitely from Injit tribe. The dark-skinned man was dressed like an Injit tribe member, but he did not release the heart flame. This was why Angor was confused about his identity. While Angor was pondering, the people around him began to disperse, cursing and swearing. Those who were seduced also felt embarrassed to stay where they were. After all, no one wanted to admit that they were poor people who were deceived. After the crowd dispersed, the woman in the white uniform cursed the dark-skinned man a few more times before she turned her attention to Angor. She already learned from the dark-skinned man that Angor was his target in the beginning, while the others came here on their own accord. Angor was the one he should apologize to the most. She did not care about the dark-skinned man's dignity. She pulled his ear to Angor and said, "Hurry up and apologize to him." While urging the dark-skinned man, she also gave Angor an apologetic look. However, when the heart flame showed Angor's face in her mind, she suddenly froze. The heart flame floating around her was trembling. She only regained her senses after the dark-skinned man apologized to Angor with a bitter smile. Now, she was looking at Angor with a curious look. Angor did not notice the change in her expression. But through his beyond her senses, he noticed that her emotions were greatly affected. After she looked at him, She knows me. Angor was a little confused, but he did not ask right away. It's fine. I don't mind. What he said was not a lie. As far as Angor could tell, there were two types of seduction techniques used by Evermorse. The first type was a ball type, and the second type was a layout type. The so-called ball type was a direct provocation from the very beginning, without any preparation or follow-up. The first Evermorse Angor met was a ball type who wanted to show their provocation on their faces. This was a typical case where they wanted to see the results as soon as possible. Angor was not interested in this kind of thing. The layout type, on the other hand, didn't do it on the spot. Instead, they planned things slowly, using ideas, oppositions, and soft power to invade. Between the ball type and the layout type, the former decided who would win on the spot, while the latter decided who would win in the future. It was hard to say who would win. But without a doubt, the layout type was the most dangerous type. For the creatures of the mirror realm, the thing they hated the most was seduction. However, Angor was not interested in the layout type. As far as he was concerned, this type of seduction would not cause any damage on the spot, and it would take a long time for it to heal. This was meaningless to Angor, who was not a mirror realm resident. If he returned to the southern wizarding region in the blink of an eye, all the seduction would be wasted. Besides, Angor had the support of an entire civilization on Earth. He knew as many ideas, oppositions, and conflicts as the Evermorse. It was very unlikely that he would be tempted by the so-called great principles and verbal attacks. The dark-skinned man was one of those seduction types. The man's seduction was rather lame, and Angor could almost hear everything he said. Still, Angor had to admit that the man did not cause any damage on the spot, which did not affect him at all. At most, it was like a parrot mimicking him. Apart from the sudden urge to dig out his ears, everything was normal. Angor did not mind the man's apology at all. Angor was curious about the woman's sudden change of mood. You looked strange when you saw me. Do you know me? The woman waved a hand subconsciously. But she quickly thought of something and nodded. I saw people talking about you in the Home of Flame. House of Heartfire? It's a place similar to an exchange zone. However, only Ingji clan members who possess the Heartfire can exchange there, she explained. Angor nodded. The Home of Flame was probably an online forum. However, it was only restricted to Injit who had Flame of Flame. Why would the House of Flame talk about me? The woman in the white military uniform let go of the dark-skinned man's ear and rubbed her fingertips. Actually, we didn't discuss anything. We were just a little surprised to see Shipala bring you back to the station. She then added, they didn't say anything bad. They're just curious about who you are. The Eye of Flame blinked and looked at Angor expectantly. I'm honored. Do you know who you are, mister? Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Angor replied, I don't have any special identity. I'm just a regular tourist. The only thing special about me is my race. I'm a human. As for my name, you can call me Angor. She did not believe Angor's explanation. But since Angor did not want to talk about it, she did not ask further. The Home of Flame mentioned that Shipalov treated Angor with great respect, which meant the man must be someone important. Since it was their first meeting, it was enough for her to ask about Angor's identity. If she kept asking, she might offend Angor. Therefore, she stopped herself from probing further. Mr. Angor. She bowed elegantly and said, I almost forgot to introduce myself. My name is Veronica, a member of the Ingji tribe. This one beside me has a long name. You can call him Malpilates. He's also an Injit. But he has some Everhustle blood in him. Angor listened to the woman's, Veronica's, introduction. Angor realized something. So the dark-skinned man was a mixed blood. He was dressed like an Injit, had the skin color of a Everhustle, and could even use the power of seduce. Veronica added, actually, Mr. Angor's appearance is already famous in the Home of Flame. Most of the Ingji tribesmen can probably recognize you now. Malpilates didn't recognize you because he hasn't been accepted by the Home of Flame yet, so he can't join the discussion. At this point, Veronica controlled Heartfire and glared fiercely at Mayaprati. She scolded, if you use the power of persuasion again, Heartfire will not approve of you. If you want to become a complete injit, don't learn seduce from your father. Maprati pursed his lips and muttered, nonsense. I can't get the heart flame's approval because my mind is too weak. What does that have to do with me learning seduction? Besides, I'm learning seduction to strengthen my mind. It's a reciprocal relationship, not a mutually exclusive one. Veronica was not deaf. Shut up. Hearing Maprati's whispers, her eyebrows furrowed. With a loud shout, the floating flame of heart turned into a pair of bright flaming hands, lifting Maprati's left ear and right ear, forcibly lifting him into the air. Ouch! It hurts. Maprati screamed in pain, but he did not dare to fight back. Or rather, he could not. As a mixed blood, he was not good at seduction, and his mind power was weak. He was no match for Veronica, who had awakened her heart flame many years ago. He had no choice but to let Veronica drag him around in the air before he was thrown down. Maprati's ears were swollen like cattail leaf fans, and they were red as blood. Not because of embarrassment, but because of pain. Maprati covered his swollen ears with both hands and put on an aggrieved look. Veronica snickered. Talk back again and I'll throw you down from the sky. You'll fall flat on your face. Maprati did not say anything. He knew his sister's personality too well. She always did what she said she would. For the sake of his pride, he decided to keep quiet. I'm sorry, Mr. Angor. My little brother is a bit naughty and needs to be taught a lesson. He's much better now. Veronica quickly changed her attitude and smiled politely at Angor. Brother? Angor was surprised. He thought they were a couple, but they were actually brother and sister. However, if they were siblings, could it be that Veronica was also a mixed blood of the Changhua tribe? Angor did not try to hide his confusion. Veronica was not stupid. She quickly guessed what Angor was thinking. We're not siblings, Veronica said. Veronica said, my mother and Maprati's mother were best friends who grew up together. Maprati's mother left when he was very young. My mother adopted him and we grew up together. Although we're not related by blood, we're actually no different from siblings. At this point, Veronica turned to look at Maprati. Maprati immediately understood and nodded vigorously. Yes, yes, yes. We are not biological siblings, but we are closer than biological siblings. He didn't say anything as he looked at Maprati's fearful yet cowardly expression. Although he didn't know what the relationship between the siblings was like, he was sure that Maprati had been taught a lot by Veronica. By the way, are you also going to experience meditation? Veronica asked curiously. I'm just looking around, Angor said. From your tone, it seems that you will come here often to experience meditation? Veronica shook her head. I'm not. It's him. Veronica pointed at the Pilates on the side. I can meditate anytime, anywhere. Only Pilates can't do that. It can only meditate through some auxiliary means. The meditation hall here can help Maprati enter meditation. At this point, Veronica sighed with emotion. I have to say, the effect of this meditation hall is really good. Back in the Ice Kingdom, when Maprati wanted to meditate, he needed a dozen or so people to activate heart flame mimicry and create a suitable place for him to meditate. But in the meditation center, as long as he lies down inside, the effect of his meditation will naturally improve. In the past, Maprati's meditation not only consumed manpower, but also a large number of crystals to replenish his heart flame. Now, Maprati only needed to go to the meditation center, book a private room, and he would be able to meditate without any problems. Only some condensed crystals were consumed. This was so much more convenient. The outside world was really big, and there were a lot of new things to explore. There were always other people who were good at what they weren't good at. This was a win-win situation. For example, the Ingji clan couldn't set up a meditation center like this. They didn't have the talent to do so. However, the meditation center was actually good for the Ingji clan, especially for those who had trouble with meditation. As long as they paid enough crystals, they could enjoy the excellent service. This was a win-win situation. Meditation assistance? Angor muttered in his mind. He wondered if it could help wizards to meditate. If it could help wizards enter a state of meditation, then the effect would be quite good. Angor himself did not have any trouble meditating. However, many apprentices and talents would never be able to enter the state of meditation during their first few years of meditation. If there was a meditation assistance system, it would be a great help for apprentices. However, Angkor only thought about it for a second or two before he threw it to the back of his mind. The main reason was that meditation assistance didn't appeal to him at all. His main goal was still to find the owner of the meditation center. Since you're so familiar with this meditation experience hall, do you know who opened it? Is it the goblins? Angkor asked curiously. Veronica nodded. Indeed, it's the goblins. Only the goblins can help others to meditate so easily. Goblins were a stream of consciousness race. They didn't even have their own bodies and lived in a network of consciousness. The so-called body was just a public shell that everyone in the clan could enter. Only the goblins who were proficient in consciousness could suit the complicated thoughts of others and help them to meditate so easily. After confirming that the owner of the meditation center was a goblins, Angkor stopped asking. He pointed at the door and said, "We've been standing here for a long time. Shall we go inside and talk?" Veronica and Mayaprati naturally agreed. However, even though they said they were going in to chat, they didn't talk much after entering the meditation hall. Mainly because they didn't know each other well. Besides, Angkor was looking for the goblins. Veronica wanted to talk more, but she was smart enough to see that Angkor wasn't in the mood. Besides, the meditation room Mayaprati booked was about to open, so she said goodbye to Angkor and left. Angkor looked around the hall of the meditation center. The hall wasn't filled with pure darkness like the outside, but it still looked simple. There were dark wooden structures everywhere, and a faint fragrance wafted in the air. This fragrance seemed to have a calming effect. Standing here, one would feel very calm. The hall wasn't big. There was only a front desk. Around the front desk was a quiet corridor. This corridor should lead to the meditation experience private room, which Veronica and Mayaprati had just entered. Angkor looked at the front desk. A curvy lady was standing elegantly at the front desk. From afar, she looked quite pleasing to the eyes. Especially that pure black close-fitting leather skirt, which completely set off her figure, making her look as explosive as a devil. But when Angkor got closer, he found that the lady had no head. To be more precise, the top of her neck was replaced by a square mirror. The mirror seemed to have some kind of light screen effect, which showed the face of a beautiful lady. It was a flat face, not a real head. Such a horrifying scene would have scared the living daylights out of ordinary people. But Angkor was not worried at all. When he first came to level 3929, he saw a mirror merchant who looked exactly like this. They were all wearing different clothes, but they were all staring at a LCD screen, using their flat faces and synthesized voices to communicate with others. No doubt, this was a mirror merchant. Angkor wondered if it was the same mirror merchant. But it didn't matter. He was looking for the peddler because he wanted to contact a mirror clan member. Now that a mirror clan member was standing in front of him, he didn't need to look for the peddler anymore. Angkor strode to the front desk. When he reached the front desk, he realized that he made a mistake. He thought that there was only one member of the mirror clan standing in front of him, but in fact, there were three of them. The main surface of the mirror showed the face of a beautiful woman, but there were two more faces on the upper left and right sides of the face. One was a handsome man, and the other was a fair-skinned, faceless man. At this moment, the three members of the mirror clan were chatting in low voices. The beautiful face said, "We have a guest. I think he looks familiar." The handsome face said, "He came with 2 Injit tribesmen. Is he their friend?" The beautiful face shook her head. "How do I know? But I'm sure I've seen him before, but not with the Injit tribesmen. Let me think." The handsome face said, "Try your best. But don't occupy my mind while you're thinking." The faceless man raised his hand. "Don't occupy my mind either. I'm talking to my mother." The handsome face looked at the faceless man on the other side of the mirror. "All you talk about is your mother. You're still young, aren't you?" The faceless man said, "I was born 1 year and 11 months ago. I'm still a baby." The handsome face opened his mouth in surprise. "What? You're less than 2 years old?" The faceless man said matter-of-factly, "Yeah. The handsome face said, "You're only a little over a year old. Why are you working here? There was simply no law in this world. Who asked you to work here?" The faceless man said, "I want to work here. I want to save money for my mother to buy a hub to expand the interface of consciousness. This way, when my mother goes out, we don't have to rely on the stream of consciousness to chat. We can talk face to face." The handsome face said, "Even if we're face to face, what you see is just a piece of data." The faceless man said, "This is different. You don't understand." The handsome face was about to refute when he suddenly thought of something. "No, we're talking about how you're too young to work here illegally." The faceless man said, "As long as you and I don't say anything, no one will know. Are you going to betray me?" The handsome face was speechless. The handsome man face-bombed and sighed, "Please, we just met today. Don't talk about betrayal. We're just colleagues." The faceless man tilted his head. "Since you admit that we're colleagues, don't tell others." The handsome face was speechless. "You were the one who told others first." The faceless man wanted to say something else, but the beautiful face finally spoke up. "Did you forget about me? I'm working in this public shell too. I know you're a child laborer." The faceless man said in a pitiful tone, "Then don't tell others either, okay?" The beautiful face said, "I'm not a sister. Don't define us spectacles by our human gender. The avatar I chose was random. It was given to me by Master God Yeho. Human males like faces like this." The faceless man raised his hand. "But I don't think this human likes you. He keeps looking at me." "He likes me, baby." A pink bubble appeared above the faceless man's head. Hearing the faceless man's words, the beautiful woman and the handsome man subconsciously focused their eyes, only to find that the guest had already arrived in front of them. Moreover, he was sizing up their faces with great interest. The faceless man held his face and shook his head shyly. "Mr. Guest, are you looking at baby?" Angor stared at the faceless man who called himself baby and felt his stomach churning. His tone was even worse than when he had stepped on his brother's foot. But then again, the faceless man mentioned that he was only born a year ago. According to human age, the faceless man was indeed a baby. "I just didn't expect there to be 3 heads on the mirror." Angor lowered his voice and said, "But I didn't expect the mirror to have 3 heads." The faceless man seemed to be a little disappointed, and the pink bubbles on his head disappeared instantly. Mother was right. In this world, only mother will truly love me. Angor didn't know what to say. The beautiful face spoke again, "Dear guest, we meet again. Please don't mind my child laborer. He's too young to know anything. We've met before? You're the peddler I saw outside the skyscraper?" Angor was a little surprised. "You're the peddler?" The beautiful face nodded with a smile. "Yes. It's my honor that you still remember me. You didn't look like this before." Before, she also had a beautiful face, but she looked more like a young girl, purer and younger. But now, her face was like that of an elegant noblewoman. When she raised and lowered her head, there was a flirtatious look in her eyes. "Beautiful face, do you like my previous face?" "I'm sorry, but that face can only be used on the public shell you used before. And that public shell is now occupied by other colleagues." Angor got the gist of it. The public shells of the Spectacle clan all had a corresponding face. Once they changed their shells, they would no longer be able to use the same face. In other words, the 3 faces in front of Angor showed him as a handsome man, a beautiful woman, and a faceless man. But in reality, this was just a mask stored in the body they were using. Their real faces were not like this. "True faces?" The beautiful face chuckled. "We spectacles do not look like humans. Our true faces are not important to us. If you insist on telling us our true faces, we're probably just a bunch of light spots in your eyes." End of chapter. Such was the case for the spectacles. To this race, the external body was just a public tool. Their essence and core was actually a stream of consciousness life that wandered in the consciousness channel between the bodies. Their outer appearance was something like a light spot. Every consciousness life form was a floating light spot. For this reason, not to mention their true appearance, even their gender, physical features, and other physical features were not important to them. In fact, they did not even have such labels in their race. Seeing Angwar's enlightened look, the woman smiled. That's not important. It's just something you don't really care about. Let's get back to the topic. Are you here to experience meditation? Angwar shook his head. No. I heard that this shop is run by the Spectacles, so I'm here to check it out. The beautiful face was stunned. Sir, are you here to look for the Mirror Clan? Yes. Angwar nodded. I have something I want to ask you about. A deal. The beautiful face mumbled. Why don't you use the display booklet to communicate? Before Angwar could say anything, the handsome face next to her interjected, Are you stupid? I don't sense any convergence energy on him. He must be a visitor from outside the mirror realm. Where did he get the display booklet from? The beautiful woman quickly realized her mistake and apologized to Angwar. I'm sorry for my carelessness. Please forgive my rudeness. It's not that. Angwar wanted to say that he did have the display booklet, but he did not have it with him. But he did not say it out loud. It was not something important anyway, so he did not need to explain it. The beautiful face cleared her throat. Let's talk about the deal then. She paused and put on a serious look. I'm an employee of the meditation center now, but I also work part-time at Little Mirror 219, Little Mirror 306, and Little Mirror 442. Therefore, I can also do some normal transactions here. May I know what kind of deal you wish to discuss? She introduced herself as a saleswoman for Shop 219 when they first met. She was also a part-time saleswoman for 2 other shops. In the shops of the Spectacle clan, the higher the number, the more powerful they were. Naturally, they had more goods. The 3 shops that the beauty worked in were all numbered more than 200. It wouldn't be easy to find the materials he needed in these low-numbered shops. Still, he decided to give it a shot and told his request. Materials related to mental strength? After the beauty heard this answer, she immediately closed her eyes and began to check in the stream of consciousness whether there were similar products in the shops where she worked part-time. About half a minute later, the woman opened her eyes and gave Angwar an apologetic look. I'm sorry. None of the 3 shops I'm working at have anything like this. This kind of product is probably only sold in the shops near the front. He wasn't too disappointed. He didn't expect to find spirit materials from shops beyond 200 anyway. He came here mainly to contact the higher-numbered shops through the Spectacle clan members. It would be best if he could find out where the Spectacle clan's base was located. Before he could ask, the faceless man spoke in a soft voice, Mister, I know a big sister in shop number 4. Do you want me to contact her? As soon as the faceless man's voice fell, the handsome man's face and the beautiful woman's face turned to look at him first. You mean shop number 4? The faceless man blinked innocently. Yeah. What about it? The beautiful woman asked curiously, How do you know a clerk in shop number 4? The handsome man nodded in agreement. Do you know what shop number 4 is like? It's the best shop in the Spectacle clan. All of the clerks there have their own bodies. I heard that they can earn thousands of crystals every day just by staying in the shop. The shops of the Spectacle clan all had serial numbers on them. The first 3 numbered shops represented the official shops. The products from the official shops were always good. After all, they were chosen by the entire clan. However, the products from the official shops were not necessarily the best. The official store was the face of the entire race. They sold unique and balanced products that were suitable for each race. Those unconventional products were really hard to find in the official store. To find such products, the best option was to go to a civilian shop. The best civilian shop in the Spectacle clan was called Shop Number 4. Almost every Spectacle clan member wanted to go to Shop Number 4. It was said that the products there were not only good but also good treatment. It was even better than the official clerks. When the faceless man mentioned that he knew a clerk in Shop Number 4, both the beautiful woman and the handsome man were surprised. They didn't even have time to think about Angwar. They were all focused on the faceless man. If they could use the faceless man to get in touch with the clerk in Shop No. 4, they wouldn't have to worry about their future. The faceless man was still a baby who was close to 2 years old. His mind was very simple. Under the continuous questioning of the beautiful woman and the handsome man, he did not hide anything and told them everything. It was all a misunderstanding. The faceless man did know a big sister in shop number 4. But that was all. The story started 2 days ago. As a baby who loved his mother, the faceless man left Mirror Mountain to buy a gift for his mother and looked for a job outside. He knew nothing about the outside world. All he knew was that he had to work in a shop to make money. Thus, his first stop was shop number 4. Shop number 3 was an official shop, and the authorities forbade child labor. He didn't want to walk into a trap, so he went to shop number 4. The person who received him in shop number 4 was a girl next door. She was also the big sister he mentioned. After learning about the faceless man's situation, the big sister turned him down without hesitation. Shop number 4 was a civilian shop, but it was too close to the front. The officials would often check it, so they wouldn't use child labor. However, perhaps the big sister pitied the faceless man for being so sensible at such a young age, so she exchanged their telepathic contact information. She said that she would contact him if there was a chance to make money in the future. And that was it. The faceless man had seen this sister before, and he did have her contact information. However, this relationship was very shallow. At least in the eyes of the beautiful woman and the handsome man, it was impossible to rely on the faceless man to get close to her. They shook their heads and sighed. The faceless man looked at Angor again. "Where's the big brother? Do you need me to contact him? Will we disturb him?" Angor asked. The faceless man rubbed his chin. "I don't think so." The handsome man spoke up as well. "The customer wants to buy something, and he's here to help with the business. I don't think he'll mind being disturbed." Angor nodded and looked at the faceless man. "I'll leave it to you then." "No problem." The faceless man nodded. The faceless man closed his eyes as well. About a minute later, the faceless man opened his eyes again. This time, he didn't look at Angor. Instead, he spoke to the 2 men. "I asked the big sister, and she said she wants to talk to you in person. She wants us to number the back door of this public body and open it for her." In other words, the big sister he mentioned was going to enter the public body directly. However, the faceless man couldn't decide on his own. There were 3 consciousnesses residing in the public body, and he needed all 3 of them to agree. This was why the faceless man asked the handsome man and the beautiful woman first. The handsome man and the beautiful woman nodded without any hesitation. "Of course, I'll send you the serial number of this body." They never had the chance to talk to the clerk of shop number 4. Now that they finally had a chance to talk to her, they wouldn't refuse. About 3 minutes later, a new face appeared on the mirror out of thin air. As soon as this face appeared, the beautiful face immediately moved aside and hid in the lower right corner, allowing this new face to occupy the center of the mirror. Without a doubt, this was the big sister of shop number 4 that the faceless man had mentioned. However, the big sister didn't choose a female face. Instead, it was a bald man with a full beard. When the bearded man opened his eyes, he was immediately welcomed by the beautiful woman and the handsome man beside him. Their mouths were full of praises. Hearing this, the bearded man frowned. He was here to talk business. Why did he end up in a place for flattery? The bearded man glanced at the handsome man and the beautiful woman as if he knew what they were thinking. "If you have anything to say it in your stream of consciousness. Don't say it in front of the customer. Otherwise, you'll offend the customer. Or make him think that you're all useless." Conversations in streams of consciousness were private. No matter how much they flattered, they wouldn't leak it out. But now, they were using a public body to talk. That would make a fool of themselves for everyone to see. The handsome man's face and the beautiful woman's face blushed and immediately shut their mouths. The faceless man didn't think too much about it. "Big sister, why did you choose this face? There are more than 30 female faces in this public body." "I like to choose a male face," the bearded man said. The faceless man was surprised. "But when we met, weren't you, big sister?" The bearded man laughed and a pair of big hands appeared in the mirror. He rubbed the faceless man's head and said, "That's because all the faces in the number 4 shop have been selected." I can only choose a female face. Personally, I prefer male. If we're using human gender, I should be male. The faceless man didn't know what to say. The bearded man kept smiling. But you can keep calling me big sister. It doesn't mean anything. Child labor baby. The faceless man pouted. Just call me baby. I don't want any prefixes. The bearded man rubbed the faceless man's head again. Okay, good boy. After that, the bearded man finally looked up at Angor through the mirror. The bearded man no longer teased Angor. Instead, he put on a serious and respectful expression. Sir, you're looking for spirit materials. Angor nodded. Yes. Do you have them in stock? The bearded man immediately nodded. Of course. In the entire Little Mirror shop, our shop has the most complete collection of mental type materials. What kind of materials are you looking for, sir? Many kinds? The bearded man nodded. Yes. We have amplification materials, growth materials, mutation materials, shapeshifting materials, and curses materials. Moreover, our shop doesn't just have spirit materials from the White Sun Mirror realm. We also have spirit materials from other worlds, including the world of adepts. The bearded man mentioned spirit materials from the wizarding world because he already knew that Angor was a human. Angor wasn't one of the hollow dwellers that mirror domain scholars fished out from the mirror domain. He was a human who came from another world. Angor wasn't too interested in spirit materials from the wizarding world. Instead, he was a little curious. What kind of spirit materials do you have? Many. We have a partnership with a salvage team from mirror domain scholars. When they find spirit materials, they don't sell them. Instead, they deliver them to us directly. Over time, we have them in many worlds. Most of them are from the Sun Mirror domain, though. Angor nodded. Can I take a look? He couldn't figure out the effects of the materials just by describing them. Angor preferred to see them in person. It would be best if he could use Narda's vision to see which materials could help him. The bearded man said, of course. All the materials are in Little Jing shop number 4. We welcome you to see them in person. Angor asked for the location of store number 4. It was on the 3900th floor. It wasn't too far away. Moreover, the bearded man also provided a solution that didn't require them to take the stairs. All the shops of the Mirror Clan on the upper and lower floors of the 3900th floor have internal transmission channels. This meditation hall should also have it. Sir, you can directly send it from the meditation hall to our Little Mirror number 4 shop. After that, the bearded man communicated with the other 3 faces on the mirror for a while and then left. Before leaving, he reminded Angor that he would wait for him in store number 4. Judging from the man's glowing eyes and eager tone, Angor assumed that the spirit materials wouldn't be cheap. But it didn't matter. He could put it on the mirror domain's account. After all the logging devices were distributed, he would have more crystals than he could use. So, he didn't have to worry about the cost. He didn't need to worry about the crystals anyway. End of chapter. After the bearded man left, the beautiful face regained control of the body. The mirror above Angor's neck changed back to the beautiful woman's image. Honorable customer, are you going to Little Mirror shop number 4 now? The beautiful woman's eyes were filled with anticipation. Both the faceless man and the handsome man were looking at Angor with eager eyes. Earlier, the bearded man told them that if Angor went to shop number 4, they would get a share of the profits. Kind of like an introduction fee. They were now looking forward to Angor's next move. Angor didn't know the reason, but he already planned to go to shop number 4 anyway. Yes. He nodded. He said there's a teleportation channel leading to shop number 4? Can I borrow it for a bit? The beautiful face nodded without hesitation. Of course. Alright, we'll take you there, sir. In order to earn the referral fee, the beautiful face decided to take Angor to the portal herself, regardless of the door service. If any customers came, they would ask them to wait for a while. The meditation experience wasn't expensive anyway, and they only earned money from it. However, the introduction fee from shop number 4 wasn't cheap at all. Angor nodded with a smile. Then I'll have to trouble you, he was going to say you, But then he remembered that there were 3 consciousnesses in this body, so he quickly added you. The beautiful face waved a hand. Don't worry about it. It's always our job to serve our esteemed customers. As she said that, she walked out with graceful steps. This way, please. The beautiful face pointed out a corridor nearby. Angor nodded and followed her inside. There was some light in the corridor, but it wasn't bright. Instead, it gave off a dim feeling. The dim light didn't mean that it was dim at all. Instead, the faint smell of wood in the air and the soothing sound of running water created a relaxing atmosphere. This is the Aqua Meditation Room. The beautiful face introduced the room to Angor as they walked. Angor never mentioned that he wanted to experience meditation, but she still explained it to him patiently. She had nothing to do anyway. What if she found something? In case Angor was persuaded by her and decided to try it out, she would get a share of the profits. The door of the meditation room was closed, and he could not see what was inside. However, the soothing sound of flowing water that he had heard earlier was coming from inside. Meditating with water therapy? How did it work? The beautiful face quickly explained. The water in the meditation room is specially made. The trajectory of the water flow was also specially arranged. Listening from the outside, it's hard to hear anything unusual, but once you enter it and meditate in a suitable position, along with the sound of water flowing in a specific path around you, it will greatly increase the efficiency of your meditation. Listening to the sound of water can improve my meditation efficiency? The beautiful face nodded. Yes. If you stay in the hydrotherapy meditation room for a long time, you can even meditate with your eyes closed. What's that? Angor was surprised. The beautiful face shook her head again. I don't know. I'm just a part-time worker. The beautiful face did not know the reason, but the handsome face next to her seemed to know something. I used to work at Mirror Mountain Academy as a handyman, and I heard from the students there that this kind of meditation room was invented by a grand scholar. I think it involves water spectrometers, sound resonance, and the derivation of laws. So, don't think that the meditation room is just a maze of water. There's a lot of knowledge behind it. The beautiful woman and the faceless man were dumbfounded. Obviously, they didn't understand. The handsome face sighed and did not explain further. Besides, he did not know much about it either. He only heard some technical terms, and he was just showing off. Angor knew a little about water spectrometers and sound resonance, but he did not know much about the derivation of laws. But since it involved laws, it must have something to do with those strange laws in the gloomy mirror. If the meditation room had the power of laws, then it was normal that it could improve the efficiency of meditation. Angor did not think too much about it and went deeper into the corridor. The meditation room here is the atmospheric vortex meditation room. As they passed through a pure white door, the beautiful face introduced the situation inside. The atmospheric vortex meditation room was not meant for material life forms. It was meant for gaseous life forms. To be precise, it's for the Kaka clan from Shadowy Planet. There were many gaseous life forms in the White Sun Mirror domain, but only the Kaka clan from Shadowy Planet needed to meditate. The Kaka clan looked like clusters of starlight, which made them look like stars in the night sky. They needed to rely on meditation in order to improve their life forms. Back when the Mirror clan was building their meditation room, they took the Kaka clan's needs into consideration and built it for them. It was meant to attract the Kaka clan's guests. But the Kaka clan did not send many visitors this time, so the meditation room was never opened for business. Occasionally, gaseous life forms from other worlds would come here to experience it. The beautiful face sighed. But as you know, visitors from other worlds are few and far between. All in all, the meditation room was built for nothing. Next, they encountered several different meditation rooms. Most of the meditation rooms were very versatile, unlike the atmospheric vortex meditation room, which could only be used for gaseous life forms. For example, the meditation rooms used by elemental life forms could be used by other races as well, including humans. If there are such rooms for general use, why do we need to build those special ones that have more limitations? The beautiful face silently said, although the specific meditation rooms of certain ethnic groups are limited, the effect is better than general use. The entry threshold is also very high, and the price is also relatively expensive. In other words, special meditation rooms for certain races were meant to earn more crystals. Oh, I'm so stupid. They walked for another 50 meters and saw the woman pointing at the end of the corridor. Behind that statue is the portal. Angor followed the voice and saw a white porcelain statue at the end of the corridor. The statue was not in the shape of a human. Instead, it was a giant floating mountain covered by a white mist. Under the light, the top of the mountain looked as if it was covered with a layer of gold. It looked like a shining statue filled with divinity. However, Angor only glanced at the statue for a moment before his attention was attracted by someone standing nearby. It was a tall woman with a voluptuous figure leaning against a wall with her head lowered. She seemed to be thinking about something. It was Veronica, the woman whom Angor parted with not long ago. The arrival of Angor's group also woke Veronica up from her thoughts. A raging flame instantly drilled out from her towering chest and turned into an eye of raging flame. However, when she blinked her eye of the flames and saw the identity of the person who had come, Veronica let down her guard. "Mr. Angor, are you here to meditate as well?" Veronica walked to him with a smile. Angor shook his head and pointed at the floating mountain statue in front of them. "I'm going to check out the other shops." Veronica was obviously a regular customer. When she saw Angor pointing at the floating mountain statue, she immediately understood that he was going to use the teleportation tunnel behind them. She moved aside so that Angor and his group could pass through. Angor did not intend to chat with Veronica. He walked past her and waited for the tunnel to open. However, the way to open the tunnel seemed to be a bit troublesome. The beautiful woman walked to the floating mountain statue and tried to manipulate the white mist around it. It seemed the mist had to be arranged in a certain way to open the tunnel. The beautiful woman did not seem to care about the arrangement. Angor had no choice but to wait. While waiting, Veronica's heart fire kept looking at them curiously. She did not say anything, but Angor still felt the atmosphere was getting a bit awkward. The beautiful woman failed again under Angor's gaze, which made the atmosphere even more awkward. The handsome man said, "How about I do it? Even the combination of the 3 foggy light spots formula takes so long?" The beautiful woman's cheeks instantly turned red, and there was a trace of shyness in her eyes. I just started working, right? I'll do it again." She did not want to embarrass herself in front of a potential customer. She took a deep breath and tried again. Angor quickly averted his gaze. He was worried that his stare would put more pressure on the beautiful woman. It would not be good if she failed again. Out of instinct, Angor looked at Veronica. Veronica's heart fire was looking at him as well. Angor considered and asked, "Where's Pilates? Is he meditating already?" Veronica pointed at a door nearby. "He's in there. I don't know if he's meditating or not. But I don't think it'll be that soon. With his talent, it'll take him a while to do it." As Veronica said this, Heart Flame's peripheral vision drifted to the door beside her. She saw that the light at the bottom of the door was slightly distorted. It was like the illusion of spatial distortion caused by the burning flames. Seeing this, Veronica frowned. "Well, I think it will take at least 10 minutes before he can enter meditation." "Huh?" Veronica sighed. "Pilates, if you're not meditating, come out and say hi." A gust of wind blew by, but no one showed up. Veronica sneered at the door. "I know you're there. I saw the light getting distorted. Why don't you just show up and listen?" About 5 or 6 seconds later, there was a reaction. The door was still closed, but a white, translucent soul came out from the center of the door, revealing half of its body. From the human outline of the soul, it could be seen that this soul was Mayapati. "Nice to meet you again, Mr. Angor." More Praty's soul chuckled and waved at Angor. Angor was a little surprised. Why did Pilates turn into a soul? But he did not ask right away. Instead, he nodded as a response. As soon as Pilates finished his greeting, Veronica controlled her heart fire to move toward him. "No, no, no." Pilates quickly backed away as if he was afraid of heart fire. "Now that you've greeted him, go back and meditate," Veronica said. "And don't listen to the door. Mr. Angor is going somewhere else. It's not a big deal." Angor pointed at the floating mountain statue next to him. More Praty glanced at it and immediately understood. He saluted Veronica. Understood. I'll go back and meditate now. Mayapalate's soul quickly went back to the door. Veronica glanced at the light at the bottom of the door. After making sure that there was no distortion, she whispered, he was originally preparing to meditate inside. He probably saw the light flickering through the crack of the door and knew that someone was outside, so he came over to eavesdrop. It'll take him at least 10 minutes to meditate again. Veronica sighed. She did not know how long it would take for Mayapalates to improve his spirit power. Angor understood the reason. But compared to Mayapalate's meditation efficiency, Angor was more interested in why Mayapalate's soul eavesdropped just now. Angor asked his question. It was not a secret, so Veronica did not hide it. It's the effect of the meditation room. This meditation room is called the Soul Sand Bed Meditation Room. According to Veronica, the meditation room was filled with a special kind of soul sand. As long as a person was on top of the sand, his or her soul and body would be temporarily blurred. When this happened, he or she could choose to eject his or her soul from his or her body. However, for those who did not train their soul could not leave their body. It was better to stay in the soul sand to avoid the discomfort caused by being separated for too long. To put it simply, the ejection of one's soul came from the soul sand. I see. But why does Mayapalates need to use this room to meditate? Because when his soul leaves his body, his mind will be purer, and the effect of his meditation will be better than other meditation rooms. This was the meditation room that Veronica had experimented with, one meditation room after another during this period of time. Finally, it was the meditation room that had the best effect on Mayapratha. Other meditation rooms could also assist in Mayapati meditation, but the time spent in meditation would be relatively long. The Soul Sand Bed Meditation Room could allow Mayapati to enter meditation within 10 minutes. It could be said that it was the most efficient meditation room. After the soul leaves the body, without the shackles of distracting thoughts from the physical body, one's consciousness will indeed be pure. But, this is the first time I've heard of someone using their soul to meditate without using their physical body. Angor frowned. As far as he knew, the essence of meditation was to purify one's mind and soul to obtain a power similar to idealism, which could then be used to feed one's body and spirit power. So, when Mayapalate's soul left its body, could it really be fed back to the body when it meditated? After all, once the soul left the body, there was a clear separation between the soul and the physical body. Veronica smiled and explained, "Don't worry about that. As long as both the body and the soul are within the range of the soul sand, there will be a special connection between the soul and the body. This connection is similar to a spell you wizards have. It's called..." Huh? What's it called? Veronica wanted to show off her knowledge of wizards, but she realized that she had forgotten the name of the spell she was talking about. She thought for a long time but still couldn't think of anything. In the end, she decided to explain, "You wizards have a spell that can create a special tunnel between the body and the soul. You can control the body even after the soul leaves the body." Angor quickly realized what Veronica was talking about. "You mean the level 1 spell, Soul Link?" Soul Link? Veronica was stunned for a moment, but she immediately came to her senses and nodded vigorously. Yes. That's what I'm talking about." Angor chuckled and shook his head. "If you're talking about Soul Link, then you're wrong. Soul Link isn't a channel to connect the soul and the body. It's about emptying the soul and mind." He suddenly paused in the middle of his sentence. It was as if time had stopped for him. He did not move at all. Only his gradually widening eyes showed that he was not affected by the power of time. Veronica was also shocked. She looked at the frozen Angor and wondered what just happened. She hesitated and reached out to wake Angor up. But before she could do so, she was pulled aside by a slender hand. When he turned around, he saw her fair neck and the square mirror on her neck. In the mirror, the beautiful face was making a gesture at her. That's right, the person who pulled her away was the public shell of the mirror tribe. When Veronica was puzzled, a row of words appeared above the beautiful face on the mirror. "The meditation hall has protective measures. As long as the protective measures are not down, the guests in the meditation hall will not be affected. Now, the protective measures are stable, which means that no one will attack the meditation hall. Since no one attacked him, he is safe." Veronica subconsciously wanted to ask after reading these lines of words through the flame in her heart. However, when she saw the beautiful face make a should gesture again, Veronica shut her mouth. Instead, she used her heart's fire to mimic a row of words. If he wasn't attacked, why did he suddenly stop moving? The beautiful woman shook her head. I don't know. However, I could feel that his consciousness was fluctuating very quickly. The stream of consciousness generated in such a short period of time was almost as much as when the professors of Mirror Mountain Academy started brainstorming. This kind of situation usually only occurs when one is inspired. I don't know what you were talking about, but he might have gotten some inspiration. If we disturb him now, his inspiration might stop. So, it's best not to touch him and wait for him to wake up. The beautiful face's explanation was a bit unreliable. Still, Veronica believed it. The Glacier Kingdom was a country where all citizens were soldiers. As a soldier, Veronica always obeyed orders and understood the principle of listening to someone's advice. Besides, the person who talked to her was a mirror tribe, a unique stream of consciousness life form. They could sense the ripples of consciousness waves. If they said that Angor might have gotten some inspiration, it was probably true. Among all the races in the Sun Mirror domain, no one was better than the Mirror tribe when it came to sensing consciousness waves. Veronica nodded and used her heart's fire to mimic a new line of words, I see. With that, Veronica and the beautiful face quietly stepped back until they were about 100 meters away from Angor. They looked at Angor's direction and waited for him to wake up. On the other side, Angor's mind was indeed stirring up a huge storm. The main character of this storm was the spell that Veronica had mentioned before, the Path of Soul Dimension. Earlier, when Veronica described some of the mistakes in Soul Link, Angor began to correct them. While doing so, he glanced at the information about Soul Link stored in the server in his mind space. Because he had mastered the Path of Soul Dimension, when he opened the server, a large amount of information surged out. This included the spell structure of the Tao of Soul Link. Angor froze when he saw the structure of the spell. Even the conversation with Veronica was instantly stopped. This was because he suddenly discovered that a small part of the spell structure of the Tao of Soul Link looked very familiar. Isn't this the structure of Soul Seeker? The spell structure of Soul Link was very complicated. However, there was a small part of it that looked very similar to the structure of Soul Seeker's rune horn. Angor immediately understood why he felt déjà vu when he looked at Soul Seeker's rune horn. Maybe it was because the structure of Soul Link was similar to Soul Seeker's rune horn. Angor's mind was filled with more ideas after he found this point. His chaotic thoughts were split open by an axe, and fresh air from the outside world instantly poured into his mind. All kinds of questions, guesses, clues, and answers began to intertwine in his mind. All the information revolved around a single question. Why was the magic rune horn soul search so similar to some of the structures of the Path of Soul Dimension? Angor thought carefully. Soul Link's effect is to connect one's mind space and soul domain, creating a special energy channel. As for Soul Seeker's rune horn, its effect is to quickly locate the target's soul domain by following the spirit. Although the two effects were different, upon further analysis, Angor found that they both had common divisors. And this common divisor was to locate the target's soul domain. For example, in order to connect one's mind space to soul domain, one must first locate the target's soul domain. Soul Seeker's effect was to locate the target's soul domain. Since the common divisor of these two effects was locating the target's soul domain, did it mean that the special structure in Soul Link, which was similar to Soul Seeker's rune horn, represented the ability to locate the target's soul domain, to go one step further? Did Soul Seeker's rune horn originate from Soul Link? If he could go further, could it be that the essence of the magic pattern horn was derived from tricks and spells? If this was the essence, then, did it mean that to create a rune horn, one had to start from cantrips and spells? These questions became the core of Angor's inspiration storm. His thoughts surged, and his consciousness flowed. In the outside world, only a few minutes had passed. But in his consciousness, Angor had climbed over mountains, rivers, and even chasms and abysses. Finally, he reached the golden apple tree. Looking at the golden apples on the tree, which were full of knowledge, Angor began to organize the clues in his mind. After his continuous verification and pondering, he was now basically certain that Suo Ling's demonic pattern horn was most likely some structure in the way of soul dimension. There was no doubt about it. The details of the two items differed greatly, but the main structure was the same. It was like two five-story buildings. At first glance, one was made of concrete, while the other was made of wooden planks. One was covered in statues, while the other was covered in cobwebs. One was lively, while the other was lifeless. The materials used, the details, and the degree of attracting customers were all different. But if one ignored these details and looked at the structure of the building alone, the two items were the same. Soul Link and Soul Seeker's structure shared the same principle. Although the details were different, the main structure was the same. Angor was certain that Soul Seeker's rune horn was most likely a part of Soul Link's structure. But the second question was, could all rune horns be found in cantrips and spells? According to the information Angor gathered after his burst of inspiration, the answer was not as he expected. There were very few rune horns that could be found from cantrips and spells. He didn't know where the structure of the rune horns came from, but he was sure that 99% of the rune horns were not created by cantrips or spells. Since most of the magic rune horns were not generated from spells or cantrips, was it possible to create a new magic rune horn based on the cantrips or cantrips that were already known to him? Angor did not know the answer to this question. He could only simulate it in his mind, so he did not know whether it would work or not. Even if he was at the peak of his inspiration, he could not imagine something he had never experienced before. So, he decided to try it himself when he returned to Silver Forest Space. If he could really create a new rune horn by referring to the structure of the spells he already knew, it would be a great help to him. Angor's mind was already flying back to Silver Forest Space. He couldn't wait to start experimenting with the new magic rune horn. But he restrained himself. He knew that even if he could really create a new rune horn by referring to the spells he already knew, it would not be done in one go. He would need a lot of research and experiments. And all of that would take time. Even if he went back now, he would not get an answer right away. There was no need to rush. He should deal with the matter at hand first, then go back and experiment. The golden apple of wisdom was already plucked, so he could eat it whenever he wanted. With this thought in mind, Angor's surging consciousness slowly calmed down, and his dazed eyes returned to normal. When he scanned the surroundings again, he did not see anyone. As he wondered, he heard footsteps coming from the corridor in the distance. He looked up and saw the beautiful face and Veronica walking toward him. After a brief explanation, Angor finally understood why they stayed away from this place. Angor thanked Veronica and Beautyface sincerely. The beautiful face quickly took Veronica away when she sensed Angor's consciousness ripple, so as not to disturb his inspiration. This was definitely worthy of Angor's sincere gratitude. Of course, it was only a verbal thank you, which was not enough in Angor's opinion. He considered and decided to make it up to them in material terms. Whether it was the beautiful face, the handsome face, or the faceless man, the reason why they were here was because they were earning money and working. For them, the most important thing they needed was condensed crystals. But it would be rude to just give them condensed crystals. If they opened a card in the Meditation Experience Center, their commission wouldn't be too high. Angor considered and decided to buy a meditation room and build it in his heart space. Although for him, the effect of the meditation room was dispensable, for the star servants, it was definitely good to have a meditation room. Anyway, building a meditation room in his heart space was not a bad idea. Moreover, this kind of service of building meditation rooms was also the highest commission for the Mirror Clan with the beautiful faces. It would help them and also bring him benefits. This was the repayment Angor thought. Of course, apart from the beautiful face, Angor also gave Veronica some compensation. It was an unintentional topic, but he had to admit that it was Veronica's soul link that inspired him. Therefore, there was no doubt that Veronica had contributed to this. As for Veronica, he didn't hesitate to make it up to her. 2 brooches. One was a pure white rose brooch, while the other was a black brooch with a dragon head scepter. Both of them were dream crystals. One was for Veronica, and the other was for Mayopolate. In half a month or a month, the dream crystals would become popular. But even then, they would not be cheap. Therefore, the value of the login device was already a form of compensation. However, the most important thing was the additional value of the dream crystals. If Veronica paid enough attention to the dream crystals, she would have half a month's head start. In the future, when the various races flooded in, having half a month's head start was definitely a good thing for her. Of course, she had to pay attention to the dream crystals and the dream crystals. It all depended on her choice. Veronica didn't know what Angor's gift meant yet. After several excuses, she finally accepted the item and put it inside the pocket of her cloak. Angor could tell that Veronica was just being polite on the surface. In her opinion, the 2 brooches Angor took out were only for decoration purposes. Angor didn't mind. You can read the introduction on the display booklet to learn more about the item. Veronica nodded without hesitation. Yes, I know. I saw Madame Astrologer's introduction on the main display stand. Seeing this, he nodded and headed toward the floating statue in front of him. Before this, there was a wall behind the floating mountain statue. But now, the wall was gone, replaced by a dark tunnel that emitted ripples of space energy. Honorable customer, the teleportation channel has been set to Little Mirror Shop number 4 for you. Just walk straight ahead. The corners of the beautiful woman's mouth were about to reach the sky at this time. Even her voice was more tender than before. After all, the commission from Angor's customized meditation room was enough for her to rest for 10 years and still have money left. Of course, she had to use the softest voice she could when talking to a rich guest like Angor. She looked at the handsome man and the faceless man. Their flattering expressions were even more exaggerated than hers. Don't do that. The beautiful woman blinked. Huh? Angor sighed. It's nothing. I'll be going. Without waiting for an answer, he took a step forward and entered the dark tunnel. Previously, when they were outside, they couldn't see anything in the tunnel. It was pitch black. However, when they entered the tunnel, they realized that it wasn't dark at all. Although the surroundings were pitch black, there were plenty of flickering shadows on the pitch black screen. These flickering lights and shadows formed a glowing hexagram pattern. Countless patterns were changing, intertwining, and stretching. In the end, they formed countless glowing lines. Under the illumination of these glowing lines, the tunnel was still relatively bright. He could even see a bright aurora not far in front of him. If there was no accident, the place where Aurora was located was the exit of this space tunnel. Instead of going to the exit right away, he stood still and observed the patterns and lines above his head. So it's the spirit's ability, Angor said after observing for a while. Previously, when Hoda took them to travel through space in the ring-shaped fortress, there would always be a hexagram pattern. And this kind of hexagram pattern actually came from the giant city spirit's ability. This space passage also had a 6-pointed star pattern. It was estimated that it should be an agreement between the people of the Mirror Clan and the giant city spirit. He asked the giant city spirit to help build a spatial passage. Now that he thought about it, it made sense. Now that they were in Crystal City, it was equivalent to being in the body of the giant city spirit. If he wanted to build multiple stable spatial channels in the giant city spirit's body, he could only do it himself. Angor sighed again when he thought of this. Ever since the Dalmatian gave him a large amount of spatial knowledge, he was quite interested in any ability related to space. The reason why he stopped was because he wanted to sense if the spatial passage opened by the Mirror Clan had any special secrets, but it turned out that it was opened by the giant city spirit. The giant city spirit's spatial ability was a talent that could only be used inside its body. Even if Angor could analyze it, it wouldn't be useful. This was why he had no choice. Angor sighed and walked toward the Aurora in disappointment. After about 10 steps, he reached the Aurora's area. It wasn't because the Aurora was close to him. But as he walked toward it, the Aurora was also moving toward him quickly. It was almost as if they were running toward each other. Several seconds later, Angor was bathed in the Aurora's light. He also saw a familiar object in the center of the Aurora, the floating mountain statue. When he approached the floating statue, the Aurora around him quickly disappeared like a faded old photo and turned into a series of walls. When Angor looked up again, he found himself in a new space. It wasn't a big space. The floating mountain statue was in the center, and there was nothing around it except for rows of bright lights, which illuminated the space as if it was daytime. Angor was standing on one side of the statue. As he observed the space, he heard clear footsteps coming from the other side of the statue. It sounded like high heels. When he looked back, he saw a woman wearing a black, pompous evening dress walking out from the other side of the floating statue. The woman was wearing a black veil, and her brownish-red curly hair was tied up high. Her face was as white as porcelain, and her lips were as red as fire. But her eyes were replaced by a mirror-like light screen. The light screen projected a pair of seductive eyes. However, the eyes on the screen were different from real eyes. At first glance, the eyes looked like they were from a 2D movie, which was in stark contrast to the woman's noble dress. However, Angor didn't care about the woman's appearance. More importantly, who was she? Her overall appearance looked like a Injit clan member. The only difference was that the Injit clan member's eye patch was replaced by a long light screen. However, the style of the projection on the screen was a bit similar to that of the Mirror clan. Could she be a hybrid between a Injit clan member and a Mirror clan member? But weren't Mirror clan members a stream of consciousness race? How could she be a hybrid? As Angor's thoughts ran wild, the woman in front of him spoke. "Welcome to Mirror Shop number 4, dear customer." Angor finally understood what was going on after listening to the man's words. She was definitely a Mirror clan member. She was speaking with her mouth open, but it wasn't her mouth that was speaking. It was the light screen. Moreover, the voice that came out was also a familiar synthetic sound. Although the beautiful face, the faceless man, and the handsome man's voices were different, they were all in the same electronically synthesized voice. The woman in front of him had the same synthesized voice. Without a doubt, she was a Mirror clan member as well. However, this Mirror clan member's body was more complete than the ones Angor saw before. There was no longer a messy mirror above her neck. Instead, she had a complete head. "We meet again, dear customer." The woman in the black dress bowed to Angor elegantly. "Again?" Angor narrowed his eyes. "You're that bearded man?" The woman didn't mind being called a bearded man. She nodded with a smile. "Yes. We met at the meditation center." "Oh, right. This is my personal body given to me by the shop." The woman in the black dress pointed at her perfect figure. "Although I prefer the body of a man, it doesn't matter. You can call me 408 for convenience. That's my number in the shop. You can also use it as the name of this body, 408. "Oh, that's pretty cool." Angor went against his conscience and quickly changed the topic. "So, I'm in shop number 4 now," 408 nodded with a smile. "Yes. This is the Mirror Mountain Hall of shop number 4. Well, you can think of it as a teleportation hall. You can teleport to another shop with a mirror number from here." Mirror Mountain Hall? Angor remembered that the Mirror clan's homecoming was called Mirror Mountain. But the Mirror Mountain didn't refer to the Mirror Mountain of the country. It was probably referring to the floating mountain statue. As expected, 408 explained with a smile, the teleportation halls of all mirror shops are called Mirror Mountain Halls. It's a sign of respect to our sacred place, and it's also a reference to this statue. All the shops of the Mirror clan had this floating mountain statue. This floating mountain statue had been made using Mirror Mountain as a blueprint. Seeing the floating mountain statue was equivalent to lighting up the teleportation point in Small Mirror's shop. Angor nodded. So the Mirror Mountain is a real mountain. He had originally thought that the Mirror Mountain was just a symbolic symbol, similar to the lighthouse in the heart, the other shore of dreams, and the traveler's Shangri-La. It didn't really exist, but was just an image. The Mirror clan was a creature of consciousness after all. They didn't need to live in the real world. Now that he looked at the statue, he realized it was a replica of the Mirror Mountain. Did that mean the Mirror Mountain was a real mountain? Of course, the Mirror Mountain is a mountain. We don't need to live in the real world, but our existence depends on the real world. According to our legends, we were born because of a thought of a powerful ancient creature living in the mirror. In other words, the mother of the Mirror clan came from the real world. Even if they only lived in the consciousness, they would never stop pursuing the real world. Whether the legends are true or not, we can't separate ourselves from the real world. The real world is an important place for us. We even look forward to it. So, the Mirror Mountain can exist in the consciousness world, but it needs to exist in the real world. 408 paused and smiled. Besides, how do we communicate with the outside world if we don't have a base in the real world? The Mirror Mountain is our window to the outside world. Angor nodded. I was too narrow-minded. No. Many people who come into contact with the Mirror Clan for the first time have the same idea. We can understand. If you have time, you can visit the Mirror Mountain yourself. Everyone is welcome here. Angor smiled and nodded. I'll have my chance. Without further ado, 408 led Angor away from the Mirror Mountain Hall. He knew what Angor wanted to buy. About 3 minutes later, they arrived at a quiet reception room. There was no one else in the room, but there were already hot tea and several plates of desserts placed on the table. Judging from the shape of the tea set and the food, they were prepared for a human. It was probably placed here by 408 to welcome Angor. Please, have a seat. 408 pointed to a luxurious chair beside the reception table. They sat down across from each other. 408 quickly took out a round mirror from under the table and handed it to Angor. The mirror was exquisitely made. There were metal carvings on the edges, as well as strange runes. The surface of the mirror was made of some kind of special glaze. It wasn't very good at reflecting images, but as a light screen, it could show clear images. A large number of images were displayed on the mirror. There were dozens of squares on the mirror, each containing a thumbnail image of a certain material. Judging from the shape of the thumbnail, these materials were probably the spirit-type materials that 408 had found. Angor randomly tapped on a square in the upper left corner, and the thumbnail image was enlarged to show the corresponding material's image and description. The whole process was smooth. It was almost the same style as the one in the display book. Angor didn't even need to ask to know that it was Paluxiu's work. However, although the operation of the round mirror was similar to that of the exhibition book, it was still a little different from the exhibition book. Angor felt that the mirror was more like a tablet from Earth. It didn't have a holographic projection function like a tablet, but there was a separate space inside the mirror. Angor only needed to press the image of the material, and the corresponding material would be taken out from the mirror space. It was very convenient. Angor had seen holographic tablets from Earth before, but he was still surprised to see such a tablet that combined real and online functions. It had to be said that Paluxiu was very forward-looking in terms of detail refinement and functional innovation. Even if they were thrown onto Earth, they would probably be engineers. He sighed and returned his attention to the materials he was working on. The material shown on the mirror was a golden cone. At first glance, it looked like a half-finished alchemy product. Even if it wasn't, it should be man-made. However, according to the description below, it was not man-made. It was the stamen of a special magic plant. This kind of plant would bloom large golden flowers, and at the center of the flowers was this golden cone, which was also its stamen. Its name was thorny stamen. Thorny stamen was not a material, but it still had a certain supernatural effect on its own. When one tried to sense the thorny stamen with one's spirit power, one would feel a sharp pain, as if one's spirit power was being poked. From this, Angor could tell that thorny stamen was a material used to deal with spirit power. It could cause a certain amount of damage to spirit power. If it was made into an alchemy item, the effect would be even better. It could even penetrate spirit power directly. Personally, Angor felt that thorny stamen was quite useful. However, it did not go well with his goal of studying spirit power control. Still, he added it to his list of items to buy. He didn't lack condensed crystals anyway. Apart from the thorny pistils, Angor also looked at several spirit materials. He realized that most of the spiritual-type materials were similar to the thorny pistils. They were mainly destructive. There were very few materials that could restore spirit power or repair spirit injuries. As for spirit enhancement, there was not a single one. This was similar to the wizarding world. In the Magus world, materials related to spiritual force were mainly used for destruction. However, it was easier to destroy than to rebuild. As a result, all the materials on the market that focused on repairing and restoring spiritual power were not only rare but also expensive. Spirit power was a relatively common energy source, and it was the same in all supernatural civilizations. In the catalog of the Spectacles clan, all spirit materials that were not destructive were very expensive. However, for someone like Angor who could get reimbursed, such a small amount of crystals was not a problem. However, Is there anything else apart from these materials? 408. What kind of food do you want? Something that can enhance spirit power, Angor replied. If Angor asked for something else, 408 would have to think about it carefully. However, she did not even need to think about spirit enhancement materials. We don't have such materials. After a pause, 408 continued, even if there is, very few people would sell this material. After all, spirit enhancement materials were useful to all supernatural races. Unless there was no other choice, no one would take out such a precious material to sell. This was especially true for the Spectacles clan, who needed more spirit power than other races. Once they obtained a spiritual-type material, it was absolutely impossible for them to sell it. Even if they did, they would only sell it to their own people, and not to the outside world. Therefore, Angor could not find any spirit enhancement materials in the little mirror shop. Angor understood 408's intention. He was only asking to see if there was a possibility. The result was as he expected. As expected, as long as it was related to the increase of spiritual power, the situation in each world was very similar. Angor sighed in his mind. He reorganized his words and asked, "Do you have any pure spirit enhancement materials?" Pure spirit materials that don't contain any unnecessary properties. His original plan was to concoct some potions or items that could enhance spirit power without wasting too much of his time. However, since he didn't have any spiritual-type materials, he could only design a complete alchemy product through enchantment alchemy. He had to think of a way to add an amplification mark to this work. And for this kind of alchemy tool, it was impossible to use destructive materials. The best choice was pure materials without any attributes. Pure spirit-type material? 408 gave Angor a puzzled look. Sir, are you looking for potions or items that can enhance spirit power? If Angor had asked her directly, she would not have thought much about it. However, Angor first asked about spirit-enhancing materials, and after making sure she did not have any, 408 began to wonder if Angor was looking for someone to make spirit-enhancing potions or items. I do intend to do so. However, he wasn't going to find someone else to forge it for him. Instead, he was going to forge it himself. What is it? Is there a problem? 408 quickly shook her head. Not at all. It's just my personal advice that you don't try it. Since they couldn't find any enhancement materials, they would try to find someone to make them for them. This wasn't common, but it did happen occasionally. Even within the Mirror clan, similar things were happening. The Mirror race's cultivation was different from other races. When they reached a bottleneck in their cultivation, they needed a large amount of consciousness to wash through the barrier and break through. However, not all Mirror clan members could control their consciousness, especially when it came to such a large amount of consciousness. Without a strong spiritual power as a foundation, it was easy to lose oneself in the torrent of consciousness. In the end, like the waves of the empty Mirror Sea, they would be washed away by the torrent until they died. In such a difficult situation, many Mirror clan members chose to rely on external help to break through. And how to borrow external forces? By using items that could enhance one's spirit power so that they could control their consciousness. Thus, many Mirror clan members began to look for potions or items that could enhance their spirit power. Did they break through? 408 shook her head. It doesn't matter whether they did or not. If they can really find someone who can refine an amplification tool, they might be able to break through. Unfortunately, until now, no one has been able to refine a tool that can amplify spiritual power. 408 glanced at Angor and saw that the young man still didn't seem to care. It was as if she was trying to scare him. 408 sighed and said, "I'm not trying to scare you." At that time, someone from the Mirror clan used Mirror Dragon's favor and brought the best materials to Lord Da to help refine it. Yet, the result was still failure. When 408 mentioned the name Mr. Dirk, Angor's expression changed a little. Mr. Da was, without a doubt, the Algalon from 100 Dragon's divine nation. As far as Angor knew, there was only one Algalon, which was a greater metal dragon. It had absolute control over metals and minerals, and was known as the strongest artificer in the entire Sun Mirror Zone. The Algalons in the Sun Mirror Zone meant that they were close to becoming legendary beings. If they needed weapons or items, they would always ask Algalons to make them. This meant that Algalons were not weak at all. Now he understood why 408 was trying to persuade him. If even Elgalon could not make something that could enhance spirit power, there was no way that 408 could do it. Even if he asked someone to do it for him, it would be difficult. Angor could tell that 408 was being sincere. But he still didn't want to give up. Elgalon's artificing skills were different from alchemy after all. Even if it couldn't make it, it didn't mean that alchemists couldn't make it. Angor was confident because there were already potions that could enhance one's spirit in the southern wizardry region. For example, the potion of austere night from the Reformists, the Gypsy School's Windsor double spiral witch soup, soul-drawing perfume, all of them could enhance one's spirit. The enhancement only increased the lower limit of one's spirit, and there was a strict limit on how much one could consume. If one looked at one's spirit sea as a whole, the effect would not be that great. However, it was still a kind of enhancement. If Apothecary could create miracles, Tooling could do the same. If not, he still had the entire research department and the crazy hat to back him up. Angor was not going to give up no matter what. Besides, he could use the crystals to buy the materials. Besides, he would be doing it himself, so he didn't need to find someone else. There was no such thing as labor cost. Even if he failed, he could still gain some experience. No matter how he looked at it, he wouldn't lose anything. With that in mind, Angor spoke to 408, "It's fine. I've got someone who can do it. If worst comes to worst, I'll just give him some practice." Angor's words were gentle, but 408 could see the determination in his eyes, which would not allow him to refuse. She looked at Angor's eyes and knew that he would not give up until he hit a wall. 408 sighed in her mind and stopped trying to persuade him. In any case, she had already said what she needed to say from a moral point of view. Now, it was time to talk from the perspective of benefits. We do have some pure spiritual type materials here, such as these. 408 picked up the mirror, tapped on several materials, and handed it to Angor. Angor checked. There were 2 in total. Moreover, neither of these materials had appeared on the mirror before. It was obvious that 408 had done some covert operations just now to get these materials out. The first material, from the picture, was a white stone that had a jade-like texture. However, it wasn't a stone after reading the description. It was called Perrin condensate. It was the liquid form of an energy life form called Perrin after it died. After being purified several times, it finally became a condensate of pure spirit power. It looked like a stone because it was preserved in ice. The so-called white stone was actually an outer shell of ice. When the ice was melted, the inside was the Paon condensation liquid. In other words, it was similar to the Saint Corpse crystal, which was the corpse of an energy life form. Or rather, corpse fluid. It looked a bit cruel. However, from the description of the effect, this was indeed a very pure spiritual material. "May I take it out?" Angor looked at 408. Of course, 408 nodded. With a positive answer, he reached out a finger and pressed the picture on the mirror. About 3 seconds later, he felt the surface of the mirror tremble. Next, the surface of the mirror began to ripple like liquid. Soon, a piece of Perrin condensate, which was stored in a glass cabinet, floated out of the mirror. The Perrin condensate was stored in a glass cabinet, but when he sensed the cabinet, he realized that it was made of ice as well. Therefore, he didn't need to worry about the cover of the cabinet. He easily sensed the Paon's condensation liquid inside. Under 408's gaze, Angor's eyes glowed slightly. His golden pupils looked like glowing gems, which were extremely transparent. 408 didn't know why Angor's eyes were glowing, but she assumed it was something like observation. In fact, Angor was using Narda's vision to analyze the composition of the Perrin condensate. In Angor's vision, a large amount of text appeared above the Perrin condensate. The server in his mind space combined the text to show the composition of the Perrin condensate, its energy concentration, and basic information analysis. However, at least half of the text contained, which meant there was also a large amount of unknown material inside the Perrin condensate. At least, it was something Angor had never seen before. According to the existing information, the energy contained in the Paon condensation liquid was indeed pure spiritual power. However, since there was a lot of unknown information in the Perrin condensate, Angor couldn't analyze it further. Still, its existence was useful information. Angor believed that the purity of his spirit power was not at the highest level yet. It was like a glass of water with a large number of unknown black spots. He didn't know what the black spots were for, but their existence would contaminate the water itself. However, even though it might not be very pure, it was actually possible to use it if he really wanted to. Angor considered and didn't make a decision right away. He handed the Perrin condensate to 408 first and picked up the mirror to check the other material recommended by 408. The second material was in the shape of a transparent liquid, which was placed inside a glass bottle. Angor couldn't tell anything from the picture. He began to read the brief introduction. When he saw the name of the material, he didn't know what to say at all. The name of the material was Perrin condensate. Judging from the name, it must be related to the Perrin clan. Angor assumed that someone from the Perrin clan must have fallen into the sea of empty mirrors and was rescued by scholar Jinghai, who then sold them to the Mirror clan. Otherwise, why would there be so many Perrin materials? This isn't corpse fluid, is it? Angor muttered to himself and continued reading the description. Angor's expression froze again after reading the description. Perrin condensate wasn't corpse fluid. It was a spirit liquid created by the Perrin clan. However, the source of the liquid was saliva. To put it simply, a Perrin clan member would gather their spirit energy and spit it out from their mouth. What he spat out was the Paryan godly liquid. Corpse fluid in front and saliva in the back. Angor shook his head. He didn't feel comfortable just listening to the description. But he soon forgot about it. He had seen a lot of similar materials before, such as toenails, dandruff, hair mud. Now that he thought about it, this saliva wasn't a big deal. Besides, the Perrin clan was an energy life form, which meant their essence was pure. They didn't have the filth of a mortal body. Why should he think in the direction of dirty thoughts? As usual, he pressed the picture and summoned the Paryan godly potion. It was similar to the Perrin condensate. Perrin condensate was stored in a bottle, but the bottle wasn't isolated from the outside world. Using Narda's vision, Angor saw all kinds of information about Perrin condensate. What was certain was that in terms of purity, Parang godly liquid was much better than Parang condensing liquid. There wasn't too much unknown information in it. However, Perrin condensate was denser than Perrin condensate. It would be great if he could combine the strengths of these two materials. But now, it was a pity. End of chapter. Purer and denser than Perrin's godly potion? 408 fell into deep thought. About a minute later, 408 looked up. As per your request, I asked the headquarters of the Mirror Merchant Guild. 408 paused and continued. According to the information we received, we do have a material that fits your request, but 408 did not continue. Instead, he looked at Angor and hesitated. But what? Just tell me, Angor said. 408 hesitated for 2 seconds before he continued, but the material is very expensive, and we only accept condensed crystals. Angor realized that 408 was worried that he did not have enough condensed crystals. It made sense. He did not have the smell of aggregated energy on him, which meant he came from another world. A visitor from another world might have some condensed crystals, but not too many. It was normal for 408 to be worried. Angor did not think it was a big deal. Don't worry. I won't go back on my word. 408 did not believe Angor's words immediately. He continued, the material is currently in the hands of the Mirror Merchant Guild, so if you want to buy it, you have to transfer it from the headquarters. According to the guild's request, you have to pay a deposit first before you can send the material to us. Also, the deposit is non-refundable. 408 then added, I'm not questioning your purchasing power. All the materials that need to be transferred from the Chamber of Commerce, no matter what kind of materials, must be paid in advance. Angor understood why the Mirror clan did this. After all, Mirror Mountain was quite a distance away from Crystal City. If someone changed their mind halfway, it would be a wasted trip. Besides, they would have to take the risk of being robbed on their way here. For that, they would have to hire a powerful guardian, which would cost a fortune. Angor understood, but he still did not know what kind of material 408 was talking about. At least, he needed to know what it was so that he could decide whether to buy it or not. 408 nodded. Of course, I'll take care of it myself. I'll send you the picture and description of the material now. Please wait a moment. 408 reached out a finger and placed it between his eyebrows. Soon, a faint, silver stream of consciousness flowed out of 408's forehead. The stream of consciousness circled around in the air and finally fell into the mirror in Angor's hand. The whole process looked like a miniature galaxy that circled around the mirror out of thin air. It was dazzling and dreamy. When the miniature galaxy finally disappeared into the mirror, the surface of the mirror began to emit a silver light. When the light faded away, Angor saw a description of the material in the middle of the mirror. If he was not mistaken, this was the spirit material that 408 mentioned, which had both the concentration and the purity of Perrin divine liquid. When he saw the name of the material, he fell into silence. Perrin. Mirror Clan's Perrin? Why was it the prefix of Pa Yong again? Angor complained in his mind, and then he looked at the picture. Perrin's is Perrin's saliva. He wanted to see which part of Pa Yong the pure liquid would be this time. From the picture, it was somewhat similar to Perrin condensation liquid. They were all solid, and their skin had a clear jade-like texture. However, the color of Perrin condensate was pure white, while this one was transparent. He couldn't tell where the liquid came from just by looking at the picture, so he decided to read more about Perrin's purifying potion. When he finished reading, he felt a slight headache coming on his temples. That was because the so-called Perrin purifying liquid was still the Perrin condensation liquid. It was the corpse fluid of the Perrin clan. However, the source of the Pavon purifying elixir was not the ordinary Pavon clan, but the leader of the Pavon clan. The Perrin condensation liquid was formed after the death of an ordinary Perrin member, while the Perrin purifying liquid was formed after the death of a Perrin leader. Due to the difference in class when they were alive, the condensation liquid produced after death had also changed. Angor tried to guess where the liquid came from. He even thought about the unspeakable, but he didn't expect it to come from the Phaon leader's body. He did not know how to describe his current feelings. In short, it was very subtle. He thought the Glasses clan only got a small part of the Phaon clan's hollow men. He didn't expect the Glasses clan to wipe out the entire Phaon clan, including their leader. Angor silently lit a candle for the Phaon clan in his mind. He looked at 408 and asked, how much stronger is this Phaon purifying liquid compared to the Phaon condensation liquid and Phaon divine liquid? 408, purely in terms of the concentration of spiritual power, it is more than 10 times higher than Perrin condensate. I'm not sure about the purity, but I'm sure it's better than the Phaon divine liquid. Then get me Parsons' potion of purification. Angor spoke without hesitation. Sir, you've decided to buy the Phaon purifying liquid? Angor nodded without hesitation. It sounded like a joke. If it were any other material, Angor wouldn't have made the decision so quickly. However, the Phaon purifying liquid came from the Phaon clan. Angor had seen the Phaon condensation liquid and Phaon divine liquid before, so he knew how strong these two materials were. Now he knew that the Phaon purifying liquid was both stronger and purer than the other two materials. Without a doubt, this was the material he needed. Without hesitation, he decided to buy the Phaon purifying liquid. 408 was also surprised to see Angor's potion of purification. The material was very expensive. If she sold it to Angor, she would get enough commission to fill her consciousness storage for several decades. However, due to the high price, 408 was worried that Angor would not be able to find enough crystals to pay for it. Since she didn't want to question Angor's wealth, she asked again, Sir, are you sure you want to buy the Phaon purifying liquid? If you do, you'll need to pay 1/10 of the deposit. And the price of this material is about 8 million condensed crystals. So, you need to pay 800,000 condensed crystals as a deposit. If you change your mind, the crystals won't be refunded. Oh right, we don't support bargaining. 408 emphasized the deposit rule again, hoping that Angor wouldn't pretend to be someone who didn't know how to pay the deposit. 8 million crystals, huh? That's a bit expensive, but I can accept it. Angor nodded. I'm sure. But I don't have any ready-made crystals on hand. Hearing this, 408 frowned subconsciously. No condensed crystals. 408, we don't accept bartering for the time being. If Sir wants to barter, you can go to other places to exchange for condensed crystals first, then come here to buy. Angor shook his head. No, I'm not. I just want you to record it. Back in Silver Forest Dimension, Angor heard from Glepner that she already received some crystals from Hunter Dragon Divine Kingdom, Holy Eye Clan, and Crystal Eye Clan. The crystals were all used to buy the register. It wasn't the full amount yet, but it was still a considerable amount. Glepner also told Angor that if he wanted to buy anything, he could put it on Dream Mirror's account. With the amount of money he had in Dream Mirror's account, he could even buy something worth 8 digits, let alone 7. Account? 408 was surprised. Angor nodded. Just put it on Dream Mirror's account. Dream Mirror? Of course, 408 knew about Dream Mirror. It was the grand finale on the main stage. Also, it was represented by the famous astrologer Granny. With Granny Astrologer as the representative, she would record the accounts in the Dream Mirror. In terms of authority, she was definitely very authoritative. However, would Dream Mirror accept Angor's request? Angor didn't mind 408's question. He explained, you can use the booklet to contact the person in charge of Dream Mirror now. She'll give you an answer. Seeing Angor's confident look, 408's suspicion lessened a little. Since Angor told her to ask, she might as well ask directly. 408 immediately closed his eyes and contacted the Mirror tribe member who was holding the display booklet. He asked them to inquire about the situation at the Dream Mirror. About 3 minutes later, she opened her eyes again. She was now looking at Angor with a puzzled look, but it was no longer a question. She was now curious about Angor's relationship with Dream Mirror. According to the answer she got, the person in charge of Dream Mirror immediately agreed to put Angor's purchase on Dream Mirror's account. The Mirror clan could go to Dream Mirror at any time. Also, the person in charge of Dream Mirror clearly said that Angor's current limit was unlimited. In other words, no matter how much Angor wanted to buy, Dream Mirror would pay for it. 408 was very curious. Who was this Angor? Dream Mirror could give Angor an unlimited limit. This was at least the treatment of a clan leader. Although 408 was filled with curiosity, she knew very well that she couldn't just ask about everything. Especially when it concerned the customer's privacy. She held back her curiosity and spoke to Angor in a gentle voice. We've confirmed that your purchases can be credited to Dream Mirror's account. Are you sure you want to buy Parent Release now? Angor nodded without hesitation. Yes. Very well. 408 closed her eyes. About 10 seconds later, she opened her eyes and smiled. I've notified the headquarters of Mirror Chamber of Commerce, and they've arranged for someone to deliver the goods. According to the time, they should arrive in about half an hour. Are you going to wait here, sir? 408 continued, oh, by the way, we have Vermilion Bird and Evil Abyss, as well as all kinds of stream of consciousness games. They're all free. If you have time, you can take a rest here. Usually, they would have to pay for these games. But today, they were facing a real big customer, so they couldn't follow the rules. Angor said, I'll pass on the Vermilion Bird and Evil Abyss. I'm more interested in the other products you have. Half an hour wasn't long, but he couldn't just sit there and do nothing. Angor decided to keep spending. What was he going to do if he didn't use the money? He couldn't use condensed crystals for training, so he had to buy something useful for himself. Besides, the future of the Sun Mirror domain was still unknown. If they couldn't solve the problem of the Woe puppets, the domain would probably fall into the hands of the enemy. If that happened, they might not be able to find many unique materials in the domain. So, spending money now was a way to prepare for a rainy day. 408 didn't know what Angor was thinking. She was overjoyed when she heard that Angor wanted to buy more products. Angor's quota was unlimited. If he bought more, she would get more commission. 408 said without hesitation, we won't just limit our products to spirit materials. We have many other types of products. I'll send you the list now. 408 put her finger between her eyebrows again. This time an even greater stream of consciousness gushed out from between her eyebrows. The stream of consciousness was no longer a silver thread. It was a magnificent torrent. Even 408 would find it difficult to control such a huge torrent of consciousness. Judging from the sweat that kept oozing out of her forehead, room 408 must have exhausted a lot of her mental strength at the moment. It took her about a minute. In the end, 408 successfully poured her stream of consciousness into the mirror. She gasped for air after the transfer, and it took her a while to recover. But at least she succeeded. Now, tens of thousands of new product catalogs were displayed on the mirror. If he wasn't mistaken, 408 already sent him all the product catalogs of mirror number 4. These new catalogs only had pictures and descriptions, and he couldn't take out the real products. But considering his noble status, if he really wanted to see the real products, 408 would come to him right away. Still, he didn't plan to see all the products with his own eyes. As long as he could roughly determine the effects and functions of the products through the descriptions, he would know whether to buy them or not. He didn't go to the catalog right away. Instead, he pointed at Paon's condensate and Paon's elixir. "How many of these do we have left?" 408 checked and replied, "We have 3 more Paon's condensate and more Paon's elixir." How many was more? 408 didn't say. But Angor believed that it was a large number. He assumed that there were still living Paon clansmen in the Mirror clan. Paon's elixir was basically their saliva. As long as there were living Paon clansmen, there would be plenty of Paon's elixir. "I'll take all the Paon's condensate. As for Paon's elixir, I'll take 10 portions for now." Paon's elixir of purification was simply the advanced version of Paon's condensate. In order to better utilize Paon's elixir of purification, Angor decided to use Paon's elixir of purification to practice. This was why he bought all the Paon's elixir in stock. End of chapter. Thorny pistol, Lot's antler, Kraken's skull. "Give me some of these." Angor finished reading and bought all the materials he wanted. Every time he called out a new material, the smile on 408's face grew bigger. Most spirit materials were expensive. The materials Angor ordered were not as expensive as Perrin's purifying potion, but they were worth almost 1,000,000 crystals. If she could do this a few more times, 408 believed she could get enough commission to buy a house on Mirror Mountain. She hoped that Angor would read more pages and check out the other materials, especially the last few pages. Each of the materials was worth more than 1,000,000 crystals. If Angor could pick something from them, she would not only buy Mirror Mountain House, but also Mirror Mountain Villa. Angor didn't know what 408 was thinking, but he did check the other pages of the mirror just as 408 was expecting him to. In other words, non-spirit materials. After reading about a dozen pages, Angor realized that the Spectacles clan's inventory was really mediocre when it came to non-spirit materials. Most of the materials had amazing names and mysterious descriptions, but their actual effects were not really good. For example, Light Swan and Evil Abyss. According to the Spectacles clan's description, the materials could not only make the user fall into sweet dreams or nightmares, but also cleanse the mind, relieve stress, and improve meditation. If Angor did not already know the real effects of Light Swan and Evil Abyss from Luigi, he would have been fooled by the long list of materials. Then again, the creatures in the White Sun Mirror region had not dreamt for hundreds of years. Letting them fall into sweet dreams or nightmares might really help them relieve their stress. From this point of view, it was not a bad idea. But even if it could relieve stress, it would only work on the creatures in the White Sun Mirror region. Light Swan and Evil Abyss did not work on outsiders like Angor. There were many other items similar to Light Swan and Evil Abyss. Some of the items looked really good, and even Angor was fooled. However, when he asked 408 to transfer the items to him, he realized that he was fooled again. For example, the cloud flower in front of him. His eyes lit up when he read the description of cloud flower on the mirror. According to the introduction, the flower on the cloud was a special flower that grew in the clouds above Mirror Mountain. Because it had been baptized by the stream of consciousness for a long time, it had a very strange characteristic: it could exist between illusion and reality. When it was attacked, it would disappear into the void, making it impossible for the attack to touch it. When it wanted to stretch its body and absorb energy from the outside world, it would leave its illusory state and enter the real world. On the round mirror, the picture of the flower in the clouds was also very special. Above the misty cloud soil, a half-hidden flower flickered with a golden light. Small flower buds slowly extended outwards from the flower. However, half of its branches were illusory while the other half was solid. It looked very mystical. After reading the description of cloud flower, Angor's mind was filled with curiosity. The description of the flower on the clouds was too strange, especially its illusory state. It was filled with a mystical aura. Angor didn't know what illusory state it was, but he guessed that it had something to do with illusions or space. With that in mind, Angor was even more tempted. Whether the cloud flower was an illusion material or a space material, it would be a great help to him. Without hesitation, he asked 408 to find the real thing so that he could see the cloud flower with his own eyes. However, when he saw the half-real and half-illusory cloud flower in front of him, he fell silent. This cloud flower was neither an illusion-type material nor a space-type material. It was a kind of information manifestation. The raw material of the cloud flower was countless clusters of information. If described by a linguist, these clusters of information were made up of a large number of words, and different combinations of words formed new phrases. If described by an artist, these clusters of information were no longer words, but all kinds of beautiful colors and strange patterns. If described by a mathematician, these clusters of information would be geometric figures and numerical formulas. If described by a programmer, these clusters of information would be the combination of 1 and 0. Different people would have different perspectives when they saw cloud flower's information. Even an illiterate person would be able to see the gibberish characters that the illiterate person couldn't understand. In other words, the cloud flower was quite magical from a mystical point of view. However, Angor could also create similar manifestations out of thin air. For example, he could create mystery manifestations at will. The manifestation of the mystery was actually a mass of information. However, compared to the information contained inside the cloud flower, mystery manifestations were of a much higher level. This was why Angor was disappointed. After all, he already had the ability to create clusters of information. Then again, Angor could understand the illusory part of the cloud flower. After all, clusters of information were unpredictable in the real world. But what about the cloud flower's physical form? The mystery manifestations he created also had physical forms, but those forms were brought by the mystery information. The cloud flower didn't contain any mystery information, so how did it materialize the cluster of information? At first, Angor was only interested in the illusory part of the cloud flower. But now, he was more interested in the physical part. He wanted to see the difference between the physical part of the cloud flower and the physical part of the mystery manifestation. On the other side, 408 also noticed Angor's change of expression. At first, Angor was looking forward to seeing the cloud flower. But when the cloud flower appeared in front of him, Angor's expression changed from doubt to puzzlement, and finally to disappointment. Obviously, Angor's expectation of the cloud flower was not fulfilled. As an employee, 408 also felt a little embarrassed. She knew that the shop owner was skirting the line when describing the cloud flower. Many people thought that the cloud flower had something to do with space manipulation. However, when people realized that the cloud flower wasn't a space manipulation material, most people were disappointed. 408 knew this as well, but as an employee, she didn't want to complain about her boss. She smiled at Angor and said, "If you don't like the cloud flower, you can check out the other items. The last few pages are all quite good." 408 was no longer hinting. Instead, she told Angor to check the last few pages if he wanted to buy something good. There were no more word games on the last few pages. Angor understood what 408 meant, but he didn't check the last few pages right away. Instead, he kept looking at the cloud flower. 408 also noticed that Angor was a little disappointed when looking at the cloud flower. For some reason, Angor's disappointment toward cloud flower turned into curiosity. It seemed that Angor saw some secrets in the cloud flower. But what was the secret behind the flower on clouds? 408 didn't understand. She knew about the cloud flower since she was a little girl. When she was naughty, she even went to the Mirror Mountain to get some cloud flowers. In her opinion, the cloud flower was a product of the stream of consciousness. Each cloud flower contained different information, but as a stream of consciousness life form, 408 could easily analyze the essence of each cloud flower. Because of this, 408 didn't think there was anything special about the cloud flower. However, 408 also understood the difference between different races. It didn't think much of the cloud flower, but other races thought it was something special. For example, the dandelions of the Telu people were just ordinary plants in 408's eyes, but they were extremely precious to the Telu people. Maybe Angor was the same. While 408 was pondering, she suddenly saw Angor looking at her. "Sir, is there something wrong with the cloud flower?" 408 quickly put on a professional attitude and asked with concern. "It's fine," Angor said. "But I'm curious about its living form." Angor paused and continued, "Is the cloud flower a unique product of the goblins?" 408 nodded. "Yes. The cloud flower only blooms above the Mirror Mountain." "Then, does the cloud flower exist because of the stream of consciousness?" "Because of the stream of consciousness?" 408 was confused. She didn't understand what Angor meant. Normally, she could just say "I don't know." But Angor spent nearly 10 million crystals on her. Her commission alone was enough for her to live a carefree life for decades. To a certain extent, Angor was her savior. For this reason, 408 decided to answer Angor's question seriously without any hesitation. It was a kind of repayment. With that in mind, 408 replied seriously, "I don't quite understand. Do you want to know the relationship between the cloud flower and the stream of consciousness?" Angor's eyes lit up and he nodded. He only guessed that the stream of consciousness might have something to do with the cloud flower. After all, the Mirror Mountain was where all the stream of consciousness creatures gathered. But it was only a guess. Now, 408's question confirmed his guess. The stream of consciousness was indeed related to the cloud flower. "The cloud flower blooms because of the stream of consciousness, 408 said. Then, 408 explained in detail what she saw as the flower on the clouds. Since it was Angor, 408 decided to go into more detail, starting from the origin of the cloud flower. According to 408, the cloud flower was brought to the Mirror Mountain by a former overgod many, many years ago. The overgod referred to both the Lord of Mirror Mountain and the Lord of Mirror Mountain. The current Lord of Mirror Mountain was called Lord of Mirror Mountain. The previous overgod was called Lord of Mirror Mountain, also known as Lord of Mirror Mountain. All the overgods of Mirror Mountain had their own divine bodies, which were extremely powerful and could interfere with reality to a great extent. However, most overgods rarely left Mirror Mountain. After all, as the Lord of Mirror Mountain, they had to guard the mountain to keep the bandits away. However, Lord of Mirror Mountain was an exception. He liked to call himself a traveler and travel to various places. However, since he was the Lord of Mirror Mountain, he would not travel too far. Most of his travels would be within the Sun Mirror domain. With his ability, he could travel between Mirror Mountain and the Otherworld within a day by creating a mirror corridor. Therefore, the Mirror clan did not mind Lord of Mirror Mountain's strange travel hobby. Also, Lord of Mirror Mountain would bring back many good things for the clan each time he came back from a trip. He would also share information about his travels with everyone. Therefore, everyone supported Lord of Mirror Mountain's travels even more. Until one day, Lord of Mirror Mountain went to an even more distant place. 1 year, 2 years. There was still no news of Lord of Mirror Mountain. Until 10 years later, when the Mirror clan was considering whether to choose a new overgod, Lord of Mirror Mountain returned. This time, Lord of Mirror Mountain did not share his travels with his people. Instead, he silently returned to the Mirror Mountain Temple. After that, he did not travel again for hundreds of years. Until his death, no one knew what had happened during Lord of Mirror Mountain's trip that had caused such a huge change in him. The only clue was the flower on the clouds. When Lord of Mirror Mountain returned from that trip, he had scattered a handful of seeds on the clouds. And this seed was later known as the flower on clouds. Many of the Mirror clan who studied history wanted to use the cloud flower to find where Lord of Mirror Mountain had traveled. However, they discovered that there were no cloud flowers anywhere in the entire Sun Mirror domain. Therefore, everyone speculated that Lord of Mirror Mountain's travel destination might have been the Otherworld. The cloud flower was also brought from the Otherworld. However, after so many years, the various clans had held countless gatherings. They had seen many Otherworld creatures. However, until now, no one had heard of the cloud flower. It was as if the cloud flower was a new thing that had popped out of nowhere. Because after so many years, they really could not find the origin of the cloud flower. In addition, the cloud flower was not something very powerful. Everyone slowly stopped thinking about it. They treated it as a gift from Lord God, Lord of Mirror Mountain, to the Mirror Clan. They treated the cloud flower as a specialty of the Mirror Clan. The various clans also recognized it as a specialty of the Mirror Clan. This was because the cloud flower could only grow in the Mirror Mountain. The reason for this was because the raw material for the cloud flower's growth was the stream of consciousness. The cloud flower could absorb the stream of consciousness that the Mirror Clan emitted and use this stream of consciousness to germinate, grow, and bloom. The Mirror Clan did not care about this. This was because normally, the stream of consciousness emitted from their bodies would only disappear with the passage of time. Now, these streams of consciousness could be used as nourishment for the cloud flower. It could be considered as making the best use of everything. It was also because of this characteristic of the cloud flower that it could not grow in other places. Even if the consciousness of other clans was very active, because of the physical constraints, the stream of consciousness could not be separated from its existence. Naturally, it could not be used as a raw material to cultivate the cloud flower. Therefore, it was not a problem to think that the cloud flower was a specialty of the Mirror Clan. End of this chapter. Since it was a specialty, it must have a unique effect. The effect described on the round mirror was that it could be between illusion and reality. But in reality, this was just a gimmick. The real effect of the cloud flower was to enlighten. Enlighten. Because the cloud flower was made up of a large amount of information flow, this information flow contained the thinking method, thinking logic, and thinking angle of the Mirror Clan. Although this was not real knowledge, as long as one came into contact with the cloud flower all year round, they would be affected by the information flow and gradually enlighten. However, the premise was that the target of enlightened wisdom had to have an absolutely strong brain and a rich imagination. In this way, it might still be a little vague. For example, the cloud flower could be used on 3 types of life. First, it could be used on sentient beings who were close to enlightening wisdom. For example, common birds and beasts, birds, insects, fish, and so on. However, not all of these creatures could be enlightened. They had to be a mutant in the clan with emotions and feelings. Such mutants were extremely rare. Once they appeared, they would definitely be outstanding. Some did not even need to rely on the cloud flower to be enlightened on their own. Second, it could be used on monsters and beasts with low intelligence. Low intelligence meant that they already had a certain level of intelligence, but they might lack logic and thinking, resulting in the use of their brains not being high. For such creatures, as long as they were given a little fire, they would be able to ignite the flames of their wisdom. The cloud flower could become the fire that ignited their wisdom. Third, it could be used on the cubs of intelligent life. Although the cubs of intelligent life would most likely be able to receive methodical wisdom training in the future and obtain the corresponding high intelligence. Therefore, they did not necessarily need the cloud flower. However, if they could come into contact with the cloud flower at the cub stage, they could cultivate the ability to think, and analyze in advance. From a certain perspective, this could increase the upper limit of a person's wisdom. Of course, this did not mean that as long as human cubs were exposed to the cloud flower for a long time, they would become smart. Whether they were smart or not depended on their hard work. If they had a high upper limit of wisdom and did not use it, they would only become ordinary. In short, the effect of the cloud flower was related to the wisdom of the underworld. From a long-term perspective, the effect of the cloud flower was actually very good. However, the cloud flower required long-term exposure to be effective, and the effect was not obvious. This led to the fact that although it was recognized as a special product of the Mirror Clan, there were very few buyers. Compared to those extraordinary potions and extraordinary items, the effects of the flower on the clouds paled in comparison. At the very least, it wouldn't be liked by short-sighted people. Even the long-sighted one might not necessarily like the flower on the clouds. Because the effect of the flower on the clouds was too mysterious. The cloud flower was said to be able to enlighten xenogeniacs, but most of the time, xenogeniacs didn't even need the cloud flower to break through the upper limit of intelligence. When a xenogeniac gained intelligence and looked back, was it the cloud flower that made it gain intelligence, or was it the xenogeniac itself that could break the upper limit of intelligence? It was hard to answer. Also, cloud flower's ability to increase the upper limit of intelligence was not something that could be easily verified. Under such circumstances, even the tribes with foresight were not optimistic about the flower on the cloud. They were either observing from the sidelines. This was also the reason why the owner of Little Mirror Shop No. 4 had started to use gimmicks to promote the flower on the clouds, which was why the reputation of the flower on the clouds wasn't that great. What did Angor think about the effect of cloud flower? He didn't have much to say about the effect. If he had to think about it, he could only think about the astral guardian. The astral guardian was a hollow one. In a sense, he was also a newborn on the path of gaining intelligence. Maybe the cloud flower would work on him. That was the only thing Angor could think of. But if it was only for the astral guardian, Angor wouldn't go out of his way to buy the cloud flower. Because the astral attendant was once an extraordinaire, his brain had been greatly developed. Although it was now empty, as long as he filled in his knowledge and filled in his 3 views, he would definitely regain the brilliant demeanor of an intelligent creature. The effect of the cloud flower on him was limited. Therefore, Angor wouldn't go out of his way to buy the cloud flower for the astral guardian. The cloud flower's ability to enlighten people didn't work on him either, so he didn't really care about the effect of the cloud flower. It was no different from the stones on the street or the wildflowers on the roadside. But then again, Angor didn't really care about the effect of the cloud flower, but he was still curious about its structure. Why is the cloud flower half illusory and half solid? 408 chuckled. It's simple. 408 didn't answer right away. Instead, he pointed at the cloud flower. On the fluffy cloud, there was a small golden flower swaying in the wind. The flower itself didn't move, but its branches kept spreading outward. The closer the branches were to the end, the more illusory they became. The closer the branches were to the flower itself, the more solid they became. 408, dear customer, as I said before, what makes up the cloud flower's body is actually its internal information flow. Then, have you noticed the difference between half of the information flow that is illusory and half of the information flow that is solid? Angor carefully observed the cloud flower. Inside the illusory part of the cloud flower, the information flow emitted specks of golden light, flickering like stars in the night. The information flow within the condensed part of the cloud flower was also emitting a golden light. However, the golden light was connected together and was as bright as the Milky Way. There was a clear difference between the two. The illusory part of the flower has less information flow, while the solid part has more information flow. Angor told his observation. 408 nodded. That is indeed the difference. But have you ever thought about why the information flow is so sparse? What does the dense information flow mean? Angor looked at the galaxy and starry sky arranged by the cloud flower, and an idea flashed in his mind. But the idea was just like a shooting star, which only traveled across the starry sky. It gave Angor a vague understanding of something, but he was still a little far from being able to fully understand it. On the other hand, 408 didn't mean to test Angor. She didn't dare to do so. After all, Angor was a guest. She only asked the question to liven up the atmosphere and show off Angor's intelligence. However, 408 knew what she was doing. Since Angor didn't answer for 5 seconds, she quickly began to find the answer herself. If Angor couldn't come up with an answer by then, not only would he fail to show off the guest's intelligence, but he might also get angry out of embarrassment. Therefore, 5 seconds was the best choice. Even if Angor couldn't come up with an idea, he could just say that she didn't give him enough time to think. You should know that to express a complete information flow, you need a skeleton to support it, 408 said. 408, as for sparse information flow, it is precisely because it does not have this framework that it is chaotic. There is no way to express it and it is also illusory. Angor suddenly thought of something. I think I get it. The illusory part of the cloud flower is because the information flow inside is disordered, and it can't express a complete meaning. Angor continued, the solid part is because the information flow has a skeleton and underlying logic. If he used words to express it, it would be, since the illusory part was disordered and chaotic, the information flow could be expressed as, cloud, above, me, flower. Cloud. At first glance, Angor had no idea what the information flow meant. The solid part, on the other hand, allowed the information flow to have a skeleton, and this skeleton was the logic that supported the information expression. Therefore, the solid part of the same text message could be expressed as, I am the cloud flower. Cloud flower. The two contained the same amount of information. However, because the former contained no logic, it was chaotic and difficult to understand. The latter, on the other hand, had a connected skeleton, which made it clearer and easier to understand. 408 nodded with a smile. You are very thorough, sir. That's right. The reason why the cloud flower is half illusory and half solid is because half of it is disordered information and the other half is orderly information. I have a general idea, but I still don't understand. How can orderly and logical information become solid? Angor asked. Just like 408, her essence was a stream of consciousness life form. When she was in her original form, every sentence of information she expressed was complete and logical information. However, the orderly information she expressed would never become solid. Cloud flower, on the other hand, could make the orderly information solid. This was what confused Angor the most. 408 pondered for a long time before answering, well, I'm not sure. But many scholars in Mirror Mountain Academy have been studying this problem. Some of them even believe that if we can find a way to make the information flow solid, we can greatly improve our fighting power. But until now, no one has made any progress. Also, Mirror Mountain Academy has given up on the research. Angor was surprised. Give up? Why? As a matter of fact, this was a secret of the Mirror Clan. Normally, 408 would not tell anyone about this. However, considering that Angor was a big customer, she did not allow him to do so. Moreover, there was no prohibition against spreading the news, so 408 decided to tell the truth after some thought. According to the information we have, the reason why the cloud flower can make orderly information flow solid is that it is very special. It already has this property. In other words, the property of the cloud flower is to make orderly information solid. However, this solid form can only take the form of flowers or vines. It will not be affected by the outside world. It's also impossible to condense information into a weapon like Scholar Jingshan's research. The condensed part of the cloud flower is too weak. It can't be used in battle. All in all, the reason why the orderly information flow could be condensed was because of the special material, the cloud flower. However, as to why the cloud flower had such a property and how to exploit it, the Mirror Clan had no clue at the moment. However, after listening to 408's explanation, Angor had an idea. He suddenly had an idea. The nature of the condensed information flow of the cloud flower was similar to the manifestation of mystery. Angor could create a mystery manifestation and control it to a certain extent. However, he could only control the general direction of the manifestation. He still could not control the details. At the end of the day, the internal information of a mystery manifestation was actually disordered. Angor could control it only because there was a certain similarity between the two. Under the influence of the similarity, he could control the general direction, but not the details. If it could make the disorderly information inside the mysterious manifestation become orderly, just like the solidified part of the flower on the clouds. Then, after creating the manifestation of the mystery, would he be able to control it perfectly, from the general direction to the small details? Don't think that there is no value in manipulating small details. They were very valuable. Only by manipulating the small details could he make the mystery manifestation work better, such as giving it some sort of targeting feature. For example, Angor could create a mystery manifestation in the shape of a pair of wings. However, with his current control, he could only make the wings fly and float in the air. However, if it could master the subtle manipulation, then it could develop all kinds of tricks. For example, he could scatter thousands of feathers from the wings to attack multiple targets. He could also turn the feathers into a rain of needles to target a single target. In other words, Angor could turn the wings into an offensive weapon. This was the so-called target characteristics of a mystery manifestation. If Angor wanted to, he could even modify the shape of the wings to make the feathers more streamlined. This way, he would be able to fly faster. And this was the so-called speed target. With his current level of control over mystery objects, he could not do that easily. However, if he could use the cloud flower's characteristics to make the information inside the mystery manifestation orderly, then, he would be able to control the manifestation of the mystery in detail. He could change the manifestation's characteristics according to his own ideas. At first, this did not sound like a big deal. But if one thought deeper, this was actually a way to create a new path of alchemy, and this new path of alchemy was called fantasy alchemy. Angor already had some ideas about fantasy alchemy. He even used part of the fantasy alchemy ability on the unbreakable heart mirror. However, at that time, the imaginative alchemy was still an empty shell. If he could figure out the cloud flower's characteristics and control the mystery manifestation in more detail, he would be able to perfect his fantasy alchemy even further. Maybe after this, the illusory fantasy alchemy would appear in the real world. Once he succeeded, he would be able to create a new path. End of chapter. For now, it was only a hypothesis that he could use the cloud flower to create a mystery manifestation. But if they could really figure it out, it would definitely be an unprecedented gain. It might even be the second major event Angor encountered after entering the Sun Mirror domain. The last major event was the birth of the Dream Crystal. Thinking of this, Angor's mind began to get restless. This was a chance to create a new path of alchemy. Any alchemist would find it hard to stay calm when faced with such an opportunity. If he wasn't standing in front of a stranger, he would have screamed out loud in excitement. Angor closed his eyes and took several deep breaths. He only opened his eyes when he felt a little calmer. How many cloud flowers do we have in stock? Angor asked under 408's puzzled gaze. For 08, there are currently 100 cloud flowers in stock. However, this stock is only in the circular castle. There are many more cloud flowers in Mirror Mountain. If you need more cloud flowers, we can send them over from the headquarters. Angor then asked about the price of the cloud flowers. After learning that each flower only cost 200 crystals, Angor waved his hand and bought all 100 cloud flowers in stock in one go. Again, he put it on the Dream Mirror's account. Of course, 408 was happy to see Angor's generous behavior. However, there was another problem. Cloud flowers preservation was a big problem. Cloud flowers needed cloud soil to grow. Once they were removed from the soil, they would wilt within a day. For example, the cloud flower in front of Angor was still shining brightly when it was taken out from the mirror. But now, it was slowly losing its luster in less than 20 minutes. Once it left the cloud soil, it would wither away at a speed visible to the naked eye. According to 408, an island of cloud soil of a normal size could only grow 10 to 20 cloud flowers at most. Such an island would at least be the size of a common square, which was about 500 meters in length and width. There was no way Angor's bracelet could fit all of them. 408 had two suggestions. First, they could send the cloud flowers directly to Angor's place. The prerequisite was that this place was within the range of the White Sun Mirror domain. Secondly, they had a relatively stable mirror space that matched the cloud soil. The area of this mirror space was very large, enough to hold the cloud soil. The only drawback was that the mirror space had a strong repulsion towards the material world. They could only pretend to be light and agile. Angor was going to go with the second option, but he didn't. However, after careful consideration, he felt that it was a bit of a waste to buy a mirror space that could only be used to store cloud flowers. Moreover, he wouldn't be able to use such a mirror space once he returned to the material world. With the strict spatial laws of the material world, it was impossible to directly take the cloud flower from the mirror space. He could only take it freely after returning to the White Sun Mirror domain. In this case, the mirror space was of little value. Moreover, it wasn't cheap. He considered for a moment and decided to return to Silver Forest Dimension to discuss this matter with Laplace. Let's see if we can temporarily store the cloud soil and cloud flower in the air above the Silver Forest space. After talking to 408 for a while, he opened the entrance to the Silver Forest Dimension in a separate compartment beside him. Once inside, he headed straight for the Mirror Lake. First, he sent away Zeus Thundercloud, who was asking for a pet. Then he looked at Laplace, who was sitting by the lake. Laplace was still fishing. However, in the fish basket next to her, other than the fish she caught at the beginning, there was no other fish. What was even more outrageous was that one could see with the naked eye that there were fish breathing in the water half a meter in front of Laplace's feet. Laplace only needed to stretch out his hand to catch these fish. However, she didn't even look at the fish. Instead, she kept staring at the hook while chanting something like "Fish, fish, take the bait." However, such a chant didn't work at all. Laplace also noticed Angor's arrival. When Angor approached the lake, she lifted her rod and pulled it back. "You're not fishing anymore?" Laplace said indifferently, "You made too much noise when you came over and scared them away. I think they'll come back after a while." He lowered his head and looked at the fishes floating around Laplace's feet. Laplace said, "I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about the fish near my hook." Angor knew that he shouldn't expose Laplace's secrets. In the face of Laplace's nonsense, he could only smile and say, "It seems that I came at a bad time." Laplace said, "No, it's very timely." At least Angor's arrival gave her an excuse for not being able to catch any fish. Laplace didn't show anything on her face, but Angor knew what she was thinking when he saw the look of relief in her eyes. Sure enough, what he said about disturbing the fish was just an excuse. Angor complained in his mind and went straight to the point. He told Laplace about the cloud flower. "You want to buy one?" Angor nodded. From Laplace's reaction, he could tell that she knew a lot about cloud flowers. "I want to talk to you. Can you put the cloud soil and cloud flowers above the silver forest space for now? We can take them out when we get back to the heart space." The silver forest space was spacious enough to have a few clouds floating around. Of course, Laplace wouldn't refuse. However, Laplace was very curious about one thing. "Why did you suddenly want to buy cloud flowers? Are you going to enlighten the astral guardian?" But even if it was to enlighten the starry attendant and increase its intelligence limit, it would only need a single flower on the clouds. Why did it sound like Angor bought a lot of cloud flowers? "Enlightening the astral guardian is just something I can do. I'm buying cloud flowers to study their illusions." Laplace asked, "You want to use this opportunity to study illusions?" "But I remember that the changes of the cloud flower seem to be related to the logic of consciousness." In other words, Angor would not be able to make much progress in his study of illusions. Angor shook his head. "I'm not studying illusions. I'm studying alchemy." "Alchemy?" Laplace immediately shut up. If it was about illusions, she could give some suggestions. Alchemy, however, was her blind spot. She also heard that alchemists could incorporate all kinds of knowledge into their alchemy. After all, there were all kinds of alchemy products that required different kinds of knowledge. If Angor wanted to create an alchemy product that was related to the logic of consciousness, it was only natural that he wanted to study cloud flowers. Angor didn't explain about fantasy alchemy. It was a conjecture, and it would take a long time to explain it. He could always explain when he succeeded in creating a new path in the future. With Laplace's promise, Angor left the silver forest space. A few minutes later, he returned to Silver Forest Dimension with a cloud-shaped mirror in his hand. He aimed the mirror at the sky, and dozens of clouds that blotted out the sun instantly poured out of the mirror. In just an instant, the area around the black forest was completely covered. The day turned into a cloudy day. These large floating clouds were the cloud soil needed to cultivate the cloud flower. As for the 100 cloud flowers, they had already been planted into the cloud soil. However, because the cloud soil was too large, the flower on the cloud was too small in comparison. Looking up from the ground, there was no trace of the flower on clouds at all. However, if he used his spiritual tentacles to sense it, he could easily lock onto the position of the cloud flower. The silver forest space was huge. Soon, the clouds slowly dispersed. The cloudy day slowly returned to normal. After making sure everything was fine, Angor left the silver forest space again. Mirror shop number 4. Angor continued to browse through the items on the mirror. The cloud flowers was a pleasant surprise, and Angor was looking forward to seeing more products from the Mirror clan. Unfortunately, none of the subsequent product catalogs could be compared to flowers on the clouds. Still, Angor did find a lot of magic materials that could be used in alchemy. Also, judging from the effects of these materials, they were all unique materials that could only be created by the stream of consciousness civilization. For example, Mind Web Thread, a product similar to Spirit Bond. It allowed living beings on both sides of the thread to communicate directly with their minds. This was only the basic function of the Mind Web Thread. If it was used in alchemy, it could probably create a powerful Spirit Bond item. Another example was Consciousness River Gold, a special metal that was washed by the stream of consciousness. Even if it wasn't refined, it could still be used as an information carrier to carry large amounts of information. It was usually used by the Mirror clan to store knowledge. As long as it was placed in contact with one's consciousness, the knowledge inside would be automatically absorbed. There was also mimicry grass, a special type of spirit plant. When it was growing, one could describe a certain plant to it through one's consciousness, and it would slowly grow into the form of the plant in the image. Mimicry grass could only be used for mimicry, but it couldn't mimic the effects of other plants. However, this was only the basic effect of mimicry grass. With the help of alchemy, Angor might be able to use it to mimic the effects of different magic plants. Anyway, Angor saw a lot of these materials related to the stream of consciousness. They all worked well. However, they were still not enough to shock Angor as much as the flower on clouds did. Still, Angor bought a lot of such materials since he couldn't find them anywhere else. Soon, Angor reached the last few pages of the mirror. Angor could clearly sense the excitement coming from number 4 when he reached the last few pages. Clearly, she was looking forward to seeing what Angor could buy from these pages. Angor took a quick glance and understood what 408 was thinking. This was because none of the items on the last few pages were worth less than 6 digits. Most of them were worth 7 digits. Glancing around, the only item that was worth 6 digits was a consumable item. Even a stubborn stone can produce a stream of consciousness. There was a long list of names. It wasn't a sentence, but the names of the items. Very postmodern. On the other side, 408 also noticed that Angor was looking at a product called Even a Stone Can Create Consciousness Stream. She looked at the long list of names and felt a little embarrassed. She explained, "This is an ability product created by a grand scholar in Mirror Mountain Academy. That great scholar likes to name the products of his ability in short sentences. But we also have abbreviated names. You can find them in the information bar below." Angor nodded. "I see." The abbreviated name for Even a Stone Can Create Stream of Consciousness was stone painting. Honestly, stone painting was quite a strange name. Angor complained in his mind. He asked 408 what ability product meant and checked the specific effects of the stone painting. 408, after our mirror clan reaches a certain level of life, we can develop our own unique abilities. Every mirror clan has a different ability, but most of them are related to the consciousness level. The products created by the ability are called ability products. Many mirror clans want to create their own ability products. Ability products could be traded and sold for money. Mirror clans were stream of consciousness life forms, but they also wanted to live a better life. And if they wanted to live a better life, they needed condensed crystals. This was why many mirror clans tried so hard to create ability products. However, not all ability products could create economic value. Many ability products were of little value. For example, 408's ability product was not very useful. Angor was surprised. He looked at 408. "You have your own ability product too?" Angor wasn't too surprised to hear the explanation of the product. There were similar concepts in the wizarding world. For example, Angor could continuously create nightmare aura through the green patterns on his hand. If he could compress the nightmare aura and turn it into a stable nightmare stone, it would be considered as an ability product. He could sell it at a high price. Take Greya for example. She could easily create a soft, fragrant bread tree without much effort. She could also earn money by selling the soft bread from the bread tree. In a way, this was also an ability product. The concept of ability products existed in the wizarding world as well, but there were not many wizards who actually had their own ability products. Moreover, the source of these ability products was mostly an official magus. Angor did not expect 408 to have an ability product as well. Based on her perception, she should only be at the apprentice level. Were stream of consciousness life forms this creative? He was only at the apprentice level, but he already had his own ability? 408 nodded, a little embarrassed. Yes, I have my own products. However, the effect of my ability isn't that special. Can you tell me more about it? Angor asked curiously. 408 hesitated for a moment and reached into the pouch on her waist. Several seconds later, she took out a small booklet and handed it to Angor. What's recorded here is the product of my ability. Angor looked down and checked the booklet. There were no words or markings on the cover of the booklet. It was a pure white cover. When Angor opened it, he found that the booklet was not filled with pages. Instead, it was filled with neatly arranged sheets of transparent film. It looked like a photo album. However, what was in the film was not a photo, but a rectangular card. So, this is a card collection. With that in mind, he checked the card inside the box. If he was not mistaken, these cards should be related to 408's products. However, when Angor checked the cards carefully, he was dumbfounded. What's this? The cards looked like tarot cards. The backs of the cards were decorated with colorful patterns, while the front of the cards were characters. For example, the 4 cards on the first page were as follows: Praying Nun, a young woman in a holy dress praying silently with her hands on her chest. The bright sunlight outlined a golden edge on her face. Crafty Merchant, in the corner of a luxurious shop, a wretched green-skinned Rutherford stood in the shadow, rubbing his hands and looking at the customers in the shop with a wicked smile. Sowing Discord, a dark-skinned man was advising the king on the throne with a smile. The king nodded repeatedly. However, the king did not notice that there was a second face behind the dark-skinned man. This face was no longer smiling. Instead, it was cold and cruel. Queen who looks down on all, a queen wearing luxurious clothes and a dazzling crown sat on a high-back throne. Her eyes were downcast, and there was a faint purple glow in them as if she was looking down on all living things. The faces of the 4 cards were all very well made. Angor could see the rich inner thoughts of the characters just by looking at the cards. However, he still could not tell what was so special about the 4 cards. He could only vaguely perceive that the cards seemed to have the flavor of a stream of consciousness, but he was still at a loss as to what use that stream of consciousness would have in the card. What's so special about these cards? Actually, it's nothing special. 408 was a little embarrassed. These cards only allow the user to act as the corresponding characters on the cards. It's a tool to assist in acting. Acting? Angor was surprised. Such a well-made card was only used for acting. He thought different cards would have different abilities. For example, Praying Nun could heal people, and Sly Merchant could increase his fortune. In the end, it was just an act. Seeing Angor's reaction, 408 thought he did not understand what he meant. It's hard to understand the specific effects without any proof. Why don't you try it yourself? Can I try? 408 nodded. As long as you take out the card and place it on your hand, you'll be able to feel the corresponding effect. Angor considered and decided to give it a try. Even if it was just an act, he still wanted to see the specific effects. He subconsciously reached for the card Strategist Sowing Discord because it was the only man who looked similar to a human among the 4 cards on the first page. He looked like a black man, but at least his gender remained the same. However, just as he was about to touch the Military Advisor card, he suddenly paused. He looked at the card Crafty Merchant. Since it was just an act, it would be too boring to use a character that fit him perfectly. If he wanted to experience something, he had to experience something that contrasted with him. For example, a non-human race. With that in mind, Angor took out the card Crafty Merchant. Just as it was holding the Crafty Merchant card, a strange stream of consciousness was transmitted from the card, forming a strange closed loop of logic. The loop of logic did not exist at the level of consciousness. Instead, it covered Angor's entire body with him as the center. It was like a layer of coating. If someone looked at Angor from outside the coating, they would feel a clear sense of wickedness and danger. It was just like when they saw Paluxiu as a profiteer, which made them feel disgusted. Inside the coating, Angor's mind was filled with all kinds of images of Paluxiu's despicable actions. These images were not memories, and they would not stay in his mind. They only allowed him to feel Poluxiu's despicable actions during his travels. So, this is a kind of behavior suggestion and coding to help me get into character. As Angor pondered, he suddenly heard 408's voice. Boss, can I buy this button from you? Angor looked up and saw 408 looking at him timidly while pointing at a button on his chest. Angor's first instinct was to ask, "What are you doing?" However, before he could speak, the closed loop of logic around him seemed to have sensed some key words and activated on its own. Several options appeared in Angor's mind. If everything was a game, Angor now had a lot of options in front of him. Option 1, what are you doing? Option 2, when you know the customer is a fat sheep who is weaker than you or stronger than you, you can choose AB plan. Option 3, when you know the customer is poor, you can choose. Option 4, when you can't tell whether the customer has enough money or not, you can use AB/C to test the customer's wealth and make your choice. Option 5. Apart from the first option, which was Angor's own judgment, all the other options were provided by the closed loop of logic. And they all fit Poluxiu's character perfectly. Different options would even show different expressions, smiles, and actions. When he sensed the options provided by the closed loop of logic, Angor immediately understood that 408 suddenly asked him to buy the button to help him understand the deduction method of the profiteer character. By now, Angor finally understood the effect of the cards. As long as he triggered the keyword, he could act for a while. And he could do it perfectly without leaving any traces. Angor thought for a moment and put the crafty merchant card back into the card book. Now that he had a general idea of the card's effect, he did not need to try it again. Besides, he also wanted to know whether he would be affected by Poluxiu's character after putting the card back. When the card was put back into the book, the character coding on Angor's body disappeared, and so did the closed loop of logic around him. Angor did not feel anything at all. The only thing the character card gave him was some inertia about Poluxiu's behavior. Basically, when Angor ran into Polecchi, he could tell whether the merchant was planning to trick him or not just by looking at his eyes and small movements. Apart from that, he did not have any memories related to Poluxiu. In other words, the character card was really just an aid for acting. It did not change the character's personality, nor did it give him extra memories out of nowhere. For now, Angor did not think it was a good idea to not be affected by the memory. But if he looked at it from a more rational and objective perspective, he would prefer to keep the character's memory. He could use the memory to further understand the character's behavior and logic. But since 408 did not choose to keep the memory, she must have her reasons. Maybe keeping the memory would cause confusion in the character's behavior. Angor asked his question. 408 shook his head. For an extraordinaire, this little bit of memory won't cause any confusion in their memory and behavior. However, for ordinary people, it may have a great impact. The extra memory may cause them to be unable to distinguish between reality and illusion. At this point, 408 sighed helplessly. After all, my character cards are only meant for ordinary people. I have to consider their needs. Angor understood what 408 was implying. So, you think these character cards are useless to supernaturals? 408 nodded. It's easy for supernaturals to play a character. They don't need these cards at all. Besides, my cards only allow people to play other characters. They don't give them any benefits. They're only suitable for actors. Supernaturals who wanted to be actors had no use for these cards. Therefore, 408 decided to use these cards only for mortals and newbies who had just learned about supernaturals. Angor did not agree with 408's idea. He personally studied these cards and found them to be very interesting bases. At first glance, they seemed to be only used for acting. But if there were special needs, they could turn into skyscrapers and break through the sky. In short, Angor believed that these cards had potential. But how much potential did they have? Angor could not tell yet. He thought for a moment and decided not to comment. Instead, he went back to the booklet to see what other character cards there were. There were 8 cards in total on the second and third pages. They were all different classes, such as students, scholars, poets, and musicians. If Luigi was here, he would probably be interested in the poets and musicians. However, Angor did not think that these cards had anything new compared to the ones on the first page. He kept going. 4th, 5th, 6th, desperate housewife, a woman who was depressed to the extreme and lost all hope. She lay on the ground like a lifeless corpse. Behind her were men's accusations and children's cries. A womanly man, the only man sitting at the tea party. He wore a tight suit and silently looked at the ladies around him who were wearing beautiful and luxurious dresses. His eyes were filled with envy, melancholy, and silent self-pity. Good man who killed in anger, a man hiding in a corner with the dead body of a gangster beside him. A crowd gathered around him. Many of them had received help from this man before. But now, they were all staring at him with disgust and mockery. Resistor of condemnation, criminal of the rainy night. As Angor read further, the cards began to talk about human relationships and social classes. If these characters were put on stage, they would definitely have a great impact on the audience and bring shock to the performance of the characters. However, Angor did not see too many surprises from these cards. These cards were still limited to the identity of actors. They were far from enough to break through the limit of the card's potential. When Angor reached the last page, his eyes were attracted by a card. The surface of this card was a bright starry sky. He couldn't see any character or role in it. The only thing special about this card was that in the center of the starry sky, there was a comet with a long tail. The name of this card was Traveler of Shadowy Planet. This was not the first time Angor heard about Shadowy Planet. It was not a planet, but a mirror surface located in the Sun Mirror Zone. Similar to the Mirror Mountain and the Ice Kingdom, it was a place where a race lived. And this race was called the Kaka race. They looked like bright stars, but in fact, they were some kind of gaseous polymer. They were gaseous life forms. So the main character of Traveler of Shadowy Planet was actually that comet. Was it a traveler of the Kaka race? Can I touch the card? He hesitated for a moment and asked 408, can I touch the card? 408 hesitated for 2 seconds. Yes, you can. But I'm not done with the card yet. It's an incomplete product. It doesn't have any special effects. He tried to touch the card with his hand. As expected, just like 408 said, he did not feel any rhythm of getting into character. The card did not help him understand the logic behind the Traveler of Shadowy Planet, but it did show him something completely different from the other cards he had seen before. All the cards he saw before were races with physical bodies. They might have different identities and professions, but they were all ordinary people of different races. But this card was different. It was another form of life, and the Kaka race were natural-born supernaturals. There was no such thing as an ordinary life in the Kaka race. Many of the supernaturals were only at the level of a beginner apprentice, but they were still supernaturals. They were completely different from the ordinary ones. A new life form and a supernatural. This was what Angor was looking at. Potential. Seeing Angor frowning in silence, 408 felt a little embarrassed. I told you, the card won't work. Angor did not answer. Instead, he turned around and asked, how long do you usually take to make a character card like this? 408 didn't expect Angor to ask such a question out of the blue. She considered for a moment. There's no fixed time limit. It all depends on my understanding of the character and my personal performance. Your personal performance? 408 nodded. Yes, I have this ability because I like to observe all kinds of guests and then simulate their behavior and logic in my mind. I can imagine their life trajectory and the big and small things in their lives. It's like writing a biography that represents the lives of different characters in your consciousness. At first, it's just an empty skeleton. As I learn more about the character and fill in their lives, flesh and blood will be added to the skeleton. When the skeleton becomes a living person, I can use my ability to create a character card. In other words, 408's ability to understand the character and fill in the blanks when she wanted to make a character card. If she was competent, she could make a card in an instant. If she did not understand the character well, or suddenly got stuck and could not fill in the blanks in her mind, she would be stuck on the half-finished card. That's what happened to Traveler of Shadowy Planet. I don't know much about the Kaka clan, so I'm always stuck. 408 sighed. I was planning to meet more Kaka clan members during the regular meeting and learn more about card creation. But unfortunately, not many Kaka clan members came this time, and even fewer came to Mirror Shop. Angor had a general idea. Without Kaka clan members, 408 could not find any materials nearby, which meant the card was stuck in the half-finished state for a long time. Do you have to do it yourself? Angor asked. If someone else knows about the Kaka clan and tells you about their habits, can you fill in the blanks in your skeleton? I've never thought about this. 408 rubbed his chin and pondered for a moment before shaking his head. I don't think it's possible. My card-making ability is biased towards my view. Since it was my opinion, then I had to witness it with my own eyes and not rely on an outsider's narration. Of course, it wasn't that the narration of outsiders was useless, but that the narration of outsiders could only fill in some of the missing pieces of flesh under the complete logic. The true backbone of the story was still me. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to activate her ability. To put it bluntly, her ability was biased toward idealism and solipsism. If she lacked solipsism, she wouldn't be able to become a card. Although Angor did not really understand how 408 made cards, since he could not fill in the blanks by explaining, he could only, "You're inviting a Kaka?" 408 looked at Angor in surprise. You don't have to invite them here. You can go out and find them yourself. If the mountain doesn't come to you, you can go to the mountain. 408, I can, but I still have work to do. Moreover, card making is just a hobby for me. It's not particularly important. After all, the product of her ability wouldn't bring her any income. Under such circumstances, she didn't think it was worth it to leave the shop and go looking for Kaka people alone. Angor felt that 408's answer was a little too negative about his card. Personally, Angor believed that if 408 could really make a card called Traveler of Shadowy Planet and let others play the role of a Kaka traveler, they could experience the thoughts and ideals of the Kaka people and their completely different way of life. The potential of the card would be great. This was because such a completely different life form would bring a shock to the person's outlook on life, worldview, and even values. When such a shock collided with your existing ideas, it was easy to generate inspiration. To put it bluntly, when you looked at the problem from a different perspective, you would find that the crux of the problem was completely different from what you thought, and you would find a different paradise. Especially when they were both transcendents but had different life forms, the impact would be even greater. This was because the transcendent world that gaseous life forms comprehended might be vastly different from the transcendent world that humans comprehended. Under the clash of such different ideas, inspiration would create countless sparks like an axe cutting into a rock. Angor told 408 his idea. So, I think your character card has a lot of potential. 408 was a little surprised. I didn't think about the situation you're talking about. It wasn't that 408 didn't think about it. It was just that she was in the middle of it. 408's original race was the mirror race, which belonged to the stream of consciousness. She also lived in a physical body for a long time. In other words, 408 had two forms, one intangible and the other material. She had a deep understanding of these two life forms. Under such circumstances, she couldn't look at the world from a different perspective to get inspiration. Therefore, it wasn't 408's problem. It was the mirror race's problem. 408 considered for a moment. I think I know what you mean, sir. I don't know if you're right, but I can give it a try. You're going to meet the Kaka race? 408 shook her head. No, sir. I mean, you can try this card. While speaking, 408 took off her necklace. The pendant of the necklace was a red diamond. However, upon closer inspection, Angor noticed that there was a card inside the red diamond that was pinker than a baby's fingernail. 408 gently pinched the diamond on the necklace. The pink card flew out from the necklace. It kept growing in size on 408's hand until it grew from the size of a fingernail to the size of a normal poker card. 408 put the pink card on the table. This is the first card I made after awakening my power. Since it's my first time, it's very precious to me, so I didn't put it in my card collection. Instead, I've been wearing it with me. After a short pause, 408 continued, this card might be able to fulfill the two conditions that you mentioned earlier. Angor looked down at the card. Unlike the cards in the card collection, the back of this card was pink. Perhaps it was a random color chosen by 408 when she made a card for the first time. It was also because of the pink card back that it gave off a youthful vibe. The card didn't seem to be filled with hatred either. Instead, it was filled with mystery like Traveler of Shadowy Planet. The star of tomorrow who stands at the peak of Mirror Mountain, a shining star at the peak of Mirror Mountain, surrounded by clouds and mist. It represented the elder brother, the elder sister, the son, the daughter, the mother, and the lover at the same time. This is the star of tomorrow of the mirror race, Appa. Angor didn't get much information from the card. The only thing he knew was that the character card belonged to a mirror race. He looked at the card and roughly understood what 408 meant. The main character of the Star of Tomorrow who stands at the peak of Mirror Mountain was a mirror race. The mirror race belonged to the stream of consciousness and didn't have a physical body. Also, someone who could be called a Star of Tomorrow couldn't be a nobody. It was probably a supernatural being. Judging from these two aspects, the Star of Tomorrow who stands at the peak of Mirror Mountain was indeed similar to Traveler of Shadowy Planet. More importantly, Traveler of Shadowy Planet was an unfinished product, while this card was a finished product. If Angor's guess was correct, he might be able to sense the potential of the card when he touched it. Can I touch it? Angor knew that 408 must have allowed him to touch the card since she showed it to him. Still, he asked out of politeness. 408 nodded. Yes, you can. Angor noticed that 408 had a strange expression on her face when she nodded. Was she shy? Angor was sure that 408 wasn't shy because of him. After all, 408 had a different sense of beauty compared to humans. Moreover, when they were in the Meditation Experience Center, 408 made it clear that if humans were to be divided into men and women, she would be more inclined to prefer men. She only used a female body because she didn't have a choice. Under such circumstances, 408 wouldn't be shy because of him. So what was she shy about? Angor had no idea, so he put it aside for now. He returned his attention to the card and picked up the Star of Tomorrow who stands at the peak of Mirror Mountain without hesitation. In an instant, the familiar closed loop of logic appeared around Angor's body, and the coding aura covered him. From the perspective of an outsider, Angor no longer looked like a human being. Instead, he was emitting the same aura as a mirror race. If Angor's head was replaced by a mirror, people would probably think that he was a mirror race. This was the effect of the coding aura. It allowed the user to enter the character's aura. On the other hand, when he touched the card, he saw himself turning into a light spot, singing loudly on top of a magnificent mountain. Singing was emphasized here because Angor, as a human, could understand that it was not singing. It was just releasing a certain consciousness frequency. But from the perspective of a mirror race, it was singing, which was no different from a human's singing. If you sang well, you could even attract countless fans. For example, Angor now felt that he was standing at the peak of Mirror Mountain, and there were a large number of flashing light spots in front of him. It was like the light sticks that fans waved during a singer's concert recorded in the hologram tablet. However, the stars in the concert came from the light sticks, while the ones in Angor's vision came from the shouts of consciousness lifeforms. That's right. Each light spot represented a member of the Mirror Tribe. When the members of the Mirror Tribe were shouting, the light spots would stir up confusion. So the large number of flashing light spots represented the shouts of countless Mirror Race members. They were cheering for Angor's singing. Angor finally understood that the so-called the Star of Tomorrow who stands at the peak of Mirror Mountain was actually an idol of a Mirror Race member. And he was a national idol. Even 408 once chased after him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have created this Star of Tomorrow as her first card creation. Angor guessed that the shyness that flashed across her face was because this card represented her youth when she chased after idols like crazy. Angor understood 408's feelings. When he was 11 or 12 years old, he always pestered his brother Leon to take him to Master McGeeve's solo concert. To some extent, Master McGeeve was the idol Angor chased after back then. Angor did not feel embarrassed when he sensed the interpretation of this character card. Instead, he gradually immersed himself in it. Especially now that he was in the role of Tomorrow's Star, he discovered a lot of different perspectives that were different from the conventional view. For example, the singing he saw before was different from his understanding of singing. Of course, Angor could accept this singing, but only from a third-person perspective. He never thought that he could experience singing from a first-person perspective, let alone this kind of singing in the stream of consciousness. While immersing himself in the singing, he clearly felt that he understood the Mirror Clan better. Also, because of the clash of ideas and values, Angor vaguely sensed that the inspiration buried deep in his heart was eager to give it a try. It could erupt at any time. Angor put down the card just in time. He did not know what this burst of inspiration would bring, nor did he know what kind of inspiration it would be. He decided not to open the lid of the pot of inspiration for now. Wait. If this inspiration had something to do with Rune Horn, it was still too early for him to let it erupt. If possible, Angor wanted to use this potential inspiration in the most appropriate place. For example, the research room in Silver Forest Space. Of course, the precondition for all this was that he could get this card. Angor looked at 408. Can I have this card, 408? Do you mean, you want to buy this card? Angor nodded. 408 was stunned for a few seconds. He did not immediately respond to Angor's question. Instead, he asked in surprise, can this card really bring inspiration like you said? Angor did not intend to deny it. He chose his words carefully and used more precise ones. I don't really feel the inspiration coming, but it does bring me new experiences. Especially when I look at things from the perspective of another life form, even if it's just a small detail, my inspiration begins to stir. End of chapter. Besides, Angor had not studied the card to the end yet. So far, he only studied the first singing card, and he already felt that his inspiration was about to break out of its shell. If he continued to explore, it was likely that even more inspiration would grow in his heart. Of course, Angor also knew that there was a limit to how much inspiration he could get. He could not rely on this card to generate endless inspiration. According to Angor's estimation, the card could only give him 1 or 2 inspirations at most. Besides, the effect of the same card would decrease gradually. Even if 408 were to continue making similar new cards in the future, he reckoned it wouldn't be as easy to pry into Su Jinchu's heart as this card did. But that was enough. The light of inspiration could only be obtained by chance. It was already a great fortune for Angor to get 1 or 2 inspirations with the help of external forces. Even Angor felt that it was too greedy to keep getting inspirations that could be manipulated. On the other hand, 408's eyes grew brighter as she listened to Angor's story. Angor did not give a definite answer, but his story already confirmed that the card she made did give Angor the feeling of breaking out of the ground. This was why Angor was so eager to buy her card that he was even willing to spend money to buy it. 408 was very excited at this moment. After all, she always thought that her ability product was too weak and could only be used to assist actors in their acting. But now, she realized that it was because her imagination wasn't big enough. She had been too stubborn in the wrong direction. If Angor did not see through the potential of her character card, she would not know how powerful her ability product could be even after several decades. 408 knew very well that after today, the product of her ability would definitely become one of her trump cards. Maybe, for the spectacles, her character cards were still the same as before. They did not have much potential. Consciousness creatures had the duality of substance and energy, so it was difficult to use character cards to stimulate inspiration. But for other races, whether they were energy creatures or creatures with substance, she could choose to sell her cards to them. At the same time, the light of inspiration could illuminate their minds. Of course, 408 was excited when she thought about the beautiful scenery in the future. 408 also knew that it was all Angor's fault. Therefore, she rejected Angor's request without hesitation. Yes, it was a rejection. However, it wasn't that 408 wasn't grateful, but he had other ideas. As you mentioned before, this card can't bring unlimited inspiration. Because of that, there's no point in buying a card. When the inspiration reaches a certain threshold, the character card will be useless for 08, so I don't think there's a need for customers to buy this card. I can lend this card to you for free. When the customer feels that this card can't bring any inspiration, you can return the card to me. Also, when I make new cards in the future, customers can borrow them if they want. It was still free of charge. After all, if there weren't any customers, I wouldn't have known that my own ability could be used in such a way. This is the only way I can think of to repay my guests. In 408's mind, if Angor wanted to buy a card, even if she was willing to give it to him for free, Angor would only accept it once. If Angor wanted to buy more cards in the future, he would have to pay some crystals. He didn't care about the number of crystals, but 408 did. Angor found a new use for the character. Cards, which injected new potential and vitality into room 408's ability. 408 would remember this great kindness in his heart. Instead of wasting crystals to buy a character card that would eventually lose its effect, it would rather lend the card to Angor. If it was lend, it would be more reasonable for 408 to say free of charge. After all, it wouldn't cost the character cards too much. Even if Angor had to pay crystals, the cost would be much lower than buying the card directly. Besides, this would not only repay Angor's kindness, but also establish a connection with Angor. In 408's opinion, this was the best choice. Of course, 408 didn't want to establish a connection with Angor because of Angor's identity. She didn't know who Angor was. She just wanted to repay Angor's kindness and make a new friend. In 408's opinion, Angor was someone she could make a friend with. She wanted to be friends with him. On the other hand, Angor didn't know what 408 was thinking. But after giving it some thought, he realized that borrowing the card was indeed a better choice. Besides, he could always borrow new cards from 408. While borrowing the card, he could also communicate with 408 about character cards. Maybe 408 could create more new types of character cards in the future. Maybe he could even improve his inspiration threshold. However, borrowing the card had its drawbacks. If he only borrowed the card, Angor couldn't open the card to study it. As a wizard with a passion for research, Angor already had the idea of opening a character card when he saw it. He was curious about how 408 created such a card through a closed loop of logic. Could such a card be replicated using alchemy? Angor needed to open the card to find out. If he only wanted to borrow the card, he wouldn't dare to open it. This was why Angor was hesitating. He sensed that 408 was being kind when she suggested borrowing. He also wanted to keep borrowing the card. But he also wanted to open the card. 408 also saw Angor's hesitation, although she didn't know what he was hesitating about. She considered and said, "Actually, there's another reason why I asked to borrow the card." Angor looked at her in confusion. 408 looked a little shy. "I don't want the Star of Tomorrow at the peak of Mirror Mountain card to be leaked. After all, it's the first time I made a card, and it's very important to me. Besides, it's also a record of my feelings when I watched Appa's concert for the first time." Huh? He understood what 408 meant by a memorable first time making a card, but what did she mean by Appa concert? 408 hesitated for 2 seconds before saying shyly, "Appa is the rising star in the card who sang at the peak of Mirror Mountain." "Appa's its name?" 408 nodded. "Yes. Its name is Appa." Angor saw the shy look in 408's eyes and understood what she meant. The Star of Tomorrow card wasn't just a commemorative one. It was also a celebrity accessory that 408 made for herself. To her fans, the card was one of her treasures. She could borrow it, but she didn't want to sell it. Angor understood 408's feelings. He nodded. "Then I'll do as you say. I won't buy the card. I'll just borrow it for a while." 408 smiled at Angor's answer. "Of course." She paused a little and continued, "You can return the card at any time. I will be here for the duration of the multi-clan assembly. Even if you can't return the card during the meeting, you can still find me at Mirror Mountain. My real name is Zyro. You can contact me through any of the Mirror Clan members." Mirror Clan members could communicate with each other through their consciousness streams even if they didn't know each other. Angor only needed to find a Mirror Clan member and have them contact Zyro through their consciousness streams. In other words, as long as the Mirror Clan members were still around, Angor didn't have to worry about returning the card. "Zyro, is it? I'll remember. You don't have to call me guest. I'm Angor." 408, "No." Zyro hesitated for a moment and smiled. "I'm sorry, Mr. Angor." After this, Angor and Shiluo finally reached a consensus. The atmosphere became much more harmonious. Since he already decided to borrow the card, Angor didn't mention buying it again. Besides, he didn't have any reason to buy the card now. It would be rude to say that he wanted to dismantle the card for research. After all, the card was a product of Xiro's ability. If he said that he wanted to study it, he would be studying Xiro's ability, which was very rude. Still, Angor didn't give up on studying the card. He still needed to dismantle the card. However, he already had a new idea. He didn't want to dismantle the card in real life. Instead, he planned to take the card to the dream wasteland and dismantle it. Dismantling the card in real life would break the card. But dismantling the card in the dream wasteland would only break the card in the dream wasteland. It wouldn't affect the character card in real life. Besides, even if the card in the dream wasteland was broken, Angor could still use the dream whelk to pull the card in. In other words, he could dismantle the card endlessly and study it endlessly, just like how he did unlimited alchemy. The only downside was that Angor didn't have as many tricks in the dream wasteland as he did in real life. Dismantling the card and studying it would take a long time. But it wasn't a big problem. As long as he could dismantle the card endlessly, he could study it endlessly. He would eventually get something out of it. While Angor happily accepted the Star of Tomorrow card, Xiaro began to think about how she could use her own ability to earn more crystals. Of course, she wasn't going to get them from Angor. She was going to find a way to spread the word to other races and open up a market. But then again, something like inspiration was very important to a powerhouse. Would she get herself into trouble if she announced it so openly? Treasures arouse the envy of others. Maybe I should keep a low profile. Xiaro considered and decided that even if she wanted to sell her cards, she couldn't do it openly. It would be best if she could implement a special membership system and only sell her cards to people she trusted. Next, Xiaro began to think about how she could build her own card sales network. On the other hand, Angor wasn't paying attention to the card. Instead, he was looking at the item displayed on the mirror. The item that started the topic of ability product, even a stone can create a stream of consciousness. It was called stone painting for short. Because of the character card, Angor didn't read the description of the stone painting. This was the first time he saw the actual effect of the stone painting. He was still a little confused after reading the introduction. He couldn't understand the whole thing from the first sentence. Every object has its own logic. Even a stone has its own underlying logic. Maybe it's a disaster logic or an evolutionary logic. Either way, it can be summed up as a natural logic. Since there's a logic, you can use the stream of consciousness to fix the flaws in it and form a closed loop. Extract the images in the consciousness magnetic field that have the most profound impact on the object. Even if it's just an ordinary stone, it can extract an earth-shattering image. This is called a stone painting. Angor understood that this was probably an explanation about the mechanism of the stone painting. However, as a non-stream of consciousness life form, he couldn't be bothered at all when he saw a bunch of logic coming and going. He couldn't understand it at all. He couldn't understand. Fortunately, Xiaro had woken up from her daydream. She explained the stone painting to Angor in detail. In other words, stone paintings could make most of the material. Objects show some vague images. These images must be related to the object, and they were most likely images that had a profound impact on the object. For example, we can use a stone painting on the table in front of us. Xiaro pointed at the table. It can create an image of when the table was still a tree, or when it was made from wood. These images were all related to the table. They could be considered as the table's memory. The stone painting could extract the table's memory and show them in the form of images. However, any object could only be shown once. After all, objects were not living creatures. Even if there was some vague logic in them, such logic could not be used for calculation. It was just some dead logic. Living creatures could exist for a long time, so their memory images were continuous. Objects, on the other hand, only existed for one time. They had to be repaired by external forces to show the memory images once. Once and only once. Angor still didn't understand the rest of Xiro's explanation, but he understood the conclusion. In summary, the stone painting could extract the memory of an object, even a hard stone. The extracted memory was random and could only be shown once. In a sense, the effect of the stone painting was similar to Truth Eye, the advanced version of True Sight. Truth Eye could also see the memory of an object. However, Truth I could see through time and directly go back to the node of time to see the memory of certain objects. Truth I involved the mysterious domain of time, so few wizards in the wizarding world could learn it. Of course, it was also possible that only a few wizards had reached the threshold to learn it. After all, Truth I was a level 3 spell. As for the stone paintings, Angor could still see the real memory, but only for a random moment, which was much worse than the Eye of Truth. However, a stone painting was a consumable item that could be used by mortals. As for the Eye of Truth, only a few wizards could use it. All in all, the stone paintings were not bad. They could be considered as super miniaturized versions of the Eye of Truth. How many stone paintings do we have in stock? Angor asked curiously. There's only one left. But if you want, we can order one from the Grand Scholar of Mirror Mountain Academy. According to his feedback, we can produce one stone painting per month. Forget about the order. As for the one in stock, I'll take it. At first, Angor didn't think the stone painting would be useful to him. After all, its effects were too random. Besides, it was a consumable item. He could only use one stone painting at a time. More importantly, Angor knew someone who could use the Eye of Truth. Mr. Rain would use it. Under such circumstances, if he really needed the stone paintings one day, it would be more cost-effective to ask Sir Rhine for help with the Eye of Truth. Angor didn't plan to buy it at first. But he changed his mind because he suddenly thought of a way to solve the flaw of the stone painting. Just like the character cards, he could pull the painting into a dream crystal. Pulling the painting into a dream crystal would solve the problem of the number of times he could use it. If the painting was used up, he could just use it again. As for the random problem of the stone painting, he could also use the scroll that could increase his luck. If he could really solve the problem with the dream crystal, he would be getting a miniaturized version of the Eye of Truth for free. Of course, this was only a wild idea. He would have to try it in the dream crystal to see if it would work. After putting away the stone painting, Angor continued to look at the other items behind the mirror. The rest of the items were all priced at 7 figures. Angor skimmed through the descriptions. He still couldn't understand most of the content, but their effects were worth the price. Among them, there were 2 items that caught his attention. The first one was called "I'm always invincible when it comes to playing hide and seek." The name of this product was similar to the full name of the stone painting. Even a stubborn stone can produce a stream of consciousness. According to Shilua, the abbreviated name of "when it comes to hide and seek, I will always be in an invincible position" was hide and seek. It was also the product of the ability of a great scholar of Mirror Mountain Academy. This Grand Scholar and the Grand Scholar who produced the stone paintings came from the same master. Perhaps it was because of this that they had the same aesthetic sense of naming. Hide and seek had a long name, but its effect could be summed up in one word: a special stream of consciousness invisibility. He had heard of illusions, optical invisibility, space invisibility, and even the ability to hide in a space-time crack. However, this was the first time he had heard of consciousness concealment. Since he couldn't understand the description, he asked Shiluo for help and asked her to explain it in a language he could understand. According to Shiluo, when using hide and seek, a special logic barrier could be formed around the user. When other people saw the user, the barrier would deceive them and make them think that everything in front of them was reasonable. However, there was a flaw in hide and seek as well. The barrier needed a logical object to act as its support. In other words, the user couldn't go invisible through the barrier. Instead, the user had to play the role of a logical object and make others think that the user's existence was reasonable. This might sound complicated, but Angor understood it as playing the role of an object. Angor remembered that the hologram tablet recorded a gunfight game from Earth. In a limited gunfight map, there were 2 sides fighting against each other. The red side would play as random objects in the map, while the blue side would play as a sought-after character and had to find the objects the red side played within a certain time limit. Hide and seek was similar to the red side of this game. The red side had to play as a logical object. As long as the object made the opponent think that its existence was reasonable, the stream of consciousness concealment would be successful. For example, you encountered a powerful enemy in a tunnel of an underground palace. When you were about to face the enemy, you chose to use hide and seek. The logical object you chose was a broken corner of a mural. When the enemy passed by your location, he glanced at the mural. He felt that the mural was a bit too broken, but he didn't care. Because the other murals in this underground palace were also broken. The enemy passed by you and went deeper into the underground palace. So, you successfully used hide and seek to avoid the enemy. This was why stream of consciousness concealment was so powerful. Even if the enemy was countless times stronger than you, it could still be ignored by the stream of consciousness concealment. Also, stream of consciousness concealment would not cause energy fluctuations, which made it even more hidden. However, if the logic you chose to rely on was too out of character, then it was still possible to be discovered. For example, when facing a powerful enemy, the logical object you chose was a corner of a mural. But this mural was about Doraemon. As long as the enemy wasn't a fool, he would naturally realize that there was a trick when he saw Doraemon in the mural which didn't fit in with the other paintings. Once the enemy found out that there was a trick, the logical barrier would also be broken, and your hide and seek would naturally fail. In addition, if you encountered an enemy with strong observation skills, you could also fail. It was still the same underground palace. When you encountered a powerful enemy on a narrow path, the logical object you chose was the same type of wall candle in the passageway. You thought that you had turned into the wall candlestick and could rest easy. Who would have thought that after careful observation, the enemy found that there was a wall candle every 30 meters in the tunnel and there shouldn't be a wall candle in your location. So, you were seen through. Of course, if you encountered a powerful enemy and were lucky, you could also fail. In the underground palace, you turned into a very hidden broken mural. However, your enemy had been here before, and he had observed the mural here. He remembered that the corner of the mural was not like this. So, your logical barrier was broken, and your stream of consciousness concealment failed. From the above, it could be seen that the upper limit of hide and seek was very high. If an ordinary person used it, it could make an official wizard ignore them. However, the downside of hide and seek was that if you were careless for even a moment, the enemy might find out. In short, regardless of luck, hide and seek not only tested your ability to divert your attention, but also tested the enemy's observation skills. If Angor was asked to evaluate, the hide and seek card was still very valuable. The only problem was that it was too expensive. 1,000,000 crystals was enough to buy a hide and seek card. Yes, the hide and seek card also looked like a card, but the front and back of the card were blank. However, the price was not because of the hide and seek card. It was because of Angor himself. Anyway, Angor never worried about money. So, he bought 2 hide and seek cards without hesitation. He only bought 2 because there were only 2 left in his inventory. If there were more, Angor would not mind buying a few more. After all, this was a stream of consciousness concealment skill that could allow one to cross levels. Compared to the various concealment skills Angor currently knew, it had a higher upper limit. If he really encountered a powerful enemy that he could not defeat, a hide-and-seek card might be able to save his life. Therefore, it was necessary to buy something that could save his life. Angor even asked Shi Luo to keep an eye on how often the Grand Scholar who created the hide-and-seek card could produce more. If there were more, Angor would not mind buying more. Apart from the hide-and-seek card, there was another item that Angor was interested in. Angor did not even read the description of the item before he was attracted by it. This was the only item in all the items sold in the mirror. It was a secret artifact, in other words, a half-step mystery artifact. The name of the artifact was "Your eyes are like snakes, scorpions, honey, sugar, I know it all." Such a familiar name reminded Angor of the stone painting and the hide-and-seek card. This artifact couldn't have come from the same sect, could it? In this regard, Shi Luo said with an awkward expression, although the master of this artifact is indeed the teachers of the 2 great scholars, this artifact was not refined by the great scholars. They did not have the ability to make it. According to the information I received, this artifact was born in Mirror Mountain Academy a long, long time ago, and was discovered by the elder of the Grand Scholar. The name has been passed down since then. Since the artifact was rented by the Grand Scholar had the right to decide. Since the Grand Scholar gave the artifact such a name, Angor could only accept it. After listening to Shi Luo's explanation, Angor did not care too much about how the artifact was found. He was more interested in the fact that the owner of the artifact was indeed from the same master as the two Grand Scholars, and the Grand Scholar was the teacher of the stone painting and the hide-and-seek. So it was true. Birds of a feather flocked together. The naming style was really the same. Your eyes are like snakes, scorpions, honey, sugar, I know it all was short for Vigilant Eye. The description of Vigilant Eye was simple. After all, they did not know how the artifact worked, so they would not write so many complicated formulas. Everyone's eyes have their own personality. Every gaze has its own attitude. They represent a person's soul. They are snakes and scorpions. They are aliens and grotesques. They are beauty and honey. When you put on the eye of vigilance, you will be able to see their gazes. You will be able to see pure goodwill, or malice. You can also see the monsters hiding in the depths of people's souls. That was the description of Vigilant Eye. It was vague, but at least Angor understood. Vigilant Eye looked like a pair of glasses that could change its size and shape at will. As long as you put on the glasses, you would be able to see the kindness and evil in other people's eyes. Angor understood that it was a treasure that could see through good and evil. However, Angor did not understand the description of seeing the monsters in the depths of people's souls. With Vigilant Eye, he could see the beasts in other people's hearts. Angor asked Shi Luo, "What are these monsters in the depths of people's souls?" Shi Luo did not answer directly. Instead, he said, "If you really want to know, you can put on the Vigilant Eye." Angor was surprised. The Vigilant Eye is in the shop? He thought the treasure should be in the hands of the Grand Scholar. After all, it was so precious. Besides, the Grand Scholar only rented it and did not sell it, which meant he valued the treasure very much. Angor did not expect the treasure to be in the shop. Shi Luo nodded. Yes, the treasure is in the shop now. Normally, items like treasures are not allowed to be shown to the public. But you're a big customer, I'm sure the manager will agree. Shi Luo blinked. So? Do you want to try the Vigilant Eye? Angor nodded without hesitation. It was rare to see a treasure in person. Of course, he would like to try it. Shi Luo, then please wait a moment. I'll send a request to the manager. With that, Shi Luo closed his eyes and contacted the manager of mirror number 4 through his consciousness stream. This time, Shi Luo took much longer than before. It had been almost 5 minutes, and Shi Luo still did not open her eyes. Angor guessed that Shi Luo was arguing with the manager. 2 more minutes later, Shi Luo finally opened her eyes. Her eyes were filled with joy. It seemed that she had won the competition. As expected, Shi Luo's first words were, "The manager agreed. However, the secret treasure is too precious. In order to avoid any problems with the secret treasure, I have to make sure that it doesn't have any problems. If you want to try it, you have to go to the place the manager pointed out." Shi Luo was being subtle. She was worried that Angor would do something to the treasure during the test. Still, Angor understood the man's concern. No matter what, it was still a secret treasure, an item related to the mysteries. Even if Angor could craft treasures with the Crazy Hat's help, he would still feel the same way if he lent his treasure to a stranger. Angor did not feel offended at all. He nodded. Of course. May I know where the store manager is? Shi Luo, it's in the shop, but it's still a bit far from here. If you want to go now, I can take you there, sir. Angor, now. Then please follow me, sir. Shi Luo nodded and stood up. Just in time. The Parsons purifying potion has arrived. It's with the manager. Following Shi Luo's lead, Angor walked out of the guest room. After walking through the maze-like corridors for about 3 minutes, they finally arrived at the designated place mentioned by the manager. Sealed Secret Room. End of chapter. A sealed secret room. As the name suggested, the walls were all made of special materials to isolate all sights and noises from the outside world. The manager chose to meet you in a sealed secret room for 2 reasons. First, to prevent the mystery aura from leaking out and causing unnecessary trouble. Second, he was worried that the spirit of the giant city might see through him. For the sake of the shop's privacy, such an independent sealed secret room was built. No one could see what was going on inside from the outside. Even spirit power would be blocked by a special wave. The way to enter the sealed secret room was also complicated, which seemed to involve the use of consciousness. Shilua stood in front of the sealed secret room and closed his eyes. Angor could sense that Shilua's emotions were very active. Active emotions did not necessarily mean active consciousness, but it was more or less the same. Even Shilua had to work for a full 5 minutes in such a high-intensity battle. The door of the sealed secret room was slowly opened. When the door was fully opened, Shilua opened his eyes and spoke in a tired voice, "Sir, please come in. The manager is waiting for you inside." Shilua led the way and walked into the door. Angor followed behind. As they entered, the huge stone door slowly closed as if it was never opened. It was a pure white secret room. Walking inside, they felt as if they had entered a white world. The walls around them began to recede infinitely. They stood still, but they felt the space was getting bigger and bigger. It felt as if they were being affected by some external force and were slowly shrinking. But if they sensed carefully, they would find that it was not them who were shrinking, but the space was really expanding. It was a space spell similar to expansion rune. When the walls around them completely extended to the point where they could no longer be seen by the naked eye, a single, oval-shaped metal building suddenly appeared in front of them. The building was like a ball of light on a dance floor, buried in the white snow. At this time, 5 figures were standing at the entrance of the ball of light building. The one standing at the front was a tall, muscular, and elegant man. He stood in a standard posture, tall and straight, and his shoulders were also standard double doors. Coupled with the black and golden patterned uniform and the mop fur cape, he gave people a sense of déjà vu of the Ingji tribe. However, as long as one looked above the man's neck, one would realize that he was not from the Ingji clan, but the Goggles clan. The shiny round mirror replaced the man's head and stood on his neck. The face that appeared in the mirror was a handsome face with a sense of aggression. On both sides of the man stood 2 slender and graceful women, but their dress was very similar to Shiluo. Although they both had heads, their eyes were smooth mirrors. Different 2D eyes appeared on the mirror. All 5 pairs of eyes were staring at him curiously. "Honorable guest, please allow me to introduce you." Shiluo took a deep breath and stepped forward. She addressed Angor as guest instead of Mr. this time. This was not a change of attitude. She just did not want her colleagues to hear about her favoritism. After seeing Angor nodding, Shiluo began to introduce the 5 people. Among them, the 4 female members of the Mirror clan could be ignored. Just like Shiluo, they were all employees of the Mirror shop, and they all used 3-digit code names. The only male was the store manager of Little Jing shop number 4. His code name was 004. After Shiluo finished introducing everyone, the store manager walked up and said, "For 08, you may leave. I'll take care of the rest." Shiluo nodded obediently and retreated to the other 4 female employees. Manager 004 walked to Angor and bowed slightly. "Honorable guest, the Perrin purifying fluid you requested is here." While speaking, 004 took out a small wooden box and handed it to Angor. Angor took a look at the box. From the outside, it looked exactly like the Perrin purifying fluid he saw in the picture. Using his spirit power, Angor confirmed that both Perrin godly fluid and Perrin condensing fluid gave off the same feeling. This was probably the Perrin purifying fluid. Since the Mirror clan dared to open a shop, and one with such a high number, they should not be stingy with their products. With that in mind, Angor nodded, closed the wooden box, and put it away. Seeing this, store manager 004 continued, "For 08 just sent me a message saying that the customer wants to experience the vigilant eye. Is this true?" Angor nodded. "Yes, I do want to experience it." Manager 004 smiled. "Then please follow me, Mr." Manager 004 turned around and walked into the lightning ball-like building. Angor followed, while Shiluo and the other 4 employees stayed behind. After entering the building, Angor noticed that the interior of the building was quite spacious. It looked like a library. There were bookshelves all around, and they were filled with books. Only the center of the library was empty. The warm orange light from the ceiling gave the library a quaint atmosphere. There were also a lot of people in this strange library. Apart from the Mirror clan, there were also people from other races, such as the Injit clan, the Longhua clan, and the Paluxiu clan. There were also other races that were rarely seen in the White Sun Mirror region, such as barbarians, pointy people, and even a few humans. However, these humans were probably hollow people. When they saw Angor, they did not look at him as if they had just met an old friend in a foreign land. Instead, they looked at him as if he was a 3-year-old child. He also saw some races he did not recognize, such as two-tailed mermaids from an unknown world, and slime shape-shifting water elementals. These people were all sitting around the bookshelves, reading books. Occasionally, they would cast curious glances at Angor, but they would quickly look away and return to their books. Manager 004 led Angor and the 5 employees to the center of the library, which was empty. There was only a round table and a few benches around it. Manager 004 sat down on one side of the table and gestured Angor to take a seat. Angor accepted the offer and sat down. The other 5 clerks went to stand behind 004. Next, Manager 004 clapped his hands, and a glass cover appeared to cover the center of the library. This separated them from the people outside. Angor looked at 004 with a puzzled look. Both the sudden appearance of the glass cover and the library full of people left Angor puzzled. This soundproof cover is to make it easier for us to talk, so that we won't be disturbed by people outside. As for the rest, Manager 004 chuckled. I know you have a lot of questions, but you'll understand soon enough. Manager 004 did not explain further. Instead, he tapped on the table. A hole appeared in the center of the table, and a transparent bubble slowly floated out. As soon as the bubble appeared, a faint, mysterious aura began to spread in all directions. In an instant, the aura filled up the entire glass cover. And the source of this mysterious aura was an object inside the bubble. A pair of glasses. It looked like a pair of rimless spectacles with a golden frame, which made it look like a trendsetter. If Angor was not mistaken, the rimless spectacles were the reason why Angor came here. The treasure, Vigilant Eye. The bubble with the Vigilant Eye inside slowly floated in the air and finally reached Angor. The bubble popped, and the spectacles fell onto Angor's hand. Angor instinctively used his spirit feelers to check the spectacles. Apart from the mystery energy covering his face, he could not sense anything else. What's this? Angor looked up at Manager 004. This is the Vigilant Eye. If you want to experience it, you may put it on. Manager 004 waited for another 10 seconds. Angor still did not move, so he thought of something and said, Don't worry, it won't be dangerous. I swear in the name of the Lord of Jed that this experience will be free of traps. Manager 004 thought Angor was worried that the Vigilant Eye might be a trap, which was why he did not put it on. In fact, Angor was not worried about that at all. He was simply trying to sense the aura of the Vigilant Eye. He was also secretly trying to analyze the aura. If he succeeded, he might be able to use a manifestation of the mystery energy to simulate its aura. However, it was a pity. It was not easy to analyze the mystery energy in a short time, even if it was just a rough understanding of its structure. At least, Angor could not do it right now. After confirming that he could not do it in a short time, Angor gave up and put the Vigilant Eye on his nose. Before putting it on, Angor was still trying to figure out the effect of this artifact. According to the records on the mirror, the Vigilant Eye allowed Angor to sense the kindness and malice in other people's eyes. In other words, it allowed Angor to sense the kindness and malice of others. Apart from that, there was another mysterious effect. Angor could see the monsters hiding in the depths of one's mind. Because of this unknown effect, Angor was curious about it, so he came here to experience the Vigilant's Eye. Angor did not feel anything strange when he put on the Vigilant Eye. His vision was normal, and he did not see any so-called kindness or malice. Maybe it was because he was looking down and was not looking at other people. Angor reached out his index finger to adjust the position of the spectacles on his nose before he looked up. The first thing he saw was 004, who was standing on the opposite side. Angor was puzzled when he saw nothing strange about 004. Did the artifact lose its ability to detect kindness and malice? As he pondered, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. He noticed that there was something moving on 004's shoulder. Angor looked over and saw something moving under the cloak. About 3 seconds later, a black ball finally came out of the cloak. The strange black ball had a pair of big eyes. Its appearance was a bit like the black charcoal ball in the Totoro cartoon recorded in the holographic tablet, which was also a dust sprite. The black ball seemed to be struggling to get out of the cloak, and its eyes were watery. Maybe it sensed Angwar's gaze, because the black ball slowly looked up and met Angwar's eyes. The black ball poked out an arm that looked like a matchstick and waved at Angwar, as if it was greeting him. When they looked at each other, Angwar clearly sensed that the furry thing was looking at him with curiosity. What's this? Angwar really wanted to take off his spectacles to check if he was seeing things. When Angwar raised his hand to take off his glasses, the furry thing suddenly disappeared. As he wondered, the black furry ball popped out again, this time around 004's shoulder. Am I seeing things? While he was still trying to figure out what was going on, the black fur ball disappeared and reappeared again. This time Angwar finally found the reason. It all came from 004. Whenever 004 looked at Angwar again, the black furry ball would appear. When he looked away from Angwar, the black ball would disappear as well. So the black ball appeared because of 004's gaze. Was this the so-called mind monster? Angwar had no idea. He decided to give up on studying the black ball for now. Instead, he looked around and saw the 5 shop assistants. 3 of them were now looking at Angwar. As they focused their attention, Angwar saw 3 strange creatures among them. One was a cat-faced butterfly flapping its yellowish wings. The other was looking at Angwar with curiosity, but more than that, it was cold. An elegant robot with a half-body height was dancing around one of the shop assistants. Each of its movements was graceful and drifting, as if it was skating on ice. No, it was actually wearing ice boots. The robot would occasionally look at Angwar with cold eyes, but it was the kind of indifference that didn't concern it. The last one was the strange creature beside Shi Luo. She was accompanied by a flying object that looked like a yellow flounder. The flying object seemed to be holding a stage, on which various characters were showing up. The flying object's eyes were as bright as lamps. When it blinked at Angwar, it seemed to be looking at him with friendliness, which was completely different from the previous 2 creatures. It even flew to Angwar and circled him twice. It even rubbed the back of Angwar's hand to show its affection. End of chapter. Yes, the yellow flounder was blinking its bright eyes and rubbing the back of Angwar's hand on the table. However, Angwar did not feel anything from his body. Strangely, in his mind, he seemed to have received a slippery and cold command. Even though his body did not feel anything, his mind and consciousness felt something. His mind and consciousness even created a whole set of sensory logic for this sensation. It was as if he was really touching a cold and slippery flounder. His body and mind contradicted each other, which made him feel both ridiculous and reasonable at the same time. Strange and mysterious. Was this the abnormal effect brought about by the artifact? Angwar took a deep breath and looked at the flounder-shaped object without showing any emotion on his face. Then he retracted his gaze and looked further into the distance. That was the group of people beside the bookshelf outside the glass cover. Angwar now understood why 004 brought him here, and why there were so many people here. If he was not mistaken, it was because of this strange mind monster. By observing the mind monsters of different races and worlds, Angwar could better understand the effect of Vigilance Eye. This was the reason why 004 had arranged for so many people to be here. Of course, Angwar would not refuse 004's kindness. At this moment, he was observing the mind monsters of other races. However, the Vigilance Eye would only detect the mind monsters when they looked at Angwar. Right now, everyone was reading the books in their hands. No one was paying attention to Angwar at all. Angwar thought for a moment and stood up to walk to the glass case. Someone nearby sensed his movement. A woman sitting under a bookshelf nearby looked up at him. This woman looked like a human. She was wearing a red leather skirt that exposed her navel. Her black, fluffy, curly hair was like a lion's mane. She had a pair of long, straight, fair legs. One of her feet was bare, while the other was bound with a bandage. She looked both wild and exotic at the same time. However, she only looked like a human, but in reality, she was not. From her bulging forehead, which looked like it had grown a sharp horn, one could guess her identity. She was a sharp person. She came from the Drauna plane and worshipped an outer god. She glanced at Angor with an expressionless face. When she looked at Angor, Angor saw the shadow of a 3-meter-tall minotaur appearing behind her. Just by looking at the shadows, it was very threatening. Angor could almost see the minotaur soldier wielding a pair of giant axes in the stories he read. However, when the minotaur walked out of the shadow, Angor noticed that it was different from the ones described in the stories. It was a milk-headed minotaur with black and white skin. Although it was very tall, its face was not frightening. Instead, its big eyes, which sparkled like stars, gave it a simple and honest look. However, this milk-headed minotaur did not feel right when it looked at Angor. Angor did not feel its evil gaze. However, it kept looking at Angor while rubbing its protrusions as if it was trying to produce milk. Angor frowned and avoided the minotaur's gaze. This was the first time he avoided someone's gaze since he came here. "Honorable guest, do you need me to introduce you?" Someone spoke to him. Angor turned around and saw a black furry ball. No, that was not right. He was only looking at the furry ball. It was actually 004 who spoke. How? Angor forced himself to look away from the furry ball. Just some basic information. 004 pointed at the woman with his chin. "Take this lady, for example. She accidentally entered the mirror realm from the Drunner plane and fell into the sea of empty mirrors as soon as she arrived. However, she was quite lucky. Scholar Jinghai happened to be nearby and discovered her fall. He even managed to save her in time. Although 70 to 80% of her memories have been erased, she still remembers her mission as a sharpshooter. Even now, even though she has already forgotten where she came from, she still persisted in her mission." At this point, 004 suddenly paused. "Dear customer, do you want to guess what her mission is?" Mission? Angor wanted to say that he didn't know anything about it. But before he could say anything, he stopped. He glanced at the minotaur who was still drooling at him and came up with an answer. "She wants to reproduce?" On the surface of the mirror, 004's lips curled up into a big smile. "Congratulations. Bingo. Yes, she wants to reproduce. When she was in the Sharpie tribe, she was responsible for giving birth to children and replenishing the population. Although the empty mirror ocean washed away most of her memories, her mission to reproduce was not washed away by the waves of the empty mirror ocean. Even now, she's still thinking about getting pregnant and having children. In her eyes, there are only two kinds of creatures in the outside world. Those who can make her pregnant, and those who are isolated from the outside world." Speaking up to this point, 004 stopped. He was telling Angor that this was what he meant by a simple introduction. Angor gathered all the information given by 004 and looked at the Sharpie woman again. Just by looking at her appearance, eyes, and expression, it was impossible to tell that she was crazy inside. However, the Minotaur's behavior showed by the Eye of Vigilance allowed Angor to see through her mind. It was as if the mind monster itself represented the mind of its master. In other words, the Eye of Vigilance could not only detect good or evil looks, but also sense the mind of its master through the mind monster. If that was the case, looking back at these mirror race monsters, it seemed that they did indeed represent their master's thoughts. For example, 004's black fur ball. It looked at Angor with curiosity, as if it wanted to see through Angor's identity. In fact, 004 was also curious about Angor's identity. Also, the cat-faced butterfly shop assistant looked at Angor with a cold and inquisitive look. It meant that she was also curious about Angor. However, her curiosity was limited to the behavior of a stranger, not his identity. To her, Angor was still a stranger, so it was normal for her to look at him coldly. Also, the elegant robot looked at Angor with a cold look. This was even more normal. To its master, Angor was a stranger, so it was normal to treat him coldly. Meanwhile, Zyro's mind monster was a flying object that looked like a flatfish. Since Zyro and Angor had talked before, they were already quasi-friends. Therefore, the flatfish looked at Angor with a kind of friendly look, which also represented Zyro's mind. That was Angor's theory. So far, it seemed that his theory was correct. The mind monster did represent some of its master's feelings toward Angor. However, Angor did not know the answer right away. Since 004 arranged so many people here, he needed to test it out first. Angor kept looking around. Finally, he saw another person looking at him. It was a race Angor was familiar with, Paluxiu. The green-skinned Paluxiu was still reading a book. He even covered his face with the book and looked like he was seriously reading. In fact, he was not paying attention to the book at all. Instead, he was secretly looking at Angor with the corner of his eyes. How did Angor find out? Well, he saw the mind monster beside Paluxiu. If Paluxiu was really focused on reading, there would not be a mind monster. Only when Paluxiu was looking at Angor would the mind monster appear. Since there was a mind monster beside Paluxiu, the answer was obvious. Speaking of which, the mind monster's appearance was a little strange. It was extremely large, at least 10 meters tall, and had a stalwart body like a mirror dragon. However, its head was a red-skinned Paluxiu, and its teeth were dyed golden like the sun. If the mind monster could reflect its master's desires, then this mind monster's appearance completely reflected Paluxiu's desires. Paluxiu craved a strong body, so the mind monster had the body of a mirror dragon. It believed that Paluxiu had the most advanced intelligence, so the mind monster's head was Paluxiu. Paluxiu wanted to be a noble, so the mind monster's skin was red. It wanted to have a unique characteristic, so its golden teeth became the symbol of the mind monster. Of course, this was only a fleeting thought in Angor's mind. Did the mind monster's appearance reflect its master's desires? Angor needed to find out more. Back to Paluxiu's mind monster. It looked at Angor with a curious look. While doing so, the mind monster extended its hands to both sides, sometimes with its left hand up, and sometimes with its right. Angor would not be able to guess what the mind monster was doing if they were outside. But now, with the eye of vigilance, Angor had a strange feeling. The mind monster spread its hands and moved them up and down, as if it was a scale. Angor could guess what the mind monster was trying to do by looking at Angor's eyes. Paluxiu was trying to measure Angor's value. It sounded a little unbelievable, but in fact, this was the mentality of many Paluxiu. When they looked at outsiders, they had utilitarian thoughts. They would only think about how much value the person could bring to them, not how much the person meant to them. It was not hard to figure out what the mind of this Paluxiu was. And it was true. Noticing Angor's gaze, 004 explained, "This is a customer who came to buy something from my shop. I pulled him here to make up the numbers." He paused for a moment before continuing, "He's a typical Paluxiu merchant. He fits the description of a Paluxiu merchant perfectly." Most people in the mirror realm described Paluxiu merchants as greedy, wretched, and treacherous. Looking at the mind monster's eyes, Angor found that the mind monster did fit the description. Angor shook his head and looked at the others. Maybe it was because Angor and 04 were talking to each other and giving instructions to the people outside the glass, which attracted a lot of attention. Even though they could not hear what was going on behind the glass, they kept looking inside. Many of them were looking at Angor. Angor quickly saw several mind monsters. The first one to look at Angor was a black stickman, a member of the Evermont tribe. The Evermont tribe member narrowed his eyes and looked at Angor as if he was plotting something. The mind monster next to him was a giant white fly. It kept rubbing its two front limbs together while its large compound eyes glinted dangerously. Angor would never be able to read a fly's eyes in the past. But Angor understood what the fly was trying to say. Each of its compound eyes was filled with greed and cunning. Just like its master, it was constantly tempting Angor. The second one to look at Angor was a skinny Ingji young man. As a member of the Ingji clan, although he was wearing an eye mask, the heart fire floating next to him was also included in his vision. Because of this, a mind monster also appeared around him. The Ingji young man's mind monster was very strange. It was a beautiful half-snake, half-human woman. She also had a pair of pure white wings on her back, which made her look very strange. But at the same time, she also looked beautiful. The snake woman had a very delicate appearance. Even though she had vertical pupils in her eyes, it did not erase her beauty. The snake woman was staring at Angor with her vertical pupils, which showed surprise. She seemed to have recognized him. The Ingji young man's expression did not change, but Angor believed that his guess was correct. She must have found out who Angor was. It was not a secret. Angor visited the Ingji tribe's camp before, and many Ingji people saw him. The Ingji tribe members could also use the House of Flame to surf the net and exchange information. She thought about how she saw Veronica at the entrance of the meditation center and recognized Angor right away. That was because the House of Flame talked about Angor recently. It was easy for the Ingji tribe to recognize Angor. However, the Ingji young man pretended to be calm on the surface, but his mind monster, the Lamia, betrayed him. End of chapter. Apart from the black matchstick man and the young Ingji man, there was another creature who was observing Angor. It was an unknown species that Angor had never seen before. It looked like a humanoid made of blue water. Angor could say that it was a water-type life form. But it was still a human shell. However, it was clear that the creature was not a human yet. It only had a rough outline without any clothes or sexual features. From afar, it looked like a blue water man. The water humanoid was staring at Angor with its blue eyes. Angor couldn't read the creature's mind from its emotionless eyes, but he could make some guesses through the mind monster around it. The monster did not look like a living being. Instead, it looked like a dozen colorful ribbons. When the ribbons floated in the air, they looked just like silk. However, when the ribbons weaved together into a sphere, a single giant eye would appear in the middle of the sphere. The eye looked just like a human's except it was enlarged. The eye socket was also made of ribbons of different colors. It looked like an evil god. Still, Angor didn't feel bad about the strange eyeball. At least, it looked better than the calculating fly he saw in the almanac. If one had to describe it, the streamer's eyes were filled with curiosity. This kind of curiosity was different from the curiosity of 004 and the employees of the Spectacle clan. It was more like a baby looking at the world with curiosity. Clear, without any practical meaning, blank and ignorant. Angor looked at the eyeball and the blue eyes of the humanoid creature. For some reason, the more he looked at them, the more similar they looked. When he looked at the humanoid creature before, its eyes were clear, but he couldn't understand it. Now, when he looked at the watery humanoid's eyes again, he noticed that the latter's eyes were now filled with ignorance, confusion, and fear. Is that a hollow? Angor pointed at the humanoid creature and asked 004 in a low voice. For some reason, Angor thought of the astral attendant. However, the astral attendant's eyes were even more ignorant than the humanoid creature's. It was dead and numb. This was the most severe and typical case of a hollow person whose memories had been erased. 004 glanced at the water humanoid and nodded, yes, it's a hollow man. One of my employees bought it from Scholar Jinghai not long ago. I don't think all of its memories are gone, 004 nodded. I still have some basic common sense. I have a subconscious reaction to human words, but my ability to understand them is greatly reduced. According to the human version of Scholar Jinghai's mental test, its mental age should be less than 5 years old. In other words, it was indeed a little friend. Because of this, its eyes were clear and pure, which was normal. The gaze here referred to the gaze of the streamer's eyes. After all, the streamer's eyes were its mind monster, reflecting its inner thoughts. What do you mean? It's responding to human words instinctively, 004. It's just that it can't write, but when it sees words, it can understand what the words mean. Because it can read, it was arranged to stay in this library a long time ago to learn some general knowledge through books. Common sense? Can you really learn it just by reading books? 004. Speaking of which, I think it's a water messenger from the Abyss Plane. But as far as I know, no humans ever set foot in the Abyss Plane. It's a very remote place, so humans won't go there. But why does it react to human words? That's strange. 004 shook its head and did not want to think about it. It was difficult to find an answer to these questions. After all, most of the water messenger's memories were gone. Angor, on the other hand, was a little surprised to hear what 004 said. He did hear about the Abyss Plane before. But he read about it in a travel book. There was once a trend in the wizarding world, which was still ongoing even now. Even Angor himself was affected by it. The trend was to write travel books. The leader of this trend was an occult space manipulator named Finewerter. Finewerter traveled to many places, saw many mysterious sceneries, and visited all kinds of wonderful worlds. One of his hobbies was to write his travel notes and pass them down. Angor was one of Finewerder's readers. Finewerder's strange world had mentioned the sea abyss plain. According to Finewerder's book, he witnessed the birth of a new civilization in the abyss plain, as well as the birth of a mystery item. In order to replicate the birth of this mystery item, Finewerder even caused a great bloodbath in the abyss plain, which forced the new civilization back to its original state. Of course, no new mystery item was born after the bloodbath. Finewerder did not achieve his goal. However, Finewerder recorded this event in Strange Worlds, which inspired many alchemists to pursue the mystery item. Even the alchemists in the R&D department studied it carefully. Unfortunately, the mystery item was not created by humans. It was naturally produced. They believed that it had something to do with a great consciousness. There was no way to replicate it. However, since Strange Worlds was the first book that detailed the birth of mystery items, it was still considered a must-read in the R&D department. Of course, Angor had read the book before, and he was curious about what Finewerder said about the birth of this mystery item. He even wanted to visit the abyss plain. However, Finewerder did not record the exact location of the abyss plain. Back then, Angor was only an apprentice, so he had no way to go there. Who would have thought that he would run into a life form from the abyss plane here? But Finewerder also mentioned in Strange Worlds that the abyss plane did not have a complete civilization. The only new civilization was created by a group of silver fish. In order to replicate the birth of the mystery item, Finewerder destroyed the silver fish civilization in the end. In other words, the abyss plane did not have a civilization. So where did this water messenger come from? It was better to ask the water messenger directly. Unfortunately, the water messenger had lost its memory. Angor had no choice but to ask 004. Since the man mentioned the water messenger, he should know something about the abyss plane. 004, see abyss world? There's no civilization there. Wait, I remember a water messenger said that there was a primitive civilization there. They said it was a new civilization created by the previous civilization. Primitive civilization? What civilization? 004 shook his head. I don't know. I only heard that it was created by a group of silver fish. The water messengers are not interested in such civilizations. Angor suddenly realized something. Back then, Finewerder destroyed the new civilization of the silver fish. However, he did not kill them all. The silver fish broke out of their cocoons and created a new civilization. Even if it was still a primitive one, Angor still felt a little emotional. The resilience of a race and a civilization was greater than he had imagined. History was like a loop. Resilient civilizations would always be reborn in the flames again and again. 004 continued, as for the water messengers, they are not native creatures of the abyss plane. They used to live in a world of pure water. However, that world eventually merged with Xianxia world as a subsidiary world. Speaking of this, 004 sighed softly. If this plane fusion is with another world, although it will affect the low-grade water emissaries, it won't be too big. However, it happened to be Xianxia world. Xianxia world. Angor knew about it. It was a civilization created by fire. Not only were the people there strong, but there were also gods in this world. These gods were very aggressive. Because of this, even the sorcerer's expeditionary force did not head towards Xianxia world. After all, the southern wizardry region did not even have a single legendary fighter. How were they supposed to deal with those evil gods? 004 continued, the plane fusion caused all the water sources to evaporate. In order to survive, the water messengers were forced to leave their homes. Most of the water messengers died on the way to find a new water source. Only a small number of water messengers eventually wandered to the abyss realm. Through generations of reproduction, they were accepted by the world's consciousness and became new immigrants to the abyss plane. However, the number of water messengers was still too small. They could not even establish the foundation of a civilization. Therefore, the abyss plane was still uncivilized. Of course, if the primitive silver fish civilization was included, the abyss plane could be considered half a civilization. I see. Angor's eyes widened. So they were immigrants. No wonder Finewerder did not mention them. They must have migrated to the abyss plane later. You're interested in the water messengers? 004 looked at Angor curiously. The black fur ball on his shoulder was also blinking its big eyes, which seemed to be trying to figure out what was going on. I'm not really interested. I'm just curious about the new world and new species I've never heard of before. I see. 004 paused. If you're interested in the water messengers and the abyss plane in the future, you can also contact us. Angor raised an eyebrow at 004's words. If he was interested in the water messengers, he might be able to borrow the Hollow Man for research. But if he was interested in the abyss plane, what should 004 do? Should he send the abyss plane's coordinates to Angor? 004, I don't know where the ocean abyss realm is, but we are friends with a water envoy. Not this Hollow Man, but a real water messenger from the abyss plane. He was a powerful water envoy who had once entered the White Sun Mirror domain by chance. After that, the water messenger used a special method to leave a waymark on the Sun Mirror domain. Since then, the water messenger had the right to enter the Sun Mirror domain. It could only enter once a year, and each entry cost a lot of resources. But at least it now had a stable passage. The water envoy had first entered the White Sun Mirror domain near Mirror Mountain. Because of this, the water messenger became a close friend of the Mirror clan. The reason why 004 knew about the ocean abyss plane was because of this water envoy. Also, the shop assistant didn't plan to enslave the water messenger when he bought it from Scholar Mirror C. Instead, he planned to give the water messenger to the next water messenger. The water messenger was a witness to the friendship between the Mirror clan and the water messenger. Because of this, 004 told Angor that he could contact him if he wanted to know more about the abyss plane. I see. Angor was complaining in his mind, but it turned out he was the one who made a fool of himself. Back then, Angor would have been interested in the abyss plane's coordinates. But now, he wasn't so interested. After all, with his current knowledge, he had already guessed why the silver fish could give birth to the mysterious object. He guessed that one of the silver fish had some kind of mysterious sprout in its body. After a series of coincidences, the mysterious sprout broke out and gave birth to the mysterious item recorded in Strange World by Fine Worder. However, Fine Worder had taken the item away, and the silver fish with the mystery sprout died the moment the item was born. There was no need for him to go to the abyss plane now. With that in mind, Angor decided not to ask for the coordinates of the abyss world. Instead, he whispered, "This water messenger knows the human language. Does this mean that there are already adepts residing in the abyssal plane? It would be difficult for a wizard to learn the language." Shaking his head, 004 said, "I don't know. I'll ask the next time the water envoy comes to the White Sun Mirror region from the abyss realm." Angor nodded. He probably couldn't wait for the water messenger to enter the Sun Mirror domain. Still, he could use Shiluo as an information relay station. Asking her would make no difference. Back to the topic at hand, Angor began to observe the other soul monsters. These soul monsters all looked strange in their own ways. Also, they didn't seem to be limited in size. Some of them even went through the building and reached dozens of meters tall. However, it didn't matter what they looked like. What really mattered was the meaning in their eyes. Most of the monsters looked at Angor with cold and curious expressions. There were also some who wanted to take advantage of Angor's body, just like the Minotaur. There were also some who wanted to harm Angor, but not many of them. After seeing so many spirit monsters, Angor began to have some ideas about the Eye of Vigilance and spirit monsters. End of chapter. Before coming here, Angor thought mind monsters were the manifestation of evil thoughts in people's minds. That was why they were called monsters. But after putting on the Eye of Vigilance, Angor realized that the mind monster was not an evil creature. It was just a reflection of one's mind. It was just that the reflection was manifested in the form of a monster. To a certain extent, a mind monster could be seen as mind reading, which could reflect someone's attitude toward you. This mind reading was not the kind of psychological profiling that relied on facial expression analysis. Instead, it was similar to the mind reading ability of the dog Deacon. Unknowingly, forcibly activated. As long as someone looked at you, the mind monster would appear. The mind monster's appearance could not be changed or detected. The mind monster's perception was direct and clear, and it could not lie. Therefore, it was similar to the mind-reading ability of the dog Deacon. But only similar. In terms of effect, it was still far from the mind-reading ability of the dog Deacon. The dog Deacon could read minds directly, and nothing could escape from its eyes no matter what you were thinking. The eye of vigilance could only vaguely reflect the thoughts of its master through the mind monster's attitude toward you. For example, the Ingji boy was surprised when he heard Angwar's name in Heartfire Home. But he did not show it on his face at all. Only the mind monster showed him how excited he was. As for the wild-looking woman, Angwar could not tell what she was thinking just by looking at her face. Even if the Tauren spirit monster saw her, it might not be able to guess her thoughts immediately. She still needed a certain amount of analysis to know that this valiant-looking sharp person was completely treating herself as a childbearing machine in her heart. From these details, Angwar could tell that the eye of vigilance was still far from the mind-reading ability of the dog Deacon. However, if it was only used to determine whether someone had good or bad intentions toward you, eye of vigilance was more than enough. Also, Angwar could think of many possible applications for the eye of vigilance. For example, finding spies, finding bad friends. Eye of vigilance could do all of these things. However, there was also a problem. Eye of vigilance could only tell if someone hated you, but it could not tell if they actually did something to you. In other words, the vigilant eye could make you focus on your thoughts, regardless of where you are. However, this was actually not too big of a problem. Furthermore, in the world of transcendence, in terms of one's heart, one could be alerted in advance. In terms of one's actions, it was very likely that one would be persecuted before the premise of alertness even existed. Perhaps, this was why its abbreviated name was Vigilant Eye. On the other side, 004 also noticed that Angwar was no longer looking at the people around him. Presumably, his test of the Vigilant Eye had already ended. Seeing Angwar looking at him, 004 smiled and asked, "What do you think after using Vigilant Eye, sir?" Thoughts? Angwar considered for a moment and explained his theory about the Vigilance Eye. Looking for spies? Looking for evil friends? 004 smiled. This is indeed a situation that we often encounter after we start renting the Vigilant Eye. However, in the list of applications for the Vigilant Eye that we have recorded, there are a lot of people in the Vigilant Eye. When it comes to finding evil friends, it ranks in the top 10. When it comes to finding spies, it's not even in the top 10. Angwar was a little surprised. There's a list for this, 004 continued. You can say that the owner of the Vigilant Eye came up with a social topic. He wanted to see under what circumstances the Vigilant Eye could be used most effectively. Angwar did not quite understand. So, the number one on the list is, 004 said, ambush on the alert. Most of the time, an acquaintance's malice toward you was caused by a lot of information. The core of such malice was complicated and multifaceted. It was difficult to determine the source of the malice. However, it was much easier to detect a stranger's malice. For example, if you somehow received a message from a spirit monster while traveling, it was very likely that the spirit monster's master was thinking something bad about you. Therefore, vigilance could lead to an ambush. Instead, after the rental of the Vigilant Eye began, its application was ranked first. After telling Angwar the number 1 application, 004 also mentioned the number 2 and number 3. The number 2 reason was simple curiosity. Yes, simple curiosity. It was not about looking for evil friends. When you had the idea of searching, it meant that you were already suspicious of your friends. But in the vast majority of cases, renting the eye of vigilance out of suspicion of a friend is far less than curiosity. Many people rent the eye of vigilance simply because they are curious about the attitude of the people around them, not because they want to find a bad friend. The number 3 reason was to look for evil friends or catch adulterers in the act. After listening to 004's explanation, Angwar gained a new understanding of the Vigilant Eye's effect. The Vigilant Eye was not a strategic item, but it was quite outstanding in the aspect of human nature. It could also be used in a wide range of situations. It could be switched between large and small scenes at will. Basically, the owner would only rent it and not sell it. After talking about the effect of Vigilant Eye, Angwar still had some questions in mind. For example, he wanted to know about the appearance of the spirit monster. Why did the spirit monster look like this? Was it because it reflected the inner desires of its master? Did the spirit monster look different in different people's eyes? Angor asked his question directly. 004 considered and said, I'll answer your second question first. The spirit monster looks the same in different people's eyes. For example, my mind monster is a black coal ball. Am I right? Angor hesitated and nodded. It was not wrong to call it a dust ball, but this one had hair on it. 004 continued, I've never seen my spirit monster before. With the vigilant eye, I can only see other people's spirit monsters, but not my own. But from other people's words, I know that my mind monster looks a lot like a coal ball. So, everyone's spirit monster is actually the same. Whoever wears this eye of vigilance will see the same thing when they see my mind monster. 004 paused for a few seconds and continued, as for your first question, whether the spirit monster's appearance is related to its master's inner desires. I don't know, 408 should have told you, right? The owner of the vigilant eye is a scholar from Mirror Mountain Academy. This scholar has done some related research. To a certain extent, the mind monster does reflect the psychological desires of some people, such as 408. 408's spirit monster is a flying fish that carries a stage play. It's actually related to 408's inner desires. Angor could guess why, even though 004 didn't explain why. The stage play was actually a performance of different characters on stage, which was related to 408's character card. Saying that it was related to her inner desires was completely reasonable. But there are also a small number of people whose spirit monsters have nothing to do with their inner desires. My spirit monster is one of them. 004 shrugged and looked at Angor. Do you think this black dust ball can reflect my inner desires? Angor subconsciously looked at the black furry ball on 004's shoulder. Moutuan blinked its big, adorable eyes, clear and innocent. You're right, Angor muttered. That's why we can't simply associate our inner desires with the spirit monster. As for where the spirit monster comes from and how it will be affected, even the owner of the vigilant eye doesn't know. Angor nodded as if he was considering something. After several seconds of silence, Angor spoke again, I have another question. Go ahead, 004 said. Can spirit monsters be touched? Angor glanced at Shiluo from the corner of his eyes. Shiluo's flatfish touched Angor before. It didn't feel anything, but Angor's soul and consciousness felt something cold and slippery. Angor was curious. Could spirit monsters really be touched? If so, would he be able to do something to them? It wasn't anything strange. It was about killing the spirit monster. Could it be done? If he really killed the mind monster, would it affect its master? Angor's mind kept wandering. Most of the spirit monsters here looked strange and disgusting, as if they were monsters from the abyss. Angor couldn't help but think of killing. Touch? 004 gave Angor a strange look. Did a spirit monster touch you just now? I'm just curious. You can touch them, but there's no real sensation. It's just a feeling in your mind, like you touched something. But it's all fake. You can think of it as an illusion created by your subconscious mind. Fake? Angor felt that this answer was too hasty. But since 004 said so, there had to be a reason. Can the mind monsters interact with each other? 004 was surprised. That's a strange idea. Angor chuckled awkwardly. I'm just thinking that if these strange creatures don't fight in the same space, something is missing. 004 rubbed his chin and thought for a moment. That makes sense. Mind monsters look very strange, just like real monsters. It's rare to see monsters living in peace like this. But I don't think it's possible to touch a spirit monster. It's because they see things from different perspectives. Spirit monsters existed because of their observation, and this observation was the wearer of the Eye of Vigilance. If multiple people looked at the observation at the same time, the observation could see several spirit monsters at the same time. However, this was only from the observation point of view. From the spirit monster's point of view, the observation point of view was one-on-one. It could be understood that every mind monster was in its own dimension. Its dimension only had the observer, no one else, and no other mind monsters. The owner of the Eye of Vigilance once did such an experiment. There were two people whose mind monsters were incomparably huge as a mountain. When they stood in the same row and looked at the wearer of the Eye of Vigilance at the same time, the two gigantic monsters appeared to overlap each other, and they were not affected by each other. It was as if they didn't exist in the same space. The experiment wasn't very rigorous, but we can be sure that spirit monsters can't touch each other. Then will there be something like telepathy between them? Angor asked. 004 gave Angor a strange look. No one can know the answer to that. After all, spirit monsters aren't living creatures, and they can't communicate with each other. Not living creatures? Angor looked at the black furry thing on 004's shoulder. The creature's eyes were so bright that it almost looked like a real-life being. Personally, I don't think spirit monsters are living creatures. 004 shrugged. However, the owner of the Eye of Vigilance believes that there are many secrets in the mind monsters. They may be some kind of projection, or even a new life form, but he didn't think that spirit monsters are living creatures. He believed that spirit monsters are organs or microbes that need to attach themselves to living creatures. To use a less appropriate analogy, he thought of spirit monsters as the cells that made up a body, or even the bacteria in the intestines. He believed that spirit monsters couldn't exist on their own. They were parasites that attached themselves to living creatures. Everything about a spirit monster came from the living creature, or its master. The spirit monster was a projection of its master. Angor was still skeptical about this theory. However, he didn't take any stance on this matter. It was just a guess that needed to be questioned. But he also believed that since the owner of the Vigilant Eye said so, there must be a reason behind it. Perhaps they had already studied it on a microscopic level. Angor didn't think too much about it. As long as he knew about the existence of spirit monsters, it was enough. Compared to these unanswered questions, Angor wanted to know the answer to another question. And that was, what was the monster in his mind? Angor already had this question when 004 told him that the Eye of Vigilance couldn't see his spirit monster. End of chapter. Since everyone had their own mind monster, what would Angor's own mind monster look like? Angor wanted to know what his mind monster looked like. It wasn't just because he was curious. He could also analyze the monster's appearance through his mind monster's appearance to see if it was affected by desire. Angor couldn't see his mind monster on his own, not even with the Eye of Vigilance. If he wanted to see his mind monster, he would have to ask someone else to put on the Eye of Vigilance. Under Angor's hopeful gaze, 004 agreed to his request. In fact, 004 was quite curious about Angor's mind monster, as well as its attitude toward him. With that in mind, 004 took the Eye of Vigilance from Angor and held it in his hand. Since you want to know, I'll take a look. While speaking, 004 put the Eye of Vigilance on his head. The Eye of Vigilance looked like a pair of rimless glasses when Angor was wearing it. But now, it looked like a pair of square, flat glasses to match his glasses. The frame of the glasses also floated in the air so that the glasses wouldn't fall off. The Eye of Vigilance's current form reminded him of the cubes in Minecraft, a mini-game he played on his tablet. Angor couldn't help but chuckle in his mind. While Angor was laughing in his mind, 004 suddenly stopped and looked at something behind Angor with a strange look. 004's eyes seemed to be filled with doubt. That look, it was like a child who came home from a day's play and suddenly saw a strange guest in his house. More importantly, his family didn't seem to be able to see this strange guest. Therefore, the child used an ignorant and curious gaze to secretly size up the strange visitor. That was what Angor was imagining right now. It was strange, but it matched the look in 004's eyes. Speaking of which, 004 was looking at something behind Angor. If Angor wasn't mistaken, he was looking at Angor's mind monster. Angor didn't see any extreme emotions in the old man's eyes. So my mind monster isn't that scary? Angor considered. If it was scary, 004 would at least show some surprise on his face. But 004 didn't show any emotion at all. He didn't even show any surprise for a second. So his mind monster was very common? A common mind monster that could make people confused? What kind of mind monster was this? Angor couldn't wait to hear the answer from 004. However, 004 didn't speak right away. Instead, he said, "Wait a moment. I'll take a closer look. With that, 004 stood up and walked around the table to Angor's side. However, he was no longer looking at Angor. Instead, he was looking at something behind Angor. He was looking behind Angor's back. Angor looked up. Angor's eyes flickered when he saw this. Could it be that his mind monster was very big? Otherwise, why would 004 raise its head and look up? Could it be a gigantic creature? He rubbed his chin and quickly tried to figure out if he had any desire for the giant thing. I don't think so. As his mind wandered, 004's pupils suddenly shrank as it looked up. His emotions fluctuated for a moment. It was as if he just saw his natural enemy. But very quickly, this sudden emotion disappeared, and it was replaced by even greater doubt and a trace of vigilance. About 10 seconds later, 004 returned to his seat in silence. He removed the eye of vigilance and placed it on the table. His expression did not relax even after he removed the eye of vigilance. Instead, he lowered his head and fell into some sort of thought. Angor stared at 004, who didn't say a word. Many questions popped up in his head. What just happened? Did 004 see something? Why did his expression change all of a sudden? Could it be that his mind monster had revealed his thoughts? But Angor didn't have any bad intentions towards 004 or the Glasses clan. He only saw them as trading partners. And because of that, Angor was confident enough to let 004 use the Eye of Vigilance. But now, it seemed his plan backfired. After being stunned for about half a minute, there was a new movement on the other side. Shiluo walked up to 004 and picked up the Eye of Vigilance from the table under 004's gaze. Did something happen when he suddenly switched to Eyes of Vigilance? What's wrong? The manager asked me to put it on, Shiluo whispered. But Shiluo didn't know why. However, Shiluo could guess that the manager wanted her to see Angor's mind monster. Without hesitation, Shiluo put on the Eye of Vigilance. The Eye of Vigilance turned into a pair of square glasses again. This time, the frame was pink, which suited Shiluo better. After putting on the Eye of Vigilance, Shiluo also looked behind Angor just like 004 did. Clearly, Angor's mind monster was right behind him. Shiluo's expression was similar to that of 004's, which was filled with curiosity. Even Shiluo came to Angor's side and looked up. However, when Shiluo looked up, he didn't show any fear, he just kept looking around curiously. A moment later, she returned to 004's side. She didn't talk to 004 on the surface, but Angor was sure that they had already communicated with each other in their minds. As expected, after a few seconds of silence, 004 said, "I'm sorry to have kept you waiting." She paused for a moment and continued, "Sir, your mind monster is a little special. Just in case, I asked 408 to put on the Eye of Vigilance as well. After talking, I think we both saw the same mind monster. But there are some small differences in the details." Angor raised an eyebrow. The same mind monster, but different details? What does that mean? One of them was laughing, while the other was crying. 004 didn't hide anything, instead, he narrated the scene he and Shiluo saw after putting on the Vigilant Eye. "When I put on the Vigilant Eye, I immediately saw that there was an obvious abnormality behind the customer. If I'm not mistaken, it must have something to do with the mind monster. The strange that 004 saw was actually a large number of green light spots. Behind Angor, there were many green light spots. They were dancing, floating, intertwining, and spiraling, forming a green mist. It looked dreamy, as if it was filled with unknown mysteries. However, for someone like 004 who was used to seeing all kinds of strange sights, this wasn't enough to surprise him. He was quite confused though. Why were there only green light spots and no living creatures? Normally speaking, a mind monster should be a living creature. Could it be that the mist formed by the green light spots was some kind of special life form? Soul monsters could also be in this form, but 004 had only seen such soul monsters behind gaseous or energy-based life forms. So, a life form in the form of light and mist could also appear behind humans. While 004 was still wondering, he noticed that the mist behind Angor was slowly spiraling upward. The green mist extended all the way to an unknown place in the sky. It looked like a silver river rising from Angor's back into space. Sitting in front of him, 004 couldn't even see what was beyond the mist with his own eyes. Curious, 004 stood up and walked to Angor's side to take a closer look. Something strange happened. He was only 2 or 3 meters away from Angor, but he couldn't see what was above. But from Angor's position, he could see what was beyond the mist, a space fissure. It was as if the fissure was on a special plane, which made it look like it had merged with the space around it. He could only see it if he looked up from where he was. Even 004 didn't know why the fissure was in such a state. But he didn't think too much about it. Mind monsters weren't his area of expertise anyway. Back to the topic. There had to be a reason for the space fissure to exist. Could it be that Angor's mind monster was actually hiding behind the fissure? Otherwise, it didn't make sense that the green mist was a mind monster. Thinking of this, 004 continued to look around, trying to see the scene behind through the constantly twisting and turning spatial rifts. And then, he really saw it. The fissure opened up a little, and he saw a giant bloodshot eye staring at him through the fissure. Although 004 did not sense any malice from the eye, the sudden feeling of being looked down upon still made him unable to maintain his composure. His expression changed, and he quickly became alarmed. Fortunately, the eye only appeared for a second before it disappeared. There was no longer any eye in the fissure. Instead, a large amount of green mist was pouring out of the fissure and intertwining with the path of light below like a silver river. 004 returned to his seat and was still feeling a little scared. This was the first time he saw such a strange mind monster. Moreover, he had a feeling that this strange spatial rift might be a kind of protection, protecting them from the invasion of the monsters outside the rift. Of course, he had no proof. Mind monsters couldn't interfere with reality, and he never heard of any mind monster doing anything to the material world. Therefore, this was just a baseless guess. Putting aside these thoughts for the time being, 004 took off the eye of vigilance. He was going to tell Angor what happened right away, but he decided against it after a second thought. The scene he saw was too inconceivable. Even he himself felt that it was a little outrageous when he described it. So, he decided to find someone else to put on the eye of vigilance so that they could help each other. In the end, he went to 408. After all, the man had known Angor for a long time. As he expected, 408 put on the eye of vigilance. While 408 was watching, it was communicating with 404 through its consciousness. Like him, 408 also saw the green mist. Following his guidance, 408 also came to Angor's side and saw the fissure in the sky. However, he didn't see the eye behind the fissure. The spatial rift seemed to be dead silent in 408. There were no fluctuations at all. Still, 408 sensed some kindness from the fissure. This basically confirmed that Angor's mind monster was behind the fissure. This was because he could only sense some emotional changes from the mind monster. Before this, 004 didn't sense any hostility from the giant bloodshot eyes. However, there wasn't much kindness either. It was just like a stranger. Since 408 was familiar with Angor, she sensed more kindness than 404 did. This also fit the characteristics of a mind monster. As for why 408 didn't see the eye behind the fissure? Maybe the eye behind the fissure was kind to 408, so it didn't open its eyes to scare her. Anyway, since there was someone who could help him, 004 didn't hesitate and told Angor everything he saw. Angor's expression didn't change after listening to both of them, but his mind was filled with emotions. That was because 004's narration had made him think of something. Something related to the nightmare realm. He had a feeling that the flickering green light had something to do with the green patterns on his hands and eyes. And the eye behind the fissure might be an old friend of his. If that was the case, did the mind monster have something to do with the nightmare realm? Angor knew that the nightmare realm was a mysterious blue sea full of secrets. If the mind monster had something to do with the nightmare realm, then it made sense. After all, according to what 004 said, the scholar who studied the Eye of Vigilance believed that the mind monster was also a kind of projection. And there was indeed a lot of information about projections in the nightmare realm. Now that he thought about it, it made sense. But, What if the mind monster had nothing to do with the nightmare realm? Then, is it because of my influence that his mind monster took on this form? Angor was sure that the green light, the fissure, and the eye behind the fissure didn't originate from desire. However, it was possible that their images were extracted from their own characteristics. The green light represented the green patterns. The eye represented an old friend. And the fissure, can you tell me the general shape of the space fissure? Angor considered for a moment before he looked up at Wizard 004 and asked, can you tell me the shape of the fissure? End of chapter. What was the shape of a space crack? Hearing this question, 004 was stunned for a few seconds. What kind of shape could a space crack be? It was just an irregular crack. Did human wizards figure out a way to describe the shape of a space crack? 004 complained in his mind, but as a good businessman, he didn't show it on his face. Still smiling, he prepared to describe the shape of the space crack. Next, he flicked a grayish-white ball of mist toward 004. Under 004's puzzled gaze, Angor explained, this is an unowned illusion node. You can use your spirit power, or your consciousness stream to control the illusion node and change its shape. 004 sensed the mist and made sure it wasn't dangerous. Then he began to manipulate it. It was his first time manipulating an illusion node, but he got the hang of it quickly. Since the illusion node was ownerless, he could easily transfer the image into his mind. It only took him a few seconds to recreate the shape of the space crack. Even the giant bloodshot eye that flashed behind the crack was presented in an illusion. Angor looked at the crack in the illusion with a frown. As expected, it was an enlarged version of the crack. At first glance, this spatial crack looked very ordinary. However, unlike other spatial cracks, it did not have obvious spreading patterns. Instead, it was a smooth scratch. It was as if someone was using a fingernail to scratch the space. And this scratch was exactly the same as the one on the back of Angor's soul. Now, Angor knew what he was looking for. The green mark, the eye, and the space crack all had something to do with Angor. But he didn't know why this happened. Maybe the monster was related to the nightmare realm? Or maybe the power of the nightmare realm was strong enough to affect the appearance of the monster. Angor nodded at 004 and put away the unowned illusion nodes. A second before the illusion node disappeared, he saw the bloodshot eye. He already guessed that the eye belonged to an old friend. As for whether the old friend was Her Majesty or Queen, Angor didn't really care. But now, he was more inclined to believe that the old friend was a queen. He was not trying to tell anything from the shape of the bloodshot eye. The eye itself was already deformed, and Angor couldn't see anything wrong with it. His guess was based on the space crack he saw earlier. The wound on Angor's soul was caused by the queen. Therefore, the one behind the spatial rift that looked exactly like the wound was most likely the queen. Of course, this was only a guess. No one knew if he was right or not. The nightmare realm's waters were too deep. Angor himself was also influenced by the nightmare realm, which made him more mysterious. Angor didn't know if this was a good or bad thing. He could only take it one step at a time. Do you have any ideas after experiencing the Eye of Vigilance? Would you like to rent it for a while? Of course, it was 004 who asked. He was still curious about Angor's mind monster, but he also knew that even the owner of the Eye of Vigilance might not be able to tell him anything about it. Besides, Angor was just a guest who came into contact with the Eye of Vigilance for the first time. Therefore, 004 calmed himself down and returned to his role as the manager of the shop. Angor considered for a moment. I've never seen anything like this before. I'd like to rent it for a while. But I'll have to wait for a while. Angor was quite interested in the Eye of Vigilance. He was interested in studying it, whether it was the unique mind monster setting or the mystery information it contained. However, he decided not to rent it for now. The reason was simple. Most people rented the Eye of Vigilance for its good and evil effect. But Angor was different. For him, the Eye of Vigilance wasn't much better than his super intuition. Using the Eye of Vigilance required the user to release mystery energy. His super intuition, on the other hand, could silently sense the target's emotions. In terms of accuracy, it was not as good as the Eye of Vigilance. But in terms of application, super intuition was better. Therefore, Angor didn't rent the Eye of Vigilance for its effect. He wanted to study it. But Angor had too many things to do right now. Even if he rented the Eye of Vigilance, he would have to wait for a long time to study it. The rental fee for the Eye of Vigilance was not cheap, and it was calculated by the day. Even if Angor didn't lack crystals, he didn't want to waste them like this. Of course, that was if the owner of the Eye of Vigilance was willing to sell it instead of renting it. Angor was willing to pay for it. However, he asked 004 and was told that the owner didn't want to sell the Eye of Vigilance. Angor had to give up for now. Besides, if he rented the Eye of Vigilance back, Laplace and the others might misunderstand that Angor didn't trust them. This was one of the reasons, but it wasn't the main one. And it could be explained. In the end, Angor came to the conclusion that he wouldn't rent the Eye of Vigilance for now. It would be better to rent it for research later when he was ready to break through the mystery level. 004 was a little disappointed about Angor's decision, but he didn't interfere. He still smiled and told Angor that he could continue to serve Angor if Angor needed anything. Angor didn't need anything for now. He only said that he wanted to talk to Shiluo alone. After bidding farewell to 004 and leaving the sealed chamber, Angor and Xylo returned to the guest room they were in earlier. Angor wanted to talk to Shiluo alone to finalize the contract for the character card rental. Angor was going to take out a piece of parchment and sign a professional contract. However, Shiluo waved a hand and handed the character card The Star of Tomorrow to Angor. No need for that. A verbal contract will do. I trust you, Mr. As far as Shiluo was concerned, Angor's suggestion for the character card was already a great fortune. She wouldn't lose anything even if Angor didn't return the card. Besides, she used the Eye of Vigilance to check Angor's attitude and was sure that he didn't mean to harm her. Because of these factors, Shiluo was willing to trust Angor and lend the character card to Angor even without a formal contract. Angor could see Shiluo's sincerity, but he had his own principles. I don't trust my own character sometimes. So, it's better to sign a contract. In the end, Angor made a formal contract with Shiluo. Renting the character card The Star of Tomorrow who stands proudly at the peak of Mirror Mountain for 100 crystals a day. Shiluo didn't want to charge at first, but under Angor's strong persuasion, she agreed. Shiluo looked at the contract on the table and felt a little embarrassed. Like I said, it's free, Angor chuckled. 100 crystals a day was almost free for him. Shiluo scratched her hair in embarrassment. How about this? I'll try to make Traveler of Shadowy Planet in the next 2 days, and I'll lend this card to you as well. This time, I won't charge you a single cent of course, Angor wouldn't refuse. According to his guess, that card should be like the Star of Tomorrow who stands proudly at the peak of Mirror Mountain, which could give him inspiration. As for charging, it was not a big deal. Next, Angor chatted with Shiluo about character cards for a while before he bid farewell to the boy. Angor walked out of mirror shop number 4 and looked around. He was on the 3900th floor. There were obviously more customers on this floor compared to the 3929th floor where the Meditation Museum was located. Moreover, among these guests, there was a high proportion of energy life forms. It had to be known that on the other floors, energy and gaseous life forms were rare. However, on this floor, there were clearly more such unique life forms than on other floors. Angor guessed that they were attracted by the Mirror Clan. The Mirror Clan was a stream of consciousness life form, which meant that they were closer to the flow of mind in a way. Most energy life forms were based on the flow of mind. In the past, Angor would definitely wander around here and check out the Mirror Clan's base. But now, he had collected a large number of spirit materials. Plus, the Inspiration Storm helped him understand the connection between Path of Soul Link and Spirit Seeker. He couldn't wait to go back and study runes. Angor found a quiet corner and opened the entrance to the Silver Forest space. After returning to the Silver Forest space, he immediately went into closed-door research. Time went by slowly. Angor was excited to begin his research. But 10 hours later, he was lying on the ground like a dead fish. He underestimated the difficulty of creating a new magic array. The Inspiration Storm did help him make a big step forward in his study of rune horns. Part of the model in Path of Soul Link was similar to Spirit Seeker rune horns. Using this as a starting point, Angor began to study rune horns. After several hours of research, Angor did find something useful, but only something. He thought that as long as he could figure out the structure of spells and cantrips, he could use it as a foundation to create new rune horns. After some research, he confirmed that part of cantrips and spells could be turned into rune horns. While he was getting excited, he realized that he didn't know how to simplify the structure. The spirit model of cantrips and spells was very complicated. Apart from the main structure, there were also tens of thousands of branch structures. Although the structure of the demonic rune horn looked rather complicated, it was child's play compared to the structure of a spell. For example, one was the painstaking work of a master painter, while the other was the simple drawing of a newborn child. In terms of structure, there was no comparison at all. For example, the Spirit Seeker rune horn was a simplified version of Path of Soul Link. What Angor needed now was to find the cantrip and spell structures he needed, then simplify them to create a new rune horn. In the end, he would create a new magic array. Angor's idea was good, but it turned out to be a waste of time. When he really wanted to do it, he realized that he was being too naive. There were many problems that he needed to solve. For example, how to choose the cantrip and spell he needed. How to determine which structure to use in the spell. And how to simplify the structure. He didn't know how to solve the first two problems yet, but he was confident that he could solve them with time. As for the last one, simplifying the structure, he had no idea where to start. The structure of a spell was too complicated. Which part should he simplify? He had no idea. 10 hours later, he was still stuck at the step of simplifying the structure. There were only two solutions he could think of. First, he could find a master who studied runes. It would be best if he could learn from someone who had created new runes before. This method would definitely solve the problem. However, as far as Angor knew, most rune masters used old rune horns and created new runes. He never heard of anyone who could do that. Maybe there was one, but it was too far away. He wouldn't be able to find one in a short time. The second solution was to find a way to simplify the structure himself. It wasn't impossible. Angor just needed to find more rune horns similar to Soul Seeker, which could be simplified using spell structures. Then, he could study the common characteristics of these rune horns and derive a simplified formula. It was a stupid method, but it was also effective. However, it would take a lot of time. Also, looking for rune horns similar to Soul Seeker would require at least 4 digits, maybe even tens of thousands of them, and he had to classify them into different types. Otherwise, it would be impossible to derive a simplified formula. If he wanted to continue on this path, he would have to spend a lot of time and energy on it. Thinking about the endless road ahead of him made him feel dizzy. He simply lay on the ground and sighed. About half an hour later, Angor sat up again. Being depressed wouldn't solve the problem. He had to keep pulling himself together. Personally, Angor still wanted to continue on the path of creating new runes, but time waited for no one. Unless he could experience more inspiration storms, he might be able to shorten the time needed to simplify the formula. If he wanted to keep getting inspiration, he could use the card The Star of Tomorrow to help him. But he didn't want to use it so soon. After some consideration, he decided to put the magic array research aside for now and try alchemy. End of chapter. Angor made up his mind. If alchemy didn't work, he would go back to studying magic arrays. However, he would have to rely on the rising star of tomorrow to help him. After making his decision, Angor began to prepare for his alchemy work. Blueprints, design concepts, structural details, material substitutions, core runes. Angor listed them all in his alchemy notebook and planned to complete them step by step. But, plans could not keep up with changes. Before he could make up his mind to walk down the path of alchemy, an unexpected person suddenly appeared in his sight. This vision was not the vision of reality. It was the vision of the dream crystal. If he used the method of a fairyland to express it, it would be, ding. Your special observer has entered the dream crystal. Ding. The special observer who changed Angor's plan was the first human wizard Angor saw after coming to the Sun Mirror region. Tootsie from the City of Hot Gold. However, Angor still remembered Tootsie as Mirror of Tides Yagulo, who made a name for himself in the wizarding world. Yagulo was a truth-finder wizard from the Versailles clan. At the same time, he was also a famous rune warlock. Angor once discussed rune warlock's knowledge with Yagulo in the City of Hot Gold. He had to admit that Yagulo was a genius in the field of runes. One must know that he was saved by Duduli as a hollow man. Most of the knowledge he learned in the wizarding world was washed away by the waves of the empty Mirror Sea. In the Sun Mirror region, Yagulo picked up the study of runes again with the help of Tootsie's notes and Tootsie's scrolls. Yagulo basically learned rune warlocks from scratch. However, even so, he had also learned a lot about mageweths. Angor even believed that Tootsie's knowledge of runes had already surpassed Yagulo's. A genius rune warlock like Tootsie was able to find his own path in the Sun Mirror region, where there were no special conditions. This made him believe that Yagulo was a rune warlock who created rune horn. He couldn't find a way to create magic arrays because he was stuck on creating a new rune horn. Now that Yagulo showed up in front of him, he saw hope again. Perhaps he could get the answer to his problem from Yagulo. With that in mind, he decided to ignore the alchemy handbook. He lay down on the ground and tapped between his eyebrows. Nightmare power instantly surged to his head. Dream Crystal, activate, Dream Crystal Domain, Silver Coral Island. Yagulo. No, it should be called Dudubi. Compared to the name he had forgotten, he preferred the name Dudubai. At this time, Dudubai was lying on the beach of Silver Coral Island, enjoying a rare sunshine bath. Ever since Angor gave him the login device, he would enter the Dream Crystal every day and come to Silver Coral Island to enjoy the warm sunshine. Yes, just basking in the sun. Dudubai could tell that the Dream Crystal domain was a new world full of potential. He also knew that there were new opportunities everywhere. However, he preferred to enjoy the scenery of the Dream Crystal domain rather than going to all kinds of fairyland and exploring the Dream Crystal domain. No, the scenery of Silver Coral Island. There wasn't much to enjoy in the Dream Crystal domain. But Silver Coral Island wasn't bad. The sun was warm, and the sea breeze was gentle. The air was filled with the smell of freshness. This made Dudubai, who always liked to stay at home, feel an inexplicable sense of freedom. Therefore, he always came here to bask in the sun and enjoy his freedom. However, his enjoyment was useless in Dudubai's eyes. In Dudu's words, even if you go to Silver Coral Island, you still won't move and bask in the sun. What kind of freedom is that? It's just moving to another place. What's more, your body is still at home. In the end, you haven't really gone out. Dudubai didn't care about Dudubai's complaints at all. In his opinion, he could enjoy the waves of the sea, the sun on the beach, the forest, and the mountains without leaving the house. This was simply too great. Of course, his behavior was inexplicable in Dudubai's eyes. But if John was here, he could probably understand Dudubai's thoughts. Wasn't this a player who liked the scenery? There were also holographic games on Earth. Many people didn't like to fight and only liked to look at the scenery. They completely regarded holographic games as online travel. Even if it was those terrifying games like Desperate Escape and Rest Mountain, there would still be fans of the scenery who would check in. Others played Battle Royale in the mental hospital, and scenery fans drank Coke on the roof of the mental hospital and watched the stars. This was already the norm for scenery fans. Although John himself wasn't a scenery fan, he had seen a lot of scenery fans. He could definitely understand and support Dudubai's thoughts. Unfortunately, John wasn't in the Dream Crystal domain. Otherwise, he would probably be able to make another friend. Speaking of which, Dudubai continued to go online on time today and check in on time. And as usual, he lay in his familiar old position, a beach seat that he had slept in. The handmade banana umbrella stood beside him, shielding him from the scorching sun. However, mottled spots of light still sprinkled down from the gaps in the light. Dudubai didn't feel the scorching sun, and even felt warm on his body. This was a leisurely time that he couldn't enjoy at all outside. Dudubai even felt sleepy. His real body was sleeping, and his consciousness was also sleeping in the Dream Crystal domain. If Dudubai knew, she would probably nag in his ear again. However, who told Dudubai not to be here? A faint smile hung on the corner of Dudubai's mouth. His eyes slowly narrowed, and his thoughts slowly fell into a dark and sweet vortex. However, before sleep could completely sweep through his thoughts, he was awakened by a series of footsteps. He rubbed his eyes and looked up. Not far away, a handsome man with short silver hair was muttering something like experience. Fairyland. And walking towards the beach. As he passed by Dudubai, the man looked back at Dudubai and nodded to him. Although Dudubai didn't know who he was, he still smiled back. The man passed by Dudubai and walked towards a wooden raft by the sea. Dudubai originally planned to continue sleeping, but when he caught sight of the man's back, his pupils suddenly froze. Did he see wrongly? There seemed to be a drooping, furry dog tail behind this man, not just a dog tail. Dudubai also saw a pair of drooping dog ears on the man's head. Previously, when he was facing him, his ears were drooping behind him, so he didn't notice it for a moment. When the man's back was facing him, Dudubai could clearly see his ears and tail. What kind of tribe was this? Beastmen, was there such a tribe in the White Sun Mirror region? Forget it, I'll know when I go offline and ask Dudubai. Dudubai was too lazy to think too much. He yawned and narrowed his eyes as he watched the man sit on the raft and sail towards the open sea. I guess he's going out to sea to fish again, right? Dudubai said. During this period, it seems that more and more people have entered the dream crystal domain, and the proportion of people going out to sea has also increased. This is also quite good. The development of the dream crystal domain was also a good thing for Dudubai. From now on, he could stay at home and communicate with all the other tribes in the White Sun Mirror region. This was great news for a homebody. The logging device Angor gave him was quite good. Thinking about Angor, Dudubai couldn't help but think about Reeves and Granny Itai. If he wasn't mistaken, Granny Itai was his older sister. Dudubai had already forgotten about the past, but he still looked forward to seeing his older sister again. He wondered when he could meet Granny Itai again. He would ask Angor about it when he met him later. No hurry. Dudubai happily lay down again and prepared to meet up with his dream crystal domain again. However, he only lay down for a few seconds this time when he heard footsteps again. Dudubai didn't pay attention to them at first. He assumed they were either playing on the beach or going out to sea to fish. However, the footsteps stopped when they reached him. Just as Dudubai was thinking, a voice sounded in his ear. Yagilo? Dudubai looked up in confusion when he heard the familiar yet strange name. He saw someone standing in front of him without him noticing. It was the person he was talking about not long ago, Angor. Angor didn't expect to see Dudubai in such a naked way again. Dudubai only wore a leaf skirt around his waist and nothing else while sunbathing on the beach. If Angor didn't recognize Dudubai's face, he would have thought that Tree Spirit traveled from the dream wasteland to the dream crystal domain. Tree Spirit was the only one who could remain so calm and naked in the outside world. Now, Toot was probably the second most powerful creature in the world. Toot also noticed Angor's presence and greeted him with a smile after a moment of surprise. I was just thinking about you, and here you are. Dudubai stood up and bowed to Angor with a smile. Fate is such a wonderful thing. Dudu was as gentle and elegant as ever. Even the arc of his smile and the warmth he conveyed were so gentle. Of course, that was if one didn't look below his neck. You dropped your skirt, Angor said. Tuto tata 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 toto. I'm sunbathing. Do you want to try? Angor didn't know what to say. That's a really awkward way to change the topic. But to avoid the awkward atmosphere, Angor decided to change the topic. Nah, I'm here to see a friend of mine. I didn't expect to see you here. Angor didn't tell Dudu that he was here to see Dudubai. Dudubai didn't know about Dudubai's tracking ability, so it was better to keep it a secret. Your friend? Dudubai was a little surprised. Yeah. He didn't know who this friend was yet, but he decided to use this as an excuse to change the topic. Angor tried to think of a way to change the topic. Before he could come up with an idea, Dudubai found an excuse for him. The friend you're talking about, is it a man with a furry tail and dog ears? Huh? Doodle, what? It's nothing. You mean, a silver-haired man? Dudubai nodded. Yes. I saw him just now. But you're too late. He's already out at sea. Angor used the tree of authority to sense the area and saw a silver-haired man floating on the surface of the sea. As expected, it was Canine Deacon. Angor guessed that Canine Deacon was going for a training mission. Angor was going to make up a fake story, but he didn't expect that Dudubai would run into Canine Deacon. What a shame. I was going to talk to him about something, Angor said. Yes, I'm here to see him. But since he's already out at sea, I'll find him next time. He quickly skipped this part of the story. By the way, I didn't think I'd see you here. How about we talk a little? Oh, right. Angor tried to change the topic. Talk? Dudubai didn't expect this. Oh, sure. I have something to talk to you about, mister. Shall we go somewhere else? Dudubai wanted to tell Angor that he didn't need to go somewhere else. But when he saw Angor's serious expression, he nodded. Sure. Dudubai looked toward the forest. There's a pavilion over there, right? Beside a freshwater lake. It's a nice place with few people around. Shall we go there? No need. I've already built a place for us to talk. Angor's voice came from behind. Built? Dudu was stunned for 2 seconds. He turned around and saw a semicircular building on the beach. The building was made of light boards, which made it look like a giant ball of light. What's this? Dudubai was a little surprised. Just a little trick. Let's go. Angor pushed the door open and entered the building. It was empty inside, except for a round table in the center. This was the building that 004 took him to for his Eye of Vigilance experiment. Angor used an illusion to simulate the building, but he didn't see the bookshelves on the outside. Dudubai followed Angor inside. Dudubai was quite curious about the building that suddenly appeared on the beach. After all, they were not in the outside world, where supernatural powers were almost non-existent. Convergent energy and mana were nowhere to be found. Therefore, the sudden appearance of this building was very impactful. Dudubai considered for a moment and decided not to ask about it. Maybe it's an item from a fairyland. End of chapter. You created a new rune horn? Tutubi looked at Angor in surprise. He thought Angor was going to ask about his recent experiences, such as how he felt about the dream crystal. However, the first thing Angor asked after they sat down was whether Tutubi created a new rune horn. So the exchange he was talking about was the exchange of mageweths. Tutubi felt a little disappointed. He was going to ask Angor something about the dream crystal, but Angor didn't even ask about it. But then again, it wasn't a bad idea to have someone to talk about runes with. After all, Tutubi had been studying runes all by himself all these years. He only talked to Angor once in Hot Gold City, and that was when Tutubi felt that he had gained a deeper understanding of runes. Tutubi also realized that he couldn't just focus on studying runes behind closed doors. Tutubi was more than happy to talk about runes with Angor. I've created many rune horns myself, but I don't know if this is a new one, Tutubi said. Tutubi sounded a little awkward, but he wasn't lying. During his time in the White Sun Mirror domain, he had indeed created many devil rune horns. To him, these devil rune horns were all new. But don't forget, he was a hollow man. He lost a lot of his memories, including those related to rune horns. Therefore, he couldn't tell if the magic rune horn he derived was a brand new one or if it was a magic rune horn that already existed in the past and he just forgot about it. But Angor did not know the answer to that question. Angor grew excited when he heard Tutubi saying that he already created rune horns. If Tutubi could create rune horns, it meant that Tutubi already had a complete set of basic rules. Maybe the simplified formula Angor was looking for could be found in this set of rules. But Angor wasn't completely sure. After all, Angor's idea was to create a new rune horn by simplifying the models of cantrips and spells. If Tutututu's method of deriving the rune horn was not from the spell model, then it would be completely different. With that in mind, Angor said, I know a thing or two about rune horns. How about this? If you don't mind, I can take a look and see if your new rune horn is a new one. Angor's face blushed a little when he said that. Knowledge was the most valuable resource in the wizarding world. A new rune horn was definitely worth a fortune. Therefore, when Angor suggested that he would be the one to examine Tutubi's rune horn, he felt ashamed that he was about to get something for free. To ease his embarrassment, Angor added, "You don't need to write down all the rune horns. Just write down half of them, and tell me the name and the corresponding environment." In this case, Angor could tell whether it was a new rune or not even if Tutubi didn't tell him everything. However, Tutubi only chuckled at Angor's suggestion. "Don't worry about it. It's just some rune horns. I've studied enough rune horns to fill dozens of books. They're nothing special to me." Angor wanted to argue, but Tutubi spoke first. "I know. You're going to use the Wizarding World's rules again," Tuttleby said before he could. "That's what you did back in Hot Gold City. Whenever we talk about something profound, you keep talking about trade and confidentiality. That's so boring. I don't want to make this conversation as boring as last time. So, you can set aside the rules of the world of adepts for now. Communication is communication." Tutubi wasn't stupid. He understood Angor's politeness. Being polite was a good thing, but Tutubi didn't care about such trivial benefits. It was better to be open and honest. Besides, Tutubi didn't think such knowledge was important at all. Since Tutubi had already said so, Angor didn't want to refuse. Still, he wanted to compensate Tutubi in other ways. For example, he could give Tutubi some rune knowledge. Since Tutubi wanted to see the rune horns, Tutubi needed a medium. Tutubi wanted to go to Rabbit Town and see if there were any pens and paper there. However, Angor gave Tutubi a better option. With a wave of his hand, he placed several illusion nodes in front of Tutubi. He didn't need to use Tutubi's spirit power to control the nodes. Instead, he could change the shape of the nodes with thought. Whether it was paper or drawing runes in the air, the nodes could take shape with a single thought. The only downside was that Angor had to control the output of spirit power in the background. Yes, Tutubi wasn't using Tutubi's spirit power, but Angor's. However, this wasn't a big deal for Angor. The dream crystal also contained nightmare aura, which could be replenished at any time. Tutubi was quite surprised that Angor could create illusions in the dream crystal. Logically speaking, shouldn't the energy system of the outside world be completely silent in the dream crystal? Tutubi didn't think too much about it though. He assumed that Angor was an experienced player of the dream crystal who already knew how to use multiple fairy-level items and abilities. Tutubi had only heard of such an experienced player before. According to Tutubi, there was a sealed world's grind dungeon near Rabbit Town, and there were experienced players inside. Tutubi then realized that Angor was the one who gave him his login device, so it wasn't surprising that Tutubi was an experienced player. Tutubi cast away his unnecessary thoughts and controlled the illusion nodes to create a rune engraving pen. Next, he created a small bottle of blood ink and a stack of parchment paper. Tutubi looked at the familiar items and felt as if he had returned to his home in the City of Gold. The only difference was that the pen and the blood ink were just illusions. They didn't contain any supernatural energy. But this was enough. Tutubi didn't need the rune horn to work. With that in mind, Tutubi picked up the pen, dipped it in the blood ink, and quickly began to draw rune horns on the parchment paper. Since he didn't need to do any detailed work, the rune horns, which were usually very small in size, were enlarged on the parchment paper. Tutubi's speed was fast. In just 10 minutes, Tutubi had finished more than 20 pages. Each page had a rune horn. Tutubi even used illusion nodes to create a cloud and drew 2 three-dimensional magic rune horns with a carving brush. Seeing that Tutubi was going to keep drawing, Angor quickly stopped it. "This should be enough." Tutubi stopped as well. "Let's stop here then. If there aren't any new rune horns, I'll draw something more complicated." Angor looked at the complicated lines and three-dimensional rune horns and didn't know what to say. "That's not complicated enough. Are you saying there are more complicated rune horns?" Tutu said, "Indeed, there are some more complicated rune horns. There was a time when I mixed the effects of several rune horns together to make a more complicated rune horn in order to reduce the surface area of a single rune horn. But later, I realized that the smaller the surface area, the more energy I need to draw, and the easier it is to make mistakes. Once you make a mistake, you'll suffer a real backlash." As Dudubai spoke, he recalled the past. When he thought of the pain of the backlash, he felt his forehead begin to sweat. So, those complicated rune horns aren't necessarily better than ordinary rune horns. There must be a reason why ordinary rune horns could survive until now. Still, it was possible to combine multiple rune horns to create a more complicated rune horn with the same effect. It was also a kind of basic skill. Anyway, Angor couldn't do it. He still had a long way to go before he could reach that level. Judging from this, Dudubi was indeed a genius Mageweth warlock. Now that he no longer had to worry about the wizarding world, he could focus on studying runes in the Sun Mirror domain and make great progress. With his current skills, he was definitely worthy of the title Rune Master. With that thought in mind, he picked up the parchment and began reading the rune horn Toby created. It didn't take him long to read all 26 pages of the parchment. According to the comparison, Angor already knew the rune horns drawn on 20 of the parchment. The structure of the horns was slightly distorted, but according to Tutubi's description, Angor could tell that these were rune horns that had already been created by someone before. The rune horns created by Tutubi were more complicated than the existing ones, so they couldn't be considered the best solution. However, one had to know that the Mageweth horns that existed today had been continuously optimized by generations of Mageweth warlocks, and it was the credit of countless people. It was already very outstanding for Tudu to be able to reach such a level on his own. Judging from the 20 rune horns he already knew, Angor had no doubt about Tutubi's ability to create new rune horns. And that was exactly what Angor thought. As for the remaining 6, Angor had never seen any of them before. The 2 three-dimensional rune horns drawn on the illusion cloud were also his blind spots. He couldn't say for sure that the 8 rune horns were completely new ones. There were so many wizards in the 4 corners of the wizarding world that he didn't know about. Maybe someone had already created similar rune horns in places he didn't know about. But at least Angor was sure that the 8 rune horns were completely new in the southern wizarding region. They could be considered as original rune horns. Now, Angor was sure that Tutubi was a rune master who could create rune horns. But there was one more problem to be solved. Did Tutubi use the rune horns as reference to a spell model? You mean the simplification method? Doodleby asked. Simplification? You mean part of a spell model? Tutututu nodded, and replied, that's right, I've read in my notes that there are currently 3 mainstream methods in the Mageweth world to derive a Mageweth horn. They are simplification, associative, and special. Simplification meant that he would select a part of the spell model and perform a simplified simulation on it. Of course, simplification didn't only allow one to choose a spell model. The Sun Mirror domain's ether condensation, the Wing People's fruit, the Haunt World's telekinesis, and so on all had similar energy structures that could be used to create rune horns. However, it wasn't easy to choose the right energy structure. It required constant trial and error, which was time-consuming. But since the energy structure could be used as a reference, the target would be clear. Associative was to find the commonalities and connections between rune horns by observing and summarizing, then create new rune horns. This method was both the praise of the fool and a stepping stone for geniuses. The fool could spend a lot of time and effort to find new rune horns. Geniuses could also create new rune horns in the blink of an eye. In other words, associative was suitable for most rune masters. As for the special method, Tutubi didn't know much about it. It seemed to be something passed down in some big academies. Angor's predecessor only recorded it in his handbook without any specific details. So which one did you use? This was the first time Angor heard that there were different ways to create rune horns. Both simplification and associative, Tutubi said. Associative is usually too flexible, so the rune horns I get may not be what I want. So, most of the time, I chose simplification. After all, simplification had a clear goal. For example, if you wanted a rune horn related to fire, you had to analyze the energy structure related to fire. As long as the analysis was successful, there wouldn't be any problems. But if I suddenly have an idea, I'll also choose associative. After all, associative is the fastest way to succeed. So you're trying to do 2 things at the same time? How many of the 28 in total, including the rune horns? How many of them are simplified, and how many are associative? Dudu thought for a moment and said, about half and half. The association method is a little more. Dudu said before that he mainly walked the simplified method. But in the end, Tutubi used associative. Geniuses really have a lot of inspiration. Angor sighed in his mind. Still, Tootsie's words were a great relief to Angor. If Tutubi chose simplification, there must be a corresponding formula. Angor wondered if he could use it. End of chapter. You want to learn how to simplify formulas? After making sure that Tootsie knew how to simplify, Angor quickly asked Tootsie to teach him how to simplify the formula. Angor nodded. Yes. I've been looking for a new rune horn recently. But every time I try to simplify the energy structure, I don't know where to start. It's been bothering me for a long time. Since I met you today, I thought I'd ask for your help. Don't worry, I won't take advantage of you for free. Dubai interrupted. I already said, don't say such transactional words. Angor quickly shut his mouth. Seeing this, Dubai let out a sigh of relief and continued, I can teach you the simplification method, but the simplification formula you mentioned is not omnipotent. Simplified formulas did exist. But not all energy structures were suitable for simplifying formulas. Most of the time, simplified formulas were based on experience. Only those who had read 1,000 sales would be able to see the whole picture with a single glance. Inexperienced people would use the simplified formula rigidly, and most of them would fail in the end. Anyway, Dottleby could teach Angor, but it would take a long time. It was impossible for Angor to use a simplified formula to fly from the ground. Dottleby's earnest explanation surprised Angor. His original plan was to use simplified formulas to simplify the energy structures he needed to get the rune horns he wanted. But now it seemed he was being too naive. Is there really no universal formula? Dottleby hesitated. Dubai hesitated for a moment and said, maybe, but I don't know. Angor didn't know what to say. It seemed he had reached the end of his path of using magic arrays to amplify his soul ripples. Of course, he could learn from Dottleby's experience. But according to Dottleby, such lessons would take years. It was impossible for him to achieve his goal in a short time. As for Hoda, Angor didn't set a time limit for himself, but he couldn't just wait for years without hearing from him. Personally, Angor hoped to solve the problem of the zombie crystals before the end of the annual meeting. Perhaps he should give up on magic arrays and walk the path of alchemy. What's wrong? Doodle noticed Angor's frown and asked, what's wrong? If you urgently need to simplify some energy structures, I might be able to help you. Hearing Tutubi's words, Angor's eyes brightened up. That's right, why did he keep thinking of solving the problem himself? He could ask Tootsie to help him simplify the energy structure. No, he could even ask Tootsie to help him solve the magic array that amplified soul fluctuations. After all, this didn't involve any secrets. He didn't need to work behind closed doors. After all, this was an agreement between him and Hoda, and it also involved the secret of entering the dream crystal, so he wanted to deal with it by himself. But when he thought about it carefully, as long as he didn't say anything, no one would know that it was related to entering the dream crystal. With that in mind, he looked at Dottleby with a hopeful look. Yes, I'm having some trouble. Here's the thing, Angor told Tootsie about the St. Corpse crystal. However, he didn't tell Tootsie all the details. He only told Tootsie that he was trying to locate the soul fluctuation inside a particular St. Corpse crystal, but his spirit control level was too low to do so. Therefore, he wanted to construct a magic array that could amplify soul fluctuations. Tootsie had heard about the St. Corpse crystal before, but he didn't expect that the souls of dead crystal eyes would be preserved inside such crystals. Instead of asking why Angor wanted to locate the soul fluctuation inside the St. Corpse crystal, Tootsie explained in a low voice, if even a wizard's spirit can't sense the soul fluctuation inside the St. Corpse crystal, it's probably in a state of low sleep. Then its soul has probably fallen into a low-energy hibernation stage. Only by improving the level of mental power control and reaching the cellular level can it be possible to sense it. Angor's eyes lit up. That's right. Laplace was able to sense the soul fluctuations in the Holy Corpse crystal because of her high level of control over her spiritual force. But Tootsie was able to accurately determine the level of a cellular level spirit control to sense the soul fluctuation. This was enough to prove that Tootsie's eyes were sharp. A magic array that can amplify soul fluctuations. That's a good idea. But you don't know anything about magic arrays, do you? Tootsie looked at Angor. Angor nodded. That's why I'm thinking of creating one myself. Angor explained his idea briefly. He didn't plan to create a complicated magic array. He only needed to combine 3 runes. The 3 runes were targeted soul fluctuation, multiple runes, and amplification. He could solve the multiple runes and amplification on his own. However, he didn't know anything about the mageweth that could lock onto soul fluctuations. He could only create new mageweth horns and slowly integrate similar mageweths. Tootsie considered for a moment. You're right. But 3 runes aren't enough. Angor didn't say anything and just listened to Doodle carefully. Runes related to the soul must have a suitable medium, Tootsie said. By, you can think of it as a drop of water. If this drop of water falls directly to the ground, it will immediately sink into the ground and quickly disappear. But if there's a container that can hold it, even if it's just a young leaf in early spring, it can stay as a drop of water for a long time. The same goes for souls. The soul is very weak. If there is no suitable medium to carry the soul, it will directly disperse throughout the magic array. So, if you want to create a magic array that can amplify soul fluctuations, you need to add a medium that can hold the soul. What was a medium that could hold the soul? For example, the Requiem magic array could be considered a medium. However, Requiem magic array was composed of 4 runes. If Requiem magic array was added, it would become 7 runes. A magic array composed of 7 runes wasn't too complicated, but it would be dozens of times more complicated than 3 runes. If Angor wanted to create a new magic array, it would be best if he had as few runes as possible. My suggestion is that it's best to find a single mageweth that can carry a soul, Tutu said. In that case, the new mana array you envisioned will only have 4 mageweths. It'll be easier to deal with. Is there a single rune that can hold the soul? I think so. Tootsie shrugged. But I'm not sure. My memory is damaged, so I can't remember many runes. Just like the 3 mageweths you mentioned just now, I've never heard of the amplification and multiple mageweths. Tootsie was referring to single runes that had amplification and multiple runes. If he were to set up a magic array, he would be able to set up an amplification effect as well. However, he might need more runes. For example, amplification, limit, and amplification runes needed to be combined to achieve the same effect. 3 runes and a single rune had similar effects. Obviously, the latter was more convenient. Dudubi, how about this? I'll help you with this. But we need to work together. You go find a single rune that can hold the soul, and I'll create a rune that can lock onto soul ripples. We'll work on the new magic array together. Angor was overjoyed. He was just thinking about how to ask when Tootsie volunteered to help him. Sure. I'll find a single rune that can hold the soul as soon as possible. Angor wasn't good at creating runes, but he was confident in finding runes. He could start by reading Enchantment Cyclopedia. If he couldn't find one, he could go to the southern wizarding region and ask for help. There were plenty of rune sorcerers in that region, and he could ask them for help. While Angor was happily thinking about his plan, Tootsie had already prepared for failure. If you can't find a single rune, you can find a double or triple rune. If you can't find one in the end, you can use Requiem magic array as a medium. I know how to do that. But if you use Requiem magic array as a medium, you'll need more time if you want to create a new magic array as soon as possible. After all, a magic array with 7 mageweths had to be solved with many visible and invisible difficulties. It couldn't be completed overnight. I'll do my best. I'll give you an answer in 2 days. Tootsie nodded. All right. I'll stay here for a few days then. Lend me your illusion nodes for me to draft. Angor nodded without hesitation. Do you need help creating a new rune array? For example, what kind of energy structure do you need? I can help you find it. Tootsie shook his head. Nah. I don't know much about soul spells, but Doodly knows a thing or two about them. Simplification wasn't the only thing that could be used on spells. Doodly's ether condensation could also be simplified. And Doodly happened to know a lot about souls. Therefore, Tootsie didn't need Angor's help to create a soul spell. Besides, compared to wizards, Tootsie was more familiar with the mirror domain's polymeric energy system. Since he had a natural affinity with ether condensation, it would be easier for him to turn it into runes. Since Tootsie said so, Angor decided to trust him. As a talented runemaster, Tootsie might be able to create a new magic array in a few days. Now, Angor felt that the path ahead of him was bright and smooth. But, Angor still needed to think about how to repay Tootsie's kindness. He couldn't just let Tootsie work for free, right? I know you're going to talk about compensation again, Tootsie said as he tried to decide if he should use something from the real world or something from the dream crystal to make up for his mistake. I know you're going to talk about compensation again. Do human wizards really like to talk about equivalent exchange? You and Levis are the same. Angor chuckled awkwardly. The principle of equivalent exchange was one of the basic principles of wizards. It was engraved in Angor's mind. Tutu shook his head with a smile. If you insist on compensating me, then give me amplification, pluralization, and the mageweth that you found later on as a medium for the soul. They're part of the magic array. How can that be considered compensation? Angor looked at Tootsie. Do you need anything else? Do you need any materials or knowledge? Tootsie shook his head. I don't need anything now. I'm happy with my life. I can come here and enjoy the sunshine every day. I'm content. If you really want to help, just contact Granny Itai for me. Granny Itai was Tootsie's older sister. Ever since Tootsie met Levis and learned that he had an older sister, he had been looking forward to meeting her. Especially during this period of time, he came to Silver Coral Island every day to sunbathe. When it was completely quiet, he missed the sister he had never met even more. According to Levis, he and Granny Itai were very close. Ever since Tootsie disappeared, Granny Itai was still looking for Tootsie. Although Dudubai had forgotten about this relationship, he still felt his bloodline move when he heard these words. He could almost feel the warmth from his sister on the other side of his blood. I'm looking forward to meeting you again, sister. Tootsie suddenly thought of something and showed a gentle look. When the time comes, I'll introduce Tootsie to you. I'm sure you'll like Tootsie. Angor didn't know what to say. I think Granny Itai will have a hard time accepting this. But then again, Tootsie wanted to meet Granny Itai? As far as he could remember, Tootlie was a very possessive person. When he brought Levis to Tootsie, Tootsie's expression changed. Of course, Tootsie only dared to do that in front of Angor. When she was with Tootsie, Tootsie was still as gentle as before. Angor shook his head to clear his mind. He nodded. I'll contact Granny Itai as soon as possible. I'm sure she'll be looking forward to meeting you too. With that settled, next, Angor talked to Tootsie about his idea of a magic array, as well as the specific details needed to enhance soul ripples. Angor also left Tootsie's amplification and multiple runes for him to study. At the same time, Angor also filled up a large number of books related to runes in the illusion building. This was to make up for Tootsie's lack of knowledge about runes, and also to help him create a better magic array in the future. With that done, Angor bid farewell to Tootsie and left the dream crystal. End of chapter. Silver Forest Dimension, Illusion Hut. After logging off, Angor didn't start looking for runes right away. Instead, he walked out of the hut. He glanced at the mirror lake from afar. Laplace was still fishing by the shore. Judging from her frown, she probably didn't catch much fish. Zeus Thundercloud was on the other side of the lake, patiently scanning the water with his lightning. It looked like he was eyeing the remaining fish in the lake like a tiger watching its prey. At the edge of the Black Forest, Laplace's energy clones were still diligently studying in the library that was temporarily built. AI Dehua stayed inside the makeup room and didn't go out. He was still working on his wig. It seemed AI Dehua had just finished making a new wig. It looked like the hair of Moonhair, an animated character from the hologram tablet. There were 2 small buns on each side and a long ponytail. However, Moonhair's hair was yellowish, while AI Dehua's wig was ice blue. There was also a thin layer of cold mist around the hair, which made the wig look like a dreamy princess. However, the wig was placed on the astral attendant's head. Angor was glad that he sent a voice transmission to AI Dehua and asked him to change the head. Otherwise, this wig would be placed on his head model. He felt a chill down his spine every time he thought about his own face and how he was wearing such a wig. Thank goodness. But then again, the wig, which most girls couldn't support, somehow fit the astral attendant's face perfectly. The astral attendant had the face of a young man. His short hair made him look like a boy. However, with the wig, that little bit of masculinity turned into a unique aura. Together with the ice blue wig, the astral attendant not only looked like a cold beauty, but also gave off a sense of valiance. It was beautiful. Beautiful without any gender. Ai Dehua had a good sense of beauty. Angkor only paid attention to Ai Dehua to see if he was up to something. After making sure Ai Dehua was behaving himself, he looked away. Then, he left the courtyard. He walked all the way to the shore of the lake, intending to ask Laplace something. But before he could reach the shore, Zeus Thundercloud, who was floating in the air, noticed him. Zeus's pitch-black face instantly revealed a look of pleasant surprise. It turned into a black comet and arrived above Angkor's head, leaving a trail of thunderclaps behind it. The lightning bolts continued to move inside Zeus' body and landed around Angkor. It was as if he had cast a sealing light for him. Also, it was a trackable sealing light. As he moved, the white light followed him. Such a grand entrance naturally attracted Laplace's attention. As a matter of fact, Laplace noticed Angkor as soon as he left the illusion hut. However, she was too focused on fishing to pay attention to Angkor. It wasn't until Zeus Thundercloud's conspicuous bag that Laplace turned on the tracking mode that Laplace couldn't help but look over. "Forget it, I'll fish later. Let the fish rest," Laplace said in a low voice. Then, he walked down from the silver-haired throne and sat down at the table of the tea party. Angkor walked over and sat down in front of her. "You're here for me, I see?" Laplace took a teacup that automatically jumped into her hand and stirred some hot tea with a spoon. "Do you need my help?" Angkor shook his head. "Not yet." "Oh?" Laplace glanced at Angkor and nodded when he saw the boy's calm expression. "So you've made some progress in your research?" Angkor didn't try to hide it. "Yeah, I did." Angkor then told Laplace about his plan to use a magic array to strengthen his soul signature. In addition, he briefly described the difficulties he encountered, as well as the solution he got from meeting Dudu Bai at the end of the tunnel. He told them all. Laplace was a little surprised to hear the whole story. She didn't expect Angkor to find a solution in just one day. He needed Tootsie's help, but as long as it could solve the problem, she was happy. "So, you want me to help you find a single rune that can carry a soul?" As Laplace spoke, he began to think about where he could find a similar single mageweth. She didn't know how to do it herself, so she had to ask someone who knew how to do it. Mageweths weren't considered a prominent subject in the White Sun Mirror region, nor were they mainstream. It wasn't that easy for her to find the relevant mageweths here. But she could go to the Wise Lord. The Wise Lord should have a stockpile of runes. Wait, Angkor didn't come here just to ask her to contact the Wise Lord, did he? "You want me to help you get in touch with the Sovereign of Wise?" Laplace asked directly. Angkor shook his head. "No, I'm not asking you to find a rune for me. As for the mageweths that carry the soul medium, I will think of a way myself." "Then what do you want from me?" Laplace looked at Angkor with a puzzled expression. "I want to borrow a soul from you." "Laplace?" Laplace asked, "Soul? Is that what I mean?" Angkor nodded. "A normal soul, preferably a dead soul that I can communicate with. I already have one, but it's in the dream wasteland. So, I need to borrow one from you. I don't have a soul, but I can send my avatar out to find one. But I'm curious. What do you need a soul for?" Angkor sighed and explained the situation briefly. Actually, the reason was simple. Angkor didn't know what kind of rune was suitable for carrying a soul. He asked Dottleby, but Dottleby didn't give him a clear answer either. In Dottleby's words, it's a bit complicated to explain. Just follow my instructions. Dottleby's method was to find a soul, have the soul stand on the corresponding rune, and voluntarily release the soul's energy. Generally speaking, after releasing the restraints, one's soul power would slowly seep out before disappearing from the world. If the soul didn't feel its energy leaking out, it meant the rune could be used as a medium to carry the soul's energy. This was why Angkor needed to find a soul that could communicate with the soul. "Can't living beings do it?" Laplace asked. If so, Laplace was going to ask Luigi to eject his soul. Angor shook his head. Living beings can't do it. They have their soul zones to protect them, so they won't leak their energy. Undead souls are better. Laplace said, okay, I understand. I'll send my avatar to do it. As soon as Laplace's voice fell, the shadow clone in the illusion library raised his head and looked in the direction of the tea table through the window. The avatar nodded at Angor and Laplace from afar and slowly disappeared into thin air. Without a doubt, she had already left Silver Forest. In less than 2 minutes, she reappeared at the tea table. Angor knew how fast the avatar could move, but he was still surprised by how fast it was. She went out and found a random spectator, and, what? Angor couldn't think of another way to make it so fast. Even if she wanted to buy a soul, she would have to ask for the price first. The doppelganger placed a blood-stained mirror on the table and said calmly, Gleipnir found it. I'm just a runner. To put it simply, Laplace had already contacted Gleipnir through mind synchronization when Angor asked for the soul. Gleipnir happened to be at the meeting, so she quickly asked someone to lend her a soul. The avatar only needed to run around, which was why it came back so quickly. The soul is in the mirror. It's the soul of a stray person. According to Gleipnir, she loves to look pretty. She'll tell you everything she knows if you give her something beautiful. The avatar paused. Gleipnir suggested that you ask AI Dehua for a wig. That should be enough. After that, the virtual shadow flashed and disappeared from the tea table. When he looked up again, she was already inside the window on the second floor of the library. She closed the curtains as if saying, don't disturb me. Angor looked at the blood-stained mirror on the table. This mirror was a typical square mirror. It looked like it was used by rich people. It was very expensive, and the frame had gold ornaments and gems. It was all genuine. However, the carvings on the mirror were luxurious. It meant that the original owner of this mirror was just a nouveau riche, not a noble. There were bloodstains on the surface of the mirror. These bloodstains looked like someone had scratched the surface of the mirror. It was quite a frightening sight. Angor used his spirit feelers to check the mirror. There was nothing special about it. However, there was a dark energy inside, which should be the so-called dead souls. Since Angor didn't have the ability to gather energy, he couldn't see what the souls inside the mirror looked like. Unless he went inside himself. Before that, he asked Laplace a question, what's a stray person? The avatar said that the mirror contained the soul of a stray person, but it didn't explain what it was. Angor had to ask Laplace for help. A race from the mirror realm. Laplace explained, this race has been following the Longhua clan for a long time. You can think of them as the claws of the Longhua clan. The Longhua clan is good at persuasion, while the stray people are good at deception. Angor didn't know what to say. Birds of a feather flocked together. Laplace continued, however, stray people are good at and habitual liars, but they have one thing in common. As long as you can satisfy their demands, they will tell you everything they know and will never deceive you again. Laplace pointed at the blood-stained mirror. The soul inside this mirror is the stray person's soul. She's a typical stray person who likes to lie all the time. But Gleipnir told me that this stray person's soul has a strong desire to become beautiful. As long as you can make her beautiful, she'll be honest with you and do whatever you want. Oh right, Gleipnir said this stray person's soul is quite strong. She should be enough for you to create something. I'm not going to do anything to the soul. Why does it sound like I'm going to do some evil experiments? Laplace said, I forgot to tell her about you. She must have misunderstood something. No wonder. Perhaps Gleipnir wanted to see what kind of experiment Angor was going to do, so he sent the stray soul to Angor. As a matter of fact, any stray soul could do the job. Angor sighed. It doesn't matter. It's just a wig anyway. As he spoke, he reached out a hand and touched the surface of the mirror. Ripples began to appear on the surface of the mirror. Angor only needed to lift his leg to enter the mirror. Angor considered and looked at Laplace. Want to take a look? Laplace nodded. Sure. Let's go. Following the ripples, Angor and Laplace entered a shabby room. That's right, as soon as he entered the mirror, he appeared inside the room. It was as if the mirror space was a slice of a certain room. Angor looked around. The furniture in the room was broken, but the floor was made of ice-quenched marble. The tattered curtains and broken furniture were all made of high-quality materials. In other words, if this room was really a slice of a certain room, it must have belonged to a wealthy family. Angor looked around. There was no one in the room, and the air was murky. The stray soul shouldn't be here. However, Angor noticed that there was a thick layer of dust on the floor. There were obvious drag marks on the dust. Someone must have dragged something out of the room not long ago. Angor looked back and saw that the floor in the corner was clean. The stray soul must have dragged something away. Judging from its shape, it looks like a small table. But it wasn't placed in the corner. Maybe it was a cupboard. Angor didn't think too much about it. He discussed with Laplace and left the room. With a creaking sound, the dusty door was pushed open. There was a long hallway outside. The hallway was also tattered. But judging from the material of the carpets and the murals on the walls, Angor could tell that this family used to be rich. Left. Angor looked around and pointed to the left. The hallway was also covered in dust, and there were new drag marks on the floor. Therefore, if there were no accidents, as long as they followed this drag mark, they should be able to find the right person's soul soon. End of chapter. After walking along the corridor for half a minute, he turned left and entered a dilapidated reception hall. They went around the hall and came to a small door at the back. Through the door, they saw a new corridor with a fence on one side. Through the fence, they could tell that they were on the second floor. Below them was a square main hall. They looked down from above. In the center of the main hall, there was a strange dressing mirror. Under the mirror, there was a long drag mark. The mark extended all the way to the stairs not far away. Both Angor and Laplace realized that the dressing mirror was dragged out of the room by the stray soul. However, although they knew where Hen's true body was, they still could not see where the stray person's soul was. Logically speaking, the Krite's soul should be nearby. Angor leaned against the fence and tried to see where the stray soul was. Suddenly, he heard a loud crack, and the railing he was leaning on shattered into pieces. Luckily, Angor didn't lean forward. Otherwise, he would have fallen. As soon as he felt relieved, he heard the familiar cracking noise again. He looked down and saw the floor was cracking as well. Angor and Laplace looked at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. Clang! Clang! The floor on the second floor turned into broken planks and fell to the ground with a loud noise. The hall was soon covered by a cloud of dust. It was not until 2 minutes later that the dust started to settle. It was also at this moment that a creepy laugh came from the wall facing the hall. An ancient oil painting was hanging in the middle of the wall. It was a half-length portrait of a woman, who looked gentle at first glance. However, the gentle smile on the woman's face became more and more distorted until the corners of her mouth reached her ears. At the same time, she let out a creepy laugh. After the laughter subsided, the woman in the painting suddenly moved and turned from a flat surface into a three-dimensional form. She walked out of the painting step by step like a thin, transparent illusion. She hummed an eerie and ethereal tune as she walked briskly to the center of the hall like a virtuous lady. She stopped in front of the dressing mirror and stared at her beautiful face in a daze, which made her feel even better. Then she kept moving forward. She stopped in front of a pile of broken wood and spoke in an arrogant tone, "I smelled the disgusting scent of humans as soon as you came in. Nawat clearly knows that I hate humans the most, yet he still sent humans in. Let me tell you clearly, I will never teach humans. You may leave now." After she finished speaking, no one answered for more than 10 seconds. She humped again. "I don't believe you can die from falling from the second floor. Hurry up and get up, I can already smell your scent." She dared to prank the messenger sent by Noah, and even overturned the floor of the second floor, because she knew that the distance between the second floor and the first floor was only 2 or 3 meters, and nothing would happen if she fell down. This time, she finally got a response. "If you hadn't spoken, I would have thought you were a fallen undead." A gentle male voice entered her ears. However, this male voice did not come from the pile of wood not far away. Instead, it came from behind her. She turned her head sharply. She saw a young man with red hair and golden eyes standing near the dressing mirror in the center of the hall. Beside him was a silver-haired woman floating in the air. The one who spoke was undoubtedly the young man. Judging from the neatness of their clothes, the two of them were obviously not affected by the fall from the second floor. They were not even stained with dust. This made her very unhappy. The prank did not work. However, she did not care too much about this little prank. Looking at the aura around them, she knew that they were definitely transcendents. Since they were transcendents, it was normal for them to escape the fall from the second floor. What made her most dissatisfied was not their neatness, but the silver-haired woman floating in the air. Now what actually sent a woman in? What? Does he think you can beat me? No, I tell you, no one can be more beautiful than me. I am the most beautiful woman. As she spoke, her eyes turned sharp. Also, how dare a woman like you float in the air? Let me tell you, this is my territory. Floaters will be punished by slashing their faces. When her voice fell, her whole face began to distort with jealousy, and her 5 fingers began to grow long nails, gesturing at the silver-haired woman floating in the air. She seemed to be threatening the other party. However, just after she said those harsh words, the silver-haired woman who had not looked at her directly turned her head and glanced at her gently. In an instant, a terrifying aura came from those calm eyes. The female ghost in a white dress was instantly stunned. Just a glance at her, and even the other party did not produce any energy fluctuations. Her soul and consciousness felt a terrible sense of oppression, as if the sky was falling, and she was in danger of being destroyed at any time. At this time, even if she was a fool, she understood that this silver-haired woman was definitely a supreme powerhouse. Her whole body froze for a few seconds. Then, her long nails slowly retracted, and the fierce and jealous expression disappeared, replaced by a fawning expression. What I meant was, as long as you float in the air, you will get a free chance to put on makeup. I will definitely make you as beautiful as the flying velvet flowers in the Shadow Valley. Her voice was timid, and she did not even dare to look at the silver-haired woman. At this time, the silver-haired woman descended from the air. She immediately said, as long as you stand on the ground, you will get a free chance to put on clothes. Please believe me, I am definitely the best at putting together clothes. The silver-haired woman gently took a step forward. She coughed, raise your left foot when you walk, and you will get my free teaching. Now what also told you this secret? Really, he is too perceptive. The silver-haired woman glanced at her, frowned slightly, and walked to the red-haired man. You tell her. Hearing this, she immediately said, I like to chat with humans the most. To the request of humans, as long as it is not excessive, I will usually comply. Angor felt a little amused when he saw how the soul was behaving in a completely different manner. So she did not need the wig anymore. Laplace could easily tame her with a single glance. More importantly, why did she even bother Laplace? Angor looked at the girl who was still trying to please him. From her appearance alone, she did not look any different from a human. However, there were some strange patterns on her face. These patterns surrounded her lips, like some kind of special seal. The patterns were completely connected to her soul. In other words, she probably had these patterns on her body when she was still alive. Perhaps, the lines on the side of her mouth were unique to Seiren? Tell me about yourself, he said after a moment of consideration. The girl was surprised. Introduce myself? Aren't you too? Know what students? Angor shook his head. From what she said, he had a hunch that Nawat was the current owner of this square mirror. It made sense. Considering the relationship between the Changhua clan and the scarecrows, only Nawat, a Changhua clan member, could hold the soul of a scarecrow for a long time. Seeing Angor shaking his head, the soul grew even more confused and panicked. If Nawat did introduce them, she believed that there would be some order, and they would not do anything to her. But if it wasn't Nawat, it meant that something must have happened outside. Perhaps, Nawat had already met with misfortune. Otherwise, she would not have fallen into the hands of outsiders. At this moment, it was basically impossible to make them obey the order proposed by Nawat. In other words, the two people in front of her would probably kill her without saying anything. With this in mind, the girl trembled. She knew that she could not speak carelessly from now on. She had to prove her worth, or she might really die. My name is Xianxia Miles. I am a scarecrow. Angor got a general idea of her situation as she explained. 30 years ago, when Xianxia was studying in the Changhua clan, she was assassinated. Because she deceived a big shot from the dark faction. She managed to escape in the end, but she did not have long to live. She died inside her favorite square mirror. Before her death, Xianxia made some arrangements for her afterlife. She set up a special binding ritual inside the square mirror. This ritual would bind her soul to the mirror after her death, and she would not be able to leave it. It sounded like a very bad ceremony, but in fact, Xianxia had no choice but to do this ceremony. This was the only way to preserve Xianxia's consciousness. Her soul was bound to the mirror and could not leave, but she did not have to worry about falling into depravity. This was why she turned into a bound spirit inside the mirror. After her death, the square mirror fell into Nawat's hands. Nawat was planning to get rid of Xianxia in the mirror, but he changed his mind when he learned about Xianxia's death and whether she would fall into depravity. Nawat decided to make Xianxia a teacher. And the content of her teaching was lying. Xianxia was able to deceive the big shots of the dark lineage. From this, one could see how good she was at lying. Besides, she came from the Changhua clan, which was a race that relied on deceit for a living. She was more than qualified for the job. Teaching people to lie and deceive. Every once in a while, Nawat would send a Changhua clan member from the shadow branch into the square mirror to learn the art of lying from Xianxia. I made the floor collapse just to show my authority as a teacher. Xianxia said, I thought Nawat sent you here to learn from me as well. Angor didn't comment on her explanation and only asked her to continue. Xianxia considered and told him about some of her abilities. Apart from teaching people how to lie and deceive, she also had another ability that Nawat greatly relied on, which was to tell if someone was lying. Detecting lies was an innate ability of the Earthlings. They were born with the ability to detect lies. However, this talent was also divided into different grades. Xianxia's talent was above average. Even if someone was one level higher than her, she could still tell if they were lying. Although Xianxia had yet to reach the level of a wizard, she could easily tell if a wizard was lying. In other words, she could easily see through Angor's lies. However, if it was Laplace, it would not work. Laplace's current body was probably at Truthfinder level, which was beyond Xianxia's ability to tell lies. After explaining her abilities, Xianxia looked at Angor helplessly as if she was waiting to be slaughtered. However, Angor could tell that Xianxia was quite proud of her ability. She believed that she would be put in an important position as long as she could tell that she could tell lies. He had to admit that Xianxia's ability to tell lies was not bad. It was a kind of truth-checking technique. However, Angor knew how to do it. Besides, he also had his super perception, which allowed him to sense someone's emotions without making a sound. He could even sense someone who was several levels higher than him. In this case, Xianxia's ability was basically useless against him. Still, Angor did not plan to use Xianxia too much. Xianxia was only alone to help him with his experiments. She would have to return the favor in the end. I heard that you'll be honest with your people as long as you fulfill their requests. Angor asked. Xianxia nodded. That's right. That's also why we, the Sedge clan, aren't treated differently than the Changhua clan even though we lie. Do you have any requests? Xianxia looked at Angor in confusion. I don't have any requests. If Angor wanted to be honest with her, she would have done so already. She even told Angor that she was a bound spirit. Wasn't that being honest? You can have them. Xianxia? Angor looked at Xianxia's confused expression and continued, I heard that you like to look pretty? Yes. But how did you know that? So what do you want from me now? Xianxia was not stupid. She knew what Angor meant. She thought for a moment and said, I want to be more beautiful? Angor nodded with a smile. Very well. I'll fulfill your request. I can give you a choice. Do you want a wig? Do you want a wig or a wig? Xianxia didn't know what to say. Xianxia was silent for a moment. A wig will do. End of chapter. In the end, Angor took a random wig from Ai Dehua and successfully got Xianxia's cooperation. Xianxia didn't expect to see such a grand entrance. One of them was as intimidating as Grandma Naruto. Yet, she was only asked to do a small experiment. She was already prepared to give herself to them. In the end, it ended so hastily. We'll be on our way. I'm going to do some preparations. You, clean up a clean room here. I'll come back later. Xianxia nodded absent-mindedly. She couldn't leave the mirror, so she had to do it in the mirror space. Angor waved goodbye to Xianxia and left the mirror with Laplace. After returning to the Silver Forest space, Laplace returned to the lakeside and began a new round of fishing. Angor returned to the wooden house, put all the tools and books back into his bracelet, and entered the mirror space. Inside the mirror space, Xianxia looked behind Angor nervously. After confirming that Laplace didn't come in with them, Xianxia let out a long sigh of relief. Her straight back began to bend lazily. She floated in the air like a lazy cat and waved at Angor. I prepared a place for the experiment. It's the place where I taught the ever hustle. Angor looked at Xianxia and wanted to say something. But after a moment of hesitation, he didn't say anything and simply asked her to lead the way. Xianxia didn't look worried at all. She wasn't afraid of Angor. She could tell when Angor was lying. She knew that Angor was being sincere when he asked her to do the experiment. This meant that as long as she didn't cause any trouble, Angor wouldn't hurt her. Besides, she had already put away her wig, which meant they were being honest with each other. Angor did not want to hurt himself at this moment. Therefore, Xianxia didn't have to worry about Angor at all. At least, she was more relaxed than when Laplace was with him. However, Angor was a little nervous when facing Xianxia like this. As for the reason, do you want to come down and walk? Angor asked Xianxia. Xianxia hesitated and looked down. Did I fly too fast? He sighed helplessly and pointed at Xianxia's loose skirt. Xianxia was flying in the air. She was wearing a thin white dress, and the scenery under the dress was unobstructed. She was a soul, but she was still a woman. Angor hesitated for a moment before he decided to remind her. Xianxia looked down and understood what he meant. Xianxia didn't have any shy expression. She wasn't a woman who hid in a boudoir. It was just a little exposure, so she didn't care at all. Besides, she wasn't empty inside. However, Xianxia didn't expect that. You're the first one who made me land on the ground, she mumbled. You're the first one who made me land on the ground. The students from the Xianxia race never warned me. Angor was speechless. Xianxia shrugged. But don't think that those students are lecherous. They don't see me as the opposite sex at all. It's just like how humans wouldn't think about the gender of a griffin when they see one. In the past 30 years, you're the first person to treat me as the opposite sex. Is that a compliment? Xianxia nodded. Yes. But I don't think it's meaningful. Meaningless? Xianxia nodded. Yes, it's meaningless. Just like how humans see griffins, to me, you are the griffins. We're not of the same race, so I don't care if you're colored or not. Perhaps it was because Xianxia was being honest with Angor, she didn't beat around the bush. To her, Angor wasn't one of her race. Therefore, she didn't care whether Angor saw her as the opposite sex or an alien. Angor was a little surprised by Xianxia's straightforward answer. You're quite smart, aren't you? Xianxia nodded without hesitation. Of course. I'm not like those silly girls in my race who think they can fall in love with an alien, especially a Xianxia. Of course not. Besides, Xianxias are all black. What's so nice about them? When I was alive, my dog was black too. Why don't they like dogs? Angor couldn't help but chuckle when he heard Xianxia's sarcasm. So, Xianxia people often fall in love with Xianxia people? Xianxia nodded. Yes, quite a lot. But many of them used to be sincere at first. Later, they realized that the Xianxia people are always on guard against us, so they stopped. Why should I? Because we're lying to them, of course. Angor nodded. The Xianxia people were good at lying, so it was understandable that the Xianxia people would be wary of them. Won't the Everhustle clan fulfill your request? Angor considered for a moment. As long as the request was met, the Xianxia people would be honest with them. Xianxia gave Angor a thoughtful look. I'm sure you're from the outside world. Not the people living in the White Sun Mirror region. You don't know anything about this place. Yes, I've only been here for a few days. Xianxia pursed her lips. You're quite something then. You've already found yourself a powerful backer. Xianxia couldn't help but shudder when she recalled Laplace's aura. Angor did not mind Xianxia's jealous tone. He did not respond to it either. He simply smiled and let it go. Xianxia was planning to see if she could get more information about Laplace from Angor. However, it seemed that Angor was more cautious than she thought. Let's get back to the topic. The Xianxia people rarely agree to the Xianxia people's requests, Xianxia said. As for the reason, it's a long story. In short, we Xianxia people decided to submit to the Xianxia people, and we also gave them some conditions. One of them is that the Xianxia people will not interfere with our business. We've been taught since we were little that we can agree to be honest with other races, but never with the Xianxia people. Because they're not trustworthy. Xianxia's words surprised Angor a little. He thought that the Xianxia people were the minions of the Xianxia people. One was deceiving the world, while the other was deceiving it. They were in cahoots with the Xianxia people. But now, it seemed that the Xianxia people were not without their own opinions. Although they chose to submit to the Xianxia people, they still lived with a clear mind. They used honesty to establish trust with other races, and deceit to bind themselves to the Xianxia people. They didn't have to worry about being deceived by other races, and they didn't have to worry about being influenced by the Xianxia people. This could be considered a way for a small clan to survive in the cracks between the encirclement of various large clans. The Xianxia people are really clear-headed. Angor sighed. Xianxia shrugged. We're not clear-headed. We're just smart. Like just now, Xianxia paused mid-sentence. Angor knew what she meant. But Xianxia did know how to read the situation. Previously, if she had said another word in front of Laplace, she reckoned that her soul would have really dissipated. It was a talent to be able to flatter Laplace so that he wouldn't mind her words. We're here. This is the place. Xianxia stopped and pointed at a room in front of them. I usually teach my Xianxia students here. You can call it a classroom. As Xianxia spoke, she went through the door. Angor walked to the door and pushed it open. There was no dust on the door, and the floor was clean. The door was pushed open smoothly. Angor looked inside. He had to admit that the room was really clean. Not a single speck of dust could be seen. The windows were clean, the light was soft, and the tables and chairs were arranged neatly. There wasn't even a speck of dust on the blackboard. It really looked like a classroom in a school. It was completely different from the dusty hall not far away. This place doesn't look like it was just cleaned. Xianxia lifted her head proudly. Of course it is. I come here every day to clean it. This is a place for teaching. How can it be stained with dust? Angor could see the pride in Xianxia's eyes. You like being a teacher? Xianxia's shoulders stiffened for a second. No. I've been taught since I was young that classrooms are sacred places, and it's best not to be stained by dust. Angor could tell that she was lying even without using his super senses. However, he did not expose Xianxia. He only went along with her words and said, Indeed, I also feel that the classroom is not to be sullied, and teachers are also very sacred. I worked as a teacher for a few days, and I can feel the responsibility of being responsible for my students. Oh? Xianxia looked at Angor curiously. So you're a good teacher too? Angor ignored the two in Xianxia's words and shook his head. No. I just don't think I can handle the burden. That's why I didn't continue teaching. You only taught for a few days, and then you gave up. An irresponsible teacher isn't necessarily a bad teacher, Xianxia said. As long as you teach well, you can still have a good reputation. Angor rubbed his chin. Then I guess I'm a good teacher. I don't think any of my students gave me a bad review. Angor once taught at a Xianxia academy for several days. Not only did he not receive any bad reviews, but he even caused a play box trend, which was still going strong. Xianxia snickered but didn't say anything. Anyone could say such boastful words. Let's talk about the experiment. Do you need my help right now? Xianxia floated in the air again. This time, she didn't stay in front of Angor. Instead, she floated near the blackboard and lazily leaned against it. Angor shook his head. I'm still looking for the corresponding runes. Not now. Angor already told Xianxia the details, which was why Xianxia agreed to help him so quickly. She only needed to check if the soul energy leaked out. This was a simple task for Xianxia. There was no danger, and it wasn't an inhumane experiment either. Of course, Xianxia agreed happily. Alright then. I'll leave this to you. When you need me, just tap on the drawing on the blackboard. With that, Xianxia took out a red pen and drew a square on the blackboard. Then, she walked through the square and disappeared. Angor sensed something and sensed the faint soul energy left in the square. Xianxia must have left it here as a warning. Xianxia had already left the classroom and returned to the hall outside. She was sitting in front of a dressing mirror in the middle of the hall, holding the wig Angor gave her with both hands. She must have been holding it in for a long time. Angor didn't see how vain Xianxia was on her way here. Now, he was sure Noah was right. Angor shook his head and looked away. He found a chair and sat down. His expression slowly turned serious. Under the light from the ceiling, Angor opened Enchantment Cyclopedia and tried to find a single rune that could contain a soul medium. Soon, he found a rune. Soul Calming Rune. When Tutubi mentioned Requiem Magic Array earlier, Angor immediately thought of this rune that shared the same name. Requiem was recorded in the magic array of the Church of Repose. Its effect was to soothe the soul, which meant to calm restless souls. It was hard to tell whether the rune could contain a soul or not, which was why Angor didn't mention it when he was in the dream crystal. He only kept it in mind. After writing the rune on a piece of paper, Angor continued reading. Time passed. In the next few hours, Angor found 4 more runes: Spirit Stream, Soul Seal, Heart of Earth, and Twilight's Breath. These mageweds were very rare. At least, Angor never saw them in the outside world. He only read about them in Enchantment Cyclopedia. Judging from their effects, they all had something to do with souls. However, he didn't know if they could contain a soul medium. Let's try these 5 first. Angor placed the 5 scrolls on the table, stood up, and walked to the blackboard. He gently tapped on the square on the blackboard. Several seconds later, Xianxia's soul emerged from the center of the square. Do you need my help? Xianxia blinked and looked at Angor. Angor looked at Xianxia's beautiful wine-red hair and looked away. Yes. End of chapter. Angor took out a round stool and placed the magic scroll on it. Xianxia looked at the magic scroll on the stool and asked, do I just have to stand on it? You can sit on it. Xianxia floated onto the stool without hesitation. After standing still, Xianxia asked again, and then? Am I going to release the restrictions on my soul power now? Under normal circumstances, both undead and undead would subconsciously control the power of the soul, allowing the power of the soul to stay in their spiritual bodies. To them, binding soul power was like breathing for humans. It was a subconscious action. They could control their soul energy without using their consciousness. On the other hand, releasing the restraints on the soul power required special control. Once the soul energy was released, the soul energy would slowly leak out from the spirit body. This process was very slow, and it was very difficult for outsiders to observe. Only the spirit body could observe it. This was why Angor had to find a spirit body that he could communicate with. Otherwise, he would not be able to tell whether the soul energy was leaking or not. Not yet. I need energy to activate the rune. You can release it when I'm done. Angor shook his head. Xianxia nodded and stood motionless on the stool like a dummy. This was an experiment after all. Xianxia was worried that she might cause the experiment to fail. Therefore, she was so stiff that she felt uncomfortable all over. She didn't even know where to put her hands and feet. Several seconds later, Angor activated the scroll with his mana and gestured at her. Xianxia finally regained her senses. She quickly closed her eyes and released the soul energy. In the next second, Xianxia felt warm all over, just like when she was still alive, basking in the afternoon sun and lazily drinking afternoon tea. She felt like she was soaking in a hot spring. It was so comfortable that she could not help but moan. It had been too long since he had felt such a real sensation. Her perception of the outside world was always cold. This was the first time she felt such warmth in the past 30 years. Keisha's eyes were closed, and her porcelain-like face was flushed red. She was almost about to sink into this land of tenderness. It wasn't until she heard Angor calling her that Xianxia snapped out of her daze. Huh? What are you talking about? Keisha's eyes were still misty as if she could not sense the outside world. Angor sighed. I was asking you, did you feel your soul energy leaking out? Xianxia looked at Angor's helpless face and realized that she was still cooperating with Angor's experiment. She had lost her composure just now. Xianxia felt like her feet were being pricked by needles. She quickly ran away from the stool. She leaned against the blackboard and panted. The blush on her face did not fade away. Angor watched the scene in silence. If he didn't experience it himself, he would think that he had done something inappropriate to Xianxia. Are you all right? Xianxia let out a long sigh and calmed down the shock in her heart before she said, It's nothing. I just feel very strange. Strange? Angor looked at the scroll on the stool. You mean this rune? Xianxia nodded, and the memory from before flashed through her mind. It gives me a warm feeling, as if I'm still alive. It's relaxing and comfortable. But it doesn't feel like me anymore. Xianxia touched her cheeks as she spoke. She was now a spirit, but she still felt something strange about her cheeks. It was as if she was still alive. Angor listened to Xianxia's explanation in silence. Xianxia described it in detail, but she did not mention any important points. Especially when it came to soul energy. I think I get it. It's the effect of making you feel different from your usual self. Yes. Xianxia nodded quickly. But. Angor spread his hands. This rune is called Requiem. It's used to calm restless souls. To put it bluntly, it only calms you down. You don't feel like yourself when you're in Requiem? Xianxia, huh? What I mean is, you've been here for too long, and you've gotten used to staying in the same state. When you're affected by something, whether it's positive or negative, you'll feel different. That's why you feel uncomfortable. But in fact, you're still you. Nothing has changed. I know what you mean. I'm too used to my current state, and I can't accept it. Even if it's a good change. After a pause, Xianxia shifted her gaze to the stool. She looked at the scroll with mysterious runes on it and wondered, Requiem. So my soul has always been restless? This rune is for you. Angor smiled. It can be activated as long as you have energy. Even soul energy can be used as a source of energy. You can try to get used to your new state in the future. Xianxia subconsciously wanted to refuse, but the words were on the tip of her tongue, but she couldn't bring herself to say it. She hadn't felt that kind of warmth for a long, long time. Even if she felt like she was no longer herself, she still longed for that familiar yet strange feeling. Don't say no. I'll give you all the runes I drew here. Think of it as a small reward for cooperating with my experiment. These runes were nothing to Angor. They had no practical use for him to carry them around. He could not sell them, and he had no place to use them. Plus, they would take up too much space. So, he might as well give them to Xianxia as a reward for her cooperation. Xianxia lowered her head and said softly. Thank you. You're welcome. Angor paused for a moment before he continued, now that we're done digressing, let's get back to the experiment. Did you feel any soul energy seeping out of the Requiem rune? Xianxia tried to recall what happened earlier. She was immersed in the long-lost warmth, but she did not forget her duty. She had been taking the initiative to let go of the restriction on her soul power. During this process, her soul power had not stopped dissipating. Although the amount of soul energy that was being emitted was negligible to her, the dissipation itself had never stopped. Angor showed a disappointed look after hearing Xianxia's answer. It seemed that the Requiem rune, which shared the same name as the Requiem magic array, did not receive the same treatment. It could not be used as a medium to carry souls. A magewet that could carry souls had to maintain the condensation of soul power when Xianxia released the restraints on it so that it wouldn't dissipate. Requiem rune, eliminated. It's fine. I have 4 more here. We'll do them one by one. Angor was disappointed. He did not expect to succeed on his first try. Xianxia nodded. Okay. She was looking forward to seeing what kind of runes Angor would take out next. Soon, Angor placed the new rune on the stool and activated it. This one is called Twilight. It's similar to the Requiem rune, which calms the soul. But this one seems to work faster. As soon as Angor spoke, he saw Xianxia's expression turn from joyful to grim. There was no buffer at all. The change happened in an instant. Angor almost thought that Xianxia had fallen into depravity. When he sensed that Xianxia was still calm, he sighed in relief. 3 minutes later, Xianxia jumped down from the chair and spoke to Angor with a frightened look. The rune's effect is really strong. I was looking forward to it 1 second, but the next second, I felt like I just drank a bucket of ice water. My heart was completely cold. Judging from Xianxia's expression, she was also shocked by the sudden change. The Requiem rune was gentle and warm, which calmed people down involuntarily. The Twilight rune, on the other hand, was forceful. It poured a bucket of ice water on you and forced you to calm down. It made me a little uncomfortable, but I'll think about it later. Xianxia rubbed her forehead. It's fine. 2 runes, one hot and one cold. She felt as if she had returned to her life. After all, people couldn't always feel warmth when they were alive. Most of the time, they would feel cold water being poured on them. After Xianxia finished talking about her feelings, she finally got back to the main topic. However, this Mageweth still doesn't make me feel like my soul power is being restrained. In other words, the Twilight rune was eliminated. Angor took out a new rune. Let's continue. This is a Hard Earth rune, which is considered the home of one's soul. It can help energy entities recover quickly. Usually, it has to be combined with a rune of the same type to create a corresponding magic array. But it's fine to use it on its own. The Hard Earth rune didn't only affect the soul. All life forms formed from energy would be used as the Mageweth's target. Xianxia flew to the stool out of curiosity and stood still. 2 minutes later, Xianxia exclaimed in surprise, "This rune can recover my soul power. It's slow, but it's faster than I can recover on my own." After Xianxia finished her compliment, she followed up with a proviso. However, it didn't make me feel like my soul force was being restrained. Although the amount of soul energy recovered is much more than the amount dissipated. Angor didn't know what to say. It wasn't about the ratio between recovery and consumption. Angor sighed and looked at the 2 remaining scrolls on the table. One was Soul Mark, and the other was Spirit Stream. His strategy was straightforward. He would use whichever rune he thought was most likely to be used as a medium. According to his own ranking, the most likely medium Mageweths to contain souls were the Requiem Mageweth, the Twilight Breath Mageweth, followed by the Heart Earth Mageweth, and lastly the Soul Seal Mageweth and the Spirit Stream Mageweth. He looked around and finally looked at the rune on the Soul Seal. Soul Mark and Spirit Stream. He believed that Soul Mark was more likely to be used than Spirit Stream. Soul Mark doesn't have a direct effect. It needs to be combined with other runes. It's a receiver rune. It doesn't have a direct effect, but it can mark and guide the movement of soul power in a magic array. Many Mageweths that required soul power to be inscribed would have corresponding soul imprint Mageweths. In other words, Soul Mark was a rune that specifically targeted soul power. Compared to the Spirit Stream rune, this rune was more likely to be the Soul Seal rune. Xianxia immediately stood up after putting the scroll of Soul Seal Mageweth on the stool. With her previous experience, Xianxia didn't feel stiff or restrained at all. She even treated the stool as her stage. She stood on the stool, lifted her wine-red wig, and posed elegantly. Perhaps she would look even more charming if she changed into a colorful dress. But even so, with Xianxia's appearance, her performance was filled with an exotic flavor. Unfortunately, no one was there to appreciate such a beautiful stage. Angor completely ignored Xianxia's flirtatious behavior and focused on the rune. After activating the rune, Angor quickly looked at Xianxia. Xianxia also understood the importance of the matter. After the perception Mageweth was activated, she stopped fiddling with her body, closed her eyes, and released the restraint on her soul power. A moment later, Xianxia opened her eyes and shook her head. Nothing. Angor couldn't help but sigh in his mind when he heard the familiar answer. He was still too naive. Now that he thought about it, even a genius like Tootsie couldn't find a solution for a single rune. It would be very difficult for him to find a solution right away. Perhaps he should set his sights on dual magewefts instead of single magewefts. But which ones are suitable for dual runes? Xianxia noticed Angwar's long silence, so she had to remind him, there's another scroll on the table. Should we continue? Angwar looked at the spirit stream scroll on the table and nodded. Let's have a try. Angwar put the scroll on the stool and explained, this is a spirit stream rune. It's used to restrict the movement of souls. The spirit stream rune was a control-type rune, but it could only control spirits. Since it could control the movement of souls, Angwar wondered if it could also restrict the dissipation of soul power. This was why he chose the spirit stream rune as one of his experimental runes. 1 minute later, just as Angwar was about to give up, Xianxia suddenly spoke up, Huh? My soul power is still dissipating, but it's slower than before. End of chapter. Angwar was a little surprised by Xianxia's answer. My soul power dissipates slower? Xianxia nodded. Yes, I'm sure. None of the runes I tested before had any effect on the dissipation of soul power. This spirit stream rune is the only one that can slow down the dissipation of soul power. Xianxia stood on the spirit stream magewef and stroked her chin. She carefully sensed the magewef and said, it's about twice as slow as normal. Xianxia looked at Angwar, who was lost in thought. But slowing down and stopping it are two different things. Will it really work? Angwar shook his head. I don't know. But I can try walking in this direction. The spirit stream rune was a control-type rune. Angwar picked it randomly because he only wanted to see the effect of the control rune. Personally, he did not expect the spirit stream rune to work. In fact, he thought it was the least likely one. But to his surprise, the only rune that could slow down the dissipation of soul power turned out to be the least promising one. Angwar did not know if a control-type rune could stop the dissipation of soul power. But at least it did affect the soul power. This meant that control was also a path. As for whether the end of this road was a dead end or an open road, they would only know after they tried. There should be more similar runes in Enchantment Cyclopedia. Angwar decided to try this path first. After handing the 5 scrolls to Xianxia, Angwar asked her to leave the classroom. He stayed in the classroom and began to read Enchantment Cyclopedia again. When he was looking for runes, he had no idea how to do it. He just randomly picked one rune after another, believing it to be a good one. In the end, he chose the 5 runes. But this time, he had a way to find the runes. He only needed to find runes that could control souls. In just half an hour, Angwar found 3 such runes. He was much more efficient than before. This was the difference between aimless and purposeful work. About 10 hours later, Angwar picked out more than 100 runes related to soul control from Enchantment Cyclopedia, for beginners. Among the 100 or so runes, he went through the process of merging similar runes again. In the end, he carefully selected over 20 corresponding magewefts. And this was only the introductory chapter. There was still the advanced chapter and the even vaster perfect chapter. If he were to go through all of them, he would probably be able to pick out tens of thousands of magewefts. However, the further one went in the Enchantment Encyclopedia, the more difficult it would be. For now, he planned to experiment with the beginner chapter first. He would try the advanced and perfect chapters when he could not find a solution for the beginner chapter. He took out a stack of parchment paper from his bracelet. He began to draw the magewefts one by one. In less than an hour, he finished drawing a dozen scrolls. The remaining scrolls required special soul-type blood ink. This kind of material was sold outside. But there was no need to go out and buy it. He could just ask Xianxia to help him make it. It wasn't difficult to make it either. Ordinary blood ink was infused with soul power. Then, he would let the power of the soul circulate in the blood ink. Every drop of blood ink would contain the power of the soul. Then, it would be considered complete. Xianxia only needed to infuse her soul energy into the ink and manipulate her soul energy to fuse with the ink. Angwar called Xianxia in and told her what he needed. Xianxia did not refuse. After all, the scrolls would belong to her in the end. She did not mind using a little soul energy. Angwar handed a bottle of blood ink to Xianxia and waited for her to make the soul-type blood ink. While waiting, he suddenly sensed a ripple of mana coming from the area. It came from the illusion room outside. It was a doorbell Angwar set up. When someone was looking for him, the doorbell would automatically release mana ripples. Angor was inside the mirror, but since the mirror was not sealed, the ripples could be directly transmitted from the outside world into the mirror space. Even Xianxia, who was about to make the blood ink, looked up with a puzzled look. Is that mana from a wizard? Xianxia looked at the second floor, where the ripples came from. That was the exit of the mirror. Don't worry. It's probably Laplace looking for me. Keep making the blood ink. I'll go take a look. Hearing the name Laplace, Xianxia immediately recalled the image of the silver-haired she-devil and shuddered. Xianxia quickly nodded and did not dare to say anything. Even though Laplace hadn't entered the mirror, she still felt an inexplicable sense of deterrence. After chatting with Xianxia for a while, Angor left the classroom and headed to the exit on the second floor. Soon, he came out of the mirror and returned to the illusion room outside. The door was still locked, but Angor could hear someone knocking on the door. He was surprised to see who it was. Indeed, Laplace was among them, but not only Laplace, but Luigi was with him. Also, it seemed that Luigi was the leader, while Laplace was only accompanying him. Angor could tell that Luigi was worried about something. Not knowing what was going on, Angor quickly opened the door. When Luigi saw Angor, he spoke without hesitation, "He's here. He's here." Angor chuckled as he walked out. So excited to see me? And I'm here 3 times? Luigi rolled his eyes in annoyance. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about him. Him? Angor walked into the yard and snapped his fingers. An exquisite round table and 3 chairs appeared in the middle of the yard. Who do you mean by he? Angor asked them to sit down. Luigi, who are you talking about? It can only be him. Are you playing riddles with me? Riddles my ass. I'm talking about Guillermo. Guillermo? Angor was stunned for 2 seconds before he realized that Guillermo was a key character in Uriel's main quest 5, and also a new dream NPC. Guillermo's here? So you've already completed your main quest? He remembered that the mission this time was different from the previous ones. He only had 1 chance to challenge it. Seeing how anxious Luigi was, could it be that he had failed the main mission? Luigi shook his head. The main quest hasn't started yet. I just received a message from the Wonderland that Guillermo is coming. Angor sighed in relief after hearing Luigi's words. Guillermo was probably a one-time dream NPC. If Luigi had already completed his main quest, Angor would not be able to see Guillermo again. Angor was very interested in Guillermo. Even though Guillermo and Uriel were both NPCs in the Dream Realm, the difference was that Uriel was the owner of this dungeon and was a native Dream Realm NPC. Guillermo, on the other hand, had never come into contact with a dream crystal before this. It was only because Luigi had submitted the Black Sheep confession to the main storyline quest that Uriel in the real world had thought of something and forcefully pulled Guillermo, a passerby, into the dream crystal to act as a Dream Realm NPC. For this reason, Guillermo was a very special existence. Angor really wanted to see how the authority of the Wonderland would affect this unexpected visitor. What's the message about the fairyland? Luigi did not beat around the bush, and directly recounted the previous situation. 5 minutes ago, Luigi was practicing his piano in Uriel's dungeon. This was because his main mission 5 required him to go through 3 rounds of duels with his opponents. 3 rounds of duels and 3 songs. He had to practice his song before the duel. As Luigi was immersed in his practice, the long-awaited message of the Wonderland suddenly rang in his ears. Special Dream Realm Uriel's Choice, Main Quest 5, Letter of Challenge, begin. Attention, Guillermo will visit you at 8 p.m. tonight. Guillermo will enter the dream state after his visit. You only have 1 chance to complete this quest. To win, you must prepare well before the battle. The message was similar to the previous one. The only difference was that the previous one did not mention when Guillermo would come. It only told Luigi to wait. This time, it clearly stated that Guillermo would visit him at 8 p.m. It was less than an hour away from 8 p.m. Luigi logged off as soon as he saw the message. After telling Laplace about this, Laplace quickly came to find Angor. Didn't you say that you wanted to watch the entire process of the main mission? I came to you as soon as I received the message, Luigi said. That's great of me, isn't it? Angor gave Luigi a thumbs up. If Luigi did not tell him, he would not have received Guillemo's message. He planned to ask Xianxia to check the scroll after he finished drawing it. However, Guillemo's appearance interrupted his plan. But it did not matter. It would not be too late to do the runes after witnessing Guillemo's existence. Is Laplace coming too? Laplace nodded. I have nothing better to do. I heard you're going, so I thought I might as well join the livestream. You guys go online first. I'll go talk to Xianxia and be right back. Luigi quickly closed his eyes and entered the dream crystal. Angor looked at Laplace. You go online as well. I'll send you to Uriel's dungeon. Laplace glanced at Angor and nodded. Then I'll leave it to you. Laplace entered the dream crystal as well, and Angor set her entry point to be outside Uriel's attic. After making sure everything was correct, Angor returned to the illusion hut and entered the mirror. He returned to the classroom. He noticed that Xianxia had finished mixing the soul ink. Judging from the amount of soul energy contained in the ink, it was a high-quality soul ink. This meant Xianxia's soul energy was very pure. It was not as strong as a soul manipulator, but it was still one of the strongest undead creatures. Angor praised Xianxia and told her to leave for now, saying that he needed to draw runes. After Xianxia left the classroom, Angor closed his eyes and entered the dream crystal. At the same time, somewhere far away in space. Dusk, Dawn City, Tasman Empire. A carriage was slowly moving toward the outskirts of the city. The main road was muddy, but there were 2 deep ruts on it. This meant it was a well-used road. Under the control of a well-dressed coachman, the black carriage was heading toward Night Mountain, which was located at the eastern outskirts of Dawn City. After going around Night Mountain and passing through a dark forest, the carriage finally saw a castle hidden by a lake. The carriage stopped outside the castle. The door of the carriage opened, and an old butler in neat clothes and a young boy in a white suit stepped out. The well-groomed young boy complained in a low voice, I don't know why Grandpa likes to come to Night Mountain. It's so dark here. There's nothing but a lake. The young boy glanced at the direction of the castle and saw an old woman in plain clothes walking toward them. He couldn't help but mutter, only Auntie Sim came to welcome us. Back in the city, at least 2 squads of servants would come to greet him whenever he returned home. Unlike this place, which was so quiet that it was hard to see a living person even after walking for a few hundred meters. He didn't know why Grandpa lived here. The old butler beside the young boy smiled and explained softly, Master likes peace and quiet. This place is just right. The young boy pouted and muttered, he likes peace and quiet, but it's difficult for me. The old butler smiled and didn't say anything. Instead, it was Auntie Sim who walked over who sneered and said, Butler Prang is still as hypocritical as ever. He doesn't even think before he speaks. Master doesn't like peace and quiet. He just doesn't want to see the light. The old butler smiled at Auntie Sim. You can't say these words carelessly. The old butler glanced at the young boy beside him, hinting to Auntie Sim that these words couldn't be said in front of the young boy. Auntie Sim didn't care. Young Master is old enough to know these things. The young boy? Know what? Why don't I understand? The old butler stroked the young boy's shiny hair. Don't mind it. Auntie Sim means that Master doesn't like light. Doesn't like light? Auntie Sim clearly said that she doesn't like light. Light? The young boy touched his chin. Is Auntie Sim referring to the Church of Light? Grandpa doesn't like the Church of Light? The old butler and Auntie Sim looked at each other. The old butler's eyes were full of condemnation, while Auntie Sim turned her head and whistled nonchalantly. Young Master, don't think too much. The old butler sighed. Let's go see Master first. Don't you have something to give him? Yes, it's a letter my classmate asked me to pass on. End of chapter. When the young master said classmate, a suspicious blush appeared on his fair face. Seeing this, a hint of a smile flashed across Pu Lang's eyes. He naturally knew that the young master was so eager to deliver the letter because it came from the girl he had a crush on. It was also because of this motivation that the young master forced himself to come to Night Mountain in the middle of the night. This was youth. Pu Lang sighed in his heart. His gaze drifted to the young master's chest pocket and he could see a corner of Tsinbai's letter. This was the letter the young master was about to send to the old master. When he saw this letter, Pu Lang's expression darkened slightly. Before coming, he already knew who sent this letter to the old master. Auriel. He was also the uncle of the girl the young master had a crush on. The fact that the other party was in the same class as the young master meant that they were on the same level. Under normal circumstances, a letter from their family could be sent directly to the old master. But the other party took a big detour and asked the young master to help deliver the letter. There was something fishy going on. As for what was fishy, Pu Lang, who had served old master Guillermo for most of his life, knew very well. Guillermo and Auriel hated each other. Although it wasn't to the extent that they wanted to kill each other, the old master would fly into a rage whenever he heard Auriel's name. After all, it was because of Auriel that the young mistress disappeared. If Auriel had sent a letter directly to Guillermo, he would probably have tossed it aside without even looking at it, just like the letter he had sent not long ago. Auriel probably guessed Guillermo's reaction and wrote a second letter. He took a big detour and handed it to the young master to help deliver the letter. And the young master was old master Guillermo's most beloved descendant. From this move, it was clear that Auriel knew Guillermo very well. But Pu Lang didn't understand why Auriel was so insistent on delivering the letter to the old master. What message did he want to send to the old master? Pu Lang actually didn't hate Auriel. He knew very well that the young mistress' disappearance had nothing to do with Auriel. Moreover, Auriel's decadent appearance had been noticed by Pram. It wasn't easy for him either. This was also why Butler Prang pretended not to know that the letter in the young master's hand came from Auriel and brought him to Night Mountain to meet the master. She just didn't know if old master would be willing to accept this letter on account of little young master. It's so dark, so cold, the mountain of night has blocked all the human aura. It's freezing here. There's also a big lake next to it, and the humidity in the lake is bone-piercing. Grandpa, are you really recuperating here? I feel even more uncomfortable here. While the young master was complaining, Auntie Sim led them through the long front yard and garden to the front of the castle. After entering the castle, the young master's nagging finally lessened. It was dark and cold outside, but the interior of the castle was brightly lit. Furnace tubes were everywhere, sending warmth to every corner. In addition, there were many cats and dogs in the castle, so the castle didn't seem lonely. Of course, the most important thing was that little young master was surrounded by a few puppies. This satisfied his little vanity, and made him less impatient in an instant. However, although little young master didn't complain, it was Auntie Sim's turn to complain. Old master likes puppies and kittens. Every once in a while, there'll be a new batch of puppies and kittens in the castle. Auntie Sim said, just as little young master said, there's too little manpower in the castle. The dozen or so servants left behind spend 80% of their time taking care of these cats and dogs. Just cleaning their fur every day is enough to give me a headache. At this point, Auntie Sim couldn't help but curse, damned radiance. The radiance here was undoubtedly the Church of Radiance. As for why Auntie Sim would curse the Church of Radiance for cleaning their fur, the reason was very simple. The Church of Radiance was practically the only power in Daybreak City, or rather the Great Seaman Empire. Old Master often cursed the Church of Radiance at home. If those unpleasant words were to spread, Old Master would probably die 1,000 times over. In order to prevent Old Master's words from spreading, the servants here were the most loyal ones. There were only a dozen or so of them. The wind vein in Auntie Sim's heart was very clear, Old Master was definitely not wrong. The one at fault was naturally the Church of Radiance. Damn Church of Radiance. If it weren't for them, young Miss wouldn't have been persecuted. Old Master wouldn't have lived in Night Mountain all year round because he hated seeing people from the Church of Radiance. He also wouldn't have been afraid to hire servants because he was afraid that the curses would spread. Therefore, everything was the Church of Radiance's fault. Butler Prong obviously knew Auntie Sim very well and agreed with her point of view. He echoed, that's right. Damned Radiance. Auntie Sim turned her head and glanced at him. Now you're not worried about teaching little young master the wrong things? Butler Prong shrugged. Little young master has guessed it anyway. Besides, we're cursing the Church of Radiance. We didn't name them. Auntie Sim gave Butler Prong a deep look and snorted. At least you know what's good for you. You can go back to your room tonight. Butler Prong's eyes lit up. Yes, Butler Prong and Auntie Sim were a couple. But because of Old Master, they lived apart all year round. This time, Butler Prong volunteered to follow Little Young Master to Night Mountain because he missed his wife. Soon, surrounded by a group of cats and dogs, they arrived at the hall of the castle. There were more and more people in the hall. But just as Auntie Sim had complained before, the servants in the hall were all circling around cats and dogs. Auntie Sim casually pushed away a golden retriever that was running towards her. Then, she bypassed the black cat on the carpet and touched the palm-sized kitten meowing on the table. Finally, he came to the side of the curtain and stretched his head to look inside. There were still cats and dogs inside, but they were all sleeping. Auntie Sim wasn't looking at these sleeping animals. She was mainly looking at the clock on the wall. It's 7 o'clock now. If nothing unexpected happens, Old Master will rest at 8. During this hour, Old Master usually drinks tea and reads newspapers in the study. Let's go. While Old Master is reading the newspaper, I'll take you to him first. Under Auntie Sim's lead, they came to the 3rd floor of the castle and stopped in front of a door that emitted a warm yellow light. Little Young Master knew without Auntie Sim's reminder that behind this door was Grandpa's study. Because Grandpa's voice had already come out from the door. But Grandpa's voice wasn't that pleasant. F***ck his son of a bitch. These priests who don't work and only know how to eat people without spitting out their bones are starting to block the road again. Aren't they afraid of being strangled by someone if the road is blocked at night? If my name wasn't already on the roster, I would have spent money to hire someone to deal with these sons of bitches. F***ck the Church of Glory, a series of curses silenced everyone standing at the door. Little Young Master finally understood why Grandpa didn't like to stay in the city. With his threatening curses, people from the church would probably come to enforce the law the next day. Sure enough, Grandpa made the right choice to stay in Night Mountain. Looking at the dazed Little Young Master, Butler Prong sighed softly. At least it means that Old Master is still full of energy and has recovered well in Night Mountain. Who is it? Who's outside? Just as Butler Prong finished speaking, Old Master's irritable voice came from inside the door. With a dong sound, the door of the study was opened, and the orange-yellow warm light inside made the corridor a little brighter. But soon, the warm light was blocked by a black shadow. It was a middle-aged man wearing a black nightgown. His hair was slightly moist. It was obvious that he had just taken a shower. From his appearance, it was impossible to tell that he was already Grandpa's generation. Only the few strands of white hair at his temples showed that he wasn't young. This person was the owner of Night Mountain's castle, Guillermo. Guillermo opened the door in anger. He hated it when people disturbed him while he was reading newspapers. But when he opened the door and saw a trembling little boy standing outside, his expression changed instantly. The anger on his face disappeared, and his expression became gentle. Even his eyes revealed some kindness. Little Treasure. Guillermo walked out with a smile and patted Little Treasure's head. It's the middle of the night. Why are you here? If you had told me you were coming, I would have gone down to fetch you. Little Young Master, or Little Treasure, obediently called out, Grandpa. When Guillermo heard this, his expression became even gentler. Come, let's talk inside. Guillermo held Little Treasure's hand and walked into the study. Butler Prong and Aunt Sim followed them in. The study was very warm, and there was a faint floral fragrance in the air. It made people relax involuntarily. There was a newspaper on the desk, and there was a steaming cup of tea beside it. It was obvious that Guillermo was reading the newspaper in the study just a second ago. Guillermo didn't sit at the desk. Instead, he held Little Treasure's hand and walked to the sofa opposite the desk. At Guillermo's signal, Butler Prong and Auntie Sim also sat down. As soon as they sat down, Guillermo started to care about Little Treasure's life. From his studies in school, to his daily piano practice, to his music training, he cared about everything. Little Treasure was very impudent outside, but in front of Guillermo, he was as obedient as a puppy. After all, his grandfather had raised him since he was young. Even though they weren't direct relatives, their relationship was closer than that of father and son. No matter what Guillermo asked, Little Treasure would answer obediently. This exchange of questions and answers took close to 20 minutes. Finally, after Guillermo understood Little Treasure's recent situation, he asked about the reason for his sudden visit today. I know you very well. You're a crazy person. If there's nothing important, you definitely won't come to Night Mountain to find me. I've noticed that you've been wanting to talk for a while now. Tell me, what do you want from me? Little Treasure's eyes lit up. He immediately took out the letter from his breast pocket and handed it to Guillermo. Guillermo had already noticed the letter in Little Treasure's breast pocket. Furthermore, from the stamp on the letter, he could already guess who sent it. He even guessed Little Treasure's motive. However, Guillermo really treated Little Treasure very well. Even though he was very resistant to this letter, he still gave Little Treasure a chance to speak in the end. Grandpa, this is the letter my classmate asked me to pass to you. Guillermo smiled and took the letter. As expected, it was that familiar name on the letter. A trace of gloominess flashed past Guillermo's eyes, but when he thought of Little Treasure beside him, he didn't say much. He only asked Little Treasure about the source of the letter. When he saw Little Treasure's face turn red at the mention of his classmate, Guillermo understood the reason behind it. No wonder Little Treasure came to deliver the letter in the middle of the night. So it was his first awakening of love. And the person he liked was that family. Even though Guillermo didn't really like Uriel, he didn't have any opinions about the rest of his family. He thought for a moment, then said to Little Treasure, you don't have to go back tonight. Let Aunt Sim take you to take a bath first. Then you can sleep with Grandpa tonight. How about that? Little Treasure immediately nodded. All right. Can I hug a kitten to sleep with? Guillermo smiled. Of course. Go, Aunt Simu will take you to the bathing place. Little Treasure didn't say much. He obediently left with Aunt Sim. When only Guillermo and Butler Prong were left in the study, Guillermo's expression finally sank. This letter. You should know who sent it. Butler Prong lowered his head and made a soft sound of acknowledgement. Then why didn't you stop him? Butler Prong said. Master, this is the second letter Uriel has sent. If he only sent one letter, I definitely wouldn't have brought it to you. But he sent 2 letters consecutively. I think he has something important to say. Perhaps, it has something to do with Mississippi. Uriel knew that Guillermo hated him, so in Butler Prong's opinion, Uriel wouldn't provoke Guillermo for no reason. Since he sent 2 letters consecutively, it must be something important. Guillermo thought of this as well. He fell silent for a moment, then sighed deeply. Forget it. I'll give Little Treasure some face. After he finished speaking, Guillermo returned to his desk. After muttering to himself for a few seconds, he opened the thick envelope. Very quickly, the contents of the envelope were revealed. There were 6 large sheets of paper. No wonder they were so thick. Little Treasure's chest pocket was bulging. Guillermo used the oil lamp's light to open the first sheet of paper and read it silently. About 10 minutes later, Guillermo finished reading the letter. The reason he read it so quickly was because it was only 3 pages long. The last 3 pages didn't contain the contents of the letter. Instead, it contained a harp score that Uriel had sent. Guillermo originally thought that Uriel had discovered something related to his sister. For example, he had discovered traces of his sister. He didn't expect that Uriel would spend so many pages describing a harp score that he'd obtained. Moreover, according to Uriel, he'd obtained this harp score from a dream. What a joke. Master. Is there a message from the first miss? Prong asked curiously when he saw Guillermo put down the letter. Guillermo shook his head. No. Prong paused. Then did Uriel send a letter because of something important? Guillermo sneered. No. Then why is he? Guillermo placed the harp score on the table. I don't know where he got this harp score, but he wants to invite me to perform it. Prong glanced at the table. It really was a harp score. Prong sighed. He thought Uriel had an urgent matter to attend to, but it turned out he only wanted to invite the master to perform this harp score. He had wanted to speak up for Uriel in front of the master, but now it seemed there was nothing to praise. At least, Uriel's intentions are good. Prong said, he knows that in all of Dawn City, no, in all of the Great Simon Empire, the master is the best harp player. Guillermo was once the grand finale of the international stage. In the field of harp playing, if he claimed to be second, no one would dare claim to be first. Perhaps that's why he invited you to perform this harp score. Guillermo glanced at Prong and snorted. From your tone, it seems you think this harp score is very valuable? Prong said, although I haven't interacted much with Uriel, I don't think he would use a random harp score to entertain the master. Butler Prang's words were firm. After all, Uriel was once a famous artistic genius in the Great Simon Empire. Otherwise, how could the first miss have become his companion? Prong was certain that there was a reason why Uriel dared to disturb Guillermo with a harp score. It was likely that this harp score was very valuable. Guillermo laughed coldly when he heard Butler Prong's words. Unfortunately, you're wrong this time. Prong, huh? Guillermo, according to what he wrote in the letter, he dreamt of this harp score. So you think this harp score is very valuable? Or do you think he's lying and that the source of this harp score is very rare? In a dream? After hearing this answer, Butler Prang had the same thought as Guillermo. Is this a joke? But when he calmed down and thought about it carefully, he felt that it was nothing. Uriel was a genius. It was not impossible to compose a harp score after getting inspiration from a dream. There were many similar examples in history. Although most of them were exaggerated, since they were recorded, there should be some basis for it. It doesn't matter if the dream composition is an excuse or not. Personally, I think there must be a reason why Uriel dared to send this music score to us. Prang looked at the 3 pieces of paper on the table. Perhaps this music score is really good? After Butler Prang finished speaking, he lowered his head. He knew very well that he had overstepped his boundaries with his words. It was the only thing he could do to help Uriel. Guillermo didn't take Butler Prang's words to heart. After pondering for a moment, he sighed softly and said, "You're right. He probably wouldn't send a score over for no reason. Either this score is really rare, or there's something strange about it." As for what was strange? It was hard to say. But in the history of the Great Saman Empire, there was no lack of cases where clues were transmitted through music. There were even cases where prosecutors used music scores left behind by the victims to find the murderer. These were all considered strange. Guillermo knew how Uriel felt about him. If Uriel saw his back, he'd probably run away in fear. Under these circumstances, Uriel had taken the initiative to come over with a score. There had to be a reason. Thinking of this, Guillermo reached out and picked up the score on the table. What was the reason? He'd find out after reading the score. Guillermo had originally come to read the Black Sheep Confession with a scrutinizing attitude, but after reading 2 or 3 lines, his expression slowly became solemn. Guillermo's mind automatically deduced the corresponding notes. Even without a real harp, he could vaguely sense that there was something wrong with this score. It seemed to be religious music. Uriel clearly knew that he hated religion. Why would he send him religious music? No. Guillermo felt the notes in his mind becoming denser and denser. Each of these notes was on the same path as religious music, but their arrangement wasn't right. They were supposed to be solemn notes, but the interpretation in his mind was frivolous and even a little crazy. Could it be that he was using religious music to express rebellion? This kind of music score was extremely rare in the Great Saman Empire. Only Birmingham's Eden Academy had records of it. And those records were only for teaching purposes. There weren't many examples. Because if there was an example, it was tantamount to slapping the empire's rulers in the face. And this kind of music was anti-religious music. In the Great Saman Empire, where the Church of Radiance flourished, this was definitely a taboo. Why would Uriel give him an anti-religious music score? Could it be some kind of hint? Guillermo felt his eyebrows twitch. After a moment of silence, Guillermo raised his head and looked at Butler Prang. "Go and bring me my forest poem. It's in the room next door." The forest poem was a harp that Guillermo often used. It was also a harp that his sister had personally made for him. Soon, Butler Prang brought the orange-yellow harp to Guillermo. After receiving the harp, Guillermo didn't immediately play it. Instead, he said to Butler Prang, "Go out first. Clear the people on the 2nd and 3rd floors to the 1st floor. Without my permission, no one is allowed to come up, not even Xiaobao." Butler Prang was stunned. Was it that serious? He had already guessed that Galemo planned to play this harp score. But when he played, he actually wanted to clear the people on the second floor. This was something that Butler Prang hadn't expected. It seemed like this harp score really was strange. Butler Prang saw Galemo's grim expression and didn't dare to ask any more questions. He nodded. I understand. I'll go clear the second floor now. About 5 minutes later, Butler Prang came back to report that all the people on the 2 floors had been cleared. Galemo thought for a moment and had Butler Prang wait in the hall on the first floor. After all, if this really was anti-religious music, Butler Prang might be implicated if he heard it. After everyone left, Galemo waited for a few more minutes. He closed all the windows and doors, and even closed the thick velvet curtains. After doing all this, he returned to his desk and picked up the Xianxia. He looked at the score on the desk. His fingers slowly strummed the notes on the instrument. While Galemo was performing the Black Sheep Confession. Outside Auriel's dream crystal domain. As soon as he came online, he felt the fruit on the tree of authority, which was related to Wonderland, shaking slightly. Angor quickly sent his consciousness into the tree of authority. However, he couldn't find anything wrong. Even when he used the search function, he still couldn't find anything wrong. He had no choice but to give up for now. When he regained consciousness, he saw Laplace looking at him with a puzzled expression. What's wrong? Laplace asked worriedly. From Laplace's perspective, Angor was just greeting him when he suddenly frowned and closed his eyes. He didn't say anything for 10 minutes. Laplace didn't know what happened. He didn't want to disturb Angor, so he just waited nearby. When Angor finally opened his eyes, Laplace asked worriedly, "What's wrong?" Angor didn't hide anything and told Laplace about the strange movement of the Wonderland. I don't know what happened. Angor was still puzzled. This was the first time he saw something like this. It didn't seem like anything serious, but there had to be a reason for it. Wonderland couldn't have been so bored that it just shook its feet, right? Laplace considered. The authority is related to the dungeons. Maybe something happened to one of them? Hearing Laplace's words, Angor couldn't help but look up at a wooden attic not far from the crystal plane. Was it related to Auriel's dungeon? If the Wonderland Authority had something to do with Auriel's dungeon, then it had to do with Galemo, the NPC in his dream. Did Galemo already enter the dungeon? Angor quickly used God's view to check the dungeon. A moment later, he exited the room with a puzzled look. Luigi was still practicing his piano on the first floor, while Auriel was sitting on the second floor. He didn't seem to be dreaming either. As for Galemo, he didn't show up either. The information inside the dungeon was stable. It didn't seem like a main quest had been activated. In other words, the Wonderland Authority had nothing to do with Galemo? Then, where did it go wrong? It might not be Auriel's dungeon. Maybe it's another one? You can't monitor every single one of them. Don't worry. As long as the dungeons are still there, the problem will be exposed sooner or later. Angor thought about it and agreed. Dungeons were meant to be challenged. When more races from the White Sun Mirror region entered the dungeon, someone would definitely challenge the dungeons. If there was something wrong with the dungeon, it would be exposed sooner or later. With that in mind, Angor put his worries aside and waited for Luigi's main quest to activate. The outskirts of Dawn City, Night Hill Castle. Xiaobao finished his bath and sat on the sofa in the living room on the first floor in his fur robe. Maybe it was because he still smelled like milk, but he attracted several puppies who also smelled like milk. Xiaobao wasn't interested in the puppies. Instead, he was holding a white kitten in his arms, which was struggling to get away. The kitten was crying for milk when it couldn't get what it wanted, while the kitten wanted to run away. However, Xiaobao liked the kitten that didn't want to leave him. While forcing himself on the kitten, Xiaobao looked at Butler Prang. What's Grandpa doing? Didn't he say he's going to sleep with me tonight? Why won't he let me go upstairs? He even chased everyone to the first floor. Butler Pu Lang smiled and said, Master must have his reasons for doing things. Just wait for a while. Auntie Sim also chimed in, I think he's preparing some aromatherapy for Xiaobao. If there are too many people, the aroma will be sucked away. That's not good. Did Galemo prepare any aromatherapy for Xiaobao? Auntie Sim didn't know, but even if he didn't, she could prepare it later. Xiaobao pouted and didn't ask any more questions. Grandpa wasn't going to accompany him anyway, and he had the kitten to accompany him now. Time passed quickly as everyone waited in the hall. When the clock on the wall reached 7:50, footsteps sounded from the stairs. Everyone looked over and saw Guillermo walking down with a smile. "Master." "Grandpa." A series of voices rang out from the hall. Guillermo smiled and nodded at everyone. "Sorry to trouble you. There are no more problems now. You can go up and do whatever you need to do." After receiving Guillermo's approval, the servants in the hall left and returned to their posts. Guillermo walked in front of Xiaobao and smiled. "You must have waited for a long time. Let's go back and sleep." Xiaobao blinked. "Now?" Guillermo nodded. Xiaobao raised the fluttering kitten in his arms and asked, "Then can I bring it along?" Guillermo, "Of course. Let's go. Let Auntie Sim bring you up first. I'll talk to Butler Prong and come up later." Xiaobao nodded obediently. He carried the kitten and followed Auntie Sim upstairs. Guillermo walked to Butler Prong and took out a letter. He handed it to him. "Help me pass this letter to Oriel tomorrow." Butler Prong looked at the sealed letter and nodded. "I understand." Guillermo smiled and patted his shoulder. "You must be tired tonight. Rest early." With that, Guillermo turned and left. Butler Prong hesitated for a moment, but still said, "Master, that music score." Guillermo paused and turned to look at Butler Prong. He smiled. "Don't worry. There's nothing wrong with that music score." At first, Guillermo thought that Oriel had written a piece of music that was against the Church of Glory. But after he played it, he was certain that it was anti-religious music. Anyone with a bit of musical knowledge would be able to tell that the music wasn't against the Church of Glory. Because of this, even if this music score was leaked, it wouldn't cause too much trouble. As long as it was academic research, it could be fooled. However, Guillermo was still very confused. Why would Oriel give this music score to him? Although this music score is not bad, and it's full of exotic charm, I don't think it's possible. However, I don't believe that Oriel obtained it in his dreams. Give the letter to Oriel tomorrow and see how he responds. After Guillermo finished speaking, he returned to the study. This time, he didn't play again. Instead, he silently looked at the score of the Black Sheep Confession. In his eyes, it was no longer a piece of paper filled with musical notes. He saw countless images, and these images all emerged from the musical notes. It was also the image he saw when he played before. He saw the devastation of the religion and heard the cries of the people. He smelled the smell of blood under the robe and felt the burning sensation of the flames. When the Church of Heaven collapsed in the flames, the Black Sheep Confession also came to an abrupt end. But the images in Guillermo's mind didn't stop. Instead, more images emerged. However, these images had nothing to do with the Black Sheep Confession. They all turned into his sister and Uriel. Guillermo saw himself stopping his sister from running towards Uriel. He also saw himself sneaking into the audience and watching his sister and Uriel shine on the stage. He also saw the clergy of the Church of Light angrily scolding his sister. And the last image was the scene of Uriel kneeling in front of him and crying, "Sigh." Guillermo let out a long sigh. He suddenly felt like he had lost all his strength. He leaned against the back of the chair and looked out the window in a daze. It was as if he saw his sister's smiling face in the bright night sky. Until, when the wall clock reached the right time, it made a goo-goo sound and woke up Guillermo, who was immersed in himself. He looked up. The night sky that was originally full of stars was now covered by thick clouds. His sister's appearance had completely disappeared. Everything was just as bubble and fantasy. 8:30. Guillermo muttered in a low voice, "It's time to rest." Guillermo slowly stood up and walked towards the bedroom. The light in the bedroom was on. Xiaobao was hugging the pure white kitten on the bed and had already fallen asleep. Guillermo looked at Xiaobao's tender and cute appearance and smiled. He gently lifted the quilt and leaned on it. "Good night," Guillermo said silently. Then he closed his eyes and quickly fell into a dark and sweet dream. The star climbing challenge is about to begin. Who's talking? In a daze, Guillermo seemed to hear a voice echoing in his mind. The star climbing challenge is about to begin. Star climbing challenge? Isn't this a challenge from Birmingham's Eden College? Why is there such a sound in my ear? Have I returned to the academy? The star climbing challenge is about to begin. Why do you keep repeating it? Who wanted to carry out the star climbing challenge? Which star did he climb? The black and white star representing the piano? Or was it the elegant star that represented the violin? Or the star of shepherding that represents the flute? Please select a witness for the duel. Another voice rang out in Guemo's mind. Before Guillermo could regain his composure, he saw streaks of light appear in front of his eyes. However, these lights were not dazzling. They only allowed people to see the figures in front of them. A human figure? Why was there a figure? And there were 5 of them at the same time. Guillermo's mind was in a mess. He didn't even know why he was looking at these figures. He should have been very surprised, but he didn't seem to have too many emotions right now. He didn't even have too many thoughts. It was as if he was drunk. His thoughts were in fragments, and he was numb to all the feedback from the outside world. Please select a witness for the duel. Guillermo heard the voice again. He rubbed his eyes. The 5 figures in the distance slowly became clearer. Although most of them were against the light, and he could only see their slightly dim faces, Guillermo still recognized them. There was the president of the student council, who was wearing the uniform of Birmingham's Eden Academy. There was also Red Conch, who was known as the best appreciator at the Evening Light Harbor. There was also a famous musician from Soft Wind City, as well as a member of the Empire's music troupe. There was also a red-haired woman standing at the end of the table with a smile on her face. The moment Guillermo saw the red-haired girl, his originally chaotic thoughts suddenly surged, and his fragmented memories quickly recovered. It was as if countless pieces of logic were being forcefully glued back together. Sister. It's my sister. Guillermo reached out, wanting to grab the red-haired girl. Because this was her younger sister. His sister who was kidnapped by Uriel, persecuted by the church, and eventually disappeared. Guillermo wanted to pull his sister forward, but at this moment, a voice rang out in his mind again. Warning, dream state is about to change to waking state. Confirmed target is one of the witnesses. Prepare to repair. Repair successful. Replaced with a new witness. Dream state restored. As the voice rang out in his mind, Guillermo's vision slowly became blurry. When he regained consciousness, the red-haired girl in the distance had already turned into a silver-haired capable old man. That was the chief conductor of the Empire's music troupe, Malloy. Something was wrong. Guillermo felt that something was wrong. It was clearly a girl just now, and one that he was familiar with. Who was it? Halfway through his thoughts, Guillermo suddenly forgot who the person in his mind was. As for the strange feeling in his heart, it slowly disappeared as he forgot about it. Please choose a witness for the duel. This voice rang out in his mind again. Guillermo seemed to understand a little. It seemed that he wanted to choose one of the 5 people in front of him to be the witness for the duel. In a star climbing challenge, 2 parties did indeed need a witness. But why am I the one to choose a witness? Could it be that I'm one of the duels? But am I not already the harp's green star? Could it be that someone wants to challenge me? Guillermo seemed to understand something. He was the green star of Birmingham's Eden Academy. If others wanted to become the new green star, they had to undergo a star climbing challenge. And he had become the star that was being climbed. But who would challenge him? Although Guillermo hadn't returned to the academy for more than a month, he knew the students in the academy like the back of his hand. Which harp student had the right to challenge him? Guillermo was very puzzled, but because his thoughts were in a complete mess, he quickly gave up on thinking. So be it. Guillermo looked at the 5 witnesses in front of him. Then I'll choose Malloy. Malloy was the chief commander of the Empire's music troupe. As a witness, he had enough experience. Even if the duel was evenly matched, Malloy could still judge the winner from different angles. Thus, choosing Malloy was definitely the right choice. But Guillermo vaguely remembered that Malloy was in the Empire's capital. When did he come to Dawn City? Guillermo shook his head. His chaotic thoughts didn't allow him to think too much. He just followed his heart and chose Malloy. The moment he made his choice, Malloy, who was backlit, slowly walked out of the light and arrived in front of Guillermo. I will be the witness for this star climbing challenge. I will be the witness for the duel between the two of you. Malloy bowed slightly and placed his hand on his chest. When he stood up again, the surrounding darkness transformed into countless horizontal lines that frantically retreated before finally disappearing. Guemo and Malloy looked around. They were now in front of a dilapidated courtyard. Malloy said, Uriel hasn't been doing too well recently, but I found a good seedling. Guemo heard Malloy's voice, but his thoughts didn't allow him to think too much. Uriel? This is Uriel's courtyard? Am I going to duel with Uriel? Malloy turned his head and flashed a standard smile. No, your opponent is here. Guillermo raised his head and saw a man holding a green harp leaning against a large tree at the side of the courtyard. When Guillermo looked at him, the man also looked at him. Malloy smiled. That's Luigi, the challenger for this star climbing challenge. Outside Uriel's dungeon. He was chatting with Laplace about something related to his rune experiment. Angor told Laplace about his and Keisha's experiment results. He also made some guesses about the runes used as soul medium. Laplace didn't know much about runes, but she could give some suggestions from her own perspective. Their conversation wasn't awkward at all. However, he suddenly stopped talking halfway through. Under Laplace's puzzled gaze, Angor whispered, Guemo is here. Next, without waiting for Laplace's instruction, he began to control the illusion nodes and began a live broadcast of the event. The illusion quickly formed a holographic image of what had transpired in the Uriel instance dungeon. Everything that had transpired was exactly what had transpired. Even though Laplace had not entered the instance dungeon, he still felt as though he was inside the instance dungeon. The live broadcast began. Luigi was still practicing his new song in the yard, but at that moment, he heard noisy footsteps outside the door. At the same time, a notification popped up in front of Luigi's eyes. Special Dream Scenario Uriel's Choice, Main Quest 5, Letter of Challenge is about to begin. Attention, please act as the challenger. You will fail the main quest if you make a mistake. Attention, please follow the rules of the challenge. Please complete the first step in 5 minutes, submit your challenge. Countdown, 4:59, countdown, 4:58. Angor also used his authority to capture all the information Luigi saw and showed them to Laplace. Not to mention Luigi's reaction to this piece of information, Laplace's eyes were full of doubts after reading it. The main mission this time actually requires role-playing? And I'll lose everything if I make a mistake? Is the punishment really that severe? Maybe it's because the main quest this time is different. He didn't tell Laplace what the difference was. Laplace didn't ask either. They just needed to keep reading. Luigi returned to the dungeon and saw the notification again. Guemo must have arrived. Sure enough, when Luigi raised his head, he found 2 strangers standing outside the courtyard. However, Luigi didn't look at them first. Instead, he looked outside the courtyard. Before this, Uriel's dungeon only had one scenery, the attic. But now, there was an extra courtyard and a long street outside. But the street was all covered in mist. Luigi couldn't see anything. He could only see a giant building at the end of the mist, which was emitting holy light. Was this a new scenery for the main quest? Luigi didn't think too much about it. He stood up and walked to the gate. He had to complete the first step of the main quest in 5 minutes, issuing a challenge. From afar, there were 2 people at the entrance of the courtyard. One of them was a handsome middle-aged man in a black tuxedo. The other was a silver-haired old man who was also dressed in black. However, it was not a formal suit. Instead, it was a loose robe with a design. It looked like a scholar's robe, but it was not as dignified. Luigi saw the old man's picture in the newspaper on the floor of the attic. He was the chief commander of the Imperial Music Troupe, Malloy. As for the middle-aged man beside Malloy, Luigi didn't know who he was, but he could already guess that he was Guemo's target. As Luigi approached the gate of the courtyard, he heard the 2 men talking outside. Guemo didn't pay attention to the courtyard. Instead, he looked back and checked the surroundings. It's foggy today, Malloy said with a smile. Guemo nodded. It's empty here. There are no buildings around. Malloy said, you know, after what happened to Uriel, he likes to live in solitude. It's normal that there's no one around. Speaking of which, aren't you the same? Graymo understood that Moloi was referring to him living alone in the night mountain, away from the crowd, just like Uriel. Graymo said, I'm different from him. Moloi nodded. You're different. Uriel can at least see the Radiant Church from here. Moloi was referring to the huge building in the fog that emitted holy light. As for you, Moloi didn't continue, but Graymo understood. He was mocking himself. At least Uriel had the courage to face the enemy, but he chose to run away. Graymo said, I'm not afraid of seeing the Radiant Church. I just don't want to see it. If I don't see it, I won't be annoyed. Moloi smiled and didn't say anything. Graymo was puzzled. But how do you know all this? Haven't you never been to Dawn City? Moloi gave Graymo a deep look. Of course I know from your memories. My memories? Graymo's eyes were filled with confusion. He wanted to ask more questions, but for some reason, he suddenly forgot about it. He even forgot what he and Moloi had talked about. The only thing he remembered was, I was invited by Uriel to participate in the star climbing challenge. I was the one being challenged. Right, where's the challenger? Graymo opened his hazy eyes and looked into the distance. The man holding the green harp had already walked to the entrance of the courtyard and opened the door. The newcomer gently stroked the harp, and beautiful notes instantly jumped out, echoing in their ears. Just from this simple strumming, Graymo could tell that this person was definitely a master harpist. If he were in Birmingham's Eton Academy, he would definitely be an instructor. He's the challenger. End of chapter. Luigi plucked several strings on the harp and spoke in a soft voice. The road to the east, Xianxia to the west. Play the wind of history, the song of dreams. Music from beyond time and space, from Luigi the Bard. Luigi spoke very smoothly and elegantly. Coupled with the beautiful green harp and his handsome face, Luigi really felt like he just walked out of a novel. Graymo was stunned as he listened to her. His mind was already fragmented, and he didn't even think about what Luigi was trying to say. He only felt that Luigi's words were beautiful, but they didn't seem to contain any real meaning. However, Graymo subconsciously ignored these flaws when looking at Luigi's handsome face. Since Luigi called himself a bard, his poetic introduction must have a deeper meaning. There was no need to think about it. He only needed to know that this man was called Luigi, and that he was a bard. Speaking of which, bards were rare in Dawn City. Or rather, there weren't many bards in the entire Western continent. They mostly appeared in fairy tales. Luigi called himself a bard, and he said music from beyond time and space. He didn't sound like someone from the Western continent. Could it be that he was from another world? Graymo wanted to think deeper, but he couldn't do it in his current state. His mind couldn't keep up. Even the things he just came up with were slowly becoming blurry and hazy. It was like a sand painting that was slowly covered by yellow sand until it completely disappeared. Outside the dungeon. Angor also live-streamed what happened inside the dungeon. The road to the east, Xianxia to the west. Play the wind of history, the song of dreams? Angor muttered, what's that? Angor understood each word, but when put together, he couldn't make sense of it. Laplace, who knew Luigi well, pondered for a moment and said, it's his opening poem. I think he's saying that he's experienced a lot, like a witness to history. At this point, Laplace paused and sighed, forget it, I can't make it up anymore. I don't know the exact meaning, but he must think that saying something profound at this moment can help him improve his, you're so cool. Laplace? She didn't understand. Something mysterious and unfathomable, I guess. Laplace nodded. Then he does want to use this as an excuse to show off. As for the origin of this opening poem, I'm guessing that it came from the travels of a certain magus. The reason why Laplace could say that the book was The Wizard's Travels so accurately was because she had seen Luigi reading The Wizard's Travels while fishing. At that time, he had thought that he was just trying to pass the time. Now, it seemed that he was just copying the words. Angor was speechless. That fits Luigi's personality. He was very ostentatious to the outside world, especially when he identified himself as a bard. This kind of ostentatiousness was even more unbearable. While they were discussing Luigi's opening poem, Luigi had already issued a challenge to Graymo. In the face of Luigi's challenge, Graymo didn't express his acceptance or rejection. He simply looked at Luigi and said, "Since you want to challenge me to a star climbing challenge, you should know the rules." Luigi nodded. "I know." "Then get ready." "I want to see if you have what it takes to challenge me," Guillermo said. As soon as Guillermo finished speaking, a new round of notifications appeared in front of Luigi. Special Dream Scenario Oriel's Choice, Main Quest 5, Challenge Letter will begin. Attention, please act as the challenger well. You will fail the main quest if you make a mistake. Attention, please follow the rules of the challenge. Please complete the second step in 20 minutes. Countdown, 1959, Countdown, 1958, the Star Climbing Challenge in Birmingham Eden Academy was very fair. You couldn't just challenge a star artist for no reason. To do so, you had to prove that you were strong enough to do so. Therefore, the second step of the main quest, Proof of Qualification, required Luigi to perform a piece of music to prove that he was strong enough to challenge Guillermo. Only if Luigi's performance was approved by Guillermo would he be considered proof of qualification. In other words, Guillermo was the one who gave him the proof of qualification. Outside the dungeon, Laplace asked curiously, if Guillermo thinks that Luigi isn't qualified to challenge him, doesn't that mean he'll fail the quest? Angor nodded. That's right. Laplace said, if Guillermo is a little selfish and doesn't want to accept the challenge, doesn't that mean that no matter how Luigi performs, he won't be able to get a certificate from Guillermo? That's possible. So, there's a witness, right? Angor pointed at the old man inside the dungeon who called himself Malloy. He's the witness of the Star Climbing Challenge. He will make the fairest decision from beginning to end. So if Malloy thinks Luigi is strong enough to challenge him, then Guillermo has to accept the challenge? Laplace asked. Angor shook his head. No. Both Malloy and Guillermo must approve of Luigi's strength before he can get the proof of qualification. Laplace, huh? If Malloy's approval couldn't affect the result, then what was the point of this witness? He's here to protect the sanctity of art. What do you mean? Angor shrugged. Literally. He paused for a moment and gave an example. If Malloy approved of Luigi's strength, but Guillermo didn't, Luigi wouldn't get the proof of qualification. Even if Luigi didn't get the proof of qualification, people would start to question whether Guillermo was deliberately giving Luigi a hard time because he didn't want to accept the challenge. This would affect Guillermo's reputation. Most of the time, if a witness approved of a challenger's strength, the challenger wouldn't refuse the challenge. This was to prevent rumors from spreading in the future. Of course, if Guillermo could show proof that Luigi wasn't qualified, the proof would point at the witness. Although the proof couldn't affect the proof of qualification, it was a double-edged sword. It could protect the sanctity of art, and it could also be used as a basis to supervise each other. Laplace nodded. I think I get it. It's a kind of proof of art challenge. However, the situation you mentioned might be a deterrent in reality. But we're in a dungeon right now, and Guillermo's disagreement with the proof won't affect his reputation. That's right. Still, Angor believed that Guillermo was a man of integrity since the dungeon arranged this way. He wouldn't deliberately give Luigi a hard time. Of course, if Guillermo really wanted to, Angor would just pretend he didn't say anything. Back in the dungeon. Unlike the chatter outside, the atmosphere inside the dungeon was quite serious. While we're giving out the proof of qualification, let's not forget about something else, Malloy spoke. I understand. I'm ready. We can do it at any time. Luigi was puzzled. What is it? Malloy smiled. You're not from Eden Academy, so it's normal that you don't know. Don't worry, it's nothing important. It's just a simple oath ceremony. Just repeat after me. I'll say something, and you'll do it. Oath? Luigi roughly understood and nodded. Guillermo gave Luigi a puzzled look. Wasn't this guy from the academy? If he wasn't, why was he qualified to take the challenge? Guillermo was just about to ask, but for some reason, before he could even speak, his thoughts froze and became disjointed again. Several seconds later, Guillermo regained his senses. But he had already forgotten what he wanted to ask. He just waited for the oath ceremony to begin. Now? Luigi asked. Malloy shook his head. Wait. Wait for what? Luigi really wanted to ask. There were only less than 18 minutes left for the second step of his main quest. Time ticked away. About 2 minutes later, when Luigi was about to lose his patience, Malloy finally spoke. He's here. You can start now. He's here? Luigi froze for a moment, then suddenly thought of something. He turned around. The door to the attic swung open, and Uriel, dressed in black, stepped out from within. Uriel still looked as dispirited as ever, but his eyes were deeper than usual. Luigi knew at a glance that he had entered a state of dreaming. Speaking of which, Guillermo's eyes were the same as Uriel's. He was probably in a dream state too. Only Malloy's eyes were clear. He didn't look like a dream NPC. He was probably a normal innate citizen. Uriel walked into the courtyard and stood behind Luigi. Guillermo gave Uriel a deep look. I knew it. You recommended him. I recommended him. Uriel looked at Guillermo quietly. Several seconds later, he lowered his eyes and said sadly, I'm sorry. An indescribable emotion flashed across Guillermo's eyes. He wanted to say something, but in the next second, the indescribable emotion in both Guillermo and Uriel's eyes disappeared. It was as if their memories had been temporarily wiped clean. They looked up and looked at each other in confusion. Let's talk later. Shouldn't we be taking the oath now? Malloy's voice entered their ears at the right time. Their confused and muddled thoughts immediately became much clearer. Yes, it was time to take the oath. The problem with Uriel and Guillermo could be resolved later. They quickly reconciled. Seeing this, Luigi, and the two onlookers outside the instant's dungeon were stunned. What's going on? Why the sudden sadness? Why the sudden apology? Why the sudden confusion? Luigi and Laplace had no idea what was going on. As for Angor, he also found it strange, but he could guess that it was because of the dream feature. Guillermo and Uriel must have had some sort of conflict in the real world. Now that they met each other in the dream crystal, their thoughts overlapped with their memories in the real world. As for why they suddenly calmed down, Angor guessed that something was wrong with his dream state. Or maybe the authorities of the immortal realm took action. Angor would have to wait until he learned more information about the authorities of the immortal realm in the future. Now, it's time to take the oath, Malloy said with a smile. The others nodded as well. The oath before the star climbing challenge was essential. It was both a rule and a ritual. Malloy, Guillermo, Luigi, and Uriel gathered in the center of the yard. They each took a solemn pose and began to swear to the god of art. God of art did not refer to a specific deity. It was a concept. A pure concept of art. I swear to uphold the purity of art. I swear to uphold the fairness of the challenge. I swear to uphold the noble name of Birmingham Eden Academy. The oaths were uttered one after another. These oaths did not necessarily have the effect of binding. However, if someone really broke the oath, it would be a betrayal of their soul. Those who lacked a soul would never reach the top of art. Therefore, once the oaths were uttered, the challenge would most likely be fair. After the oath ceremony, it was Luigi's turn to perform. To perform, he needed a stage. The yard was empty. There was nothing but a tree. The attic was a mess. There was not even a place to walk. Luigi originally thought that the dungeon would evolve into a new map area as the venue for this challenge. However, no. The stage for the performance will be in the yard, Malloy said. If there is a stage in your heart, anywhere is a stage. As the witness and the only normal NPC in the current dungeon, Malloy's words were the iron law. Guillermo, Uriel, and Malloy sat down on the ground under the big tree in the yard. After letting out a sigh, Luigi slowly made his way to the center of the courtyard. This was his stage for the rest of his life. Luigi closed his eyes and pondered for a minute. When his boiling thoughts slowly settled down, he slowly opened his eyes. The information of the immortal realm in the lower left corner of his vision showed that there were 15 minutes left until the end of the second step of the main quest. He had to gain Guillermo's approval within these 15 minutes and earn the right to challenge him. Because of this first piece of music was very crucial. He had to bring out his peak strength. Not only did he have to convince Guillermo, but he also had to make Uriel and Malloy lean towards him. from the bottom of their hearts. 10 minutes later. Luigi's performance was over. Another 3 minutes later, Angor and Laplace, who were still outside the dungeon, finally recovered from the music. My ears brightened by heavenly music, that was the first thing that came to his mind when he came back to his senses. He couldn't even use more words to describe the music he had heard before. All the words he had were blank in the face of such beautiful music. Only the 5 minutes of aftertaste proved the charm of this music. Luigi improved so much? It was Laplace who spoke. Even Laplace was a little surprised. This piece of music was simply amazing. It was different from any of Luigi's previous performances. It felt like it could bring people into a green field, into the land of immortals. It was truly the sound of nature. In the past, even if Luigi was good at playing, Laplace was already tired of listening to his music. But today, Luigi still gave Laplace a shock in music. Maybe it's not Luigi who's getting stronger. Angor waited until the lingering sound in his ears slowly faded away before he spoke again. Maybe it's not Luigi. It's because of the harp. Angor believed in Epiphany, and he believed that Luigi's performance would improve. But now, Luigi's skyrocketing improvement didn't seem right. If he wasn't mistaken, it had to be the harp he got from the Easter egg quest. Laplace also looked at the green harp that Luigi was holding in the holographic broadcast. Luigi mentioned this harp before, Laplace said. I think it's called Gracefulness Flower? Angor nodded. Yes, it's called Gracefulness Flower. The Path of Fairyland has 2 additional skills, Whisper of Wind and Whisper of Flowers. To put it bluntly, the effect of the Whisper of the Wind is to let the wind spread the sound of the music to further places. But it seems that Whisper of Wind has some other hidden effects. Luigi's performance this time was called Wind's 32 Quartets. There were a total of 32 chapters in the song, and each chapter used musical notes to describe a different wind. Gentle wind, gentle wind, gentle wind, tempest, gale, chilling wind, hurricane. Listening to the 32 quartets of the wind was like being in the wind, feeling the different winds blowing. Angor heard Luigi play this song before. But this time, Luigi's performance did not give him the feeling of being immersed in it. There was also no way to feel the shock brought about by the different styles. But it was different this time. Even though Angor and Laplace were outside the dungeon, they were still able to immerse themselves in the world of wind by simply simulating the music through the illusion. After listening to the song, Laplace's long hair even had a tendency to flutter backward. It was enough to show that the wind was surrounding them. As for Guillemot, Auriel, and Malloy, who were still in the dungeon, they were still in a daze. Everyone closed their eyes, feeling the season of the wind. In Angor's opinion, Wind's 32 quartets, Luigi's excellent performance, and the remaining 40% came from the Fairyland item, Wind's Whisper. To be more precise, it was the Whisper of Wind skill of Wind's Whisper of Wind. Yes, Luigi was using Whisper of Wind during the entire performance. Angor could clearly see that the harp was glowing with a faint green light. Even the moving notes had turned into a green color that resembled the color of the wind. The green musical notes surrounded the entire building and yard. They were all dragged into the Whisper of the Wind. Luigi was still unconscious. What mattered now was not whether Luigi's strength had improved. What mattered now was whether Luigi got a good harp. A good harp, a good music score, and a good artist. In the end, the performance was like a masterpiece. Laplace nodded. It must be Whisper of Wind. Back at the tea party, Luigi mentioned that he has a secret weapon against Guillemot. So it must be the Wind's Whisper of Flowers and its 2 skills. Angor nodded. Now that Whisper of Wind is active, I think Luigi will get the certificate for sure. And he has Whisper of Flowers. Laplace added. If Whisper of Flowers worked like Whisper of Wind, Luigi's chances of completing Main Quest 5 would skyrocket. No wonder Luigi did not ask for Angor's help this time. If it weren't for Qian's help, he definitely wouldn't have been able to complete the mission. This time, the quest was much harder, but Luigi did not ask Angor or John for help. Perhaps it was because Luigi realized the power of Wind's Whisper of Flowers. While they were discussing, something happened inside the dungeon. When Guillemot and the others came back to their senses, they all looked at Luigi in shock. Even Malloy, the former commander of the Imperial Music Troupe, couldn't help but murmur, "This is almost as good as Miss Charlotte." Malloy knew Charlotte very well. Luigi's performance was definitely at Charlotte's level. There were still some flaws, but the wind made up for them. This was a performance that was perfect even though it still had some flaws. One had to know that even Charlotte couldn't perform perfectly. Even with Malloy's experience, he had made such an evaluation. Guillermo and Uriel praised Luigi's performance even more. Especially Guillermo, who was a master of harp interpretation himself. He knew how good Luigi's performance was. Guillermo had never seen such a terrifying performance before. Uriel was also shocked. However, he did not forget about the matter at hand. Now, let's confirm Luigi's qualification for the challenge. As soon as Uriel finished speaking, he looked at Malloy and Guillermo beside him. Malloy did not hesitate and immediately continued, "I think this performance has almost reached the peak. I can't imagine any other harp performance better than Wind's 32 quartets. I approve of this performance." Malloy's words made his stance clear. He believed that Luigi was qualified for the challenge. In fact, he was already praising Luigi as the star of green. After receiving his answer, Uriel looked at Guillermo again. Guillermo was silent for a moment, then nodded. This was an impeccable performance. "I also agree." Guillermo was not a petty person. The fact that he could become a professor at Birmingham's Eden Academy was enough to show that he protected the nobility of the arts from the bottom of his heart. Guillermo definitely could not find any problems with Luigi's performance. Even if the music was cut by 30%, Luigi would still be qualified. However, Guillermo paused for a moment and looked at Luigi sternly. "Although this performance was extremely stunning, and I also approve of this performance, I still want to say that small tricks won't last long. The right way is to improve your skills." Guillermo could vaguely tell that Luigi's 32 quartets of the wind was a trick. However, Guillermo did not know where Luigi had used the trick. But since it was a trick, it was a small trick. Guillermo believed that Luigi had the skills, but with his skills, he was still unable to control such a powerful rhythm of wind. Although the performance derived from this small trick was perfect, it did not reach Guillermo's heart. The true pinnacle of art was still based on one's skills. Luigi naturally understood Guillermo's words. He actually agreed with Guillermo's statement that the focus was on one's own skills and not external objects, but Luigi was very clear that with his current skills, even if he could complete the main mission 5, it would be very difficult for him to achieve an excellent evaluation. There was even a high probability that he would fail. Therefore, in order to avoid any unexpected situations, he could only rely on external objects. Moreover, external objects were actually a part of one's own skills. Luigi did not refute Guillermo's words. The fact that Guillermo could tell that he used external objects meant that his vision and skills coexisted, and he was qualified to give him pointers. Moreover, his qualification was still in the other party's words. "Guillermo, I agree to your challenge. I hope you can take the title of Green Star from me in a proper way." As Guillermo's voice fell, a familiar notification popped up in front of Luigi's eyes. "Congratulations, you have obtained the qualification certificate for the Star Climbing Challenge. Next, you will enter the third step of the main mission, the Star Climbing Journey. Please successfully obtain the title of Green Star before Guillermo and Uriel's dream state ends. The third step can begin at any time." The moment the notification appeared, it also meant that the main mission 5 had entered a new round. And this round would be a direct confrontation between Luigi and Guillermo. Luigi raised his head and looked at Guillermo, coincidentally meeting Guillermo's gaze. Both of them saw the raging fighting spirit in each other's eyes. Luigi wanted to pick a star. And Guillermo wanted to defend the title of Green Star. A battle was about to break out. Seeing the silent confrontation in the courtyard, Malloy walked to the middle of the two with a smile. "Next, it's my job as a witness. Although I know you already know the rules of the Star Climbing Challenge, according to the process of the ceremony, I still have to repeat it." Malloy stood still like a referee, blocking the two from looking at each other. In fact, he was indeed a referee next. "Malloy, generally speaking, the Star Climbing Challenge will have 3 rounds of duels, but here, there will only be 2 rounds of duels. In the first round of duels, each side would perform a piece of their own music. The type, style, and length of the music could be determined by themselves. If an orchestra was needed, they could also find a corresponding orchestra. But at this moment, there was obviously no need for an orchestra. It was a one-on-one duel between Luigi and Guillermo. The final evaluation of the outcome would be decided by the witness. Of course, if both sides did not agree with the result given by the witness, they could also question it. Once it entered the questioning stage, the outcome of the first round would be in a state of uncertainty. In the second round of duels, each side would choose a piece of music for the other to perform. This round was a test of the strategy of both sides. If you could grasp the other side's flaws and tailor a piece of music that would be difficult for the other side to bring out their strengths, that would be your ability. To put it bluntly, this was actually an impromptu test of the ability of both sides to perform on the spot. And the outcome of this round would be decided by the three parties. Apart from the witness, Luigi and Guillermo could give marks. Because it was the music they chose, they knew very well whether the other side performed well or badly. It was actually clear at a glance who would win and who would lose. Malloy, if the first two rounds are tied, we'll enter the third round. However, the venue for the third round will be the Grand Theater. The third round would no longer be a private duel, but a score from the audience. However, as soon as Malloy finished speaking, Guillermo said, "There's no need for a third round. Let's decide the winner here today. Even if it's a tie, it's my loss." Guillermo said this without the slightest hesitation. This also showed his confidence in his own strength. Malloy nodded. "Okay. Since the current green star says so, we'll do as he says." The rules of the star climbing challenge weren't set in stone. As the green star, Guillermo had the right to change the rules. However, the rules couldn't be changed in a way that would benefit himself. Now that Guillermo had changed the rules, it wouldn't benefit himself, but rather restrict himself. Malloy looked at Luigi. "Are you sure about this rule?" Luigi nodded calmly. "Yes." Guillermo wouldn't accept a tie. Uriel had already told him about this situation. Therefore, Luigi had never thought that there would be a third round. He had only prepared 3 pieces of music. Now that he had performed 32 quartets of the wind, there were only 2 pieces left. If it really came to the third round, he could only admit defeat. Therefore, he definitely wouldn't let the star climbing challenge go to the third round. Malloy nodded. "Since both sides have confirmed the rules, the next round will be the first duel. The two of you can choose who will perform first in the first round through rock paper scissors or drawing lots." After some discussion, Luigi decided to draw lots to decide the order of performance. Uriel was in charge of the drawing of lots. He folded a total of 20 sticks, 10 of which were red and 10 of which were blue. Both sides took turns drawing lots until there were no more lots. Luigi represented the red lot. If he drew a lot of red lots, he could decide the order. If not, Guillermo would decide the order. If it was a tie, the witness would decide the order. In the end, Luigi drew 6 red lots and 4 blue lots. The moment he saw the result, he didn't hesitate to let Guillermo perform first. End of chapter. Western Continent, Dawn City's outskirts, Night Mountain. While Guillermo was having a star climbing duel in the Dream Crystal, 2 uninvited guests arrived at Night Mountain in the real world. In the clear night sky, a layer of dark clouds suddenly floated over. Looking up from the ground, one wouldn't think that there was anything wrong with the sudden appearance of the dark clouds. They would only think that the dark clouds appeared a little too quickly. However, if someone were to use binoculars, they would be able to clearly see that the dark clouds in the sky didn't float over on their own. At the edge of the dark clouds, there were flocks of crows. These crows were so dense that they seemed to have drawn a pitch-black outline on the edge of the clouds. Hundreds of thousands, millions of crows, each of them holding a cloud thread at the edge of the clouds in their beaks and flapping their wings with all their might. They were the ones who pulled the thick dark clouds in the sky over. Anyone who saw such a spectacle would be astonished. Unfortunately, it was the middle of the night. There weren't many people in Night Mountain. The only castle that was lit up was the castle, and most of the people inside were asleep. Apart from a few kittens in the castle, no one else saw this scene. This strange dark cloud floated to the peak of Night Mountain and stopped. The crows holding the cloud thread in their beaks also began to disperse, but they still hovered around the clouds. From afar, it looked like black smoke rising from the edge of the dark clouds. Time slowly passed. About half an hour later, a cold and gentle light shone from the sky. The moon was in the middle of the sky, and its position was at the peak of Night Mountain. When the moon revealed its true appearance, a woman wearing a robe decorated with stars and moons slowly materialized from the moonlight. Her bare feet, which were adorned with exquisite footwear, slowly landed on the dark clouds. She lifted the hood of her star and moon robe, revealing her wavy black hair that fluttered gently like a cloud. Every strand of her hair was as smooth as silk, revealing a warm luster under the moonlight. The hair ornament on her head was also a bright crescent moon and scattered stardust. She stood quietly under the moonlight, bathing in it as if she was one with the moonlight. Tiredness, is this the place that teacher was talking about? Her voice was very cold, like the crisp sound of an ice-cold stream hitting a pebble. The one she called tired was actually a black kitten. The kitten looked very tired. Its eyelids were drooping as if it would fall asleep at any moment. It was worth mentioning that there was a bright yellow crescent-shaped mark on the kitten's forehead. Dear Ms. Moon, you should know that Mr. Late Sleeps wouldn't tell these things to a sleepy kitten. He knew that once Kitten was entangled with these troublesome matters, Kitten would not be able to sleep at night. Master Sleepless Later is so noble, why would he make things difficult for a kitten in the corner of the holy temple? Every sentence of tiredness seemed to be saying Lord Late Sleepers, but Moon Lady knew very well that it was secretly mocking her. Even Lord Late Sleepers didn't make things difficult for Kitty, but you, Moon Lady, still want to make things difficult for me. He even brought the sleepy kitten out of the temple in the middle of the night. It was a heinous crime. Moon Lady naturally heard the underlying meaning of tiredness, but she didn't care at all and pretended not to understand. Didn't I tell you what Master Late Sleep said? You have a better sense of direction than me, I believe you. Tiredness rolled its eyes at Moon Lady in annoyance, yawned, and coiled up on the black cloud. Were you born in the Western Continent, or was I born in the Western Continent? Why are you asking me? Moon Lady, I was born in the Western Continent, but I spent most of my time in the Abyss or Crow Castle. Moreover, the sun guided the way every time I went out, and the sun isn't here today. Tiredness looked at the crestfallen Moon Lady and sighed softly. I knew you would say that. When I left the holy temple, I had already informed the sun. He's probably coming soon. The sun is coming? Moon Lady's eyes lit up, and her expression was obviously happy. But soon, Moon Lady's eyes dimmed slightly again. She muttered in a low voice, am I too dependent on the sun? When I left the holy temple, I clearly decided to be independent for once, and I deliberately didn't tell the sun, but now that I hear that the sun is coming, I actually feel surprised. I really rely on the sun too much, I want to change. Tiredness also heard Moon Lady's muttering, and it couldn't help but curl its lips. Come on, big sister, you can still maintain all your humanity until now, and even be surprised that you're about to see the man you love. You're just secretly happy. In a few thousand years. No, in a few tens of thousands of years, when you see the sun, you'll probably kick him to the end of the space-time. Cherish the time you have now. After Tiredness finished speaking, it was too lazy to listen to Moon Lady's voice. It directly buried its head on its stomach, letting the fluff cover its ears. It didn't want to listen to the noise of the outside world anymore. As a kitten, it should sleep well. However, just as Tiredness was about to settle down, Moon Lady's bare feet stepped directly on its stomach. Of course, she didn't step on it forcefully, and she still had some strength left. But Tiredness jumped away suddenly, and said angrily, what do you want? Can you wait for the sun to come and torture the sun? Don't torture a poor little kitten. Looking at the angry little black cat, Moon Lady was silent for a moment, and then whispered, sigh, you've been sleeping for a month. Tiredness was so angry that its whiskers were floating. What's wrong with a month? A kitten should sleep. Moon Lady. But, your lifespan. Only 23,000 years left. Tiredness, that's right, I only have 23,462 years left. So, big sister, can I beg you to let me sleep? Moon Lady, okay, I'll be honest. It's not that I want to disturb you, but Teacher Late Sleep doesn't want you to continue sleeping. After all, you have the best sense of direction, and in the next few years, we need you. When Tiredness heard that it was Teacher Late Sleep who said it, it instantly choked. After a long while, it said, I don't believe that Teacher Late Sleep will make things difficult for a kitten. Moon Lady sighed, and used her foot to rub the soft fur on Tiredness's stomach. Do you think I dare to slander Teacher? Tiredness pushed Moon Lady's foot away, and then took 3 steps back. Okay, I cannot sleep this year. But this time, the sun will help you, so don't call me again. Moon Lady walked to Tiredness with a smile, bent down, and carried Tiredness up. Okay, as long as you don't sleep. After all, if you fall asleep, even if the world is destroyed, you can't wake up. Tiredness hummed and was about to refute, but at this moment, the full moon in the sky was suddenly surrounded by a dazzling halo. A warm atmosphere filled the clouds. Tiredness and Moon Lady raised their heads at the same time and looked up. Behind the full moon, a fiery red sun rose. The sun and the moon were instantly in the sky, and the dark night was dispelled by the bright light. In an instant, the whole sky seemed to become bright. However, it was only in the blink of an eye. The creatures on the ground didn't even have time to react, and everything returned to darkness again. It was as if all the visions just now were just a fantasy. Moon Lady and Tiredness on the clouds were not surprised by the scene of the sun and the moon in the sky. Tiredness even took the opportunity to yawn, and closed his small eyes for 2 seconds. Moon Lady's face was flushed, and she whispered, the sun is here. As Moon Lady's voice fell, a blazing red light fell on the black clouds. The red light, which was like the fire of the sun, quickly took shape, and finally turned into a burly man wearing sun armor. His hair was burning like a raging fire, and his face was as deep as a sculpture. There seemed to be a fire jumping between his eyebrows. And this burly man with fiery hair was the sun that Moon Lady had been thinking about. In other words, Mr. Sunday. Mr. Sun walked step by step to Moon Lady's side and whispered in her ear, Little Moon, I'm sorry I'm late. Moon Lady lowered her eyes. It's okay, it's my fault for not informing you. As she spoke, Moon Lady's body seemed to be without bones, and she leaned softly on Mr. Sun's burly chest. Although Mr. Sun was wearing armor, the armor only covered half of his chest, and the other half was naked, and a black grape could be seen. Mr. Sun held Moon Lady in his arms familiarly, and their hearty laughter and shy laughter intertwined above the black clouds. The soft moonlight, the drifting cloud soil, and the bridge paved by crows. Everything looked so beautiful and pure. Only the little black cat, who was squeezed between the two and almost deformed, was Tiredness. It meowed helplessly and interrupted such a pure atmosphere of love. Moon Lady held Tiredness and shyly stepped back a few steps. Mr. Sun also laughed a few times and scratched the back of his head. Oh, I didn't notice our little Tiredness. It's enough for you to call me Little Moon, don't call me Little Tiredness. I feel disgusted. Tiredness looked disgusted. Mr. Sun laughed awkwardly, and then under Tiredness' cold eyes, he forcibly changed the topic. By the way, the reason why I'm late is that I received a message from Heinrich. Who's Heinrich? The little cat, who was curious about everything, was immediately diverted and asked curiously. Mr. Sun did not speak, but instead, he whispered to Moon Lady, who was hugging Tiredness. Heinrich is a wizard in our previous organization, and also our good friend. Tiredness heard this and immediately understood. A wizard from Crow Castle? Moon Lady nodded. She and Mr. Sun both came from Crow Castle. Crow Castle was a large wizard organization in the Western Continent's wizard world. Although Crow Castle's deterrence decreased after the Crow Queen was assassinated, they still had a strong voice in the Western Continent. In particular, she and Mr. Sun became legendary wizards, and the sun and moon shone on the Western Continent, which greatly increased Crow Castle's reputation. Now, she and Mr. Sun had left Crow Castle and entered the Prophet's Temple in the Origin World. However, Crow Castle still held an important position for them. Heinrich was the Crow Queen's student, and also their friend. Therefore, when she heard that Mr. Sun was delayed because of Heinrich, Moon Lady completely understood. The Crow Queen's student? Tiredness seemed to have thought of something. Then he should be in the whirlpool. Moon Lady and Mr. Sun were silent for a moment, and finally, Moon Lady nodded. Should be. Under such circumstances, Heinrich still contacted you. Could it be that he wants you to help him pass through the whirlpool? Tiredness narrowed her eyes and looked at Mr. Sunday. Mr. Sun shook his head. Heinrich knows our difficulties, and this is not something we can help with. Tiredness heard this and heaved a sigh of relief. That's good. I don't want to be involved in the whirlpool created by that lord. Also, Lord Tiredness doesn't want to have a misunderstanding with a peer. Mr. Sun and Moon Lady looked at each other and smiled bitterly. We understand. Mr. Sun paused and explained, this time, Heinrich came to find me because he wanted to pass through the Soul Plain to go to the southern region. I helped him. He should be in the void near the southern region now. Moon Lady, to the southern region? Why? The southern region's wizard world had been cut off from the other 3 wizard worlds for many years. Why did Heinrich suddenly want to go to the southern region? Was there a place worth going there? Tiredness's ears twitched, and she whispered, what can he do there at this time? It must be because of the Peach Heart Theater. Peach Heart Theater? Moon Lady frowned and looked at Mr. Sunday. Mr. Sun nodded. Yes, it's the Peach Heart Theater. He wants to take a gamble. If he can become an actor in the Peach Heart Theater, maybe, he can be saved. Moon Lady naturally knew what kind of place the Peach Heart Theater was. It was said to be a sacred place of art, but in her opinion, it was a hell of a lecture hall made of bones. If Heinrich went there to fight for an opportunity, could he really fight for it? Moon Lady felt that there was not much hope, but she also knew that Heinrich had no other choice. Sigh, Moon Lady sighed. She was originally happy to see Mr. Sun, but now, her mood slowly fell. No one wanted to see their old friend die in such a manner. Mr. Sun walked forward and patted her shoulder gently. Don't worry, maybe you can really fight for a chance? Moon Lady was silent for a moment and nodded gently. I hope so. The silent atmosphere lasted for about 2 minutes and was finally broken by tiredness. Hey, it's time to get down to business. Didn't you come this time for Master Late's mission? Hurry up and find the place. Moon Lady also understood the importance of the matter and quickly raised her head to look at Mr. Sunday. Mr. Sun, I already know the situation. You didn't go the wrong way this time. The place Master Late said should be nearby. Night Mountain, it's here. Moon Lady, according to Master, there should be abnormalities nearby. How do we find them? Mr. Sun looked around. At a glance, he saw the castle below Night Mountain. That was the only place on Night Mountain that was lit. End of chapter. Looking at the only brightly lit castle in the Night Mountain, Mr. Sun said softly, the prophecy my teacher got didn't clearly indicate whether the anomaly is a living thing or a dead thing. The only thing that can be confirmed is that the approximate location of the anomaly is in the Night Mountain. Anomaly generally referred to a special phenomenon that went against common sense. This kind of special phenomenon could be a phenomenon born in nature, or it could be a phenomenon caused by some kind of creature. It encompassed a large area, and there were many types of abnormalities that could be caused. There was no one exception. Many anomalies were even very hidden. For example, a grass that could only have 3 leaves was affected by some unknown secret and grew an extra leaf. If this unknown secret came from an inexplicable force, then it was actually an anomaly. But many times, it was difficult to find out. Because when there was natural selection, there would also be 4-leaf clovers. It was difficult to tell whether the 4-leaf clover in front of you was due to an anomaly or natural selection. As a legendary wizard, she could distinguish all the 4-leaf clovers in an entire garden in an instant. But the underlying logic formed by the 4-leaf clovers, even a legendary wizard needed to calculate and distinguish bit by bit. That was why Mr. Latenap would send a legendary wizard like the Moon Lady to investigate just because of an anomaly. Let's start with living things. Mr. Sun pointed to the castle below. As the master of civilization, the probability of an anomaly is definitely much higher than natural selection. Ms. Moon said, when I came just now, I glanced around. There are not many people in this castle. They are basically old, weak, sick, and disabled. I guess they came from Dawn City to retire. In addition to those old and weak, there are some cats and dogs. It seems that the owner of the castle likes cats and dogs very much. Naughty said, people who like cats are all good people. Ms. Moon stretched out her hand and flicked her head. Now is not the time to judge good people and bad people. I mean, I don't see anything unusual in the castle. Mr. Sun said, there are many anomalies. If you don't examine the underlying logic, it's difficult to see them. In other words, it was difficult for Ms. Moon to detect the underlying logic with just a glance. Ms. Moon said, you mean, Mr. Sun put his arm around Ms. Moon's shoulder. I mean, let's take a closer look together. When he said together, he deliberately emphasized his tone. The Moon Lady was stunned. She lowered her head and blushed. I'll listen to you. Mr. Sun laughed loudly at once. Tiredness rolled his eyes. Annoying couple. This was especially true for couples who were in the honeymoon phase of their relationship. Soon, the Lady of the Moon and Mr. Sun were standing outside the castle of the Night Mountain. Looking at the classical and quiet castle in front of her, a trace of nostalgia flashed across the Moon Lady's eyes. This castle belongs to the Rockies. The Luo Shichi style was an architectural style unique to the Great Seaman Empire. There were gardens, statues, 3 gates, 6 guards, and 8 directions. However, although this style of architecture originated from the Great Tasman Empire, it was now more popular in other countries. Luo Shichi's style was too elegant and gentle, which did not suit the current situation. The current Great Seaman Empire pursued the solemnity of religion, and most of the buildings were related to religion. They looked more stable and complicated. Speaking of which, I met Luo Shichi once before he died. Ms. Moon, he was a very classical master architect. Back then, his architectural style was still criticized by his colleagues. But I like it very much. I invited Luo Shichi to build my first castle. Because of this, the Lady of the Moon felt quite close to the Luo Shichi style castle. Back then, when Luo Shichi died, I even took a leave of absence and came all the way from Crow Castle to attend his funeral. The Lady of the Moon sighed softly. Speaking of which, it was already more than 2,000 years ago. Mr. Sun gently stroked the Lady of the Moon's hair. If you like the Luo Shichi style of architecture, we can build one next to the Prophet's Temple. The Lady of the Moon smiled shyly and pushed Mr. Sun away. I also want to, but the Prophet of the Temple probably won't agree. Mr. Sun, it's okay. Just build it far away. The Lady of the Moon lowered her head. Then, I'll listen to you. Mr. Sun's hearty laughter echoed under the night sky again. Tiredness rolled her eyes and rolled up into the sky. Let's go in. The Lady of the Moon gently raised her white hand and waved it forward. A soft light flickered and formed a moon door in front of them. To avoid trouble, let's enter the moon-shaped realm to hide ourselves. The so-called trouble didn't mean that they were worried about being seen by others, but that they were worried about affecting the anomaly. If the anomaly this time was a living person, it might hide the underlying logic of the anomaly even deeper because of their appearance. Therefore, in order to facilitate observation, it was better to hide and observe from the side. Mr. Sun praised and took the lead to step into the moon door in front of him. The Lady of the Moon also followed. As they entered the moon door, their surrounding vision was slowly covered with a layer of dim light. This was the moon-shaped realm, a special invisibility technique. Its principle was very complicated, but it could be understood as a weakened version of the inner world. If the distance between the surface world and the inner world was 1, then the distance between the moon-shaped realm and the surface world was 0. 1. It was infinitely close to the surface world, but after all, it was different from the surface world and did not belong to the interlayer. It was a special hidden world. They could observe everything in the surface world without worrying about being discovered. Because fundamentally, they had already left reality. However, although the Lady of the Moon and Mr. Sun had entered the moon-shaped realm, Tiredness was locked outside the moon door by them. I haven't gone in yet. Tiredness raised his head and looked ahead. In reality, there was nothing in front of him, but Tiredness's gaze could penetrate reality and observe the 2 people in the moon-shaped realm. The Lady of the Moon waved her hand with a smile. There are many cats in the castle, and these cats are free-range. Many of them are wild cats that entered from the surrounding woods. So, you don't have to come in. You can just sneak into the castle, and no one will notice anything unusual. Even if Tiredness was discovered, he would at most be thought to be a wild cat that ran in from outside. The servants in the castle also treated wild cats equally. As long as they didn't cause trouble, they wouldn't even look up. You treat a poor kitten like this? Tiredness was furious. The Lady of the Moon said, after all, we are separated by a space, and many things can't be sensed in time. You will be able to sense things faster outside. Help us investigate, and you don't have to worry about being discovered. Isn't this killing two birds with one stone? Tiredness said, I said before, today's matter is not my business. The Lady of the Moon didn't care and pretended not to hear. Look, a cat is here to welcome you. Tiredness raised his head. Sure enough, behind the statue fountain not far away, a big cat with 3 flowers jumped out. In the eyes of humans, this big cat with 3 flowers on its face and a pitch-black nose wasn't very cute. But in the eyes of cats, it was simply a beautiful cat. Even Tiredness, who had seen the world, couldn't help but be stunned when he saw such a beautiful cat. What a beautiful kitten. Unfortunately, it was a male. The big cat with 3 flowers looked at the pitch-black Tiredness and narrowed its eyes. Not good. Then it looked at the crescent moon mark on Tiredness's head. So ugly. Tiredness thought that there would be a new beautiful cat, but it was an ugly cat. However, the owner of this house seemed to like ugly kittens. Really, stupid humans. The big cat with 3 flowers shook its head and turned to leave without hesitation. Tiredness? The Lady of the Moon, why did this cat come and go? Didn't it come to welcome you? Tiredness. No, it came to laugh at me. Damn it. Although I was laughed at, I still think it's beautiful. Tiredness naturally wouldn't say these words. He just said lightly, these kittens' thinking is even weaker than a 2 or 3-year-old human child. Do you think they know how to welcome? That's true. The Lady of the Moon looked enlightened. But speaking of which, a 2 or 3-year-old human child should be able to distinguish between beauty and ugliness, right? Tiredness. No. Tiredness raised his head and ignored the Lady of the Moon. He directly jumped into the first gate of the 3 gates and 6 guards. The 3 gates, 6 guards, and 8 corners city referred to the Lo Shichi style of architecture. The 3 gates referred to the 3 gates that one had to pass before entering the main castle. The 6 guards referred to the 6 small satellite buildings near the castle. The 8 corners city referred to the shape of the land, like an octagon. After stepping through the first gate, they saw the statue fountain and the garden connected to the forest. There were a lot of wild cats in this area. The Lady of the Moon and Mr. Sun carefully observed their surroundings in the moon realm. About 10 minutes passed. They didn't find anything wrong here. It was a completely normal scene. Tiredness stepped into the second gate. Behind the gate was a long corridor and a boulevard. There were a lot of specially planted ornamental trees here, but there weren't many people. Even cats and dogs were a lot fewer. This was because the servants usually fed the wild cats and dogs near the first gate. The area behind the second gate was purely a crossing area. After they checked this area, they didn't find anything wrong. Finally, Tiredness came to the third gate. The third gate was the main gate of the castle. At this time, the gate of the castle was already closed. It was impossible to enter from the main gate. However, this didn't stop Tiredness. He jumped to the balcony on the second floor and a few steps and went into the castle through the open window. There were 4 floors inside the castle. However, there was no one on the top floor. It was full of junk. There were only living creatures on the bottom 3 floors. The cats and dogs in the castle were obviously domesticated. They were clean and were completely different from the wild cats and dogs outside. However, Tiredness sensed that they were all ugly. Sure enough, the 3-flower big cat was right. Human aesthetics seemed to favor ugly cats more. The appearance of Tiredness made the house cats very curious. They all gathered around. Under normal circumstances, cats would be afraid and repulsed by outsiders, especially domesticated cats. However, the aura released by Tiredness made these kittens accept him without any reservations. Some even licked Tiredness's fur. Tiredness enjoyed lying among the kittens and communicating with them. Although these kittens weren't very intelligent and couldn't understand many things, Tiredness had a way to get what he wanted from their memories. After half a day of conversation, He tiredly looked at the two sun and moon sorcerers hiding in the crescent world. I've asked them. From their point of view, the biggest change in the past few days is that there are a few more stray cats fighting for food outside, and a few more kittens in the house. They should be the kittens that the butler bought. Other than that, there are no changes. Oh right, it seems that there are guests in the castle today. They live on the third floor. This should be the biggest change for them. After Tiredness finished speaking, he waved his hand. You guys start from the human side. I'll continue to talk to them in depth. The Moon Lady and Mr. Sun didn't say much and turned to go upstairs. With Tiredness's ability, there wouldn't be any problem for him to stay here. While going upstairs, the Moon Lady whispered, "To be honest, I still don't understand why teacher would care about the abnormalities here." Abnormalities were also divided into big and small. A big abnormality could even make the whole world strange. As for those abnormalities with a small impact, if left alone, they wouldn't cause any trouble. The abnormalities here. The Moon Lady felt that they were small abnormalities that didn't even affect the lives of ordinary people. Was this abnormality really worth investigating? Mr. Sun actually felt strange, but he thought about it and said, "Teacher is the most secretive prophet in the Holy Temple. He was once regarded as the seed of a miracle. There must be a reason for everything he does." Prophet Tiredness was the most mysterious and secretive prophet in the Prophet Holy Temple. It was rumored that he could easily pull the strings of fate. It was indeed strange that such a powerful prophet would pay attention to the abnormalities here. But Mr. Sun believed that there must be a reason for everything. Since he judged that there was an abnormality here and asked us to investigate, there must be a reason. Maybe the abnormalities here are related to the existence of miracles. The Moon Lady asked, "Miracles? Is it possible?" Maybe it was really possible. Because of the status of Prophet Tiredness, he rarely paid attention to ordinary things. He would only pay attention to things that involved miracles. Could it be that something left behind by a certain miraculous existence caused the abnormalities? This situation wasn't impossible. The Moon Lady had heard that there was once an ordinary person who was hit by a ticket stub that fell from the sky when he was stargazing at night. This ticket stub was the ticket of the star train. And the star train was a grand miracle in the starry sky. In addition, similar situations included the ticket of the Peach Heart Theater, the mark left by the time thief, and so on. Therefore, in the world of ordinary people, it wasn't impossible to encounter something left behind by a miraculous existence. Thinking of this, the Moon Lady also became interested. If there was really something left behind by a miraculous existence, maybe this was their opportunity? Otherwise, why would Teacher Tiredness send them to investigate the abnormalities? End of chapter. On the second floor of the castle. The Moon Lady looked at the deep corridor. Even if she didn't investigate, she could confirm that there were at least a dozen people on this floor through the feedback of the life force field. Most of them had fallen asleep, and only a few were active. Teacher mentioned that the abnormal time might pass in a flash. If we miss this moment, we might never catch the corresponding abnormality again. So, to save time, we'd better split up. At this point, the Moon Lady looked at Mr. Sunday. How about this? I'll look for people, and you look for things. She didn't stick to formalities. Dead things could also produce abnormalities, so the Moon Lady made such an arrangement. Mr. Sun also understood that time was tight, so he nodded. Okay. After the two split up, the Moon Lady began to investigate the people in the room one by one. She said she was looking for people, but the people in this was a general term, referring to living things. Therefore, not only did she have to look for people, but she also had to look for the cats and dogs living on the second floor, as well as the insects and rats hiding in the corners. Searching was simple, but every life had to calculate its underlying logic and confirm that there were no abnormalities. This was very difficult. It was also very tiring. Her short-term workload increased sharply. In just a few minutes, she felt that her brain was burning. In order to save time, she directly activated the highest level of computing power. With such a high level of computing power, even as a legend, she felt dizzy. However, a legend had been completely reborn, and this dizziness only lasted for a moment. It might be dangerous on the battlefield, but it was no threat at this moment, and she quickly returned to normal. Rubbing her slightly swollen temples, the Moon Lady went to the next room. About 15 minutes later, the Moon Lady had already flipped through the underlying logic of all the life forms on the second floor of the castle, and there were no abnormalities. She had obtained a lot of information. For example, she knew that the owner of this castle was a harpist named Guillermo. Moreover, Guillermo was an old friend of hers. To say that he was an old friend wasn't actually true. Because the Moon Lady knew Guillermo, but Guillermo didn't know of her existence. As for why the Moon Lady knew of Guillermo, it started from the biggest performance in the entire Western continent, the international stage. On the surface, the international stage was an arena for artists from various countries to compete with each other, but in reality, there were quite a number of extraordinaires participating. This was because many magus skills were closely related to art. For example, some alchemists would even go to mortal art academies for further study in order to learn art. That was the logic. For the same reason, there were many sorcerers who studied the arts. Some of them would hide their identities and participate in the stages of other countries to improve their skills. Because of this, the international stage seemed ordinary, but the water below was very deep. Many art-loving adepts would also join the audience and enjoy this grand event of the Western continent. The Lady of the Moon was a wizard who loved art. As long as it wasn't something important, she would go and watch every international stage. She naturally had an impression of the artists who had won the international stage. As for Guillermo, he was a harp performer who had once shone brightly on the stage of various countries. I didn't expect to meet an artist here. The Moon Lady's tone was filled with admiration. Initially, when she saw the Los Shiki-style castle, she already admired the owner of this castle. Now that she knew that the owner of the castle was an artist who had once been in the limelight on the international stage, her impression of him improved greatly. In the past, she might have turned into a mortal and paid Guillermo a visit. If she could, it would be even better if she could listen to Guillermo's harp performance live. Unfortunately, things were different now. She couldn't visit as a guest. The Moon Lady couldn't help but sigh. "What's wrong? I just came over and I see you frowning." The Moon Lady looked back. At some point, Mr. Sun had walked up to her. Facing her lover, the Moon Lady naturally wouldn't hide anything. She simply told him about her discovery. "Guillermo? That young and aggressive guy who dissed people on the international stage?" Mr. Sun said, "I remember him." "So it's him. No wonder when I glanced at the castle just now, I vaguely felt that he was a little familiar. Although he's a lot older, his overall appearance hasn't changed." Mr. Sun clicked his tongue. "In that case, this is also a matter of fate. Since he's an old acquaintance, we can send an invitation during the day and formally visit him." Although Mr. Sun wasn't a prophet, he had been in the prophet temple for a long time and had some belief in fate. He thought that he would never see the artist again in this life, but they suddenly met again. Wasn't this a kind of fate, or rather, fate? Since it was fate, he would follow fate and meet this old acquaintance. Perhaps he could compose a new song of fate. Of course, Mr. Sun definitely couldn't meet Guillermo as an extraordinary. Just like when the Moon Lady and Luo Shichi met back then, they also met as an architectural enthusiast. They were willing to give the greatest respect to this kind of artist who had reached the peak of a skill. There was no need to meet them with the attitude of a high and mighty superhuman. Even if they met as superhumans, they would not be able to compose the Ballad of Fate. The Moon Lady thought about it and agreed. "Anyway, we're here in the Western continent. It doesn't matter if we stay for a few more days." After a pause, the Moon Lady put these thoughts aside and asked about business. "I've checked the living creatures on the second floor. There's no problem. What about you?" Mr. Sun put his arm around the Moon Lady's shoulder. "There's definitely no problem on my side. If there was a problem, would I be chatting with you so leisurely?" The Moon Lady said, "That's true. Shall we go to the third floor? Guillermo seems to be on the third floor." After discussing, the two of them went up to the third floor. Just like the second floor, they split up again. The Moon Lady checked the living creatures, and Mr. Sun continued to look for dead creatures that might be abnormal. There were a lot fewer living people on this floor, but there were quite a lot of animals and insects. It wasn't cats and dogs, but a large number of carrier pigeons and competition pigeons raised in the pigeon house, as well as the insects that fed these pigeons. She sensed that there were at least a few thousand living insects. The Moon Lady couldn't help but facepalm. Although the underlying logic of the insects wasn't difficult to detect, there were too many of them. With the Moon Lady's powerful computing power, it would probably take her half an hour to an hour. And this was just the insects. The Moon Lady rubbed her swollen forehead. Forget it. Let's go see the people first. The insects are last. There were very few living people on this floor. According to the memories of the servants on the second floor, there were only 3 people on the third floor. There were 2 people in the master bedroom, Guillermo and one of his juniors. In the room next to the master bedroom, there was a personal servant of Guillermo. The Moon Lady started with the servant. After a few minutes, she shook her head and left the servant's room, entering the master bedroom. There were no problems with the servant. Now, it was up to Guillermo and the young master. The Moon Lady came to the bedside of the master bedroom and lowered her head to look at Guillermo and the young master. Even though they were separated by the moon world, she could see the close relationship between the grandfather and grandson. Although the lifespan of mortals is short, they can have the happiness of having a family. This is also a kind of happiness, the Moon Lady murmured softly. Although there were wizards who believed that family was an obstacle and that blood was a curse, they were still in the minority. In any case, the Moon Lady felt that seeing this scene in front of her made her heart feel warm. She thought for a moment and decided to check on the young master who was drooling in his sleep. She reached out and touched the young master's forehead. Unknown energy seeped into the depths of his mind. A large amount of information, data, formulas, and symbols appeared in the Moon Lady's eyes. This information contained the young master's life experience. It wasn't quite right to call it a memory. It was a kind of experience. This kind of experience included changes in personality, emotional reliance, inner growth, and a small number of memories related to changes. This was the underlying data that the Moon Lady was checking. The floating formulas and symbols were used to verify the abnormalities in the underlying data. 3 minutes later, the Moon Lady stopped checking. There was nothing abnormal about the young master. The underlying logic was also complete and self-consistent. Since the young master was fine, it was now Guillermo's turn. Sorry, the Moon Lady muttered softly to herself and reached out her hand. She didn't care about checking on the underlying logic of other people's lives, nor did she feel any guilt. However, facing Guillermo, this old acquaintance of hers, she still felt a little guilty. But thinking back, her checking wouldn't hurt anyone. Moreover, if Guillermo was really related to the abnormality, he might suffer a backlash from the abnormality. Her checking would instead save him. With this thought, the guilt in her heart instantly dissipated. Soon, the Moon Lady arrived at Guillermo's underlying data. She saw a huge amount of information. This also meant that Guillermo had a lot of life experience and had a lot of experience. Many of the experience even emitted a faint glow. This meant that Guillermo had come into contact with transcendent beings before. This wasn't a big deal. Almost all the nobles of the Western continent had come into contact with transcendent beings. Moreover, Guillermo had participated in the international stage before. There were many transcendent beings on that stage, so it was normal for him to have information about transcendent beings in his experience. There might be some transcendent experience related to me, the Moon Lady murmured. After all, she had come into close contact with Guillermo's fans on the international stage. Laughing in her heart, the Moon Lady began to check the abnormalities in the underlying logic. Time passed by minute. In the first half of his life, Guillermo hadn't come into contact with any abnormalities. This was normal. Since the abnormality had only appeared recently, what she needed to check should be something that happened recently. The Moon Lady began to check the underlying logic of the past few days. 15 days ago, nothing happened. 10 days ago, nothing happened. 5 days ago, nothing happened. 2 days ago, nothing happened. Just as the Moon Lady was about to check today's situation, she heard someone calling her. The Moon Lady instantly woke up. She turned around and saw Mr. Sun striding toward her with a piece of paper in his hand. I think I found something abnormal. The Moon Lady's pupils dilated slightly. She quickly left the bed and came to Mr. Sun's side. Is it really abnormal? Mr. Sun nodded. Most likely. What's this? The Moon Lady looked at the paper in Mr. Sun's hand. Is it a letter? The letter isn't the point. It's a music score on it. What's wrong with the music score? The Moon Lady was puzzled. From her perspective, she couldn't see anything abnormal for now. Mr. Sun handed the music score to her. You'll know once you check its underlying logic. The Moon Lady already had this idea. She took the music score and slowly entered the world hidden under the paper. Unlike the underlying logic of living beings, it was relatively easy to check the underlying logic of dead objects. As long as she used a legendary spell to perform concept analysis on the object, she would be able to see the data and formula symbols emitted from the object. Soon, the Moon Lady saw the data that was flashing brightly. Glowing, it meant that the data was related to supernatural beings. Such a bright light meant that at least 90% of the data was related to supernatural beings. But from the outside, this piece of paper looked like an ordinary piece of paper. There was nothing unusual about it. This meant that the paper was not the point. The point was the music score on the paper. Something was definitely wrong with the music score. Could it be a supernatural music score? As the Lady of the Moon pondered, she investigated further. It was at this moment that she sensed a mysterious aura that was both familiar and unfamiliar from the data. The Moon Lady raised her head and stared at Mr. Sunday. This is... Mr. Sun nodded slightly. Yes, the aura of the Nightmare Realm. Hearing the name Nightmare Realm, the Moon Lady knew that this was definitely abnormal. Anything related to the Nightmare Realm must be abnormal. After all, that world was a mysterious realm that even miracles wouldn't dare to enter. So the abnormality was related to the Nightmare Realm. No wonder Mr. Sun sent them here to check it out. To check the abnormalities of the Nightmare Realm, non-legendary beings would have a slim chance of surviving. Even legendary beings had the risk of being immobilized forever. The Nightmare Realm was a dangerous place, but it also had a lot of benefits. The abnormality this time was related to the Nightmare Realm, but it was not directly related to the Nightmare Realm. As long as they could figure out the abnormality, they might gain something amazing. With this in mind, the Moon Lady looked at Mr. Sunday. Where is this music score? It's on the table in the study. It's open, and there's a harp nearby. I think Guillermo played it before he fell asleep. Because the music score was placed on the table, the first thing Mr. Sun did after entering the study was to check it. The Moon Lady said, this music score must be related to the Nightmare Realm. Maybe it came from there. If we want to solve this abnormality, maybe we can find the source of the music score. Mr. Sun nodded. Someone sent it here. The letter said so. Mr. Sun paused and handed the letter that was found along with the music score to Ms. Moon. End of chapter. Soon, the Lady of the Moon finished reading the letter. There were 4 things she could glean from the letter. First, the writer's name was Uriel. Second, there seemed to be some kind of grudge between Uriel and Guillermo. Third, Uriel had recorded the score of a song called Black Sheep Confession. Fourth, Uriel invited Guillermo to perform the song. The rest of the information was negligible. Lady of the Moon believed that the third point was the most important one. Information about the score of Black Sheep Confession. What was strange was that Uriel claimed that the Black Sheep Confession was not his original composition, but that he had obtained it from a dream. Uriel did not know what kind of dream it was. If Uriel is not lying, then this is an anomaly. The Lady of the Moon pointed at the dream on the letter. Mr. Sun pondered for a moment. Normally speaking, anomalies related to dreams are rare. This is because the dream realm is relatively ethereal and far from the material world. Most of the anomalies related to dreams are caused by dream creatures. For example, dream eaters, nightmares, and so on. But leaving a score in a dream doesn't seem like the work of a dream monster, Mr. Sun said. Maybe a dream wizard left it for fun? But if it's related to a wizard, why does the supernatural aura contain information about the Nightmare Realm? Mr. Sun was puzzled. Was it the dream realm or the Nightmare Realm? The Lady of the Moon also found it strange. We can't figure it out just by thinking about it. Let's go see Uriel. Uriel's address was not recorded on the letter, but with their abilities, it was not hard to find Uriel. Mr. Sun thought for a moment and nodded. You're right. We can find the answer from Uriel. Let's go see Uriel. Since the decision was made, they did not waste any time and went their separate ways. Mr. Sun went to the study and redid the decorations. The harp score was related to the anomaly, so he had to take it with him. However, they would not purposely interfere with a mortal's life, not to mention that the mortal was an artist they admired. Therefore, to avoid Guillermo's suspicion, Mr. Sun made a copy of the score. The content was still the Black Sheep confession, but it was not the original version. On the other hand, the Moon Lady came to the hall on the first floor and prepared to leave. As soon as she arrived on the first floor, she saw a scene that gave her a slight headache. She was sitting tiredly on a big sofa, surrounded by all kinds of kittens. It looked like an emperor who was obsessed with beauty. Being addicted to beauty was nothing to the Moon Lady. The main point was, the other kittens surrounded Tired, and Tired seemed to be affected by the kittens around him. He yawned, and his eyelids slowly drooped. Just as its tired eyelids were about to close, it suddenly felt a gust of wind blowing into its eyes. In the next second, its upper and lower eyelids seemed to be glued together, unable to close at all. His sleepiness was instantly awakened. The tired and confused eyes regained focus. Looking closely, it turned out that the eyelids were not glued together, but the Moon Lady had walked out of the moon world and forced its eyelids open with her hands. You promised me. Don't fall asleep. The Moon Lady opened its eyes and blew air into them. Tired. Your mouth stinks. The Moon Lady saw that Tired's eyes were awake again, so she let go of the eyelids and gave it a big slap on the head. You have a bad sense of smell. People say that my mouth smells good. Tired narrowed its eyes. Who are they? The Moon Lady glared at Tired. It's none of your business. Get up, we need to go somewhere else. She reached out and held Tired in her arms. Before Tired could react, the Moon Lady had returned to the moon world. Time and space reversed. When Tired woke up, it was no longer in the warm hall of the castle. Instead, it was in the forest of the Night Mountain. Behind it was the Moon Lady, and beside her was Mr. Sun, who had been waiting for them for a long time. The mountain mist was blowing, and it was bone-chilling. Tired could not help but shiver. At this moment, his sleepiness completely disappeared. We're leaving just like that? Tired asked, Did you find the anomaly? Mr. Sun nodded and handed the score to Tired. This should be the anomaly. Tired stared at the score for a few seconds and frowned. It's the smell of the nightmare realm. But it's a bit strange. I think it has the smell of the dream realm? Mr. Sun and the Moon Lady paused for 2 seconds and looked at each other. Are you sure it still has the smell of the dream realm? Tired's perception of basic logic was not weaker than theirs. In fact, Tired had been staying in the Prophet's temple all year round, so he might be more knowledgeable than them. This was also the reason why Mr. Sun handed the music score directly to Mr. Weary. However, what they didn't expect was that Tiredness would give them an answer that was rather surprising. They had all sensed the smell of the nightmare realm. They did not find the smell of the dream realm. But they did not think that Tired was talking nonsense. In Uriel's letter, he clearly mentioned that the score was obtained from a dream. It might have something to do with the dream realm, Tired, I'm not sure. It's like the smell of the dream realm, but there are some differences. Tired shook its head, then nodded. It thought carefully and gave an ambiguous answer in the end. I can't describe it in detail, but you can think of it as the smell of fish and chameleon grass. Fish and chameleon grass both had the smell of fish, but they were fundamentally different. That was how Tired sensed the score. It sensed the smell of the dream realm, but it was not the same as the real dream realm. Even the smell of the nightmare realm was not the same as the real nightmare realm. Still, Tired had never come into contact with the nightmare realm. He was more familiar with the dream realm because he had spent most of his life sleeping. Therefore, he could only conclude that the smell of the dream realm on the score was not the same. Not the same. The Moon Lady and Mr. Sun looked at each other. They could understand the meaning of tiredness, but they didn't know why it happened. Among all the special realms, the dream realm and the nightmare realm were the ones they had the least contact with. Forget it. Let's not think about it. I don't think we can figure it out. Let's just ask Uriel. The Moon Lady sighed. Tired asked blankly, "Who's Oriel?" "He's the owner of this score." "Well, I guess he's the owner." The Moon Lady briefly explained what happened on the third floor. After listening to it tiredly, he wasn't surprised. After all, obtaining music scores in one's dreams wasn't anything new. Most of the dreams were bizarre and even deviated from the orthodox path. In a dream that was completely different from the real world, what you felt and touched was all new and interesting. It could even be a burst of inspiration after being suppressed in the heart. In such a situation, it was common to have a burst of inspiration. With inspiration and the ability to compose, it was only natural that one could compose a song in one's dream. Tired asked, "Speaking of which, do you have Oriel's address?" The Moon Lady and Mr. Sun shook their heads. "Then how do we find him?" As soon as Tired finished speaking, he saw the Moon Lady and Mr. Sun looking at him at the same time. "Why don't you take a sniff?" the Moon Lady suggested with a smile. Tired froze for a moment, then seemed to realize something. He bristled angrily and struggled out of the Moon Lady's arms. "I'm a cat, not a dog." The Moon Lady shrugged and said innocently, "I didn't say you were a dog. What I meant was that your nose is more sensitive than ours." Tired frowned at the Moon Lady coldly. "You can use the remaining pheromones to search." "We can, but the pheromones are too messy. It'll take a lot of time to search." The Moon Lady looked up at Tired. "But you're different. You can lead us to the place just by smelling the ink. Won't that save us time?" Tired wanted to argue, but he felt that the Moon Lady was right. He hesitated for a moment, then lowered his head. "Fine, I'll help you this time." "Okay, 100 million times it is." The Moon Lady hugged Tired again, and the Sun Lady gently put his arm around the Moon Lady's shoulder. They smiled at each other from where Tired could not see. Tired sniffed the ink on the paper, then closed his eyes and began to search for the pheromones in the air. After a while, he found the vein of the pheromones. "Over there." Tired looked at the southwest side of Dawn City. A few minutes later, they had arrived at a corner of Dawn City. The night was dark, and they did not meet anyone along the way. Even if they met someone, it would not affect them, because they had been walking in the moon world. When they arrived at their destination, the Moon Lady and the Sun Lady slowly walked out of the moon world and appeared in the real world. They looked at the desolate area around them, and then at the shabby two-story attic in front of them. "This is where Oriel lives?" Tired held his chin with his paws. "It looks like a slum." "Slums can't afford to live in attics with a courtyard." The Moon Lady knocked Tired's head. Moreover, the harp was not a skill that slums could come into contact with. The Moon Lady looked at the attic. She did not use her spiritual power to sense it, because she was worried that she would disturb the source of the anomaly. However, from the information in the air and the feedback of the life force field, she could basically confirm that there was a living person in the attic. There was only one person. If she was not mistaken, it should be Oriel. "Let's go in," the Lady of the Moon said softly. She summoned the ring of moonlight and covered their bodies. In the next second, they transmigrated into the attic. The first floor was a bit messy, and there was a faint stench in the air. It was the smell of alcohol mixed with the smell of sweat. If she was not mistaken, the owner of this place should be an alcoholic. The Moon Lady also sensed a familiar pheromone in the stench. The pheromone here was the same as the one on the music score, which meant that this was the source of the music score. There was nothing wrong with the first floor. They stepped on the slightly old stairs and went up to the second floor. There were 2 rooms on the second floor. One was a storeroom, and the other was a bedroom. The doors of both rooms were open, and they could clearly see the situation inside. The Moon Lady saw at a glance that there was a man sleeping on the bed in the bedroom. From the frequency of his breathing, she could tell that he was sleeping at this time. This was Oriel, but wasn't Oriel a harp player? Why was there no harp in the room? Instead, there was a piano right across the bed. Moreover, this piano was obviously very expensive and did not match this dilapidated attic at all. The piano also showed that Oriel was not an ordinary person. Like before, you go check the underlying logic of the storeroom. Tiredness, and I will check Oriel's underlying logic. The Moon Lady said to Mr. Sunday. Mr. Sun nodded. Silently, they entered the bedroom and began to divide the work. But just as they were about to move, Uriel, who was lying on the bed, suddenly opened his eyes. This startled Tiredness, and he almost screamed. Fortunately, the moon lady covered his mouth. Plus, they were all hidden in the shadow of the moon. Uriel did not notice the 3 pairs of eyes in the room. What's going on? Isn't it just midnight? Why is he awake? A spirit bond connected the moon lady, Mr. Sun, and Tiredness. The one who spoke was the black cat, Tiredness. The moon lady said, maybe he sleeps during the day and is a night owl? Tiredness said, I'm thinking, could it be that the anomaly sensed us? Otherwise, why would he wake up as soon as we came in? The moon lady and Mr. Sun did not answer, but they had the same thought. The timing of Uriel's awakening was too coincidental. Could it really be the anomaly's doing? Just as they were talking, Tiredness suddenly pointed at the bed. He's up. Uriel, who had just opened his eyes a second ago, suddenly climbed out of bed with a face full of urgency. He rushed to the table and took out a stack of paper from the drawer. Then, he picked up a fountain pen soaked in ink and started scribbling on the paper. He's writing music? Tiredness glanced at the words on the paper. Even though Tiredness did not know much about art, he had at least read the original score of Black Sheep Confession. Uriel's writing was complicated, but the symbols were similar to the Black Sheep Confession. It was obviously music. And it was probably a harp score. After he finished recording, Uriel wrote down the name of the score at the top of the paper, Winds 32 Quartets. After he finished recording the Winds 32 Quartets, Uriel immediately put it aside and started writing down new scores. His writing was fast, and he hummed as he recorded, as if he was trying to deepen his memory of the music. In the eyes of the moon lady, his behavior was very strange. He was so anxious to record it, as if he would forget it if he was late. Could it be that he obtained some music score in his dream again? End of chapter 3557. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.